that, let us begin. So today's daf is 9 days, 42. We're going to pick up a lot to do today. It's a really, really beautiful Gemara ahead of us over the next, every day, the truth is. So it says, we left off on Mem Aleph on the days 41.
Yo, baby, I'm here.
41.
Yo,
the two dots. Actually,
I'm here.
At the end of the exchange. So remember again, at the end of yesterday's daf, there was a beautiful exchange between Rav Kana of Safra.
If you're waiting on me, calm down.
So
Because I
went ahead and was
am
so Rav Kana said, "What are you learning?" And
here.
again, recorded a really beautiful and special exchange between these rabbanim. So the Gemara says as follows.
Go fuck yourself.
The end of the discussion was so Rabbi Kama was very impressed by what Rav Kana was saying. So he said, he said this, he taught me so much about Sanhedrin. I thought the next to the last part, so it's interesting. Rav Kana of Safra said that time about Kama, because you are so pleasant to deal with, they're able to share with you so much. Had you been a little bit more difficult, right? Had you been a little bit more sharper, we would not have been able to share with you as much. If you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says something so beautiful here. So this is beautiful. So Rav Kana of Safra saying, because you are so pleasant and you are so humble, we're able to share with you so much. Conversely, if you want to be a contrarian, right? If you want to be difficult, if you want to be combative, so this is such a beautiful and incredible idea. What Rav Kana of Safra is saying, because you're so pleasant, you feel comfortable sharing with you so much. Your pleasantness, your kindness brings out so much kedusha from us. Had you been a little bit more caustic and difficult, and perhaps not as agreeable, it would have been more difficult to be able to share with you our Torah. So a really beautiful and profound idea that sometimes, when we are pleasant in our interaction with other people, it brings out greatness inside of them as well.
Yo, go fuck yourself. No one wants to talk to you.
Versus when you have an interaction with someone who's like combative and contrarian, there's some people who's like, you know what, I saw that, whatever interaction, whatever level of interaction I have to have, I'll have it, and then I want to get out. I feel this interest in interacting. When someone is kind, and someone is compassionate, and someone is sweet, and someone is just emotionally giving in their interactions, there's a desire to want to engage, and that brings out even more from the person who has so much to do. It's a very beautiful Gemara. As like Omer, so the Gemara goes back to Ad Kama. So let's just remember again in Mishnah highlighting the idea that halacha l'maisa, witnesses can be often their time up to 2 days. So the shaila is, how far into the month can we go ahead and allow for people to be off in their time? So Ad Kama. So said the Gemara, let's see here's the middle of the month, or what we call the majority of the month. In other words, you can't go up to the majority of the month. You could assume that people could be off a little bit in their timing, but once you get past the majority of the month, we can't really allow for any type of discrepancies in your timing. So Rashi says over here, Ad Kama, you can't see the Soch HaKodesh, the English speaking, your effort, Neba Gitoki Barachodesh. So we'll allow, remember, we said, for example, if one 8 says it happened on the second of the month, one 8 says it happened on the third of the month. So we can allow for that. Right? Why? Because you can assume maybe one of them heard about the fact that last month was a 30-day month, whereas everyone thinks that it was a 29-day month. But the shayla is, up until what point in time could we allow for that type of discrepancy? So Rabbi said up until the majority of the month. So Amar Rabba, So we learn this in Mishnah as well. Hey, do some detail. If one minute says the murder happened on the second of the month, one minute says it happened on the sixth of the month, the agent is bottled. But I'm not. Neighbor should say that so why does like this? There is a way to explain the discrepancy between the third and the fifth. But how can you explain it? Like witness number one thinks the last 2 months were 29 days each. Witness number two thinks that the last 2 months were 30 days each. That explains that great discrepancy between 2 days, to which he wants to what he's saying there. He's even there that halacha l'maisa, once you get to the road, into the majority of the month, we assume everyone knows the exact date. So the Gemara says, it could very well be that even once you get to the middle of the month, not everyone knows that the previous month was a Monday or a cluster. Right? That's possible. But what does everyone know? They know about the shofar blowing, meaning what? And halacha l'maisa, the shofar is blown. That actually brings out the that the shofar is blown at the beginning of every month. So everyone knows about the shofar blowing, and therefore again, halacha l'maisa, it'd be hard pressed to say that somebody didn't know the previous month was or wasn't. So it's possible maybe 1 month you missed the shofar blowing declaring the new month, but they say that for 2 months you missed the shofar blowing, so ultimately that would be highly improbable. So as they say now, interestingly enough, because we're talking about the new month, so now we go ahead and transition a little bit over here to a really great discussion. Up until what point in time can one recite Kiddush HaChodesh? That's halabara. Kiddush HaChodesh. When can you, up until what point into the month can you bench the new moon? So the month actually until the deficiency of the moon is completed. So the Gemara says the Kama, okay, how much is that? So what they were asking is, at what point up to what point in the new month is one permitted to say Kiddush HaChodesh? So the Gemara gives us an answer. At the Ajit Ismail Pidimasa, until the deficiency of the moon is filled in. Gemara says, what is that? What is that? Give me a date. Give me a time of what that's the Kama, Ad Shiva. So the Buddha says, up until the 7th of the month. Up until the 7th of the month, you can go ahead and say Kiddush Levana. Okay, so the Gemara says, the Nargoi say up until the 16th of the month. So what's the next thing that focus over here? The Riga, you can say Kiddush Levana until the 7th of the month. The Nargoi, you can say Kiddush Levana up until the 16th of the month. Top of Mondays, 42a. It says another time, I've looked up on Syria, and both of them hold, like the Yochanan, they're all saying that interestingly enough, so this is fascinating. The Yochanan says the rule. The rule is you can say Kiddush Levana, until the deficiency of the moon is filled in. So there's machlokas in terms of what does that mean? The Buddha says that means up until 7 days into the month, and the Nargoi say up until 16 days into the month. So the Gemara says both hold it to be open on one says that the moon does not look like a bow. So that's the opinion ultimately of Rabbi up until 7 days, and then our Nargoi say it has to look like a sieve. Now, a sieve means it's fully circular. Because by the time you get to the middle of the month, what does the moon look like? The moon is complete. The moon is complete. So also some fundamental machlokas over here, really incredible machlokas, and important machlokas. Up until when can one say Kiddush Levana, Rabbi Yehuda, 7th of the month, because at that point again, the deficiency of the month has been, of the moon has been filled, that the moon no longer looks fully incomplete. Looks like a bow. Looks like a bow. Now, very up until the deficiency is complete, that means the middle of the month, when the moon is completely full. So let's come back to this. So the Baruch had Tova Mitiv. So maybe the block of the moon should be at Tova Mitiv. So it's actually quite beautiful thing with the Rashi. So the 3 lines down in Rashi from the top. The Bar Hatova Mitiv. As Rabbi Huda Park, Nami, the Mishiva Ve'elef, Leka, Lemima, Mekadesh Kadoshem, the Baris Hadnia Hatova Hamitiv, Shekal Shash, Mitiv, Relatively Yisop, so Rashi points out the way that this is really Rabbi Huda, right? That is interesting, right? So Rabbi Huda holds that halacha l'maisa you could recite Kiddush Levana up until the 7th of the month. So the Gemara says, okay, but from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say Atova Hamitiv. And what's in Atova Hamitiv is the bracha, essentially. Shechianu and Atova Hamitiv are like sister brachas. So Shechianu is a bracha when you say something positive that benefits you. Atova Hamitiv is saying that benefits you and also has the ability to benefit others. So that why do we say Atova Hamitiv on the filling in of the moon each and every month? So according to Rabbi Huda, say Kiddush Levana up until the 7th of the month. And from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say Atova Hamitiv. To which you must say, if that's the case, so maybe then you should say that from the 16th and on, when the moon begins to diminish, you should say Baruch Dayan Ha'emes. Right, at the end of the remember, Hatova Hamitiv by definition means, right, to say Hatova Hamitiv means that the completion of the moon is something objectively positive, which would then have to mean the converse would have to be true as well, which is that the diminution of the moon is something objectively adverse or negative. Right? And therefore, again, if you're going to say Hatova Hamitiv as the moon fills in, you're going to have to go ahead and say Dayan Ha'emes as the moon diminishes. To which the Gemara says, okay, so fine. Maybe you should say that. Let's go ahead and say Atova Hamitiv as the moon is filling up, and Dayan Ha'emes as the moon is diminishing. To which the Gemara says, no, Kivan, the Hainu Archei, Lom Levachion. So also, this is fascinating. Since this is the natural way of the moon, we don't recite the bracha. Now, I want to get into the Rashi. Always very close in Rashi. The Hainu Archei, the Kodesh Brias Olam Kimin Hagel. ואם כאן דין פולנוס בחסרונה, ולא הבטחה לנו חסד ומאוסה. So you want to suggest over here, this is the natural way the world works. So because it's natural way the world works, it's interesting. There's not per se a bracha in the completion of the moon, and there's not a klala, there's nothing negative in the diminution of the moon. It just is the way that it works. So let's say, to me, I don't know, I was taking a nap last night, but as I encourage you, take your guys to the space measures at night. Shul Armin is starting the next day program here at the shul. Baruch Hashem, I was here last night. It was like 9:45. These nights just quiet. It was studio, Mamish. So it was beautiful. I like the courtyard also beautiful. So I was thinking about this because this Gemara seems to almost fly in the face a little bit of like how we normally think. So you're telling me now, like, essentially the Gemara saying is Olam Kimin Hago Noeg. Like the world just kind of operates in a sort of a program, certain things. The moon gets bigger, the moon gets smaller. It's not bracha, it's not klala, it just is. So easy. It's difficult to wrap my head around this because it just certainly feels like it's not the way we're programmed to think. What we're programmed to think is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu obviously directs everything, and everything in this world kind of fits into a bucket. It's either like a good bucket or a bad bucket, or positive or negative, or bracha or klala, or Hatova Hamitiv or Dayan Ha'emes. And what the Gemara is introducing us to is that there are certain things in the world that it's just a program. It's just a program, like sunrise and sunset, right? In other words, it's not good, it's not bad, it is. There's certain functionality in the world that just by definition is. Just by definition is. Now again, is there beauty in it? Is there kedusha in it? Is there messages in it? Absolutely. But it's interesting, I think perhaps, if you want to try to teach us every series, maybe you don't have to necessarily read into everything. Maybe there are certain things in life that just are. And I think this is so incredibly profound because remember, if this is true in our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Alachas Kama V'Kama is true in our relationship with other people. You know, say one of the most difficult things in human relationships is we tend to read into everything. Right? Someone says something, well, why did you say that? Why didn't you say it like that? Why did use this word? Why didn't you use that word? This may or may not happen in marriage, right? But again, there's all of this intuiting different things, and meanwhile, sometimes just what I said is what I said. There's no like double entendre. There's no kidding. Like I don't need my frosted flakes decoder ring to figure out, like what it is that was said and how it was said. Sometimes it just is what it is, and it doesn't have to have a deeper meaning in every single way. So as I said, because Bob was modeling this for us. You know what? The moon goes up, the moon diminishes. It just is what it is. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. And there are messages in it, but you don't have to read into it. Diane HaMS or October HaMetit. Incredible. That's what I think. It's a beautiful Gemara. Whoever goes ahead and recites, this is Kiddush Lavana. Whoever recites Kiddush Lavana at the right time, it's as if he's receiving the Shekhinah. So this is such a beautiful Gemara. If you go ahead and you recite Kiddush Lavana at the appropriate time, now again, remember, what's the appropriate time? That's our focus. Not going to like that. He usually says up until 7 days, then I say 16 before the end of the month. We know how we pass him. We pass like the hour done. That's why we do have the ability to say Kiddush Lavana up until the 16th, in the middle of the month. The middle of the month. We actually pass him until the night of the 15th is normally how it works out. But Allah, that's how we pass it. So the message is for whoever says Kiddush Lavana, it's as if they are receiving the Shekhinah. The Gemara says, it says ultimately again this month, this Chodesh Hazeh, and it says Zechir, so it's the Zeh. HaChodesh Hazeh, which is Kiddush Lavana, and Zechir. Isn't it fascinating that probably one of the most neglected tefillos is Kiddush Lavana? What is Kiddush Lavana? Kiddush Lavana is what stands between you and your car on Motzei Shabbos, right? It's the tefillah I need to avoid eye contact with, duck through, get out of there. I would say, isn't that fascinating? So right, it is the tefillah where some segment of the population peels off, or if it doesn't do it, or just even if it's done, it's like come on, chit chat, right? So it's fascinating. That's the tefillah that the Gemara says. If you say Kiddush Lavana, it is as if you are receiving the Shekhinah. Listen, you know what would be interesting doing in Ruchnius? Sometimes, whether we recognize it or not, many of us live with a fear of spiritual intimacy. We live with a fear of closeness to Hashem because I'm scared that if I get too close, the expectations are going to grow. If I get too close, I may have to make certain changes. So there's a certain fear of spiritual intimacy, which is why, whether we realize it or not, we keep our Kaddish Baruch Hu a little bit at a distance. I've always wondered about this with Kiddush Lavana. It can't be that so many people are so busy on Motzei Shabbos that they just gotta run out and this, that, and even if I say it, it's just it's the fastest tefillah. I mean, Psukim is always like a close second, right? But when I say, what is it? It's almost as if there's not an aversion, but what is it? And also, I think it comes from a deep place. And a lot of us we have intimacy issues, spiritual intimacy issues. That I'm scared to get a little too close because I'm scared of what that's going to require of me or need for me to give to the relationship. So consciously, subconsciously, I just blow past it. Because if I don't have to be Makabel Kamei Shekhinah, then at the end of the day, I can kind of keep HaKadosh Baruch Hu at a distance. We can remain good friends. It's platonic. He's happy, or I think he's happy. I'm happy, and I don't have to really up the expectations on me. It's so incredible. By the way, what does it mean that Kiddush Lavana is Ki'ilu Makabel Kamei Shekhinah? So let's say, there's a beautiful Maharsha. The Maharsha, just listen to this. He says, I just want to read it to you. I'll post it later on in the chat. The Maharsha says, Ayin Bazel of Hirush Rabin, B'Sof Perek Tzilas HaShachar. Listen to this. Yesh Lama, Lefi She'yisua Begalusan, Einon Zochen Yos Kamei Shekhinah. Let's say this is such a profound Gemara. Klal Yisrael and Galus. So it's Klal Yisrael and Galus. Often doesn't have the ability to really see the Shekhinah. What we lament most, and what's another I want to point out, I believe by this Motzei Shabbos will already be time to say When's Rosh Chodesh? Wednesday, Thursday, also will be close. So I don't know when the moment is. Okay, I don't know if it's whatever it is. The point is, next week or two, this is going to be a very shy Gemara. So let's say, remember the Gemara says over here, the Gemara says, in Gavos, we are not Zoka, we are not able to see the Shekhinah. We're not able to say the greatest tragedy of Gavos is that when there was a Beis Hamikdash, there was an acute manifestation of the divine. We were able to see the Shekhinah, we were able to see HaKadosh Baruch Hu all the time. In Gavos, we're not able to see the Shekhinah in the same overt way. Aval Chidush HaLevana, listen to this, Husimin Yisrael, Shemasimin Yischadish Kimosa. But the renewal of the moon is a metaphor for the renewal of the Jewish people. And the same way that the moon waxes and wanes, like the moon diminishes and then it regenerates, that is the ultimate metaphor for Klal Yisrael, that we too will regenerate. The fire of the Yotzar became open and Shema Kimo Shiora al Zed Nisach Brachas Alevano, Ulezek Shanu Mavarkin ala Chodesh Bizmano, Shusim Shanu Asidim Nischadish Kimosa, by Anukim Mekabin Eshkina. This is so beautiful. Shabbat is the most inspiring tefillah. Why? Because it is the metaphor for Klal Yisrael. The moon is beautiful and then it wanes, right? And then it wanes, right? And then it goes and it diminishes and it becomes almost invisible. That's the story of our people. They serve us as individuals. And so when we go out to do Kiddush Levana and we're making a bracha on a crescent of a moon, right? On a crescent, and we recognize that this moon is going to regenerate, it instills within us the confidence, the hope, the optimism, the belief that we too will once again be Zocher to be Makabo, Pnei HaShechina, and Ribo to Yishalayim with the Beis Hamikdash. And therefore the Gemara says, when you do Kiddush Levana, it is as if you are being Makabo Pnei HaShechina. Such an overwhelming and incredible and beautiful Gemara. All right, let's go back. It's on very slow. And my looks up to Yisrael. I like to have Yisrael Shemaim to Chodesh Chodesh Dayim. Let's listen to this. So Rabbi Yisrael says, if the only thing Klal Yisrael had the ability to do each and every month was Kiddush Levana, it would be enough. Wow. It would be enough. And once again, that makes sense. Why? Because what does Kiddush Levana do? Kiddush Levana instills within you the confidence and the optimism of renewal. And that is the most important yesod as a people and as individuals, to believe that no matter how far I sin, no matter how much I diminish myself, or no matter how much I am diminished, I always have the ability to rebound and to remake myself. This is true as a nation and true as an individual. And who gives me that koah? The Ribono Shel Olam. Therefore, again, if you're only going to say one tefillah throughout the entire month, right? Only one tefillah, Kiddush Levana in this. Incredible. I'm not buying it. Hilchah, Ne'emen Mumah. Rabbi says, therefore, we have to make sure to say Kiddush Levana standing. It's such an important tefillah. We have to, what's it, it's one of today's coming attractions. We're going to have this source. Kiddush Levana is going to take place in our chutzner, in our courtyard. Just imagine, it is good. So hopefully again, assuming that the sun is out, that the clouds are not there, you can see the sun is out. There's other issues, right? Like I don't know, but again, like to create an atmosphere, right? Sometimes the same Kiddush Levana, and what happens? Your ride is already there, right? They're getting impatient behind the wheel, ready to pick you up. So how much time can you put into it? So I say, so we begin to see the power and profundity of this tefillah. Incredible. One tefillah a month. If you only have one tefillah a month, Kiddush Levana it is. That's why I told the story. Therefore, Rabbi says you have to say it standing up. Kiddush Levana has to be recited standing. Remar Mazutra Mikasvi. Remar Mazutra who were elderly and couldn't stand up on their own, would support themselves on the shoulders of others in order to be able to recite Kiddush Levana. And you make a block of Kiddush Levana. What's the block? I'm going to back the other direction. I love Mavarti. In Eretz Yisrael, they make the following bracha. Baruch Mechadish Chadash. That was a Kiddush Levana in Eretz Yisrael. Okay, you know what? Could I have a long kavanah for that? I think I can get behind that. Right? Baruch Mechadish Chadash. That was it. Baruch Chadash Olam Olam. Mechadish Chadash. Right? That was like that's it. So what he did is I'm not so he said, how do you know she did not bracha? It wasn't what it sounds like over here is, well, that's a woman's bracha. What is that? What does that mean? That's a woman's bracha. It's like a good like Talmudic stuff, right? That's what listen, so then I points out over here he says Rosh Chodesh, and again now our topic for Rosh Chodesh is a women's yom. There's a special difference between women and Rosh Chodesh. So the problem over here is this only makes note of Mechadish Chadash Rosh Chodesh. This bracha doesn't really make note of the moon itself. So this thing is the bracha is okay. makes reference to Rosh Chodesh, which is beautiful for women, but it doesn't really make reference to the dynamic of the moon, which is what we're trying to highlight over here. Hello, this is beautiful. One second. We're going to now go to the bracha of Kiddush Levana. As Chatani Maskir, I tell you, we say Kiddush Levana for many years. I've never said the bracha in a way like the Gemara highlights it. And you see what's you just take the text. Like I said, easy for that reason. And what's the challenge in a rush? What we're in a rush for or left to is not. And you need to be clear. But we're always in a rush. So look at the Gemara says. So here's the bracha. Now obviously it's Baruch Atah Shalom Kiddush Levana. Asher Ma'amaro Bala Shechoki. Through his word, through your words, you create the heavens. Gives Kol Sivam. And ultimately, again, through the breath of his mouth, all of the hosts. Chok uzman nasan lahem. So literally, again, chok means like a rule. Uzman and set times you have given to each of the celestial hosts. Shalom yishanu as tafkidam. Everyone has a job. And ultimately, again, no one switches their job. Everyone has a mission, and no one forsakes their mission for something else. And they are so happy to perform the work of their Creator. So, I just want to point out over here again, what's so beautiful is the Maharsha comment on this. It says, "Shlo yishanu es tafkidam perish, shlo yishnu yishanu minu shelahem." You know what's incredible when you look up at the heavens? The stars never say, you know what, today I'm going to be the moon. Right? All right? And the moon never says, you know what, today is my turn to be the sun. Everyone has a mission. And everyone in the celestial sphere stays focused on their mission. And there's a godless step, I will say. We spend so much time in life trying to be other people or trying to be other things, when instead of trying to maximize who and what we are. If the celestial hosts have their mission and their godless is, they stay on task. They stay on mission. So my avodah in life is to figure out, not I want your mission. I want to be like you, I want to be like this, I want to be like this. Of course, it's always good to emulate positive qualities of other people, but sometimes we spend so much time trying to be like others that we forget to maximize our own personalistic mission. And when I look up at the heavens and I see everyone being the best version of themselves, I recognize that is my avodah as well. Stay on point, stay on mission, stay on task, fulfill your shlichus. He goes on, he says, again, they affect works of truth, and their work is truth. The Rabbi presents to the moon to renew and literally, again, there's a crown of glory to those who come from the womb. For they are destined to renew like the moon itself. Like the moon itself. Just as the moon renews, so too human beings are destined to renew as well. And to go ahead and literally again praise their Creator, through the name of your everlasting kingdom. Baruch Atah Hashem Mechadesh Chadoshim. Right, blessed are you, Hashem, the one who renews the new months. Interestingly enough, again, we use the same Mechadesh Chadoshim, we use that same bracha, but we just add on a little bit beautiful text to it. Such a beautiful Gemara. Because again, with great strategy, you could affect the war. First of all, can you find more of Torah? Who can wage the war of Torah? Who is capable of waging the war of Torah? It's beautiful. However, learn about a Mishnah, because if you learn Mishnayos, right, you're armed with a lot of knowledge. Mishnayos can give you knowledge. Now again, it doesn't give you Gemara, which gives you a lot of halachas and gives you a lot of insight, but it arms you with a lot of knowledge. Kari. I'm sorry. Kari and Yosef and Akshay, we have two also the same opinions by some authors. But the mice again, the Mishnah, the Gemara then goes in and switches gear. That the only way to go ahead and wage the war of Torah is how is if you arm with ammunitions. And what's the ammunitions to engage in the war of Torah? Mishnayos. It's nice, at least again, because that arms you with the general knowledge you need in order to go ahead and be successful in the Torah. Fine. After all the state shows, I'm going to see Rashi. That's from our shows. Now, remember what I said. We saw in Mishnah also that we do allow for some level of time discrepancy between the witnesses as well. Right? So if the guy one says, we saw we've been killed Shimon 2 hours into the day. Other witness says, we saw we've been killed Shimon 3 hours into the day. Ultimately, that works. Right? That works as well. The Gemara says about Omer Chodman Eitzachama, you do some data. But if one opinion says, I saw Ruvain, right? One opinion says, I saw Ruvain kill Shimon, before sunrise, and the other one says, after sunrise, their ageless is about why? Because that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. There's no discrepancy like that before sunrise, after sunrise. Before sunrise, it's not light. After sunrise, it is light. So how do you, the only way to explain that discrepancy is that probably someone's lying, or just someone that just doesn't have their facts right. So the Marshal Pshita, it's obvious. Ella, Echad Omer Kodem Eitzachama, but Echad Omer B'Socharetz. Remember, right? What's happening over here? One witness says we saw Ruben Kol Shimon before sunrise, and the other one says it was during doesn't line up. So it's not the ones who have thought. Ha B'Giliyei Kai V'Zarurei Ba'amo U'B'Chazir. So let's say something what ended up happening over here. They're really saying the same thing. And the one who says ultimately again that it was during sunrise wasn't really during, but rather again it was during the glow of the sun and he saw the rays. So maybe they're really saying the same thing. Maybe it's reconcilable. Kamash Malon no. Kamash Malon said that when you have discrepancies like that before sunrise, after sunrise, during sunrise, before sunrise, where there are objectively observable events, and the witnesses are not on the same page about it, that essentially disallows the testimony. So it's a number again. So the Mishnah went on to say that halacha l'maisa, if one of the students in the Beis Din, one of the students in the Sanhedrin, finds a reason to go and exonerate the defendant, we invite him onto the Beis Din, and he remains there for the rest of that day. Says the Gemara, also Yom Sulo, he just stays there for the rest of the day, and that's it, not anymore. So he wants to be back time to learn in the if the student was saying good, right? The student had something parallel to go ahead and say, right? When the student walked toward the student. So I was just focusing on that. I'm sorry. So the Gemara says, we just invite him ultimately again for that day, and no one doesn't get to stay on the Beis Din. That time we are if the student says good, we invite him to be part of the Sanhedrin, and we don't go ahead and ever take him down. Then and if what he was saying ultimately again is not really all that helpful, when we let him stay for the rest of the day, then not after that. Why? Because so Rabbi like this. If the student says I have something to contribute to exonerate the defendant, so we invite him to join the Beis Din. If he has something good to say, we'll keep him on the Beis Din going forward. If he doesn't have something good to say, we'll keep him on the Beis Din that day. But afterwards, we'll go ahead and take him off. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, so remember again, if the Gemara talks about over here, if they can't agree on an exoneration verdict, so what do? So they go ahead and they go back and forth, they deliberate like overnight or over the course of the night into the next day. And the Gemara says that they also go ahead and they don't drink wine and they diminish the food consumption. So once in Yain my time, why don't they drink wine? On the Rosin, a shekar. So we translate it as movers, a shekar. What does this mean? Ha'oskin b'lozo shalom, al-yishtaku. Those who go ahead and deal with the subject of the Rosin. But if you go to the judgment, should not go ahead and become intoxicated. Which makes sense. So if you
didn't want to fucking talk to you. Anyway.
Especially to deal with capital cases, one should not go ahead and
Criticism.
Now, the Mishnah essentially said that if halacha l'maisa, they cannot reach a they can't reach a verdict. Right? They can't reach a verdict. So then Halakha L'Maisa, again, the Gemara says they have to keep, let's say it's deadlocked, the main thing is deadlocked. They have to keep going back and forth until they're able to emerge as a majority one way or another, either a majority of one to exonerate, or a majority of two to implicate. That's what they have to do. But the Gemara says, no law umay. What happens if they can't do it? They remain deadlocked. Well, what are you doing if you like this? I'm not composing also. Essentially, a deadlock thing results in a not guilty plea, a not guilty verdict. That's what it does. So Gemara says, but you know, look at a so a deadlock case will result in a not guilty verdict. Rabbi, if that's the case, then why don't you do this? Why don't you use when the basin is deadlocked earlier on, whereas when it was smaller? Why not go ahead and put it because the process is you keep adding on until you get to 72. So instead of doing that, why not assume the deadlock earlier on, even when not guilty plea? Because the idea is we don't like the deadlock case. It doesn't look right. Basin should be able to be decisive. Basin should be able to be conclusive, and Basin should be able to give a definitive ruling. It doesn't look like if they can't, and therefore we feel compelled to try to work this through until they can. Ultimate version of this, why do you have to keep adding on? Essentially, once you see that we're deadlocked, just exonerate him right them and there. On the deal, it's very first of all, she's kind of deal, so I'm going to show you it's similar to can't add on to a base of 71. You also don't have to add on to a base of 73, or sorry, 23. But if the base is deadlocked, then you know what? Exoneration. That's the way it works. Only the beginning of the is backing up him. And only the beginning of the first person is backing up him. So what's the interesting about that? When it comes to financial dominance, who's saying is backing Hadim. Now what that literally means is what? The judgment became old. Or when it comes to capital cases, you don't say is backing Hadim. So what does that mean? Mine is backing Hadim. What exactly does that mean? So what's the thing is like this? Custody, it means that however the Basin is saying this case is too difficult for us, and we can't issue a verdict now. We have to give it more time. That's what it means. There's no coming by it. And the most you should say that that's by capital cases and not by monetary cases. So I'm not putting about my life, which is Alpha, people push it around. But I'm sure don't push it around. What does it mean? Mine is backing up. What does it mean backing up? It means a declaration that we decided appropriately. Right? We decided appropriately. So therefore, again, when it comes to union nomination, basically says you have decided appropriately. Even the Pasha says don't make that declaration statement. So once the Mesa is the Kasha, never should be only backing Hadim. So the head of the judges, he makes the declaration is backing Hadim. So once Hadim, if you want to say that ultimately again is backing Hadim means a declaration. We did good. We judged appropriately. But Harisha Amar Gadol makes sense to have a baby surface. But if you say that Halach L'Maisa means that the thing is too difficult and we can't find a resolution, why does the Gadol have to say it? Enough that it has to be declared by the Basin, but does the head of the Basin have to say it? Isn't that embarrassing? To which the person says, yeah, there's going to be some level of embarrassment if the Basin can't reach resolution, but it is better to have the embarrassment come from the Dayan himself than to have it come from others. Incredible. So much to eat down. The others say, if you want to say that it's a declaration that Basin says, it's too difficult, we can't reach a verdict. If you want to say that it's really a definition, because the Basin is saying, we did a good job adjudicating this case. Is the person supposed to praise themselves? Beautiful pasuk says, if you're deserving of praise, let other people praise you, and don't praise yourself. So how could the head of the Beis Din discern? We did a good job in adjudicating this case. Shiny looks at the Beis Din, no, because whenever it comes to a Beis Din, everything that comes from the Beis Din always comes from the head of the Beis Din. Any declarations always come from the head of the Beis Din. Kiddushnan, Gamru Asadavar, Hayu Machnisin, also Galush V'Yamar, Omer Aish Ploni Atazakai, Aish Ploni Atachai. In the same way that the judge of the Beis Din would announce the verdict, any other announcements of the Beis Din would come from the head of the Beis Din as well, including if the Beis Din did a good job, they would say, Chacham Dina, adjudicated this case appropriately, and such an announcement ultimately again would come from the head of the Beis Din. So both sides, Hajjin Allah, how you both in Mazel Tov. Okay, short celebration. Let's go back to Nigmar Din. Let's say maybe it's not big. Nigmar Din. Once it's now, what's really fascinating about this is we just keep going through the judicial process. So Nigmar Hadin, if at the end of the day, again, they finished, they reached the verdict. So. And now, let's say we're talking about a case of a guilty verdict. So we're bringing them out for Skila. So you bring them out for Skila. So let's say, obviously, we're talking about a case over here where the punishment was Skila. So we're out for Skila. So based on Skila, how you put the interesting, let's say the place where they were stolen. And again, we'll talk more about this in greater depth in a little bit. But the place ultimately, again, where they would do Skila was outside of Beis Din. Shneimar, Hotzias Samakalo. Like the Pasuk says again, so in other words, the execution spot wasn't by Beis Din, it was somewhere removed from Beis Din. Because the Pasuk says Hotzias Samakalo. Echad Omer Al Pesach Beis Din is incredible. So now, right? So let's say witnesses came, Reuben killed Shimon, Reuben's been sentenced to death. Okay, so now they're taking Reuben out to be executed for Skila. They positioned one guy who stood by the entrance where the Beis Din. And ultimately, again, he had a sigil, like a cross. Hello? Yeah. But something bigger, right? A sheep, good. Like Sigil was in his hand. It's just rough up in the middle. He gave and watch this. This is how this was set up. So there was a guy trying to be essentially like a flag, right? Then there was a guy in the distance on a horse-mounted rider, right? And this guy was far enough away, but in ocular connection, so he was able to see the flag guy by the Beis Din. Now, why did they do this? Echad Omer Echad usually watch this. So they're reading who they have to be executed. But let's say as they're reading it now, someone comes into the Beis Din and they say, I have testimony that could exonerate Reuben. Remember again, Beis Din was accepting testimony to exonerate Reuben literally up until the moment he was going to be executed. So therefore, again, they needed a mechanism that if there was last-minute testimony, that they would be able to get word so that Reuben wouldn't be executed. So that if somebody came into Beis Din and said, last-minute testimony, what would happen? Flag guy would wave his flag. Horse-mounted rider would quickly go to the Beis Haskila and say, wait. So the man says, how long may it disregard? That's his flag. So flag guy would wave his flag. Horse-mounted rider would race off to the Beis Haskila. I would tell everyone to pause. Even if Reuben had said, listen to this, Reuben is not the executed. Reuben says, you know what? I just thought of something. Okay? I just thought of something. It's amazing how you think about things. Right? I just thought of something. They could exonerate me. The Gemara says, Machzir self. We listen to him. We'll bring him back to Beis Din. I think the Chamesh Pa'amim, even 4 or 5 times, as long as what? I have to say, there's going to be some level of investigation over it, right? We're not just going to bring him back to the Beis Din. This is what do you got, right? Tell us, what information do you have that is new and necessary that is going to be helpful over here? So the Gemara says, the Beis Haskila puts the Beis Din. So the Gemara says, by the way, was the Beis Haskila outside the Beis Din? So in this example here, obviously, there's a place where they executed Reuben was a good distance away, right? Because at the end of the day, it said they took him out. So it sounds like he was a good distance away. So the Gemara says, that's true. And we'll say, now, it makes it sound like all you had to do over here was put the Beis Haskila somewhere out of Beis. It didn't have to be far, it just has to be somewhere away. So the Gemara says, really, is that true? About time, you know, Beis Haskila hayachut l'shalosh machanos. Usually, let's say the Beis Haskila was outside of the three camps. Now, remember again, the lashon of three camps is usually reminiscent of the desert. But the truth is, we also have the same three camp model by Yerushalayim, right? Rashi actually points out this over here. Rashi says, "Put the shalosh machanos. Yerushalayim would be shayach l'mimar deika azara machan l'shchina, parabayis machan l'levia, v'cholayim machan l'Yisrael." This three camp model existed by the Beis Hamikdash as well. The azara, the Beis Hamikdash itself, that's called machan l'shchina. Right? The Harabayis, that's called Machane Levia, Levitical camp, and Yerushalayim itself is called Machane Yisrael. Where was, if you had to stone someone, where was he stoned? Outside of Yerushalayim. So the Beis Haskila is outside. So you see from here, it's not enough for the execution spot, just to be a little bit removed from the basin, but it really has to be outside. Yes, be outside. So once it's right into the garment, yeah, absolutely. When we say that the Beis Haskila is outside of the basin, it doesn't even look at outside of the basin. It means it was really removed what are called three camps worth outside of the basin. So why does the Mishnah list it this way? So you must listen to this. So the you must listen to this. So come to just following halacha. Even if Bezdin, let's say a Bezdin that is convened outside of the city. So you already have a Bezdin that's kind of like outside of the three macros. I might have thought that since the Bezdin is already maybe outside of the three camps, and guess what? Therefore, you have the Beis Haskila anyway. So the Beis itself is already outside of the three camps. Kamash Malon, that if Bezdin is outside of the three camps, the Beis Haskila itself still has to be distant from the Bezdin even more. Why is that? He hates me doing this because he's Bezdin ROTHSCHILD. It shouldn't look like it's a Bezdin of murder. It shouldn't look like Bezdin is eager to execute. So we don't want Bezdin to be eager to execute. So because we don't want it to look like Bezdin is eager to execute, we always distance the execution spot from the Bezdin in a significant way. Other possibility, so furthermore, again, distancing the execution spot from the Bezdin is also beneficial. Why is it beneficial? Because the longer it takes for the accused to get from Bezdin to the execution spot, the longer we have to find some last-minute breaking, evidence that will exonerate them. Right? If the Beis Haskila is right next to the Bezdin, so then again, you pass the verdict to execute the guy, there's no time. By making, again, the Beis Haskila a little bit further out, ultimately allows continuity. So if we really know that the Beis Haskila is also, so he's going to point out again, just to understand that this three-camp model is based on the way you camp in the desert. Right? In the middle of the camp, in a place on the desert, you had the Mishkan. That's called Machane Shchina. Who lived around the Mishkan? The Levian. That's called Machane Levia, the Levitic camp. And around that, you had Yisrael, the Machane Yisrael. So essentially, that becomes like the domicile model for Klal Yisrael. That was replicated in Yerushalayim. So in Yerushalayim, you have the Beis Hamikdash, that's Machane Shchina. Rabbi is the Temple Mount, that's called Machane Levia. And then the rest of the city, that's called Machane Yisrael. So, for example, Bezdin operated again in the Beis Hamikdash, but the Beis Haskila was outside of Yerushalayim. So you see that the Beis Haskila has to be outside of the three camps. Either, number one, because you don't want it to look like Bezdin is eager to execute, but that's number two, by distancing the execution trap from the Bezdin itself, we give the accused a little bit more time to be sentenced. So from where do you know this? That ultimately, again, Beis Haskila has to be outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So I'm going to say, stop for today. We're making great time. Don't worry about it. We're good. Let's say, truth is that Amud Aleph was like Kiddush Levana. You can't rush to Kiddush Levana, like you can't rush to the Amud of Gemara like that. No side, shkoyach. All right, have a great day, everyone. Understand is I actually did just get off the charger truck from back there. I want to say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for the year of Tafshin KA 5785, the Tosim Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shirim and Joshua's this year as his Chus for Besoros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors, the Kelman Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shirim this month in memory of Ait Ben David Levi, Zichron Lebracha, brother of Itai Levi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. May his precious neshama have an aliyah, and his family in Nechama. Our week of learning sponsors, Rabbi Aryeh and Chana Richter, in memory of Rabbi Richter's grandmother, who was just in us yesterday. Levi is today Sarah Bas Shimon, and Zichron Lebracha, to obtain the merit of our Talmud Torah, the neshama have an aliyah, and the family in Nechama. Well, see, with that, let us begin. So today's topic is Monday, 42. We are picking up a lot of these days, and really beautiful Gemara ahead of us over the next, every day. The truth is, so we left off on then Aleph on the days, 41 days. We left off at we really left off at the end of the exchange. Remember again, in the end of yesterday's daf, there was a beautiful exchange between the Chana of Saka and the Chana of Saka were learning Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva of Rabbi. So Rami Bar Chama went ahead and congratulated him. So Rabbi Chama said, "What are you learning?" And again, the Gemara recorded a really beautiful and special exchange between these rabbis. So the Gemara says as follows. So remember again, the end of the discussion was Alamahu Ihaki Amisu Ba Tuba Amisu. So Rabbi Chama was very impressed by what Rabbi and Safra was saying. He said, he said this, he's taught me so much about Sanhedrin. I just wanted to mention the last part. So it's interesting. Rabbi and Safra said back to Rabbi Kama, because you are so pleasant to deal with, you are able to share with me so much. Means had you been a little bit more difficult, right? Had you been a little bit more sharper, we would not have been able to share with you as much. If you take a look at Rashi says something so beautiful here. You say to not only the Tuba, Machmos Sha'ata Tov Ma'anav, Umoda on the Bahadur. So it's beautiful. So I'm kind of saying at the same time about Kama, because you are so pleasant and you are so humble, we're able to share with you so much. Conversely, you may see losing the matter, and you sort of to the Hashem question. If you wanted to be a contrarian, right? If you wanted to be difficult, if you wanted to be combative, so this is such a beautiful and incredible idea. What the Tanner of Safra is saying, sorry about Hama, because you're so pleasant, you feel comfortable sharing with you so much. Your pleasantness, your kindness brings out so much kedusha from us. Had you been a little bit more caustic and difficult, and perhaps not as agreeable, it would have been more difficult to be able to share with you our Torah. So a really beautiful and profound idea that sometimes, when we are present in our interactions with other people, it brings out greatness inside of them as well. When people react positively to kindness, versus when you have normal, it's right. When you have an interaction with someone who's like combative and contrarian, some people are just like you know what, I just wanna, whatever interaction I have to have, I'll have, and then I want to get out. I have absolutely zero interest in interacting. When someone is kind, someone is compassionate, someone is sweet, someone is just emotionally giving in their interactions, there's a desire to want to engage, and that brings out even more from the person who has so much to give. So very beautiful tomorrow. Echad Omer, tomorrow goes like that. I've come, this is similar again to that I love for myself. Witnesses could be often there training up to 2 days. So the challenge is how far into the month can we go ahead and allow for people to be off in their trainings? It says the Gemara, until he gets to the middle of the month, or what we call the majority of the month. In other words, you can't go up to the majority of the month. You assume that people could be off a little bit of timing, but once you get past the majority of the month, we can't really allow for any type of discrepancies in the timing. So Rashi says over here, I come on, country the self, I told you that in which you name your efforts, name of the top of our focus. In other words, we'll allow, remember again, we'll say, for example, if 1/8 says it happened on the second of the month, 1/8 says it happened on the third of the month. So we can allow for that, right? Why? You can see maybe one of them heard about the fact that last month was 30-year month, whereas everyone thinks that it was 29-year month. So the shayla is, up until what point do we allow for that type of discrepancy? The last is in there, up until the majority of the month. So Amar Rabba, so we don't listen to that. Hey, if you send the table, if one says the murder happened on the second of the month, one says it happened on the fifth of the month, your Eidos is bottled. But I'm not. Name of the say you have people who say you what is there is a way to explain the discrepancy between the third and the fifth, right? How can you explain it? Right? Witness number one finished the last 2 months with 29 days. Witness number two finished the last 2 months with 30 days each. That explains that there's discrepancy between the 2 days. We're going to allow you from because no, what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, once you get to the road into the majority of the month, we assume everyone knows the exact date. So the Gemara says, we all know it could very well be that even once you get to the middle of the month, not everyone knows if the previous month was a mobile or a chasser, right? That's possible. But what does everyone know? We know about the shofar blowing. Meaning what? And halacha l'maisa, the shofar is blown, right? Actually, the shofar is blown at the beginning of every month. So everyone knows about the shofar blowing, and therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, it'd be hard pressed to say that somebody didn't know what the previous month was or wasn't. So it's possible maybe 1 month you missed the shofar blowing to carry the new month. But to say that for 2 months you missed the shofar blowing, so ultimately, again, that would be really incompatible. So let's say now, interestingly enough, because we're talking about the new month, so now we go ahead and transition a little bit here to a really great discussion. Up until what point can anyone recite Kiddush HaKodesh? Berachas Halavana. Kiddush HaKodesh. When up until what point into the month can you bench the moon? Until the deficiency of the moon is completed. How much is that? So what we're asking is, at what point up to what point in the new month is one permitted to say Kiddush HaKodesh? So the Gemara gives us an answer. At the Ajit Ismaili Pigi Masa, until the deficiency of the moon is filled in. Gemara says, what is that? What is that? Give me a date. Give me a time in the month that I can say so the Yehuda says, up until the 7th of the month. Up until the 7th of the month, you can go ahead and say Kiddush Levana. Okay, so the Gemara says, on the Achisha side, and say up until the 16th of the month. So what's the interesting machlokes over here? Now, Yehuda, you can say Kiddush Levana until the 7th of the month, and now you can say Kiddush Levana up until the 16th of the month. Top of Mondays, 42a. It says in Rabbi Yochanan, really, and both of them hold. Like Rabbi Yochanan, I will say that, interestingly enough, so this was fascinating. Rabbi Yochanan says the rule. The rule is you can say Kiddush Levana, until the deficiency of the moon is filled in. So this is machlokas in terms of what does that mean. Rabbi Yehuda says that means up until 7 days into the month, and the Naradaim say up until 16 days into the month. So the Gemara says both hold it. Rabbi Yochanan, one says that the moon has to look like a bow, so also that's the opinion ultimately again of Rabbi Yehuda, up until 7 days, and the Naradaim say has to look like a sieve. Nasiv means it's fully circular. Because by the time you get to the middle of the month, what does the month look like? The moon is complete. So let's say some fundamental machlokas over here, really incredible machlokas, important machlokas, up until when you want to say Kiddush Levana, that Yehuda, 7th of the month, because at that point again, the deficiency of the month has been, of the moon has been told that the moon no longer looks fully complete. Looks like a bow. Looks like a bow. In Goyim, no, up until the deficiency is complete, that means the middle of the month, when the moon is completely full. So let's go back to the Gemara says, "Amarle Rav Acham Gitzilavina." Levarech HaTov HaMeitiv. So maybe the bracha that you make over the moon should be a Tov HaMeitiv. So it's actually quite beautiful. If you look at Rashi, 3 lines down in Rashi from the top. Levarech HaTov HaMeitiv. As Rav Yehuda Parek Mihi Nami, the Meshiva Ve'elef Leka Memeiman Mekadesh Kadoshim. Levarech Mia HaTov HaMeitiv. Shekal Shar Shemeitiv Lana B'Nevusa. So Rashi points out the riddle to see really going on with Yehuda. Right, that's interesting, right? So Yehuda holds that halacha l'maisa you can recite Kiddush Levana up until the 7th of the month. So the Gemara says, okay, but from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say Atov HaMeitiv. What's in Atov HaMeitiv is the bracha, essentially, Shechion and Atov HaMeitiv are like sister brachas. So Shechion was a bracha where you say something positive that benefits you. Atov HaMeitiv is saying that benefits you and also has the ability to benefit others. So why do we say Atov HaMeitiv on the filling in of the moon each and every month? So according to Yehuda, say Kiddush Levana up until the 7th of the month. From the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say Atov HaMeitiv, to which the Gemara says, if that's the case, so maybe then you should say that from the 16th and on, when the moon begins to diminish, you should say Baruch Dayan Ha'emes. Right at the end, in other remember, Atov HaMeitiv by definition means, right? To say Atov HaMeitiv means that the completion of the moon is something objectively positive, which would then have to mean the converse would have to be true as well, which is that the diminution of the moon is something objectively adverse or negative, right? And therefore, again, if you're going to say Atov HaMeitiv as the moon fills in, you're going to have to go ahead and say Dayan Ha'emes as the moon diminishes. To which the Gemara says, okay, so fine. Maybe yes, maybe we should say that. Let's go ahead and say Atov HaMeitiv as the moon as is filling up, and Dayan Ha'emes as the moon is diminishing. To which the Gemara says, no, keep on the Hainu Archei Lo Mevarchim. So I say this is fascinating. No, since this is the natural way of the moon, we don't recite the bracha. Now, what is it? Take a look at Rashi, almost right across in Rashi. Hainu Archei B'chol Chodesh Brias Olam Kimin Hagohi Ve'in Kan Din Paranos B'Chesrona V'lo Havtacha Lanu Chesed B'Melusa. So you might suggest over here, this is the natural way the world works. So because it's the natural way the world works, it's interesting. There's not per se a bracha in the completion of the moon, and there's not klala, nothing negative in the diminution of the moon. It just is the way that it works. So let's say, to me, I don't know, I was last night, but I would encourage you to take advantage of this case metric at night. Shul Arvin is starting a night seder program here at the Shul. Hashem, I was here last night, like 9:45 this night, which was inspired. It was surreal. Beautiful. Beautiful. So speaking about this, because this Gemara seems to almost fly in the face a little bit of like how we normally think. So you're telling me now, like, instead of the Gemara saying, like the world just kind of operates in certain programs, certain things. The moon gets bigger, the moon gets smaller. It's not racha, it's not klala, it just is. So it was a difficult time not to get my head around this because to a certain degree it feels like it's not the way we're programmed to think. The way we're programmed to think is that the Baruch obviously directs everything, and everything in this world kind of fits into a bucket. It's either like a good bucket or a bad bucket, or positive or negative, or bracha or klala, or Atov HaMeitiv or Dayan Ha'emes. And what was introducing us to is that there are certain things in the world that's just the program. It's just the program, like sunrise and sunset, right? In other words, it's not good, it's not bad. It is. There's certain functionality in the world that just by definition is. Just by definition is. Now again, is there beauty in it? Is there tradition in it? Is there messages in it? Absolutely. But it's interesting. I think perhaps what you are trying to teach us over here is maybe you don't have to necessarily be into everything. Maybe there are certain things in life that just are. That just are. And I think this is something that we have to remember. If this is true in our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Allah has come is true in our relationship with other people. People say one of the most difficult things in human relationships is we tend to read into everything. Like if someone says something, well, why did you say that? Why didn't you say it like that? Why did you use this word? Why didn't you use that word? This may or may not happen often and down. Right? But again, there's all of this tweeting different things, and meanwhile, sometimes just what I said is what I said. There's actually no deeper meaning to it. Right? There's no like double entendre. There's no hidden like I don't need like my frosted flakes decoder ring to figure out like what it is that was said, how it was said. Sometimes it just is what it is. And it doesn't have to have a deeper meaning in every single way. So let's say, I think Chashbach is modeling this for us. You know what? The moon fills up, the moon diminishes, just is what it is. It's beautiful, it's fantastic, and there are messages in it, but again, you don't have to read into it. Dayan HaEmes or Atov HaMeid. Incredible. Let's go later. They both say it's a beautiful Gemara. Whoever goes ahead and recites this Kiddush Levana, whoever recites Kiddush Levana at the right time, it's as if he's receiving the Shekhinah. So this is such a beautiful Gemara. If you go ahead and you recite Kiddush Levana at the appropriate time. Now again, remember, what's the appropriate time? That's our Machlokes. Like the Yehudi says, after 7 days, then our done. 16 days. You know how we pass it. We pass like the hour done. That's why we do have the ability to say Kiddush Levana up until the middle of the 16th, middle of the month. The middle of the month. You actually pass the Yehudi until the night of the 15th is normally how it works out. But Allah, that's how we pass it. So the Gemara is truthful. Whoever says Kiddush Levana, it's as if they are receiving the Shekhinah. The Gemara says, it says ultimately again, this month, this Chodesh Hazeh, and it says Sekhi, so it's Zeh. Chodesh Hazeh, which is Kiddush Levana, and Sekhi. Let's point out, isn't it fascinating that probably one of the most neglected tefillos is Kiddush Levana. What is Kiddush Levana? Kiddush Levana is what stands between tefillah I need to avoid eye contact with, right? Like duck through, get out of there. Let's say, isn't that fascinating? So right, it is the tefillah where some seventh of the population peels off, or just doesn't do it, or just even if it's done, it's like chit chat. Right? So it's fascinating. That's the tefillah that the Gemara says. If you say Kiddush Levana, it is as if you are receiving the Shekhinah. Say, you know what? When you're looking at this, sometimes whether we recognize it or not, many of us live with the fear of spiritual intimacy. We live with the fear of closeness to Hashem because I'm scared that if I get too close, the expectations are going to grow. If I get too close, I'm going to have to make certain changes. So there's a certain fear of spiritual intimacy, which is why, whether we realize it or not, we keep HaKadosh Baruch Hu a little bit at a distance. And I always wonder about this with kids. It can't be that so many people are so busy on Motzei Shabbos that they just got to run out and this, that, and even if I say it, it's just the fastest tefillah, you see this is a close second, right? But when I say, why? What is it? It's almost as if there's not an aversion, but what is it? A lot of us have intimacy issues, spiritual intimacy issues, that I'm scared to get a little too close because I'm scared of what that's going to require of me, or room for me to give to the relationship. So consciously, subconsciously, I just blow past it. I just blow past it because if I don't have to even come up here, then at the end of the day, I can kind of keep up to this front for a distance. We can remain good friends. It's platonic. He's happy. I think he's happy. I'm happy, and I don't have to really up the expectations. And it's so incredible. By the way, what does it mean that Kiddush Ravana is Ki'ilu Mikal B'nei Ashkenaz? So let's say, so there's a beautiful Maharsha. The Maharsha, just listen to this. He says, I'll post it later on in the chat. The Maharsha says, Ayin Bazen Peirush Rabin, V'so Per Tzilas HaShachar. Listen to this. L'fi Yesh Lomar, L'fi She'yisra Begalusan, Einon Tzlochim Liros B'nei Shchila. Let's say this is such a profound Gemara. Klal Yisrael and Galus. Klal Yisrael and Galus often doesn't have the ability to really see the Shekhinah. Right? What we lament most, and also that I was going to point out, I believe, by this month of Shabbos, we're already trying to say Rosh Chodesh, Wednesday, Thursday, so it'll be close. I don't know. Okay, I don't know if it's, but whatever it is. The point is, next week or two, this is going to be a very shayach Gemara. So I'll say, so remember, the Gemara says over here, the Maharsha says, excuse me, in Galus, we are not vocal, we're not able to see the Shekhinah. We're not able to say that the greatest tragedy of Galus is that when there was a Beis Hamikdash, there was an acute manifestation of the divine. We were able to see the Shekhinah in the second Shvarach all the time. In Galus, we're not able to see the Shekhinah in the same overt way. About Kiddush Halavana, listen to this. We sing in the Yisrael, Shemasidim Nischadish Kemosa. But the renewal of the moon is a metaphor for the renewal of the Jewish people. And the same way that the moon waxes and wanes, like the moon diminishes and then it regenerates, that is the ultimate metaphor for Klal Yisrael. That we too will regenerate. The fire of the Yotzam B'Kiyov B'nei Shechina K'mo Shiora Al Zen Musach Brachas Halavana U'Lezek Shanu Mavarchen Ala Chodesh Bizmano Shu Sim Shanu Asidim Nischadish Kemosa by Anu Kilo Mekav B'Nei This is so beautiful. Kiddush Ravana is the most inspiring Tefillah. Why? Because it is the metaphor for Klal Yisrael. The moon is beautiful and then it wanes, right? Then it wanes, right? Then it goes and it diminishes. That's almost invisible. That's the story of our people. That's the story of us as individuals. And so when we go out with these Kiddush Ravana and we're making a bracha on a crescent of a moon, right? On a crescent. And we recognize that this moon is going to regenerate, it is still giving us the confidence, the hope, the optimism, the belief that we too will once again be the Makabal B'nei Ashchina in the Riva Yerushalayim with the Beis Hamikdash. And therefore the Gemara says, when you do Kiddush Ravana, if you are being Makabal B'nei Ashchina, such an overwhelming, incredible, and beautiful Gemara. Let's go back. Turn very well. And one of those of Yisrael. Plus this is. So Rabbi Shal says, if the only thing Klal Yisrael had the ability to do each and every month was Kiddush Ravana, it would be enough. Wow. It would be enough. And let's now it makes sense. Why? Why? Because what does Kiddush Ravana do? Kiddush Ravana instills within me the confidence and the optimism of renewal. And that is the most important episode as a people and as individuals, to believe no matter how far I sink, no matter how much I diminish myself, no matter how much I am diminished, I always have the ability to rebound and to remake myself. This is true as a nation and true as an individual. And who gives me that koach? The Ribono Shel Olam. Therefore, again, if you're only going to say one tefillah throughout the entire month, right? Only one tefillah, Kiddush Ravana it is. Incredible. I'm Rabbi. Hilchot, never the movement. Rabbi says, therefore, we have to make sure to say Kiddush Ravana standing. It's such an important tefillah. We have to, listen, it's going to be an attraction. We have to discuss Kiddush Ravana is going to take place in our chutzner, in our courtyard. Just imagine, good. So hopefully again, assuming that the sun is out, but the clouds are not there. We can see the sun is out. There's other issues, right? Here's a lot of, I don't know. I'm saying, but again, like, create an atmosphere, right? Sometimes the same Kiddush Ravana, and what happens, your ride is already there, right? They're getting impatient behind the wheel, they're ready to pick you up. So how much money can you put into it? So I say, so we begin to see the power of this tefillah. Incredible. One tefillah a month, if you only have one tefillah a month, Kiddush Ravana it is. Someone tells the story. Therefore, Rabbi says, you have to say it standing up. Kiddush Ravana has to be recited standing. Remar Mar Zutra, Mikasvi. Remar Zutra who were elderly and couldn't stand up on their own, would support themselves on the shoulders of others in order to be able to recite Kiddush Ravana. and you make a bracha of Kishwana. What's the bracha? In Eretz Yisrael, they make the following bracha: Baruch Mechadish Chadashim. That was their Kiddush Levan in Eretz Yisrael. Okay, you know what? I wrap my head around Kavanah for that, and I think I can get behind that. Right? Baruch Mechadish Chadashim. That was it. Bracha Dash Elokim Melech Olam Mechadish Chadashim. Shkoyach. Right? That was like that. That's it. That's it. So listen to this. He said, "Hi, Nashi Didan Nanivarchi." It was saying that. What it sounds like over here is, well, that's a woman's bracha. What is that? What does that mean? That's a woman's bracha. It's like a good like Talmud stuff, right? That's what we'll say. So the Marshal points out over here. He says Rosh Chodesh. And again, now the topic for that, Rosh Chodesh is a women's yom. It's a special reference to women and Rosh Chodesh. So the problem over here is this only makes note of Mechadish Chadashim of Rosh Chodesh. This bracha doesn't really make note of the moon itself. So the same as the bracha is, okay, makes reference of Rosh Chodesh, which is beautiful for women, but it doesn't really make reference to the dynamic of the moon, which is what we're trying to highlight over here. Hello, this is beautiful. We'll say, we're going to now go through the bracha of Kiddush Levana. That's Chatani Maskir, okay, the same Kiddush Levana for many years. I never said the bracha in a way like the Gemara highlights it. And you see, listen, you just take the text. Like I said, usually for whatever reason, and once the Shabbos we're in a rush. What we're in a rush for or rush to is not immediately clear. But we're always in a rush. So look at the Gemara says. So here's the bracha. Baruch. The Haggai says, Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam, asher b'ma'amaro bara shechaki. Through his word, through your words, you created the heavens. U'beruach piv kol tzivav. Called Tzavah, and ultimately again through the breath of his mouth, all of the hosts. Chok uzman nasan lahem. So literally again, chok means like a rule. Uzman, and set times we are given to each of the celestial hosts. Shelo yishanu es tafkidam. Everyone has a job. And ultimately again, no one switches their job. Everyone has a mission, and no one forsakes their mission for something else. And they are so happy to perform the work of their Creator. So I just want to point out over here again, what's so beautiful is the Maharsha comment on this. He says, "Shelo yishanu tafkidam perush shelo yishnu yishanu minu shelahem." You know what's incredible when you look up at the heavens? The stars never say, you know what, today I'm going to be the moon. Right? And the moon never says, you know what, today is my turn to be the sun. Everyone has a mission. And everyone in the celestial sphere stays focused on their mission. And it's God to step in us. We spend so much time in life trying to be other people or trying to be other things, when instead of trying to maximize who and what we are. If the celestial hosts have their mission, and their guidance is, they stay on task, they stay on mission. So my avodah in life to figure out, I want your mission. I want to like this. Of course, it's always good to emulate positive qualities in other people, but sometimes we spend so much time trying to be like others that we forget to maximize our own personal mission. And I see everyone being the best version of themselves. I recognize that is my avodah as well. Stay on point, stay on mission, stay on task, fulfill your shlichus. He goes on, he says, again, they affect works of truth, and their work is truth. Which Baruch Hu says to the moon to renew, and literally again, it is a crown of glory to those who come from the womb. For they are destined to renew like the moon itself. Just as the moon renews, so too human beings are destined to renew as well. And to go ahead and literally again praise their Creator, through the name of your everlasting kingdom. Baruch atah Hashem Mechadesh Kadosh. Right, blessed are you Hashem, the one who renews the new months. Interestingly enough, again, we use the same Mechadesh Chadoshim, we use that same bracha, or we just add on a little bit beautiful text to it. Such a beautiful Gemara. Because again, with great strategy, you can affect the world. With whom can you find war of Torah? In other words, who could wage the war of Torah? Who is capable of waging the war of Torah? It's beautiful. Whoever learns a lot of Mishnah, because if you learn Mishnayos, right, you're armed with a lot of knowledge. Mishnayos convey to you knowledge. Now again, it doesn't give you Gemara, which gives you a lot of halachas and give you a lot of this, but it arms you with a lot of knowledge. Kari Yosef Anavshe. Rav Tuos B'Koach Shar. So it's a beautiful idea over here. Again, the juxtaposition of this is just the same opinions by some authors. But Lamais again, the Mishnah, the Gemara then goes in and switches gear. That the only way to go ahead and wage the war of Torah is how? Is if you're armed with ammunition. And what's the ammunition to engage in the war of Torah? Mishnayos. Mishnayos, at least again, because that arms you with the general knowledge you need in order to go ahead and be successful in the Macham Torah. Fine. I'm going to see about Rashi. I remember this Mishnah also that we do allow for some level of time discrepancy between the witnesses as well. Right? So if they go ahead, one says right, we saw Reuben kill Shimon 2 hours into the day. Other witness says I saw Reuben kill Shimon 3 hours into the day. Ultimately, that works. Right? That works as well. The Gemara says about Echad Omer Kodom Neitzachama, Be'echad Omer Achar Neitzachama Idusam Tela. But if one opinion says I saw Reuben, right? One opinion says I saw Reuben kill Shimon, before sunrise, and the other one says after sunrise, their Eidos is brought on. Why? Because that doesn't make sense. Right? That doesn't make sense. They can't, there's no discrepancy like that before sunrise, after sunrise. Before sunrise, it's not light. After sunrise, it is light. So how do you, the only way to explain that discrepancy is that probably someone's lying, or just someone that just doesn't have their facts right. So the Gemara says, "Pshit, that's obvious." No, rather, what's happening over here? One witness says we saw Reuben kill Shimon before sunrise, and the other one says it was during sunrise. So, that's also obvious that the testimony doesn't line up. So, what's about to, won't you have thought? So, I'll say, so maybe what ended up happening over here is they're really saying the same thing. And the one who says ultimately again that it was during sunrise wasn't really during, rather again it was during the glow of the sun and he saw the rays. So maybe they're really saying the same thing. Maybe it's reconcilable. Kamash Malon say that when you have discrepancies like that before sunrise, after sunrise, during sunrise, before sunrise, where there are objectively observable events, and the witnesses are not on the same page about it, that essentially disallows the testimony. So remember again, so the Mishnah went on to say that halacha l'maisa, if one of the students in the Beis Din, one of the students in the Sanhedrin, finds a reason to go and exonerate the defendant, he invites him onto the Beis Din, and he remains there for the rest of that day. Says the Gemara, Osa Yom Sulo, he just stays there for the rest of the day, and that's it, not anymore. So the Gemara says, by the time you learn, if the student was saying good, right, the student had something positive to go ahead and say, right, and the student walked on. So the Gemara says, we just invite him ultimately again for that day, and no more, he doesn't get to stay on the Beis Din. By the time we learn if the student says good, we invite him to be part of the Sanhedrin, and we don't go ahead and ever take him down the Imam in Yori Kal Yom Kulo. And if what he was saying ultimately again is not really all that helpful, when we let him stay for the rest of the day, but not after that. Why? No, what it means is like this. If the student says, I have something to contribute to exonerate the defendant, so we invite him to join the Beis Din. If he has something good to say, we'll keep him on the Beis Din going forward. If he doesn't have something good to say, we'll keep him on the Beis Din that day, but afterwards we'll go ahead and take him off. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, so remember again, if the Gemara talks about over here, if they can't agree on an exoneration verdict, so what do? So they go ahead and they go back and forth, they deliberate, right, overnight, or over the course of the night into the next day, and the Gemara says that they also go ahead and they don't drink wine, and and they diminish the food consumption. Someone says, Yain my time, but why don't they drink wine? Literally translated, rulers a sheikhar. What does this mean? Those who go ahead and deal with the secrets of the world, which is what's called judgment. Those who deal with the secrets of judgment should not go ahead and become intoxicated, which makes sense. In other words, if you're going ahead and you're dealing with dinei nefashos, you're dealing with capital cases, one should not go ahead and become inebriated. Lo ra'u ma'it, Gemara goes right there. Now, the Mishnah essentially said that if halacha l'maisa, they can't reach a verdict. Right? They can't reach a verdict. So then halacha l'maisa, again, the Gemara says, they have to keep, let's say it's deadlocked, right? The base thing is deadlocked. They have to keep going back and forth until they're able to emerge a majority one way or another. Either a majority of one to exonerate, or a majority of two to implicate. Right? But they have to do breaks. The Gemara says, Lo ra'u mai. What happens in case they can't do it? They remain deadlocked. Well, what do you do in a case like this? Okay, look, essentially, a deadlocked case then results in a not guilty plea, a not guilty verdict. That's what it does. So much says, so a deadlocked case will result in a not guilty verdict. If that's the case, then why not go ahead instead of because the process is you keep adding on until you get to 72. So instead of doing that, why not as soon as they're deadlocked earlier on, give them a not guilty plea? So because the idea is we don't like a deadlock case. It doesn't look right. Whereas Beis should be able to be decisive, Beis should be able to be conclusive, and Beis should be able to give a definitive ruling. It doesn't look right if they can't, and therefore we feel compelled to try to work this through until they can. Good. So let's take it down. I got an alternate version of this. Why do you have to keep adding on dayan? Essentially, once you see that they're deadlocked, just exonerate them right then and there. Right? Because Rabbi says supports you. Rabbi Yossi, over the Shem Shem Yossi, now Beis shall Shem Ba'achad, Kach Yossi, now Beis shall Eser Mishlosha. Assuming that you can't add on to a basin of 71, you also don't have to add on to a basin of 23. But if the basin is deadlocked, then you know what? Exoneration. That's the way it works. Omer beginning is dakin adin, and Omer beginning the fashas is dakin adin. What's the interesting brayso? When it comes to financial adin mamanis, we say nizdakin hadin. Now, what that literally means is what? The judgment became old. When it comes to capital cases, we don't say nizdakin hadin. So, what does that mean? Mine is dakin hadin. What exactly does that mean? Ilema kash dina. So we'll say if it means like this, kash dina, if it means that halacha l'maisa basin is saying this case is too difficult for us, and we can't issue a verdict now. We have to give it more time. That's what it means. And if coming by the way, then I will say you should say that dafka by capital cases and not by monetary cases. So the Gemara says, you're right, switch it around. No, don't switch it around. What does it mean? Mine is dakin adin. What does it mean, dakin adin? Chacham dina. It means a declaration that we decided appropriately. Right? We decided appropriately. So therefore, again, so when it comes to Dini Nominus, Beis Din says we have decided appropriately. Dini Nefashos, they don't make that declarative statement. So what's the Mesa is a kasha. So the head of the judges, he makes the declaration is dakin hadin. So 1 second. If you want to say that ultimately again this dakin hadin means a declaration. We did good. We judged appropriately. Then Hayib the Amar Gadol makes sense. The head of the base he says this. But if you say that halacha said means that the din is too difficult and we can't find a resolution, why does the gadol have to say it? Enough that it has to be declared by the Beis Din. But does the head of the basin have to say it? Isn't that embarrassing? To which the Gemara says, yeah, there's going to be some level of embarrassment if the basin can't reach resolution, but it is better to have the embarrassment come from the Dayan himself than to have it come from others. Incredible. Down the others say, if you want to say that it's a declaration that Basin says, it's too difficult, you can't reach your verdict. I know if you want to say that it's really a declaration that the Basin is making, the Basin is saying, we did a good job adjudicating this case. Is the person supposed to praise themselves? Beautiful Pasuk says, you know, if you're deserving of praise, let other people praise you, and don't praise yourself. So how could the head of the basin be saying, "Shkoyach, we did a good job in adjudicating this case"? Shining mills of the beitina, the agodo randa. No, because whenever it comes to a basin, everything that comes from the basin always comes from the head of the basin. Any declarations always come from the head of the basin. Kidisnan, Gamras Hadavar, Hayu Machnisin, also Gomish Liyaman, Omer Aish Ploni Atazakai, Aish Ploni Atakai. In the same way that the Gadol of the Beis would announce the verdict, any other announcements of the Beis Din would come from the head of the Beis Din as well, including if the Beis Din did a good job, they would say again, we adjudicated this case appropriately, and such an announcement ultimately again would come from the head of the Beis Din. So for both sides, Hadjun Allah, how you both Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Okay, short celebration. Let's go back to Nigmar Adin. What's really fascinating about this is we just keep going through the judicial process. So Nigmar Adin, if at the end of the day, again, they finish, they reach the verdict. So and now we're talking about a case of a guilty verdict. So we bring him out for skila. So you bring him out for skila. So we'll say, obviously, we're talking about a case over here where the punishment was skila. So we're out for skila. So they said skila. Interesting, the place where they were stoned. And again, we'll talk more about this in Hebrew a little bit. But the place ultimately, again, where they were skila was outside of the Shneimar, Hotzieh Samakala. Like the pasuk says, again, so in other words, the execution spot wasn't by Basin, it was somewhere removed from Basin. But the pasuk says, Hotzieh Samakala. So let's say witnesses came, Reuben killed Shimon, Reuben's been sentenced to death. Okay, so now they're taking Reuben out to be executed through Skila. They positioned the guy, one guy, who stood by the entrance to the Basin. And ultimately, again, he had a sugar, like a cloth. What? Yeah. But something bigger, right? A sheet, but Suda was in his hand. Just rough up to the memory. Today, and listen, I watched this. This is how this was set up. So there was a guy stationed at a base. He had essentially like a flag, right? Now there was a guy in the distance on a horse-mounted rider, right? This guy was far enough away, but in ocular connection. So he was able to see the flag guy by the base. Now, why did they do this? Echad Omer Echad usually Lambelos. Now watch this. So they're leaving Reuben out to be executed. But let's say as they're leaving him out, someone comes into Beis Din and they say, "Oh, I have testimony that could exonerate Reuben." They remember again, Beis Din was accepting testimony to exonerate Reuben literally up until the moment he was going to be executed. So therefore, again, they needed a mechanism that if there was last-minute testimony, that they would be able to get word so that Reuben wouldn't be executed. So if somebody came into Beis Din and said, last-minute testimony, what would happen? Flag guy would wave his flag, horse-mounted rider would quickly go to the Beis HaSkila and say, wait. And say, wait. So the Gemara says, Allah made it, the flag guy would wave his flag, horse-mounted rider would race off to the Beis HaSkila. I would tell everyone to pause. Even if Reuben had said, let's do this. Reuben is about to be executed. Reuben says, you know what? I just thought of something. Okay. I just noticed something. It's amazing how you think about it, right? I just noticed something. Like an examiner me, the Gemara says, "Machzir yourself." You listen to him. You listen to him. We'll bring him back to base. Then, after you go arba the chamish palms, even 4 or 5 times, we'll go back shvish mamish mitvaras. As long as what? Obviously, we'll say there's going to be some level of investigation over here, right? So that's just going to bring him back to the basement. What do you got? Right? Tell us, what, right? What information do you have that is new and necessary that is going to be helpful over here? So the Gemara says, the base of skila puts the base. Now, the Gemara says, by the way, was the base of skila outside the base? So, I mean, it's telling over here, obviously, that the place where they executed Ruvain was a good distance away, right? Because at the end of the day, it says they took him out. So it sounds like he was a good distance away. So the Gemara says, that's really true. I will say, now, it makes it sound like all you had to do over here was put the base Haskila somewhere out of base. It didn't have to be far, it just has to be somewhere away. The Gemara says, really, is that true? And your base Haskila, Yishar will say, the base Haskila was outside of the 3 camps. Remember again, the lashon of 3 camps is usually reminiscent of the desert. So the truth is, we also have the same 3 camp model by Yerushalayim. Right? Rashi actually points out this over here. Rashi says, Yerushalayim would be shaykh to Mimadi, Asara Machanishina, Rabbi Machanah, Chomeir Machanah Yisrael. This 3 camp model existed by the Beis Hamikdash as well. The Azra, the Beis Hamikdash itself, that's called Machanah Shina. Right? The Harabais, that's called Machanah Levia, the Levitic camp. And Yerushalayim itself is called Machaneh Yisrael. Where was, if they had to stone someone, where was he stoned? Outside of Yerushalayim. So the base of skill is outside. So you see from here, not enough to the execution spot, just to be a little bit removed from the basement, but it really has to be outside. It has to be outside. Once it's right into the garment, yeah, absolutely. When we say that the base of skill is outside the basement, it doesn't even look outside the basement. It was really removed, or called 3 camps were outside of the basement. I remember the 120 option, so why does the Mishnah list this, right? So when it says this, now for me to be nothing to be yes, the Shalosh Machanos are given base as skill of the base. Then so you must listen to this. So it says, come to just following halacha. That even if based let's say you have a basin that is convenient outside of the city. So you already have a basin that's kind of like outside of the 3 mountains. I might have thought that since the basin already situated outside of the 3 camps, therefore what? Therefore, you should have the base of skila anywhere because the basin itself is already outside of the 3 camps. That the basin is outside of the 3 camps. The base of skila itself still has to be distant from the basin even more. Why is that? The Haitians all this other basin looks like. It shouldn't look like it's a basin of murderers. Meaning, what it shouldn't look like basin is eager to execute. So we don't want Basin to look eager to execute. So because we don't want Basin to because we don't want it to look like Basin is eager to execute, we always distance the execution spot from the Basin in a significant way. Other possibility, so I'll say furthermore again, distancing the execution spot from the Basin is also beneficial. Why is it beneficial? Because I will say the longer it takes for the accused to get from Basin to the execution spot, the longer we have to find some last-minute late breaking, evidence that will exonerate him. Right? If the base Haskila is right next to the Basin, so then again, you pass the verdict, the execution side there's no time. By making again the base Haskila a little bit further out, ultimately allows just for a little window, a little bit of an additional window of examination. You know what I mean? So it's like, where do we know that the base Haskila? So I just want to point out again, just to understand that this 3 camp model is based on the way we camped in the desert. Right in the middle of the camping of Klai in the desert, you had the Mishkan. That's called Machaneh Shina. Who lives around the Mishkan? The Levites. That's called Machaneh Levia, the Levitic camps. And around that, you had Israel, the Machaneh Yisrael. So essentially, that becomes like the domicile model of Klai. It was replicated in Yerushalayim. So in Yerushalayim, you have the base of Mikdash. That's Machaneh Shina. Rabbi is the Temple Mount. That's called Machaneh Levia. And then the rest of the city, that's called Machaneh Yisrael. So, for example, so Basin operated again in the Beis Hamikdash, but the Beis Haskila was outside of Yerushalayim. So you see that the base of skila has to be outside of the three stands. Either number one, because you don't want to look like basin is execute, or possibly number two, by distancing the execution spot from the basin itself, we give the accused a little bit more time to be excited. So where do you know this? That ultimately, again, Beis Skila has to be outside of the Beis Hamikdash itself. And I'm going to say, stop the word for today. We're making great time. Don't worry about it. It's good. But say, tremendous. Again, truth is that Amud Aleph was like Kiddush Levana. You can't rush to Kiddush Levana, right? You can't rush to an Amud of Gemara like that. That was like Shkoyach. All right, have a great day, everyone. See, those are the ones that get me. It's like, how about if you're gonna get one of these things and you truly are honored by it, well, you honor the people who gave it to you. Yeah. Just them. And don't go up there and talk about saving. All right, girls, good morning. Good morning. Such a spot for Hashem to be able to begin. It's like, there's a time and place for another week of that. Show me, and first of all, thank you again for everyone for their understanding as we still acclimate to our new surroundings. So you see the Sparma going in, or Hashem, the article transfer in the back over there, there's Hashem, also about the rapping noise in each chapter.
Puppy GF.
Not exactly sure what it is that's occurring, but I know that.
Puppy GF. Puppy GF. Can you hear me? Okay. So you're back in.
Back in the world, and people are wondering if you feel or a deeper member in the church channel on there, questioning there. So if you could pop, go say hello to people.
Are there a lot of people in there?
Not too many.
All right, well, it's part of my mystique. Puppy.
Don't be settling, okay? That's our catch-all phrase, trust me. Don't be settling. Don't be settling. We'll find out what that is in your instruction. It's just going to annoy people. Good instruction. So we'll, thank you for your understanding again.
What up, Mr. Clay? Yeah, she just came in. Some people were requesting my attention, and we'll see.
Oh, she didn't like it.
No, it's not that she didn't like it. I helped her, and now she's back in. Yeah, there's some people in here. What up? How are you? No. I'm probably the most positive person you've ever met. Oh, for sure, dog. Okay, excellent. Well, everything's going to be okay. You're an amazing person, and be very happy that you have the opportunity to be above ground yet another day. A friend of mine, a little birdie, told me that I should pop in here. So yeah, I don't talk in here. If you're wondering why don't you talk in here, I just talk in other servers, but generally I just leave my camera on. I give people a portal into my world, and but to the person who was like, "Are you sad?" or whatever, no, I'm very positive, extremely positive. With each day, I gain more positivity, more and more confidence, and more joy in my life. So, how are you all?
I have a question. What are you doing on your back?
I live stream my life 24/7 on YouTube, so it's one of like I've been doing so for 4 years. So it's one of like 33 different cameras that I have on myself. My whole life is a booty cam. Word. So yeah, if you ever want to talk with me, I don't normally ever talk in this channel. Maybe like in the last year that I've been in here, maybe 2 or 3 times. So this is a special moment. But if you ever need to talk to anyone, if you're an adult, come to my Discord server. The link is in my bio. I'd be happy to cheer you up. No, that's just the only angle that you see of my life. But I do a lot more than that. Welcome, gamer, gamer Bob. No, my video's not looped. It's always live. That's what you think. I just don't take a Discord camera outside. I go outside 2 or 3 times a day. Right. Just because I don't take a random tablet Discord outside with me does not mean I do not go outside. I have 33 different devices going right now. I mean, look, I'll just show you from the other angle that you never see. Look at all these devices. So just because you can't see what I'm doing, from that one camera doesn't mean that like I'm not going to take all these cameras outside with me. And plus, it's freeing. It's enjoyable to just every once in a while, a few times a day, not have to worry about ensuring that I'm in front of a camera. Though outside, like we have security cameras, so I guess there's cameras outside too. But nevertheless, those aren't being live streamed to YouTube. I'm live on YouTube 24 hours a day. I have been for 4 years. Boy, Gamer Bob is full of questions. So I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has given me some financial independence, so I don't have to work. You don't know what an app is? Okay, well, Mr. Nice, enjoy your day. All right, well, that's what I do. So I'm gonna go back to my Discord friends. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people in my Discord over here, and then in these Discords, I've got uh, that one has like 25. That one has 8. I'm live in like 12 different Discords, 24 hours a day. No, I don't ever listen to it. All right, so enjoy yourselves, friends. I'm gonna go back to my. Thanks, dude. Yo, what up, puppy? Puppy. What up, girl? Puppy. Can you hear me? Puppy. There you are. How was your day? Puppy, your microphone doesn't sound good. Shake. Swipe. Folks, look at this athleticism.
No fuck it is. And it's like a flag that you carry with you no matter what. And you're an amazing person. If you're gonna do it, just do it.
Yo,
It's felt like,
what up, Fall 3 info? How you living, big man?
it always felt like a war.
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
Chilling on YouTube, yeah.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
I'll see you yesterday.
Okay. Remind me, how'd you find out about me yesterday?
Try to walk you. I've been in this square for a while.
Oh, Trey's invited you?
Yeah, me, Trey, and Barry, we've been in this square for a little bit. Yeah, it's been a while.
Oh, very cool. Okay, I've got you now.
Yeah.
Okay, so how was your day?
Yeah, no joke.
Still slanging dick like it's going out of style. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast.
Yeah.
What's on your agenda for this weekend?
Like games, chilling.
Okay, what are you gonna play?
Nothing much, really.
Okay, what do you,
Where would you think?
did you know that a few nights ago I whooped Trey's ass in a game, and he's beaten me now 5 straight games in pool?
Not really.
It's really sad. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He's cheating though, and so I'm letting him win, just to be a lesson for the world In the future of humanity, the cheaters never prosper. So, but yeah, he's really good at pool. Have you ever played pool against him? Well, you're missing out. He's very good.
Yeah.
Okay, so what game are you playing?
Where wins me?
What does that mean? Where wins meet? What is it? What kind of game is that?
The Fiji, MMO, Asian, so yeah.
In what Asian country does it take place?
China.
Oh, that's baller. You could have named any of them, but they're all cool. All right, so it takes place in China. Like what year?
Oh, I don't know. Early 1700s, 1800s, I think.
Okay, so they have gunpowder.
No, not yet.
Oh, then it's way before then. China had gunpowder like 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, it might be.
All right,
Let's go with years, but yeah, it's early China.
all right, dude. We're gonna look it up. All right, I want to know the exact fucking date that you're playing this game. So just one moment.
Yeah.
It's called Winds of what?
Where wins me?
Where Winds Meet.
Yeah.
In what year does the game Where Winds Meet take place? Where Winds Meet. It takes place in the 10th century.
Oh,
All right. Well, let me see when did they have gunpowder? And did they have gunpowder? The game Where Winds Meet is set in 5 dynasties. Yes, gunpowder was used during this era. And the game reflects this historically accurate detail. Players encountered gunpowder barrels in the game world, such as the burning town area, which are key elements in combat and exploration. So, have you been to the burning town area?
yeah, no, probably not. I haven't seen gunpowder, so.
All right. So maybe that's on your agenda. All right, that's tight. Do they have manuscripts?
It's a good game.
Do they have written?
It's on PC. Oh no, it's cross-play too. That's not on Xbox. Yeah, I don't know why.
Isn't it strange? I mean, let me just ask you this question. Fall 3 Info 27. You're going to make a game. Whatever your game is. I don't care what it is. You name it. Wouldn't you put it on Xbox and PS5 and the PC like by default?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they Sony and Land bought the rights to a big exclusive, maybe for a year or 2 years or some shit.
That's a good point. But don't you think you would just be like, okay, well, fuck exclusivity. Let's just put this game out everywhere as much as we can?
Yeah, you would think. Yeah, it would be nice if they did that. But
I bet it has to do with like you have to basically create a whole new game on the other platforms, and they don't have like a big enough team. But I would think like that's what I would do. I would be like, I don't care what the game is, whatever it is. If we're gonna put out a game as a studio, it has to be on everything. That's the only way games get popular.
yeah, sure.
The argument is like Grand Theft Auto comes out like a year later, but it always comes out a year later, like on PC. So I get that one. But it still comes out on all of them, and I just don't understand. When Grand Theft Auto first came out, though, it was only on PlayStation, and that's why I bought a PlayStation. I would not have had a PlayStation if Grand Theft Auto had come out on Xbox as well as PlayStation, or instead of PlayStation. But it was like, okay, I have to have that game, and so wherever it could have come out on Wii, and I would have gotten a Wii. All right, did you ever play Wii U? You play? Did you ever play Wii?
Yeah, it's a kid, man.
All right, you played Wii as a kid. You played Wii U as a kid. Did you ever play Switch?
No.
Have you ever played Switch 2?
No.
All right.
I want to get a Switch 2. I haven't got one.
What's the best game on Switch 2?
Probably Zelda, probably.
I knew you were going to say that.
Or maybe Pokemon, maybe.
Are there any games on Switch 2 where you can kill somebody with blood?
Probably not.
Yeah, like that. I don't know why Nintendo doesn't make like games for adults.
Yeah, it's more of a kids platform, really.
I get that, but it can be both. It can be both. I don't understand. I mean, they don't just have to be one or the other. It literally could just be like whatever, you know how it is. You just play a kid's game if you're a kid, and you play an adult game if you're an adult. But it doesn't have to be like the whole system has to be a kid's game.
Yeah, so
I don't get that. I don't get why PlayStation and Xbox see themselves as like adult or like teen adult whatever consoles, and Nintendo is just like, well, we can only like once you get to be 13, we you're not our we're not going to sell to you anymore. It's like, dog, you could put a ton of cool games on there. I get it though. They don't want to maybe I don't get it. They could sell more games, but they don't want to hurt their reputation of being like super sweet and nice, and but even still they can still have that. No one says that people are going to think Mario is a serial killer if you get a good game on Wii. I don't get that. But I don't make those decisions. Did they ever release Grand Theft Auto on Wii? Or not Wii, but Switch or Switch.
I don't know. GTA 5. I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Right. And I never saw it if they did. I don't think they did. I mean, maybe they did, but I'm not familiar. Now I've got to look it up. Did Grand Theft Auto ever come out on a Nintendo platform or console?
That's fine.
Yes, Grand Theft Auto was released on several Nintendo platforms, though not on home consoles until recently. The fuck does that mean? The series first appeared on Nintendo handheld systems. The original Grand Theft Auto was ported to the Game Boy Color in 1999, followed by a port to Grand Theft Auto 2 on the same. Nobody cares about Game Boy Color though. I'm talking about like real shit. The third handheld title, Grand Theft Auto Advance, was released for Game Boy Advance. That doesn't count either. I'm talking about something that you could put on your TV. This third handheld, okay, Advance. Okay, this game, developed by Digital Eclipse, was a prequel to GTA 3 and featured a top-down perspective with some 3D elements. That is not Grand Theft Auto. I know that was 1 and 2, but that's 25 years ago. Like, Grand Theft Auto Chinatown Wars was released on Nintendo DS in 2009. So, like, still, these are all handheld things and combine a top-down view of 3D environments. So that's not Grand Theft Auto either. Like, at least not the one that is cool, serving as a modern homage to the earlier games. After these handheld releases, Rockstar Games did not release any mainline GTA titles on Nintendo home consoles for many years. However, this changed with the release of Grand Theft Auto, the Trilogy, the definitive edition on November 11, 2021, which included remastered versions of GTA 3, Vice City, and San Andreas, and was made available for the Nintendo Switch. Okay, so it was on Switch. This marked the first time the main GTA series appeared on Nintendo. Okay, additionally, while not part of the main GTA series, Rockstar released other games on Nintendo platforms such as Manhunt 2. Yeah, none of that shit matters. Okay, here's the next question. Did it have the same soundtrack in Vice City, like with Michael Jackson, Billie Jean, on Nintendo? Yes, Grand Theft Auto has been released, but many not console. Okay, regarding the soundtrack, the song Billie Jean was removed from digital versions of the game due to expired licensing agreements, including the Steam and updated PC CD-ROM games. This removal affected digital re-releases on platforms like PC and PS4, but the original retail version, such as the PS2 release and the initial PC version, retained the track. The definitive edition for Switch includes relicensed soundtrack from the game's most recent re-releases, meaning that Billie Jean and other previously removed tracks are not included, as Rockstar did not reacquire it. Dog. So they don't even have the good soundtracks on these versions. So I don't know. They're just not the same.
Yeah.
Do you like Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah, it's alright. I played 5 for a while for years, but then I stopped playing it.
Did you ever play
It's
Grand?
alright.
Did you ever play Grand Theft Auto Vice City?
Yeah, I finished a lot of them.
Yeah, it's baller as fuck. Did they have the original soundtrack with Billie Jean?
I can't remember now. It's been 10, 15 years.
Yeah, no, I know. There was just something about it when I played Grand Theft Auto Vice City and I heard Billie Jean. I was like, I can't believe they got the rights to Michael Jackson. Do you know how hard it is to get the rights to Michael Jackson in a video game? It was like, damn, they weren't fucking around. And that soundtrack is like the soundtrack of the 80s. It's incredible. It's like, oh, it was so good. Grand Theft Auto 3, its soundtrack was not like a real soundtrack. Grand Theft Auto Vice City had a real soundtrack. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas had a real soundtrack. That was a great one. Grand Theft Auto Liberty City. Grand Theft Auto Liberty City. I guess it's Grand Theft Auto 4. I didn't really. I couldn't tell you a single song from it. Let me look it up. I mean, I beat that game, but I don't remember doing it. I know that sounds strange, but it's like a long time ago. Grand Theft Auto 4. What was its soundtrack?
Yeah, it's about 20 years ago. For a long time.
Did you just burp and cough at the same time?
No, cough, yeah.
No. All right. I was gonna say that would be baller. Okay. So they didn't have anything that good on it. I mean, really, nothing. Okay, Grand Theft Auto 5. What was the Grand Theft Auto 5 soundtrack? Yeah, they don't have anything super good. Like, yeah, no. Dude, Grand Theft Auto Vice City had like every fucking banger song from the 80s. And I don't know how much they paid for it, but that soundtrack made that fucking. And I think they moved away from buying all this, paying all this for all these different artists because you can port your own music into them with like on certain consoles. So why pay a whole bunch for like music that is already that you're not even gonna listen to, perhaps? There are rumors, I don't know if it's true, that Joe Rogan experienced at least some versions of the podcast are going to be Grand Theft Auto 6.
This game's going to be out for a long time. That's what I think. I think it comes out in
November 9th,
2027.
November 19th, 2026, dog.
Yeah.
It was going to be May 26th, 2026. But they pushed it back again.
I don't know why they keep pushing it back. It's fucking weird.
They say they want it to be the most polished game of all time. But it's like, okay, there's an argument to be made that a lot of people make, and I understand this argument. They say, look, for as good as Grand Theft Auto is, it's amazing. But we don't want to wait 10 fucking years between games. It's going to be more than 10 years. It's going to be 15 fucking years of a wait. That's too long. Don't make it the best fucking game ever and give us Bully 2 and Midnight Racing 4 or whatever. And Red Dead Redemption 3 and like Hitman, or not Hitman, but Manhunt. Like, give us more of the smaller games and don't make us wait 15 years between games. And I agree with those people. It's ridiculous.
Sure. That's weird. It's going to be like $120 fee or $150 fee or some bullshit fucking number.
And for as good as Grand Theft Auto, the story game was, it was tight. But it was not so great that I'd wait another 15 years for it. Like, you got it done in, I don't know, like a week or two. I mean, or maybe 3 weeks or something, if you played it a lot. It's not like it was, people are still playing the story mode. But the thing that made it take off, of course, is online, and then the role-playing servers and everything. But even still, it's not like the map got any bigger. There's like, it's not, it's I'm the biggest Grand Theft Auto fan. And it doesn't, the map was not that impressive in comparison to waiting 15 effing years for this thing. It's like, if you're going to make me wait 15 years for the next one, well, then make the map be worth like a lot bigger, I guess, like, and more stuff. If you played Grand Theft Auto 5, is that correct?
Yeah, but it's not, yeah.
All right. So you know,
I can't go online. That's a level 70. Still playing. That's I got bored.
so you know that game is basically the city in the south, and then a bunch of open map in the north. There's like really not anything of substance north of the city. It's like just empty wilderness and stuff. And a lot of people complain about that. Like, hey, they say their map's really big and it's got all this stuff in it, but not really. It's not like the whole map is a city. It's like kind of just the southern, I don't know, southern tenth of the map is actually like has buildings. And the other thing is, you can't go in all the buildings. So it's like you're spending 15 fucking years on this game and you can't go in all the buildings. Like, I'm telling you, if you were going to tell me, hey, we're going to spend 15 years on a game, I would say, well, then I better be able to go into every single building and do stuff and like change the wallpaper in every building if I want to, or change the paint. I should be able to customize everything. 15 years? Do you know how much like technology advances in 15 years? And so when they show me what the graphics are and stuff, I'm not really that impressed. And I hate to say it, but like 15 years is a long time. It doesn't look that much different than Grand Theft Auto 5 does. I know it's good. I know it's good, and I'm hating on it. And when it comes out, I'm probably like, this thing is so sick. But even still, 15 years, that's a long, long time. That's basically a generation. Yeah, exactly. And then for, like, this is what I would expect from the game. much like when we saw Grand Theft Auto 2 go to Grand Theft Auto 3, and it went three-dimensional, and it had like storylines and all the shit, and it wasn't top down. It changed everything. And then Grand Theft Auto Vice City came out and had this amazing soundtrack, and it allowed you to like swim, or no, you couldn't swim yet, but it had boats, which I don't think the other one had as much. And it had like a little bit of a plane, like um, it had helicopters. That was a big difference. Like there were some changes. Then Grand Theft Auto 4 came along. There wasn't that big of a change. Like graphics weren't that bad, much better, or anything. Grand Theft Auto 5 came out, and the map was really big. And you could, I guess, Grand Theft Auto. What at one point, you could do flying. Okay, that's actually San Andreas. You could do flying. That was the big one that came out with flying, or yeah, the planes and stuff. Okay, but like that, that's not that big of a change to the game. Like we went from 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions between Grand Theft Auto 2 and 3, and now you're just telling me like, I guess Grand Theft Auto. Let's see, Vice City you couldn't swim, so Grand Theft Auto San Andreas you could swim. That was a big change. Okay, I expect bigger changes, and frankly, like Vice City is just, unless the map is like, I would expect the map to be 3 times bigger than any map that's ever been in a game for 15 years worth of development, and I should be able to go to every building, including like every floor of the towers and stuff. I should be able to literally buy everything. Like there should be an open real estate market, and there should be a real stock market, and there should be a real like I should be able to customize every car for 15 years of development. I'm just expecting like amazingness, and I know that the game's not going to have that much. I don't want to set myself up for disappointment, but I would expect the ability to customize every car. You know what is interesting is they still don't have kids in the game. There's only been one kid. I think there's only been one kid in any Grand Theft Auto game ever. And I think it was in Grand Theft Auto 5. I didn't remember him, but someone told me that there was one kid. And the reason why is they don't want kids to watch the game and want to play it. Like, hey, there's a kid on the screen. Why can't I play it? Which I get. But then, I don't know. If you told me we're going to have a game with 15 years of development, well, then I should be able to, like, have pets and have the pets mate. I should be able to have a family. It should be like The Sims. Like, that's what I expect for 15 years worth of development. And I just don't think I'm going to get that. They're saying that you could be a male character and a female character. And really the female is the protagonist, like the main character. And I mean, Grand Theft Auto 5, you had 3 main characters. So why did you go back down to 2? To me, they just keep pushing this thing off. And I get it. They say they want it to be as polished as possible, but there's the other issue that this is still running on like older consoles. So it's not even like new technology. They've been allegedly working on this since at least 2016. That's 10 years of development specifically on this game. I'm sure it'll be amazing when it comes out, but I just don't see the advancement in the game that I would have expected. We've kind of hit like a ceiling of like cool shit that they're gonna allow in the game. Did you ever play Red Dead Redemption 2?
Yeah, it's really good.
Everybody says that's like one of the best games ever, and it's like super realistic, and they're saying that Grand Theft Auto is supposed to be bigger than that. And like the big thing was just how realistic, like I don't know, like when it would be cold, like the guy you could see his breath, and like the big thing that everybody talked about was that you could see the horse's testicles. People flipped out over that. Um, but that game was out like 10 years ago, and Rockstar has done nothing since then. So I don't know. I don't run the company, but I I would expect, really, if you could be three different characters in the previous game, you should be able to be 10 different characters in the new one. But no, I mean, that's just not how they're going to do it. Like, it should continue to expand instead of contract, and how many characters you can be. But I'll still do my best to get it. Here's another question: is it going to be a peninsula or an island? What do you think?
On the island.
Yeah, it makes it easier. It makes it easier to design the game with an island, because a peninsula, you have to worry about, like, what do you do when you continue on the land? Like, do you hit mountains? Red Dead Redemption did it. They said Red Dead Redemption did it better than any game, because you can't fly. You just would hit a mountain, and then you just couldn't go any higher. But it didn't. It wasn't like an immediate wall. But in Grand Theft Auto, you can fly in a plane. So, like, what would they do? There have been discussions, like, once you get to a certain distance, they just bomb you, or like they just send like fighter jets to kill you, or something like that. But that's not really that fun. Um, I probably would rather have them just make it an island too, because then you can just drive a boat around it, and you have to drive a boat all the way around the fucking thing. It's not as fun. Um, I'm sure they'll have some kind of like intercoastal waterway or something that you could get through, or canal, just to make it easier. But apparently, there's the big city, which is Vice City, and then they're gonna have a city like Tampa, which is gonna be like the secondary city, and they might have like a Disneyland kind of deal, or Disney World, and like a Lake Okeechobee. They're gonna have lots of gators, which Grand Theft Auto Vice City would not have. There's gonna be a lot of drug running missions. Um, yeah, I'm excited for it, obviously, but they keep pushing it off. And if they push it off again, it will have been 17,
Oh, that will.
17 years. 17 years between a game? That's an entire generation, basically. That goes from, you could have been born basically on the day that Grand Theft Auto 5 launched, to being a full-on adult, and still basically just then get a game. That's way too long. Basically, the studio hasn't put out anything since in the last 10 years. And I get it. They can just sit on that online money, but at a certain point, I think you piss off your fan base too.
Ridiculous.
In They had a game. It was Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, which was an excellent game in my opinion. It had three different real cities. It had um, Los Santos. It had San Fierro, which was a cool city. It was like San Francisco, but it was like a full-on city as well. And then they had Los Venturas, which was like Las Vegas, which is another full-on city. And you could go in a lot of the buildings there, which was baller. And it was all in a much smaller map. Los Santos feels bigger, or San Andreas feels bigger than Grand Theft Auto 5 did. Even though um, Grand Theft Auto 5 is like 10 times bigger. It just felt bigger. because you were in three distinct cities. And the way they made it feel so big is because they used fog of war, so you couldn't see past certain distances. But it, and then they limited plane usage. Like you had planes in that game, but it was only like vertical takeoff planes. It wasn't like full on like you need runway planes, if I recall. Um, you did have helicopters though. But that game was tight, and you could also go into the different casinos and gamble. Do you remember that game, San Andreas?
Oh yeah, it's one of my favorite games.
Dude, and then the coolest part of that game, you could lead your own gang. How sick was that?
The other gang wars to control, man.
Absolutely. That
Installing that game was the best.
that made it amazing. And then you could get guys who would like take your side if you could recruit I think three guys as bodyguards or whatever you want to call it. And they would go around and like help you. And then they also very few people ever knew about this, but they had multiplayer for the first time in the game. You could play multiplayer, but you could play with another person, and not a lot of people knew about this feature. But at least on PlayStation 2, you could. But you could not go off screen. So like you guys had to stay on the same screen. But that was another like interesting aspect. Yo, Frosty, Frosty, Frosty's my friend. Yeah, he's doing it. Um, he he'll be back. He hops in and out all the time. Sometimes he just likes to talk to be alone, and if he sees other people in here, he bounces. Um, I think that it's incredible that you got to have your own game. You got to have other. Well, they had a multiplayer aspect to it. You like that whole game, even just like Los Santos was seemed like a huge city. I remember just being like, "This is a giant city," and there are there are two other cities in this game, and then they had an Area 51, if you recall that, which was which was interesting, and then they had like, for the first time they had like country like in the game with trees and stuff, and I always thought that that was interesting. Um, that game was just that was a brilliant game. You know, to be honest, I am kind of disappointed at Grand Theft Auto 5. At the time, it was just mind blowing. I don't want to say mind blowing. Grand Theft Auto 3 was mind blowing. It was really cool, but I thought I'd get something that like at least like 2 or 3 years later, or at a maximum 5 years later. Like I would, if you were to ask me, and I'm sure you're the same way in 2010 or whenever it came out. All right, I think it came out in 2011, 2012 maybe. Um, all right, you're gonna have to wait 15 years for the next one. I would have told you you're bonkers. I would have said they put out 20. Number one came out in like 1998. Number two in 1999. Number three in like 2003. Number four or 2002. Grand Theft Auto Vice City, like they were coming out every year and a half to 2 years. And then you go to 15 years, I would have said you're bonkers. But boy, I would have been wrong. Anyway, it's incredible.
I'll be by tomorrow. By tomorrow, the HVAC will be fixed and then I come here. Alright, begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Support this morning show to thank our annual counter for production and cook stuff about yourself. Shem Drushos, as is Chus, for the Sarah Chos and Yisrael. I'm corresponding to the month of Hidis of our week, the Soul, the Kamil Mishpacha, in memory of Amit Ben Rabbi, brother of Yitzhak Rabbi, was putting down on the first day. Chanical Victor, the American of Tamil Torah. Someone has an idea. Family in the cover art. That's what we sponsors for today. Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's mother, Sylvia March, Sarah Hersha Bas Moshe Mordechai, to bring the rock cover. That's what says always be dedicated. Our learning in the schools of our holy passages, and the Shmuel America should bring the rest of them home. We should be successful. The whole Maaseh and I've also with this, let us be a beautiful and really incredible daf ahead of us today. So like I said, today's daf is Mem Aleph 41. We are picking up in Yetz Hashem on Mem Aleph Beis 40b, 5 lines up, 6 lines up, and about 10 of it. We're continuing in Yetz Hashem with the, we'll call it the cross-examination of the witnesses, right? And we're so making sure the Drishas and the Hakiwas. So we say the witnesses, do you recognize the perpetrator? Do you recognize the defendant? So Nachri Harak, did he kill a non-Jew? Yisrael Harak, did he kill a Jew? His face and bone, did you give him Asra? Keep him off Asra, did he accept the Asra upon himself? Hitcher Asmo Lenisa. There was an extra touch of Hitcher Asmo Lenisa. Did he permit himself to death? Which is another way of saying, did after he heard the Hasra, after he heard the warning, or did he still proceed anyway? Right? And again, did he essentially, after he Hasra, did he violate immediately afterwards? How do we know about the Zara? If somebody worshipped idolatry, right? So the witness is coming forward to say that Reuben worshipped idolatry. We asked the witnesses, what type of idolatry did he worship? Lepar Avad, Lamarkolis Avad. Did he worship Balpar? Did he worship Markolis? Avad. How did he worship? Busy Buach, did he offer a carbine? The Keter, incense, the Nisov, a libation, the Shtachava, prostration. And yes, we're asking all of these questions. Fine. So Ula says, so Ula says, from where do we know Asra? So Ula says, interesting idea. So from where do we know this concept that someone has to be warned before they go ahead and commit an Avera in order to be liable? So the Gemara says, Shneimar, V'ish asher yikach es achoso, bas aviv ubas imo. The law es erbasa. Because it says that the man will go ahead and have a relationship with his sister, the daughter of his father and daughter of his mother, and he will see her erbas. The Gemara says, what does sin have to do with it, right? There's nothing about sin. The issue over here is one of actual relations. So what do you mean, V'avra es erbasa? Ella achi. So this is interesting. Rabbi, the Gemara says what it means is as follows: the halacha one is only chayiv only until the witnesses point out to the defendant.
I get random motherfuckers
that he's doing wrong. So Shir is actually reference to the witnesses hasra. They have to point out to the defendant what the defendant is actually doing wrong. So the Gemara says, "Maybe there happens to be over here the prohibition that they're referring to over here." Is a kares-bearing prohibition, right? Incest is a kares-bearing prohibition. It's interesting enough, you don't need hasra for anything punishable by kares. Why? Because again, kares is carried out by a Kodesh Baruch. You only need hasra, only need a warning for an infraction that is going to be punished by a human-based thing. So the idea of kares, if I don't think the concept of hasra for a kares-bearing infraction, type of Mem Aleph 41a, today you're so go ahead and give it over to Malchus. So what's this? So here we see this interpretation. So here we see with the card the source for the concept of Hasra. Beautiful. So the key Yosef Ish Alei Lahar and kill another person. The Arma means with cunningness. What does this mean? Shehiskivo by dynamism, which means they warned him, and Halacha Lamaisa, she was still acting intentionally. Okay, so this here was like all such different sources for the concept of Hasra. Today, Rabbi Shmuel Sana Hamotziam Osam Mekoshish Eitzim. So it says they found him gathering with this month of Makoshish. This was one of the Jews who violated Shabbos in the desert. Shehisribal va'adayin Makoshish. So Lashon over here is Hamotzim also Makoshish. They found him gathering. So the idea over here is they warned him Shehisribal va'adayin Makoshish, and he was still gathering the wood. Debei Rabbi Tana al Davar Asher Ina. So the idea is over here says al Davar Ina al Escape Deport. So again, a reference to the idea that they warned him, and so that now they still went ahead and violated. So essentially, you have all of these different sources for the concept of repentance. Why? Isn't this? So I think what it just said something about Choso by the case of the sister incest. How I mean that Heidi Malchus in Heidi Lisa Sola, that's the remember again. As much as incest is punishable by kares, so halacha l'maisa again, you still get Malchus for that. So had it just brought down the concept of hasra by a sister, I would have said, oh, it's dafka by infractions that you get Malchus for, that halacha l'maisa you get hasra. So then the hiding results you don't. Therefore, Kasa Rahman of Kiyazit. Therefore, the Torah brings up Lashon of Kiyazit, right? Because that's an intentional Avera. That's an intentional Avera of courage that is punishable again by death. So that shows that this courage is also by Nisa's baby. Okay? So the Gemara says, Kasa Rahman of Kiyazit. And if it would have just said, ultimately again, that's what can halach myself. I'm chayiv to go ahead and give hasra by an act which has nisas based in honeymoon sight to kill. I would have thought what type of chiyuv nisa only beheaded, but by a sword, which is considered to be a more lenient form of death. Now we'll talk more about this in the next paragraph. But let's say again, it sounds strange to talk about death penalties as more lenient, right, and less lenient. What it means is really more painful and less painful. So I would have thought again that there's hasra by science, alaskiva by skiva, which is considered to be more common than sayif, perhaps not. So which the Gemara says, the Gemara says, the Tartib is going on. But why do I need two sources that both talk about skiva? So Rabbi Shimon Nisrafim. So Rabbi Shimon to include Seifa, because he knows that Seifa is a lesser form of skiva. But Rabbanan knows that the Asif Agavachomer, Tarek the Kashem Lekra. And according to the Rabbanan, I will say sometimes you have this concept that here is something to be learned by Kavachomer. Sometimes the concept will still go out of its way to mention it, nevertheless. I have a lift over one of the scholars, the lace from the so why not just write it by Skiba? I want to say written by Skiba, everything else by Skiba, because Skiba is considered to be the most common form of death penalty. Most of that's the Kavachomer, tough the Kasabakra. You're right, but sometimes even saying that you're by Kavachomer, Torah goes out of its way to explicitly write it as well. Good. So what's the takeaway? The takeaway is that halacha l'maisa there's a concept of hasra. Hasra is doraisa. Three different sources of hasra. Either again by a chosa, by incest, by intentional murder, or ultimately again a makoshish violation of Shabbos. And again, all three sources are necessary for the aforementioned reasons that we just stated. Beautiful. That's what I say. Going back now to the Gemara. So the Gemara said, we asked the witnesses a series of questions. What are the questions we asked the witnesses? So, number one, did you give hasra? Did you give warning? And number two, hitir atzmo l'misa. So ultimately, again, did the individual literally give himself over to death? Which means, after the hasra, did he still proceed with the commission of the infraction? That was the shayla. So that was the statement. So you might say, so the Gemara says, from where do you know this? So the Gemara says, okay, so now on. The pasuk says, Yumas Hanes ad sheyatir atzmo l'misa. First, we'll say, we're saying like this. For the defendant to be guilty, it is not enough that he received hasra. He has to have received it, processed it, and still clearly gone forward despite it. That's what it means, yatir atzmo l'misa. So the defendant received the hasra, he understood the hasra, and nevertheless he moved forward with the commission of the avera. So the Gemara says, how do you know this? Because the Lashon is Yumas Hametz. This is double Lashon. This double Lashon, Yumas Hametz, means he heard it, he processed it, but he nevertheless violated the Avera. So the Gemara says, actually, Yat Atzmo L'Nisa, until literally again, he permits himself to death, which means he moves forward even though he received the Hasra. I'm not, you know, say, think about this just a moment. It sounds so crazy, right? Can you imagine this? Like the agency to live in Ruvain, if you kill Shimon, you're going to be put to death. And yet what? And Ruvain proceeds with it, knowing that there's Aegis there, right? There's Aegis there. So these two Aegis are going to show up in base there, Ruvain, you like that. So you wonder to yourself, what's the shot? How could someone do something so crazy? But if you think about it, so the truth is we do the same thing each and every day, right? Every time I come into Avera, deep down I know it's wrong, not even so deep down. I know that it's wrong. I do not swear every single time. It's like, okay, maybe there are some things that I do that I know that are not correct. Or there's such systems with it. Maybe there might be some things I do that perhaps I don't know that they're incorrect. Right? Maybe I'm just ignorant in certain areas, which happens to all of us. But there are so many other things that I know that I'm still doing that are incorrect. And yet, I still do it. Sometimes, day in and day out. Human nature is that sometimes we just do what we want to do, even though I'm fully aware of the repercussions. Why is that? A variety of different reasons, right? It could be just a bloated sense of self, right? A bloated egotism that what I need and what I want is just more important than anything else, and I just don't care about the ramifications. I just care about making myself happy. But again, it's just interesting to see we read these commands and think it's ridiculous that anyone could act this way. But it's important to know that so often we do this, we engage in this very pattern of behavior day in and day out. And as bizarre and as ludicrous as it looks to us here, we have to kind of bring that same mindset of bizarrety and ludicrousity, into our own lives as well. And the next time I'm ready to make an Avera, like, come on, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It doesn't even make sense. I had Hasura, the emotional season. What am I doing? And whatever it is, it's simply not worth it. And yes, bizarrety and ludicrousity, two new words just quite here in every day's message. Should I have everyone put the timestamp on that? All right, let's go right there. Send the Gemara. I'm not Khanan. I'm going to say second my mind. I'm not Khanan. Ebi Nara Murasa Shavuch is an interesting case. Shavuch in Nara. This is interesting. But it's Nara Murasa. Nara Murasa is a case of a Nara who is betrothed, right? Erusin, but has not yet had Yisuin. Now, if that girl commits adultery or has relations with another man, that's adultery. And she's put to death, right? As is the man with whom she had relations. So now this is the premise of interesting explanation. He says, Anara Murasa, so witnesses come forward. The witnesses say, we saw Rachel, right? Rachel is the Nara, who is Uleses, right? She is innocent with revenge. We saw her have relations with Shimon. So let's say, so now, what's the issue? Let's say the second set of witnesses come along and they say, first set of witnesses, you could not have seen that. Why? You were with us. You claimed that you saw her commit adultery on Monday. You were with us in Florida on Monday. You could not have seen that happen in Baltimore. You weren't there. So the Gemara says, the witnesses can't be made into agents of why they can't be killed. That wasn't in general again. This next Masech the Makkos, but we'll see in the next session what happens in Agent Solomon, reciprocal punishment. In this case, you can't impose reciprocal punishment upon the agent. That's called adultery punishable by death. So we give her Asra. Usually, what's the Asra? No, they give her Asra. They give her Asra. You know, Asra. If you look up, 1 second. If they didn't give her Asra, then at the end, how could they execute her at all? This is interesting. Who are we talking about over here? A very wise woman. Like, she might be young, she might be an arrow, but she's very wise. And the question of Yossi, what does Yossi hold? So we must decide that Yossi will go, Omer, Chaver, Eno, Tzarech, Hasra. A Chaver, Kam Chacham, doesn't need Hasra. This is what we've seen Rabbi Yossi before. Rabbi Yossi holds that Hasra is only there for people who don't know. But people who do know don't need Hasra. So therefore, perhaps we're dealing over here with Rachel, who is an Isha Chadera. She's a well-learned woman, and therefore she knows that adultery is Asr. So because she knows that it's Asr, therefore what? Therefore, halacha l'maisa, no hasra is necessary. So the Gemara says, "L'fishlo yitna hasra el lahafchim that showed the guiness." Hasra is only there to distinguish between someone who's intentional and unintentional. And if Rachel is a wise woman, she does not need the hasra. I have a paper on the Hindu literally one second. Witnesses is fascinating. Witnesses can't be put to death, right? So if there's no hazam about witnesses, they can't put to death. Therefore, what? They have no ability to put her to death either. So the question is, because why? How do you like English Sheta Yachol Hazima? Because English Sheta Yachol Hazima, Lo Shma English. Don't say this is fascinating. A fascinating testimony of fact over here. Any testimony, right? Anytime witnesses can't be made into even zoning, they're not fit to testify. So I'll say, what's the copy? Like, this is fascinating. If you're going to give testimony, essentially what Allah says, you have to have skin in the game. All right? And what's your skin in the game? What's your skin in the game? That if you're found to be lying, we're going to execute you, or we're going to visit upon you reciprocal punishment. So if you can't receive reciprocal punishment, you essentially don't accept the testimonies. Therefore, if you tell me over here that Allah Kalamaisa, the witnesses should come to testify about Rachel, but they themselves can't be executed because they can always claim, no, we didn't come to execute her. We just came to ask her upon her husband, then Allah Kalamaisa, then if they can't be executed, they're not subject to Azama. If they're not subject to Azama, then we can't accept their testimony. So therefore, then what are we doing over here? To which the Gemara says, hey, Achinam, the Gemara says, Achinam, come on. You talk Shem Yaragim. So the Gemara says, you're right, that's what I'm saying. Since these witnesses can't be killed, now why can't they be killed? Because they declared, we weren't coming to kill Rachel. All we were doing was coming to make her asura upon her husband. And then they give her asra. So you might say, Shekol Lomar La'osra by Labanu, Aki, I guess. So too, she can't be killed. Okay, so let's say, just an interesting case over here. Ella, the Isha Chadera, the Kaimel of the Mikvah, so let's say, it's okay. So where is there ever a case of a wise woman, an Isha Chadera, according to Yossi? Now remember, according to Yossi, a Chadera, a learned person, doesn't require Hasra. So according to Rabbi Yossi, would there be a case of an Isha Chadera who can be executed? To which the Gemara says, the case in which she committed adultery and she did it a second time. So the Gemara says, so that would be a case, look at Rashi, it's almost right across in Rashi, because she did to the Bible, the Hanaf Eves Nis Shady, Area Paloma Osra Banu Shoy Karnes, who's Misvishon, because what's in that case, the second witnesses can say, we're only coming to bring her upon her husband. Why? She's already bringing upon her husband. What is she already bringing upon? Why is she already bringing upon her husband? Why? Because halacha might say again, she already committed adultery the first time, so she must already be prohibited. So therefore, the Gemara says, no. So therefore, the only reason they're becoming to testify is to have her executed. The Gemara says, the testify coming to God and deliver her upon the second man with whom she committed adultery with. As the Gemara says, the case where she committed a second act of adultery with the same man. Inami, or she went ahead and she committed adultery with one of her relatives. And therefore, Allah reminds her she's already prohibited upon this individual to begin with. Okay, nice not now that Mulasa. So you might say, do not go. I feel this sweat Nami. I feel Nami. Listen, by the way, why are you illustrating this with the Nara Mulasa? You can go ahead and illustrate this same exact case with what? With a regular married woman. So why are you illustrating it over here with Nara Mulasa? To which the Gemara says, I feel this Nami. So what is it? I feel high, the lo yosfa to say, you hold the lomar, No, because the Kiddush of the Rabbi says like this, that the witnesses could say, when the witnesses show up and they testify originally, that Rachel committed adultery with Shimon, but they could claim that they're coming to answer upon Reuben, even though what? Rachel's not living with Reuben. I am not a thought that such a claim like that should just be rejected outright because she's not living with Reuben. So what do you mean you're coming to answer upon Reuben when they're not living together? Halacha might say, even in that case, the claim of the witnesses is believed. Okay, I'm going to piss off. Economic side, so what's the interesting case right here? So now, good. I'm going to piss off. Economic side, this is great. Economic side, listen to this. Witnesses show up. Now, the witnesses come up and they claim that Reuben killed Shimon. Now, let's remember when we saw part of the Drishas B'Chakiris is what do we ask? How did Reuben kill Shimon? Right? So what happens? One witness says Reuben used a sword, and the second witness says Reuben used an axe. So one says, now the Gemara says, in Nachum, this is not a fit testimony. They're contradicting each other. So because they're contradicting each other, therefore again the testimony is thrown out. So one says, so remember again, because this obviously is a very specific detail that needs to be ironed out. The contradictory testimony over here essentially nullifies the Eidos. Means their testimony is not a cohesive testimony, and therefore again is discarded. Again, let's say, to be clear, we're not claiming that they're lying, right? Remember again, there's no reciprocal, like these are not even zoning. It's just that the testimonies don't line up, so essentially it's inadmissible. So much Akadam Caleb Shkon, the Akadam Caleb Ravani, Honey's enough. But again, let's say if one of the witnesses says, Reuben, the murderer, the accused murderer, Reuben was wearing a white shirt, and the other one was saying Reuben was wearing a black shirt. So then Halacha in that case, their testimony is fine. So we don't care about that. We'll say why. This is very important. Why? Because the truth is, the color of Reuben's clothing is really inconsequential to the act. Right? What instrument to use to kill Shimon, that's very consequential. So in other words, the idea over here is we don't need them to line up. In other words, we need the information to line up, but we don't need every piece of information to line up. Incredible. So basically, when I was Kasha, Nachon, Shi'in Nachon. So the pasuk says Nachon. The lashon of the pasuk by Eagle. So the Ashtem Hakar B'Shal Teitei V'Nei Emes Nachon Hadavar. So I'll say, so what does Nachon mean? So Nachon means over here that, again, when giving testimony, the testimony has to line up. So what does it mean? She Nachon Echad over the side Hargo, Echad Bari Ben Hargo. And so let's say, for example, one of the witnesses says Reuben killed Shimon with a sword. The other one says that he killed him with an axe. Echad Omer Caleb Shkonim. The Echad Omer Caleb Levanim. One says that Reuben was wearing white clothing. One says Reuben was wearing black clothing. So what's the halacha? Ultimately, again, the testimony doesn't line up. So let's say, so watch this, we just contradict what we said before. According to the advice now, if they contradict each other with the color of clothing that Reuben the killer was wearing, the testimony is discarded. So which one is it? Is clothing important or is clothing unimportant? So what's the halacha? So this is incredible. No. When the Raisa says that there's Machonzak clothing, what's the case? The case is where they're coming on and they're saying Reuben strangled Shimon. And what's the context? One witness says he strangled him with a white shirt. The other opinion says he strangled him with a black shirt. Now, we'll say that is material information. Because in this case now, it's not just a bit of clothing, it's about the murder weapon. And when it comes to the murder weapon, there has to be explicit clarity amongst the witnesses what was used. So the Gemara says as follows. Okay, well, if that's the case, then again, it's the same thing as saying one said a sword and one said an axe. So everybody translated different ways. So Tashma, listen to this. We'll say, Echad Omer Sandal Shchorim, the Echad Omer Sandal Levanim. Listen to this. One says that the murderer was wearing white shoes, and one says the murderer was wearing black shoes. Okay? Interesting style sense also. But you don't say Solomais again. Solomais, one says wearing white shoes, one says wearing black shoes. So the Gemara says, what's that? Nothing. So the testimony doesn't line up. So I'm going to say, so we'll cut to the We just said before that Allah Solomais Now, I saw that the clothing of the murderer doesn't matter. But yet, here you see the clothing of the murderer absolutely does matter. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, Hasanam if you go Shabbat both the sandal of the heart. Remember, what's the case? The case is where Reuven kicked Shimon and killed Shimon by kicking him. If that's the case, the shoes are the murder weapon. If the shoes are the murder weapon, then Allah need exclusive clarity as to what there is. Tashma, nice about the Ben Zakkai book, say Te'ina. So as I remember again, it's from Mishnah. So one time, Ben Zakkai was examining witnesses, and he asked them, they claimed that Reuven killed Shimon underneath the fig tree. And remember, what does Ben Zakkai say? Ben Zakkai says, okay, tell me a little bit about the fig tree. Tell me about it. Right? What were the stems? Were the stems thin? Were they thick? Tell me about them. So the Gemara says, what time though? So what does this indicate? It seems to indicate that even other details that are not about the murder itself are still important. It means you still have to check those boxes when testifying about what's going on over here. You go to it, you might say, you go, now what's the case? The case over there, we'll say, is where the guy actually detached a fig from the tree on Shabbos. That was the case. That's the capital case. So remember again, uprooting the tree, like detaching a fig from the tree on Shabbos, is in and of itself, that's capital crime. That's capital crime. So that's what we're talking about here. That's not what the Mishnah said. The Mishnah said the witnesses said that Reuben killed Shimon underneath the tree. That's what happened. That's what happened over here. To which the Gemara says, Sheshabzo b'yichud shel te'ina. Now what's the case over here? The case over here is halacha l'maisa again. Halacha l'maisa, Reuben killed Shimon with a stem of the fig. That's what happened here. Killed the son and he used the stem of the fig as the murder weapon. Which says, Tashma, Amalahan, Te'ina zu ksad batim, ksad basim. Te'ina shchoros, te'ina levanos. That's not what it says. It says, Ben Zakkai asked them, tell me, were the stems, were they thin or were they thick? Were the figs themselves, were they light or were they dark? Rabbi Yosef, mi Ben Zakkai losiv inish, shiny Ben Zakkai dibidikos kichakiros mashulei. Don't bring a riot from Ben Zakkai. Why? Because it looks like Ben Zakkai, he was makbid both with bidikos and chakiros, right? He essentially made them the same. So in general, we'll say, there's a distinction between bidikos and chakiros. What's the distinction? Distinctions are almost like chakiros are questions that are specific to the actual event itself. Bidikos are general questions. So generally, do we care necessarily what color the murderer's shirt was? Not really. Not really. Does it matter again if the figs underneath which the murder occurred were white or black? Not necessarily. Ben Zakkai himself was of the school of thought that both bidikos and chakiros are explicitly necessary, and both must be dealt with together. That's why Ben Zakkai was asking about the figs and the stems, and according to Ben Zakkai, the clothing is also important as well. To which he must say, Man Ben Zakkai, by the way, who's Ben Zakkai? Who is Ben Zakkai? So says the Gemara into this incredible. Man Ben Zakkai, Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai. So that's what is Ben Zakkai? Who's Ben Zakkai? What's Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai? Do you know how much we owe to Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai? Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai essentially saved Klal Yisrael in the aftermath of the destruction of the second Beis Hamikdash. Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai was responsible for all of the takanas we have: Zecha the Korban and Zecha the Mikdash. We'll get into this. Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai, he had the Sanhedrin. Was Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai ever part of the Sanhedrin? Chronologically, it doesn't make sense. Watch this. That time, Kol Shnos of Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai, Me'av ve'esrim shana. We'll say it's a great Gemara. Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai lived till 120. Get ready for this. Get ready for this. Arboim shana, Asa Piprakmatya. For 40 years, he was in business. He was in business, right? Nev shana lamart. For 40 years, he learned, right? He did it, right? He did his stint in business and he learned. And Arboim shana limit. And for 40 years, he went ahead and he became a Rabbi. Right, he taught students. So I should point out something amazing. So first of all, it doesn't mean that the 40 years he was in business, he didn't learn, sort of point out. But what it means is he was in business. So without being in business, again, you cover Torah, you have Chavusi, you come to a shir. Learning was not his full-time occupation. At the age of 40, he decided to go, or after 40 years, he decided to pivot. So I'll say, so such an incredible yisod. You sometimes think that like great people are just born that way. Right? They're just born with a Talmudic spoon in their mouth, right? Like this is what they know, this is what they're born for, this is what they're destined for, this is, let's say, people make choices about the kind of lives they want to lead, and about the kind of people they want to be. It's not an accident. If you think about it, by the way, there are three people who follow the same paradigm, right? Same people. Who are the same people? Moshe Rabbeinu, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. All this 40-40-40 paradigm. Right? 40-40-40 paradigm. Now again, that's what the Mepharshim say, especially when you see three people, 40-40-40 paradigm. Is it exact? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. What it means is great people make a choice to become great. Great people hit a crossroads in life and they realize, okay, in this moment now, I have a choice. I can just keep on going. I can just keep on going, right? The path that I'm on is very nice. The path that I'm on is very comfortable. The path that I'm on is very convenient. I can continue down that path, and it's good. It's good. Or I could choose to pivot, go in a different direction, and self-actualize. Moshe Rabbeinu did not have to turn to see the burning bush. Rabbi Akiva did not have to take the Musar from the rock. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, I don't know what his pivotal event was. I don't know what his pivotal event, but I guarantee it was something. Each of these men could have just continued down their path. And can you imagine what the world would be like without the Moshe Rabbeinu, Rabbi Akiva, and Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai? Life is all about making the decision at those crossroads, at those pivotal moments, to go in a different direction. Okay, often our pivotal moments are not necessarily as dramatic as these. Listen, but we all have it. We all have it. Sometimes we're just too distracted to even see the crossroads of life that we're at. But I want to say, this is tremendous. Just because my life has been a certain way up until this point, just because I've been a certain way, doesn't mean I have to be the same person or have this same life going forward. Change is always possible. Pivoting is one of the most exciting things in life, and that's where your true personal stability comes out. It's incredible. So real quick, so what happened? The time that I've been trying to go to Rabbi is go to Sanhedrin. 40 years before the English was destroyed, the Sanhedrin was exiled. That means that the Sanhedrin only sat in the temple compound in the Lishkas, the chamber of hewn stone. 40 years before the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, it was no longer in the chamber of hewn stone. It was in destruction. So let's say, by the way, there are excavations now in the old city, right by the Kosel. So let's say the Chanos were areas in front of the walls of the Beis Hamikdash, in front of the retaining walls. They literally, again, had stores there. They had stores there. There are two things there. Mikvahs, right? Because you have to go to the mikvahs, that's to be unearthed, these mikvahs. And again, stores. What were they selling at the stores in front of the Beis Hamikdash? What were they selling? What were they selling? Like oil, wine, sheep. You don't want to schlep your sheep, right? It's not right. It's a listen. Can you imagine packing up the car with livestock? I'm just saying, just the family is enough, right? So now again, so there are people. The good part is, the Jews are industrious. There are people who set up shop, literally set up shop right in front of right before you went into the Rabbi. So the Sanhedrin was relocated to one of those storefronts by the Harabais. And while they were there, they could not adjudicate Knas law. Why not Knas law? They weren't able to adjudicate capital cases. It's none of them. So here we have it. So remember, the Sanhedrin itself was exiled from Rishas Hagazis 40 years before the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, which means there are no capital cases adjudicated already 40 years before the destruction of the second of the Beis Hamikdash. Right? Furthermore, again, the Gemara says that ultimately, again, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was the one who, after the destruction of the second Beis Hamikdash, was the leading sage. Which I must say makes it just chronologically, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was not sitting on the Sanhedrin when a capital case was being adjudicated. So if that's the case, the Ben Zakkai over here in the Mishnah that's asking about fig trees can't be Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai. It can't be him. To which the Gemara was like, it's always exciting. I always find it exciting. I guess I don't get that much, but I say just like when the Gemara gives you history, like it's just fascinating because a lot of times what we're missing when we learn Gemara is any type of historical context. Whereas everybody learning what's happening over here. So here, this is a major piece of Jewish history over here, right? Because Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai, the Gemara says, could not have been a member of a Sanhedrin which adjudicated a capital case. Because Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai is the ranking sage when the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, and there was no capital cases being adjudicated for at least 40 years earlier. So the Pashtas, he was never involved, at least as a sitting judge on a capital case. So the Gemara says, Ella Ben Zakkai de Alma. It must have been another guy named Ben Zakkai. Not Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai. So it seems to be clear. He saw that Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai, Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai. So they said it can't be him. First of all, because if it was him, how can you call the him Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai? Ben Zakkai. How can you do that? How can you do this? This is a Gregor Hadar. How can you possibly go ahead and just call him Ben Zakkai? It doesn't make any sense. Which the Gemara says, my soul, Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai, but uptake to Aimim. So it's again the Brisa. And the Brisa says it was Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai who was asking the witnesses about the thickness of the stems of the fig tree. So it sounds like it is him. But how could it be him? Ella, tell me we'll say, watch this. Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai was never a sitting judge on a Sanhedrin that was adjudicating a case. But where was he? He was in one of the rows. He was a talmid. He was a student. He was in one of the rows in front of the Sanhedrin. To which the Gemara says, the Amr Mill saw the stop in the timing, so it happened, so they were adjudicating a case. And Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai, remember, Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai, they took input from the students sitting in the rows before the Sanhedrin. Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai was a student. He piped up and he said, hey, Hebra, what about asking the witnesses about the stems of the fig trees? And they liked it. And what happened on the days? So it's like, and again, remember, in general, whatever a basin could do to exonerate, they always want to do that. So if they could go ahead and find the defendant innocent, by asking the witnesses about the size of the stems of the fig tree, and ultimately, again, exonerating him like that, they're going to do that. The Kabbalah B'Shmei, and they liked it so much that they established it in his name. So the Gemara says, Ki hava lomar, Ben Zakkai hava, ki hava karli v'tamud u'shel be'rabo, ki hava limit, hava karli Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai, ki karli Ben Zakkai ashim d'meikara, v'ki karli Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai ashim d'hashka'ah. So now understand it. When he said this ruling, he was a talmid. As the Talmud, what was his name? What was it? How was he known? Ben Zakkai. So now again, therefore, when he records it based on where he was holding at the time that he said it. That was Ben Zakkai. Obviously, now we know him as what? Now we know him as Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai. Incredible. So now remember again, when it comes to chakiros, the big distinction between chakiros and bedikos. What's the big distinction? The big distinction is as follows: that when it comes to chakiros, if the witnesses go ahead and contradict each other, or again, contradict each other, if they get something wrong, they're disqualified. By bedikos, if one gets it wrong, even if two get it wrong, they're fine. So the Gemara says, what do you mean, even if two get the bedikos wrong? But that's obvious. Ki amar echad ein yodea, it gives him tayanas. Kami te train nami, this was what's interesting. If when it comes to the bedikos, like if one of the witnesses says, you know what, I don't know. So I'll say, what's the halacha? One of the witnesses says, I don't know. It's fine. Then I'll say, there's no difference if one witness says, I don't know, or if what? Or if two witnesses say they don't know. Once one witness says, I don't know, then by definition, what you don't have is a cohesive unit of testimony. So once that happens, what does it matter if one says, I don't know, or if two say, I don't know? So Rav Shim says, when it comes to chakiros, I want to remember again, chakiros are the questions that are absolutely indispensable in order to have a proper testimony. The chakiros, afilu shnayim omrim yadanu, ve'echad omer ein yodea. So ultimately, again, when it comes to Chatziros, even if two people say we know, and one says I don't know, they do some betela. Ultimately, again, the Aegis is bottle. Kiman Rabbi Akiva did not give Shlosha Shnayim. So I'll say, here's what's interesting over here. Let's say you have a group of three witnesses. Right? And what happens? And one of them says, I don't know. So what's the halacha? So nevertheless, the Aegis is still bottle. This is like Hakiros, right? So you have three witnesses. You're asking the Hakiros. Two answer correctly. One says, I don't know. What's the halacha? The Aegis is bottle. Why? Like Rabbi Akiva, what did Rabbi Akiva say? Did not give Shlosha Mishnayim. Rabbi Akiva says a testimonial unit is a testimonial unit. And three is the same as two. So once you present as a group, then by definition, you're a group. As a group, in order for the group to be an effective Aegis, what has to happen? They have to be able to go ahead and answer all of the Chakiros together. So therefore, again, if one is unable to answer the Chakiros, then Halacha L'maisa, again, it disqualifies the Aegis. And we do some kind of but we learned elsewhere that the Aegis is still good. So it's more to Allah, is what we need to say. Even when it comes to Chakiros, Shnai, do some kayames. Kiman, do not Rabbi. Rabbi Mar, which gives much as little. When you have a group of three witnesses, we'll say, as long as two out of the three can get the Chakiros together, to get Chakiros correct, then that's how long. If fellow messes up, Halacha might say the Aegis is still good. Not like Rabbi Akiva. So once I just want to point out over here, there's a fascinating machlokes. We've actually seen this before, which is when you have a group of three witnesses, in order for the testimony to go ahead and be upheld, do I need all three to be certified, or is it just enough to get two out of the three? Rabbi Akiva says you need all three. We don't paskin that way. We paskin that two out of the three. So because also we also paskin that witnesses can even be strung together independently. So therefore, as long as two out of the three are getting the Chakiros correct, we're good to go. Rav Kahana Rav Safa Tanu Sanhedrin, Rabbi is great. Rav Kahana and Rav Safa, we're learning Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva of Rabbi. What's that? It's incredible. Right? They learn Sanhedrin, we learn Sanhedrin, you got Sanhedrin in Florida, they're not Sanhedrin. But they were learning the Sugi of Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva of Rabbi. Pagabu, Bakamo, Shabakal bumped into them, oh, my Misa Bob, this I have to do. Rabbi, what did you learn? Right? What did you learn? What did you learn in Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva of Rabbi? Sanhedrin great us. What do they say about Sanhedrin in general? Right? What in general do we go ahead and hear and learn about? What is the distinction between Chakiros and Bedikos? Chakiros, when it comes to Chakiros, if one of the parties says, I don't know, then ultimately again the Eid comes to Bedikos, so again, this is a fundamental thing that we've seen over and over and over again. Chakiros, which remember again are the 7 questions listed in the beginning of our Mishnah, right? According to the OC, only 3, but we passed in 7 questions. Those 7 questions, those need to be answered. And if you can't answer it, either you answer it wrong or you say, I don't know, the halacha is, you're out. Bedikos, if you get those wrong, you're still in. What's your example of Bedika question? For example, Bedika question? Right? Stems of the fig tree. Color of the figs. They're important. Now again, they are important. And remember, babies can use discretion with those. They're important, but they're not necessarily part of the core details of what it is that occurred. So therefore, again, one or both witnesses gets Chakiros wrong, you're out. One or more witnesses get Bedikos wrong, you're in. Now the Gemara says, but one, Michdi. But I understand, why is that? They're both Doraisa. Both Chakiros and Bedikos are Doraisa. They're both Doraisa. Then why do you have latitude with one now with the other? Amalei Haviyash, the Chakiros, Amalei Echa and do something to Ela. The Agile Edu Shiata Yachol La'azimo. The Bedikos Echad Omer Mehen in Yodea. Kayanes Edu Shiata Yachol La'azimo. So we'll say it's a very simple distinction. By Chakiros, we'll say all of those questions are what are necessary in order to make the Eidim susceptible to Azama. Right? Remembering, I will say, the cloud level is witnesses who cannot be made into Eidim Zomanim, they have no skin in the game. Therefore, their testimony is not accepted. Anything that for any of the Chakir questions, if they get those wrong, those leave them susceptible to being made into Eidim Zomanim. Particular questions, if you get them wrong, it doesn't lead to Hazama. So because Chakiras are the questions that make them subject to reciprocal punishment, to Hazama, therefore they're indispensable realities. But the other ones, ultimately, again, are not necessarily indispensable realities. They're not Hazama. That's why you get them wrong. For who Amalu, so it's interesting. Remember again, this whole exchange over here is an exchange between right? So kind of Safra runs into Rabbi, right? And also, I'm sorry, run into Rabbi Kama. So Rabbi Kama asks them what you're learning. So Rabbi Kama says, wow, shkoyach, boys, incredible and beautiful, absolutely fantastic. So the Gemara says as follows: so Rabbi Kama said, incredible, you learned a lot. They said back to him, I'm sorry. Mitivusa demar amina betuva. Zirusa demar lo amina ba v'lo chada. So this is actually quite beautiful. Rav Kamer of Safra say back to Rami Bar Chama, it's only because you're so gracious they were able to share with you more Torah. Had you been a little bit sharper, ultimately we would not have been able to give you back so much Torah. Also, what they were saying was we're able to share with you because of your pleasing countenance. Had you not been as nice, it would have been more difficult to share with the Torah. Now we're gonna pick up with that last piece tomorrow. Let's finish up the sugya. But we end off with the distinction between Bedikos and Chakiros. Again, that last piece of the conversation between Rami Bar Chama and Rav Kana Rav Saka will pick up with that because there's a tremendous and beautiful, magnificent Musar skill in that. Though I know I ran through it. We'll pick up with that tomorrow. What a way to start thinking about that. Shkoyach. We'll say.
So I just wrote it on, paper, like a tablet like that.
All right, Josai. Good morning. Such a chesed Hashem to be able to begin another week of Daf Yomi. And first of all, thank you again for everyone for their understanding as we still acclimate to our new surroundings. First of all, you see the Sfarim are going in. Hashem, the Artzchol Shasana are in the back over there, and there's Hashem. Or some will trickle in. Also, apologize about the rattling noise in HVAC. There's nothing living up there. Not exactly sure what it is that's occurring, but I know Menachem Schoenfeld is on it. He's building settling. Okay, that's our catch-all phrase for everything. The building settling. We'll find out what that is in Meretz Hashem. So we'll thank you for your understanding again as we still get our feet under us over here. All right, begin by thanking all and also our microphone hopefully by tomorrow. I'm sorry? We have. Okay, Emeretz Hashem. Hopefully by tomorrow. By tomorrow, the HVAC will be fixed and the microphone will be here. Emeretz Hashem. Everything will be up. All right, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our Heinz for sponsor for Top Pilsen Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Sherman Rosh as a zuchus for Soros Tolos Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Teves Havali B'Tova, the Kalman Mishpacha, in memory of Amit Ben David Levi, brother of Itai Levi, who was killed in Gaza on the first night of Chanukah. We hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah is in Neshama Havin Aliyah and his family in Nechama. Our Daf Yomi sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks in Moshe Mordechai. So from the Rabbi, we hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah from the Neshama Havin Aliyah and her family in Nechama. And because of us, as always, we dedicate our learning in the schools of our holy hostages. And the merit shall bring the rest of them home. B'Shalom, B'Karov, and the merit of our holy soldiers may be successful. The whole Maaseh. And also with this, let us begin a beautiful and really incredible daf ahead of us today. So like I said, today's daf is Mem Aleph 41. We are taking out the Meretz Hashem on Mem Amud Beis 40b, 5 lines up, 6 lines up in the bottom. Turn up on it. Right at the 2 dots. Bakir Mat. Also, turn up on it. So again, remember we are continuing in Eretz Hashem with we'll call it the cross-examination of the witnesses, right? In other words, making sure the drishas of the chakiras. So we say to the witnesses, do you recognize the perpetrator? Do you recognize the defendant? So Nachri Harag, did he kill a non-Jew? Yisrael Harag, did he kill a Jew? Yisrael, did you give him Asra? Kibav Alov, Asra, did he accept the Asra upon himself? It means literally, did he permit himself to death? Which is another way of saying, did after he heard the Asra, after he heard the warning, in other words, did he still proceed anyway? Right? And again, did he essentially, when you have to give him Asra, did he go ahead and violate immediately afterwards? If somebody worshipped idolatry, right? So the witnesses coming forward to say that Reuben worshipped idolatry. We ask the witnesses, what type of idolatry did he worship? Lipa worship, Markolis, Ugama Avad. How did he worship? Is he buach? Did he offer a carbon? The kitar, incense, the nisok, a libation. So Amr Ula says, so from where do we know this concept that someone has to be warned before they go ahead and commit an avera in order to be liable? So the Gemara says, Shneimar Bastimo, es ervasa. Plus it says if a man will go ahead and have relations with his sister, the daughter of his father, the daughter of his mother, and he will see her erva. So the Gemara says, what does seeing have to do with it? Right? There's something about seeing. Actually, so this is interesting. Rabbi, the Gemara says what it means is as follows: that halach l'maisa, one is only chayiv only until the witnesses point out to the defendant what it is that he's doing wrong. So Shad Shigir is actually reference to the witnesses, Hasra. They have to point out to the defendant what the defendant is actually doing wrong. So the Gemara says, that happens to be over here. The prohibition that they're referring to over here is a kares bearing prohibition, right? Incest is a kares bearing prohibition. It's interesting enough, you don't need hasra for anything punishable by kares. Why? Because remember again, kares is carried out by a Kodesh Baruch Hu. You only need hasra, you only need a warning for an infraction that is going to be punished by a human being. So in the kares, so I don't need the concept of asra for a kares bearing infraction, top of the malach from malach. So from here we see this interpretation. So from here we see the makar, the source for the concept of asra. Beautiful. Tana. So the chi yazid ish areyu laharga ba'arma. So the pasuk says, "A man will intentionally go ahead and kill another person." Ba'arma means with cunningness. What does this mean? Shehisrubo ba'dayin b'meizu, which means they warned him, and halacha l'maisa, he is still acting intent. Today, Rabbi Yishmael kana hamotziyam osam b'koshishim. So I said earlier, Shabbos in the desert. Shehisrubo ba'dayin b'mekoshish. So the lashon over here is hamotzim also b'koshish. They found him gathering. So the idea over here is they warned him. Shehisrubo ba'dayin b'mekoshish, and he was still gathering the word. Today, Rabbi, Tana, al davar asher ina. So the idea, the pasuk over here says, al davar asher ina, al iske dibor. So again, reference to the idea that they weren't him, and so by now Amurasa, they still went ahead and violated. So essentially, we have all of these different sources for the concept of Hasra. So the one I just point out, each of these sources are actually important. Why? The Gemara says this. Because if it would have just said something by a choso, by the case of the sister, incest, remember again, as much as incest is punishable by kares, so halacha l'maisa, we still get malchus for that. So had it just brought down the concept of hasra by a sister, I would have said, it's tafka by infractions that you get malchus for, that halacha l'maisa you get Hasra, but maybe by chayvim misos, you don't. Therefore, kasav rachmana ki yazid. Therefore, the Torah brings up lashon of ki yazid, right? Because that's an intentional avera. That's an intentional avera of kares that is punishable again by death. So that shows that this kares also by misas beis. Okay, so the Gemara says, "V'chi kasa, v'chi kasa rachmana kiyazid." And if it would have just said, ultimately again, that's what that halacha l'maisa. I'm chayiv to go ahead and give hasra by an act which has misas based in hanimili saif to kill. I would have thought, what type of chiyuv misa? Only beheading, like by a sword, which is considered to be a more lenient form of death. Now we'll talk more about this in the next parak. I would say again, it sounds strange to talk about death penalties as more lenient, right, and less lenient. What it means is really more painful and less painful. So I would have thought again that there's hasra by saif about skila de chamura imalo, but by skila, which is considered to be more chomer than saif, perhaps not. For which the Gemara says svicha. The Gemara says the tartib is skull nowally. But why do I need two sources that both talk about skila? So the Gemara says Rabbi Shimon la asuye nisrafin. So friends said Shimon to include streifa, because he holds that streifa is a lesser form of skila. Rabbanon knows that the aseh v'kavachomer tarach v'kasav lakra. And according to the Rabbanon, both say something to this concept that even something to be learned by kavachomer, sometimes the pasuk will still go out of its way to mention it. Nevertheless, I have a little of Rahman bin Skullen, so why not just write it by skila? So once you have written by skila, you can write everything else by skila, because skila is considered to be the most common form of death penalty. You're right. Sometimes people say that you learn by kavachomer, Torah goes out of its way to explicitly write it as well. Good. Most of the takeaway is that halacha l'maisa there is a concept of hasra. Hasra is d'oraisa. Three different sources of hasra. Either again by achosa, by incest, by intentional murder, or ultimately again the makoshish violation of Shabbos. And again, all three sources are necessary for the aforementioned reasons that we just did. Beautiful. Going back now to the Gemara. The Gemara said, we asked the witnesses a series of questions. One of the questions we asked the witnesses. So, number one, did you give hasra? Did you give warning? And number two, hitir atzmo lemisa. So ultimately, again, did the individual literally give himself over to death? Which means, after the hasra, did he still proceed with the commission of the infraction? That was the shayla, or that was the statement. So the Gemara says, Minalan. So the Gemara says, from where do you know this? So the Gemara says, okay, so Minalan, Amarav Vitim Chiski Amarkra, Yumas Hames. The pasuk says Yumas Hames ad Sheyatir Atzmo Lemisa. Let's one side. What we're saying over here is like this. For the defendant to be guilty, it is not enough that he received hasra. He has to have received it, processed it, and still clearly gone forward despite it. That's what it means, Alashon of Yatir Atzmo Lemisa. So the defendant received the hasra, he understood the hasra, and nevertheless he moved forward with the commission of the Aveira. So the Gemara says, how do you know this? Because the Lashon is Yumas Hames. This is double Lashon. Yumas Hames means he heard it, he processed it, but he nevertheless violated the Aveira. The Gemara says, until literally again, he permits himself to do that, which means he moves forward even though he received the hasra. I'm not, what's like, think about this just a moment. It sounds so crazy, right? Can you imagine this? You're going to be put to death, and yet what? And Ruvain proceeds with it, knowing that there's Eidos there, right? There's Eidos there. So these two Eidos are going to show up in base and Ruvain's going to be done to death. So you wonder to yourself, what's the pshat? How could someone do something so crazy? I will say, but if you think about it, so the truth is we do the same thing each and every day, right? Every time I commit an Aveira, deep down I know it's wrong, not even so deep down. I know that it's wrong. I get hasra every single time. It's not like, okay, maybe there are some things that I do that I know that are not correct. Or I should say maybe there might be some things I do that perhaps I don't know that they're incorrect, right? Maybe I'm just ignorant in certain areas, which happens to all of us. But there are so many other things that I know that I'm still doing that are incorrect. And yet, I still do it. Sometimes, day in and day out. Human nature is that sometimes we just do what we want to do, even though I'm fully aware of the repercussions. Why is that? a variety of different reasons, right? It could be just a bloated sense of self, right? A bloated egotism that what I need and what I want is just more important than anything else. I just don't care about the ramifications. Just care about making myself happy. But again, it's just interesting to see you read these Gemaras and you think it's ridiculous that anyone should act this way. But it's important to know that so often we do this, we engage in this very pattern of behavior day in and day out. And as bizarre and as ludicrous as it looks to us here, we have to kind of bring that same mindset of bizarrity and ludicrosity, into our own lives as well. And the next time I'm ready to commit an Avera, like, come on, this is ridiculous. It doesn't even make sense. I have Hasra, that Ibn Shalom sees it. What am I doing? And whatever it is, it's simply not worth it. And yes, bizarrity and ludicrosity, 2 new words just coined here on our new base medrash. Shkayach, everyone, just put the timestamp on that. All right, let's go right there. Says the Gemara. I'm Rav Chanan. I'm going to say second one line. I'm Rav Chanan. Ede Nara Murasa Shelo. It's interesting case. Shelozmu Ein Neragim. This is interesting. Looks like it's Nara Murasa. Nara Murasa is the case of a Nara who is betrothed, right? Erisin, but has not yet had Nisuin. Now, if that girl commits adultery or has relations with another man, that's adultery, and she's put to death, right? As is the man with whom she had relations. So now it's just a makes an interesting observation. He says, Anara Murasa. Now watch this. So witnesses come forward. The witnesses say, we saw Rachel, right? Rachel is the Nara, who is Resas, right? She has Irisim with Ruvain. We saw her have relations with Shimon. So let's say, so now, what's the issue? Let's say a second set of witnesses come along, and they say, first set of witnesses, you could not have seen that. Why? Imono Hayusa. You were with us. The thing that you saw her commit adultery on Monday, you were with us in Florida on Monday. You could not have seen that happen. Baltimore, you weren't there. So the Gemara says, the witnesses can't be made into Eidim Zomin. Why not? They can't be killed. That wasn't in general, again, it's next to Damascus. But we'll see in their session in general what happens in Eidim Zomin is reciprocal punishment. In this case, you can't impose reciprocal punishment upon the Eidim Zomin. Why not? Because at the end of the day, they can claim, no. We weren't coming to impose the death penalty on Rachel. What were we coming to do? We were coming to prohibit her to her husband, Ruvain. That's it. So therefore, you can't kill us. We were trying to kill her. So the Gemara says, "I behar." Wasn't the warner? That's the. That's why it's here. She said, "There has to be Hasra." What's Hasra? What was it? What would be the Hasra? That they were beating Rachel. Rachel don't have relations with Shimon. You know why? It's slow the detail over here. He's not your husband. That's called adultery. And adultery is punishable by death. So they gave her Hasra. Which was a little Asra. One second. If they didn't give her Hasra, then at the end of the day, how could they execute her at all? So the Gemara says, "Isha Chavera." This is interesting. Who are we talking about over here? A very wise woman. She might be young, she might be a Nara, but she's very wise. And in the course of Rabbi Yossi, what does Rabbi Yossi hold? So the sign of Rabbi Yossi is the Omer, Chaver Eino Tzarech Hasra. Chaver Tam Chacham doesn't need Hasra. This is what we've seen with Rabbi Yossi before. Rabbi Yossi holds that Hasra. But people who do know don't need Hasra. So therefore, perhaps we're dealing over here with Rachel, who is an Isha Chavera. She's a well-learned woman, and therefore she knows that adultery is Asr. So because she knows that it's Asr, therefore what? Necessary. So the Gemara says, Hasra is only there to distinguish between someone who's intentional and unintentional. And if Rachel is a wise woman, she does not need the Hasra. One second. If witnesses, this is fascinating, witnesses can't be put to death, right? So if there's no Hazama by the witnesses, they can't put to death. Therefore, what? They have no ability to put her to death either. So the Gemara says, because why? Havila Edus Shata Yachol Lahazima. Edus Shata Yachol Lahazima Lo Shma Edus. Let's say this is fascinating. Fascinating testimonial fact over here. Any testimony, right? Anytime witnesses can't be made into Eidim Solomon, they're not fit to testify. So we'll say, what's the chapping? This is fascinating. If you're going to give testimony, essentially what Allah says, you have to have skin in the game. Right? And what's your skin in the game? What's your skin in the game? That if you're found to be lying, we're going to execute you, or we're going to visit upon you reciprocal punishment. So if you can't receive reciprocal punishment, we essentially don't accept your testimonies. Therefore, if you're telling me over here that Allah Khalamaisa, the witnesses could come to testify about Rachel, but they themselves can't be executed because they could always claim, no, we didn't come to execute her. We just came to ask her upon her husband. Then Allah Khalamaisa, that means if they can't be executed, they're not subject to Azama. If they're not subject to Azama, then we can't accept their testimony. So therefore, again, what are we doing over here? To which the Gemara says, hey, Achinami. So the Gemara says, Achinami, come on. You talk Shein and Ragin. So the Gemara says, you're right, that's what we're saying. Since these witnesses can't be killed, now why can't they be killed? Because they can claim we weren't coming to kill Rachel. All we were doing was coming to make her asura upon her husband. And then they give her asura. So the Gemara says, so too, she can't be killed. Okay, so what's just an interesting case over here. So I want to say, okay, so where is there ever a case of a wise woman, according to Yossi? Now remember, according to Yossi, a chavera, a learned person, doesn't require hasra. So according to Rabbi Yossi, would there be a case of an isha chavera who can be executed? To which the Gemara says, the case where she committed adultery and she did it a second time. So the Gemara says, so that would be a case. Look at Rashi. It's almost right across in Rashi. So in that case, the second witnesses can say, we're only coming to prohibit her upon her husband. Why? She's already prohibited upon her husband. What is she already prohibited about? Why is she already prohibited upon her husband? Why? Because halacha lemaisa again, she already committed adultery the first time, so she must already be prohibited. So therefore, the Gemara says no. So therefore, the only reason they would become testified is to have her executed. The Gemara says, maybe they can testify we're coming to go and prohibit her upon the second man with whom she committed adultery with. As the Gemara says, the case where she committed a second act of adultery with the same man. Inami, or she went ahead and she committed adultery with one of her relatives. And therefore, Allah says she's already prohibited upon this individual to begin with. Okay. Mashna Nara Murasa. So the Gemara says, Dinakat, Afilu Niswanami. I feel the tsunami. So, by the way, why are you illustrating this with the Nara Mulasa? You can go ahead and illustrate this same exact case with what? With a regular married woman. So why are you illustrating it over here with Nara Mulasa? To which the Gemara says, I feel the tsunami. So the Gemara says, in Afilu Hai to Lo Yosfa to say Yechol Lomar Lo Osra Al Bai Lavan. No, because the Kiddush of Rabbi says like this. That the witnesses could say, when the witnesses show up and they testify originally, that Rachel committed adultery with Shimon, that they could claim that they're coming to ask her upon Reuven. Even though what? Rachel not living. I might have thought that such a claim like that should just be rejected outright because she's not living with Reuven. So what do you mean you're coming to ask her upon Reuven when they're not living together? Allah Khalamaisa, even in that case, the claim of the witnesses is believed. Okay, I'm going to look this stuff. Echanar B'Sai. So what's the interesting case over here? So now, good. I'm going to look this stuff. Echanar B'Sai. This is great. Echanar B'Sai. Echanar B'Haririn Harba. Listen to this. Witnesses show up. Now, the witnesses come up and they claim that Reuven killed Shimon. And let's remember again, we saw part of the Drishas V'Chakiras is what do we ask? How did Reuven kill Shimon? Right? And specifically, what weapon did he use? What did he use? So what happens? One witness says Reuven used a sword, and the second witness says Reuven used an axe. So let's say, so now the Gemara says, Ein Zenachon. This is not a fit testimony. They're contradicting each other. So because they're contradicting each other, therefore, again, the testimony is thrown out. So let's say, so remember again, because this obviously is a very specific detail that needs to be ironed out. Their contradictory testimony over here essentially nullifies the Eidos. Ein Zenachon means their testimony is not a cohesive testimony, and therefore, again, is discarded. Again, I will say, To be clear, we're not claiming that they're lying, right? Remember again, there's no reciprocal, right? These are not even zonin. It's just that the testimonies don't line up, so essentially it's inadmissible. Ein zenachim. So more says echad omer kelev shchon ve'echad omer kelev levanim. How is zenachim? But again, I will say, if one of the witnesses says, Ruvain, the murderer, the accused murderer, Ruvain was wearing a white shirt, and the other one was saying Ruvain was wearing a black shirt, so then halacha in that case, their testimony is fine. In other words, we don't care about that. We'll say why. It's very important. Why? Because the truth is, what the color of Ruvain's clothing is really inconsequential to the act, right? What instrument he used to kill Shimon, that's very consequential. So in other words, the idea over here is we don't need them to line up. In other words, we need the information to line up, but we don't need every piece of information to line up. Incredible. So basically, when I was a kasha, Nachon, Shihei Nachon. So the pasuk says Nachon. The last number pasuk by either. So the Ashtem Hakar the Shaljek Dine MS Nachon Hadavar. So we'll say, so what does Nachon mean? So Nachon means over here that when giving testimony, the testimony has to line up. So what does that mean? She Nachon Echad over B'Sayif Hargo, Zechon Bari and Hargo. And so we'll say, for example, one of the witnesses says he killed Shimon with a sword. The other one says that he killed him with an axe. Echad Omer Kelev Shchorin, the Echad Omer Kelev Levanim. One says that Reuben is wearing white clothing. One says Reuben is wearing black clothing. So what's the halacha? Ultimately, again, the testimony doesn't line up. So we'll say, so watch this, we just contradict what you said before. According to this Bryson now, if they contradict each other with the color of clothing that Reuben, the killer, was wearing, the testimony is discarded. So which one is it? Is clothing important or is clothing unimportant? So what's the halacha? This is incredible. No. The Sudar Shechan Kubo. No. When the Bryson says that there's machlokes clothing, what's the case? The case is where they're coming along and they're saying Reuben strangled Shimon. And what's the machlokes? One witness says he strangled him with a white shirt. The other opinion says he strangled him with a black shirt. Now, both sides, that is material information. Because in this case now, it's not just a din in clothing, it's about the murder weapon. And when it comes to the murder weapon, there has to be explicit. So the Gemara says as follows: Hainu Saif Arim. Okay, well, if that's the case, then again, it's the same thing as saying one said a sword and one said an axe. So everybody tells you it different ways. So Tashma, listen to this. We'll say Echad Omer Sandal Shchorim, the Echad Omer Sandal Levanim. Listen to this. One says that the murderer was wearing white shoes, and one says the murderer was wearing black shoes. Okay, interesting style sense also. And it says Solomais again. Solomais. One says wearing white shoes, one says wearing black shoes. So the Gemara says, "What's that? In set no." So the testimony doesn't line up. So it's going to say. So we're trying to do this. We just said before that that the clothing of the murderer doesn't matter. But yet here we seem to be saying the clothing of the murderer absolutely does matter. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, "Hasanami kigon shebat bo b'sandal b'hargo." No, what's the case? The case is where Reuven kicked Shimon and killed Shimon by kicking him. If that's the case, the shoes are the murder weapon. If the shoes are the murder weapon, then Allah will make explicit clarity as to what it is. Tashma, Maisu, Badak Ben Zakkai Bo Teina. So remember again, it's from the Mishnah. So one time, Ben Zakkai was examining witnesses, and he asked them. They claimed that Reuven killed Shimon underneath the fig tree. And remember again, what did Ben Zakkai say? Ben Zakkai says, "Okay, tell me a little bit about the fig tree. Tell me about it. Right? What were the stems? Were the stems thin? Were they thick? Tell me about them." So the Gemara says, "I bought Tanya." So what does that seem to indicate? It seems to indicate that even other details that are not about the murder itself are still important. The witnesses still have to check those boxes when testifying about what's going on over here. Kigon, to which the Gemara says, "No. Amrani Narcham Kigon Sha'akatz Teina B'Shabbos the Allah Kamikdal." No, what's the case? The case over there, we'll say, is where the guy actually detached a fig from the tree on Shabbos. That was the case. That's the capital case. So remember again, uprooting the tree, right, detaching a fig from the tree on Shabbos is in and of itself. That's a capital crime. That's a capital crime. So that's what we're talking about over here. So the Gemara says, that's not what the Mishnah said. The Mishnah said the witnesses said that Reuven killed Shimon underneath the tree. That's what happened. That's what happened over here. To which the Gemara says, Ela Ore Barchama Kigon, Shishabdo Biyichud Shalteila. So what's the case over here? The case over here is where Halacha Lamaisa again, Halacha Lamaisa, moving killed Shimon with a stem of the fig. That's what happened here. Killed him, he used the stem of the fig as the murder weapon. First Gemara says, Tashma, Amar Lahem, Te'ina Zu, Tzadasi. Tenim Shchoros, Tenim Levanos. That's not what it says. It says, Ben Zakkai asked them, tell me, were the stems, were they thin or were they thick? Were the figs themselves, were they white or were they dark? Rav Yosef, Mi Ben Zakkai Losif Inish, Shiny Ben Zakkai Dibidikos Kichakiros Mashvile. Don't bring a riot from Ben Zakkai. Why? Because it was said Ben Zakkai, he was makbid both with Dibidikos and Chakiros, right? He essentially made them the same. So in general, there's a distinction between B'dikos and Chakiros. What's the distinction? Distinction is always like Chakiros are questions that are specific to the actual event itself. B'dikos are general questions. So generally, do we care necessarily what color the murderer's shirt was? Not really. Not really. Does it matter again if the figs underneath which the murder occurred were white or black? Not necessarily. Ben Zakkai himself was of the school of thought that both B'dikos and Chakiros are explicitly necessary. Both must be dealt with together. Both must be dealt. That's why Ben Zakkai was asking about the figs and stems. And according to Ben Zakkai, the clothing is also important as well. To which the Gemara says, Man Ben Zakkai. By the way, who's Ben Zakkai? Who is Ben Zakkai? She says, because listen to this, it's incredible. Man Ben Zakkai, Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai. So what is Ben Zakkai? Who's Ben Zakkai? Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai. Do you know how much we owe to Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai? Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai essentially saved all these 12. Ben Zakkai was responsible for all of the takanas we have. Zecha l'Churban and Zecha l'Mikdash. Two different types of takanas. So this is what this Gemara says. 1 second. If it's Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai, me having Sanhedrin. Chronologically, it doesn't make sense. Watch this. That time, Kol Shnos of Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai, Meya ve'esu shana. We'll say it's a great Gemara. Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai lived till 120. Get ready for this. Get ready for this. Arboim shana, asak b'pratmatya. For 40 years, he was in business. He was in business. Right? Mem shana lamad. For 40 years, he learned. Right? He did his stint in business and he learned. And Arboim shana limate. And for 40 years, he went ahead and he became a Rabbi. Right, he taught students. So I said, that's something amazing. So first of all, it doesn't mean that the 40 years he was in business, he didn't know. Just want to point out. But what it means is he was in business. So what happened in your business? Again, you come to Torah, you have Chalusi, you come to a shir. Learning was not his full-time occupation. At the age of 40, he decided to go, or after 40 years, he decided to pivot. So I say, such an incredible yisod. We sometimes think that great people are just born that way, right? They're just born with a Talmudic spoon in their mouth, right? Like this is what they know, this is what they're born for, this is what they're destined for. This is want to be about the kind of people they want to be. It's not an accident. If you think about it, by the way, there are 3 people: Moshe Rabbeinu, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai. All this 40 paradigm. Right? 40 paradigm. Now again, that's what the Mepharshim says. When you see 3 people, 40 paradigm. Is it exact? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. What it means is great people make a choice to become great. Great people hit a crossroads in life and they realize, okay, in this moment now, I have a choice. I can just keep on going. Right? The path that I'm on is very nice. The path that I'm on is very comfortable. The path that I'm on is very convenient. I could continue down that path, and it's good. Or I could choose to pivot, go in a different direction, and self-actualize. Moshe Rabbeinu did not have to turn to see the burning from the rock. And Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai, I don't know what his pivotal event was. But I guarantee you it was something. Each of these men could have just continued down their path. And can you imagine what the world would be like without the Moshe Rabbeinu, Rabbi Akiva, and Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai? Life is all about making the decision at those crossroads. at those pivotal moments to go in a different direction. Okay, often our pivotal moments are not necessarily as dramatic as these. First of all, we all have it. We all have it. Sometimes we're just too distracted to even see the crossroads of life that we're at. But listen, this is tremendous. Just because my life has been a certain way up until this point, just because I've been a certain way, doesn't mean I have to be the same person or have this same life going forward. Change is always possible. Pivoting is one of the most exciting things in life, and that's where your true personalistic greatness comes out. It's incredible. So real quick, so what happened? The time our trying to call the Korban Abayis, Golsa Sanhedrin. 40 years before the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, the Sanhedrin was exiled. And that means, the Sanhedrin normally sat in the temple compound in the Lishkas HaKos, the chamber of hewn stone. 40 years before the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, it was no longer in the chamber of hewn stone. Rather, where was it? It was in the storefront. So, say, by the way, there are excavations now in the old city, right by the Kosel. So, say, the Chonos were areas in front of the walls of the Beis Hamikdash, in front of the retaining walls. It literally, again, had stores there. They had stores there. They had two things there: mikvahs with two sets of staircases, right? One going in, one going out. And again, stores. What were they selling at the stores in front of the Beis Hamikdash? What were they selling? Like oil, wine, sheep. You don't want to schlep your sheep, right? It's not right. Again, it's a. Let's say. Can you imagine packing up the car with livestock? I'm just saying, like just a family is enough, right? In other words, again, so there are people. So the good part is Jews are industrious. There are people who set up shop, literally set up shop right in front of right before we went into the basement, according to the Harabayas. So the Sanhedrin was relocated to one of those storefronts by the Harabayas. And while they were there, they could not adjudicate Knas law. The Gemara said, why not Knas law? They weren't able to adjudicate capital cases. It's not we learned. So here we have it. So remember, the Sanhedrin itself was exiled from Lishkas HaKos 40 years before the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, which means there were no capital cases adjudicated already 40 years before the destruction of the second Beis Hamikdash, the second Beis Hamikdash. Right. Furthermore, again, the Gemara says that ultimately, again, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was the one who, after the destruction of the second Beis Hamikdash, was the leading sage, which I will say makes it just chronologically. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was not sitting on the Sanhedrin when a capital case was being adjudicated. So if that's the case, the Ben Zakkai over here in the Mishnah that's asking about fig trees can't be Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. It can't be him. To which the Gemara says, like, it's always exciting. I always find it exciting. I guess I don't get that much, but just like when the Gemara gives you history, right? It's just fascinating. There's a lot of things that we're missing when we learn the Gemara is any type of historical context. When is everybody living? What's happening over here? So here, this is a major piece of Jewish history over here, right? Because Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, the Gemara says, could not have been a member of the Sanhedrin, which adjudicated the capital case. So Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai is the ranking sage when the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed. And there was no capital cases being adjudicated for at least 40 years earlier. So the Pashtas, he was never involved, at least as a sitting judge on a capital case. So the Gemara says, Ella ben Zakkai da'almo. It must have been another guy named Ben Zakkai, not Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Because I'm sorry, this seems to be clear. These are back to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So I'll say it can't be him. First of all, because if it was him, how can you call the Hillik Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai? Ben Zakkai. How can you do that? This is a Gadol Hadar. How can you possibly go ahead and just call him Ben Zakkai? It doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, so I said, again with the Brisa, and the Brisa says it was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai who was asking the witnesses about the thickness of the stems of the fig tree. So it sounds like it is him. But how could it be him? Ella, Talmid Hayoshev Bifnei Rabbo. Oh, we'll say, watch this. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was never a sitting judge on a Sanhedrin that was adjudicating a case. But where was he? Where was he? He was in one of the rows. He was a Talmud. He was a student. He was in one of the rows in front of the Sanhedrin. First where it says, "Va'amar milsam established time." So what happened? So they were adjudicating a case, and Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, remember, I will say, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, they took input from the students sitting in the rows before the Sanhedrin. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was a student. He piped up and he said, "Hey, Chevra, what about asking the witnesses about the stems of the fig trees?" And they liked it. And what happened on the face? And again, remember, in general, whatever they could do to exonerate, they always want to do that. So if they could go ahead and find the defendant innocent, by asking the witnesses about the size of the stems of the fig tree, and ultimately, again, exonerating him like that, they're going to do that. And they liked it so much that they established it in his name. So the Gemara says, "Ki hava lamad ben Zakkai hava, ki hava karle v'tamid l'shnes ve'rabo, ki hava limei hava karle Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, ki karle Zakkai ashim d'me'im dahashta." Oh, so now I understand this. When he said this ruling, he was a Talmud. As a Talmud, what was his name? How was he known? Ben Zakkai. So now again, therefore, when he reports it based on where he was holding at the time that he said it. That was Ben Zakkai. Obviously, now we know him as what? Now we know him as Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Incredible. So my Sefada, Mavin Chakiros, my Afidu Shnayim Omrim. Remember again, when it comes to Chakiros, the big distinction between Chakiros and Bedikos, what's the big distinction? The big distinction is as follows: that when it comes to Chakiros, if the witnesses go ahead and contradict each other, or again, maybe contradict each other, if they get something wrong, they're disqualified. By Bedikos, if one gets it wrong, even if two get it wrong, they're fine. So the Gemara says, "Maya filu shnayim omer." What do you mean, even if two get the Bedikos wrong? That's obvious. Ki amar echad in yodea edus and kayemes. Kami be treinami discuss. What's interesting? If when it comes to the Bedikos, right? If one of the witnesses says, "You know what? I don't know." So we'll say, "What's the halacha?" One of the witnesses says, "I don't know." It's fine. Then we'll say, "There's no difference if one witness says, I don't know,' or if what? Or if two witnesses say they don't know." Or once one witness says, "I don't know," then by definition, what you don't have is a cohesive unit of testimony. So once that happens, what does it matter if one says, "I don't know," or if two say, "I don't know"? So Rav Sheshes says, "Arishakai." When it comes to Chakiros, I must remember again, Chakiros are the questions that are absolutely indispensable in order to have a proper testimony. The Chakiros, afilu shnayim omer yadanu, ve'echad omer ein yodea. So we'll say ultimately again, when it comes to Chakiros, even if two people say we know, and one says I don't know, they do some betela. Ultimately, again, the edus is bottled. Kiman Kabi Akiva, the Makish Shlosh. So we'll say, here's what's interesting over here. Let's say you have a group of three witnesses, right? And what happens? And one of them says, "I don't know." So what's the halacha? So nevertheless, the edus is still bottled. This is by Chakiros, right? So you have three witnesses. You're asking the Chakiros. Two answer correctly. One says, "I don't know." What's the halacha? The edus is bottled. Why? Like Rabbi Akiva. What does Rabbi Akiva say? The Makish Shlosha L'Shnayim. Rabbi Akiva says a testimonial unit is a testimonial unit, and three is the same as two. So once you present as a group, then by definition, you're a group. As a group, in order for the group to be in effect, what has to happen? They have to be able to go ahead and answer all of the Chakiros together. So therefore, again, if one is unable to answer the Chakiros, then again, it disqualifies the edus. But we learned elsewhere that the edus is still good. What it means to say, I feel the Chakiros, even when it comes to Chakiros, they do some kayemes, kiman, to a lot of three witnesses, we'll say. as long as 2 out of the 3 to get the chakiros, together, to get the chakiros correct, no. That's talak. You throw messes up, halacha ma'aseh the edus is still good. Not like Rabbi Akiva. So we'll say, I was going to point out over here, there's a fascinating machlokes. We've actually seen this before, which is when you have a group of 3 witnesses, in order for the testimony to go ahead and be upheld, do I need all 3 to be certified, or is it just enough to get 2 out of the 3? Rabbi Akiva says you need all 3. We don't paskin that way. We paskin that 2 out of the 3 is good, because we also paskin that witnesses can even be strung together independently. So therefore, halacha l'maaseh, as long as 2 out of the 3 are getting the chakiros correct, we're good to go. Rav Kahana Rav Safra Tanu Sanhedrin, Bei Rabbi, he's great. Rav Kahana and Rav Safra, we're learning Sanhedrin in the yeshiva Rabbi. We'll say it's incredible, right? They learned Sanhedrin, we learned Sanhedrin, and their Sanhedrin looked a little bit different than our Sanhedrin. But they were learning the sugya of Sanhedrin in the yeshiva of Rabbi. What did you learn? What did you learn? Right? What did you learn? What did you learn in Sanhedrin in the yeshiva of Rabbi? Amirei, umay aminon bei Sanhedrin greidasa. Well, what do they say about Sanhedrin in general? Right? What in general do we go ahead and hear and learn about? Right? What do you have questions on? Amarla, meha diktani mabin chakiros lebedikos. Well, what is the distinction between chakiros and bedikos? Chakiros, echad omer ini yodei dus lebetila. When it comes to chakiros, if one of the parties says, I don't know, then ultimately, again, the edus is bottle. Edus is bottle. Bedikos, when it comes to bedikos, echad omer ini yodei, afilu shtayim omer ini yodei, edusan kayanos. So again, this is a fundamental dish that we've seen over and over and over again. Chakiros, which remember again are just 7 questions listed in the beginning of our Mishnah. Right? You'll see only 3, but we passed these 7 questions. Those 7 questions, those need to be answered. And if you can't answer it, either you answer it wrong or you say, I don't know, the halacha is wrong, you're still in. What's a good example of a particular question? For example, particular question, right? Color of the right? Stems of the fig tree, color of the figs. They're important. Now again, they are important. And remember, based on use discretion with those, they're important, but they're not necessarily part of the core details of what it is that occurred. So therefore, again, one or both witnesses get chakiros wrong, you're out. One or more witnesses get bedikos wrong, you're in. Everyone says, but one, nifti, idi, maishna chakiros, maishna bedikos. I don't understand. Why is that? They're both d'oraisa. Both chakiros and bedikos are d'oraisa. They're both d'oraisa. Then why do you have latitude with one, not with the other? Amalei haki ashka the chakiros and yodea. We do some bedikos. Gahadi le edu shiata yochol laazimo. Bedikos echad omer mehen in yodea. Kayemes edu shiata yochol laazimo. We'll say it's a very simple distinction. By chakiros, we'll say all of those questions are what are necessary in order to make the edim susceptible to azama. Right? Remembering, I will say, the Kal Gadol is witnesses who cannot be made into edim zomamin. They have no skin in the game. Therefore, their testimony is not accepted. Anything that any of the chakira questions, if they get those wrong, those leave them susceptible to being made into edim zomamin. Particular questions, if you get them wrong, it doesn't lead to hazama. So because chakiras are the questions that make them subject to reciprocal punishment, to hazama, therefore they're indispensable realities. But the other ones ultimately, again, are not necessarily indispensable realities. They're not for hazama. That's why you get them wrong. So it's like I said, remember again, this whole exchange over here is an exchange between Rav, right? So Rav Kahana Rav Safra running to Rabbi, right? And also, I'm sorry, running to Rabbi Chama. So Rabbi Chama asked them what you're learning. So Rabbi Chama says, wow, shkoyach, boys, incredible and beautiful, absolutely fantastic. So the Gemara says as follows: Amar lehu ihaki amisu batuva. So Rabbi Chama said, incredible, you learned a lot. Amisu ba, they said back to him. Amar lehu mituvasa demar aminon mituvasa demar amina betuva. Mituvasa demar lo aminon ba v'lo chasha. So what's actually quite beautiful. So Rav Kahana Rav Safra say back to Rami Bar Chama, it's only because you're so gracious they were able to share with you more Torah. Had you been a little bit sharper, ultimately we would not have been able to give you back so much Torah. Mostly what they were saying was, we're able to share with you because of your pleasing countenance. Had you not been as nice, it would be more difficult to share with the Torah. Now we're gonna pick up with that last piece tomorrow. I just wanted to finish up the sugya. Rabbi said we end off with the future between Bedikos and Chakiros. Again, that last piece of the conversation between Rabbi Bar Chama and Rav Chanan of South will pick up with that because there's a tremendous and beautiful, magnificent Musar skill in that. So I know I ran through it. We'll pick up with that tomorrow. What a way to start the Mosai Shkoyach. We'll say just a housekeeping, not housekeeping, but just first of all, say just for the Chevra, there's plenty of seats. Chevra who has stuff on middle chairs, open those up because we need to make room for everybody over here in the base medrash. Chevra in the back, there's plenty of room by the tables. Just going to make a request. Please do not sit in the Ezras Nashim. Leave that as a dedicated women's section. Again, even though there's plenty of room still up front over here, move forward, take a table seat, enjoy yourself, make yourself comfortable. Shkayach, everyone.
I drink light beer, I don't drink hard alcohol and stuff like this. And as the doctor said, stress is one of the worst things.
All right, Javon, say good morning or good Javon. A still smart question to be able to begin another week. That's fantastic. Together begin by thanking all of our sponsors to thank our commentary sponsors, so tough Shinpei 5785. The Dozen Mishpacha, we're dedicating all the Shurim and Roshos this year as a zechus for the soul of Tolos for Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Pegay Sabah leading the Torah, the Kelman family, in memory of Amit Ben David Levy, Zichron Yebracha, brother of Peter Levy, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that we might find Hanukkah ready to Shamol Hadnaliyah and his family in the Hanukkah. Of course, we say, Holy Hashem, keep home through the Olam Kastel for the return of 4 of our hostages. And as I mentioned last week, irrespective of what one view is about the particular deal, whether it's a good idea or not a good idea, leaving everything aside, the fact that Baruch Hashem, four precious neshamas are back home with their families. And we hope that in Eretz Hashem, our hostages will continue to come home, our hostages will continue to be reunited with their mishpachos, with their family, with their people, with their land. Please look at Eretz Hashem. See all of them come, our holy soldiers should be successful. The Chol Maaseh Yedayim, and indeed, should be a lifetime of the Solas Tavos for Am Yisrael. So with that, so let us begin. So we are picking up the new parak today, Eretz Hashem, on Daf Mem. Great daf yesterday, incredible daf yesterday. So let's pick up the new parak. How you Borkin Osam B'Sheva Chakiros. So remember, we've spoken about this before in the past a little bit, about the Drishas Chakiros, the idea of the questions that we ask to be able when they come to go ahead and give testimony. So the Mishnah now says that we check the witnesses with 7 Chakiros, right? Seven different types of questioning. So you might say, what are the examples for Chakiros? Be'ez Shavua, Be'ez Shana, Be'ez Chodesh. So for example, here's some examples. Now these aren't examples, these are actually specific questions that are asked. So again, for example, Be'ez Shana. Well, let's say first, Be'ez Shavua. So Rashi points out there, Be'ez Shavua, Shal Yovel. Right? What is, remember again, there are 7 Shemitah cycles within a Yovel cycle, right? 50 years to Yovel, so 7 Shemitah cycles. So we ask the witness, what stage of the Yovel cycle would you see this murder, this Lutheran capital cases? Did you see this particular murder occur? So there is a Shavua, there is a Shana, what year? There is a Chodesh, what month? The Kama Chodesh, what day of the month was it? There is a Yom, what day of the week? There is a shah, what time? There is a mark, what place? So we'll say some very specific questions. Because remember again, for capital cases, so we need to be able to ascertain with absolute certainty that the witnesses are telling the truth. Rabbi Yossi says, there is a yom, there is a shah, there is a makom. Rabbi Yossi says, no, there's 3 questions. Question number 1, what day did it occur? Question number 2, what time did it occur? And question number 3, where did it occur? Now, obviously, this is after the witnesses have given their information about everything else. So after they've given their so then Joe Shimon, so then again, Rabbi Yossi says 3 simple witnesses. Essentially, what day, what time, what place. Makir Osam. sorry, Makir Matan. Then we ask the witnesses other questions. Makir Matan, do you know the defendant? Right? This race symbol, did you give him a sweat? Did you warn him? How old were Avodah Zarah? For example, let's say you wouldn't accuse the person of Avodah Zarah. So, Esmi Abba, which Avodah Zarah did Reuven go ahead and worship? The comma Abba, how much did he worship? Oh, sorry, Ubana Abba, how did he worship? I was going to say there's different ways of worshiping Avodah Zarah. You could bow down, you could kiss, in the case of Baal, you could defecate, right? All works. So then on one side doesn't fit all. Right? There's something for everyone in Avodah Zarah. So you might say, Ubana Abba, so let's say interesting. So whoever, so what the Mishnah is outlining over here is essentially the basic application. But the more criticos patient to do, the better you are. So in other words, also a lot of this, probably I would imagine, was also very subjective, right? Based on the giving testimony, or sometimes patient will probably feel the need to probe a little bit more. So the Mishnah essentially says over here, we're kind of giving these in the general outline, but of course feel free to go ahead and amplify and add on to this as well. So witnesses testified that they saw Reuven still shilling underneath the fig tree. So the Rabbi says, tell me, what did the stems of the figs look like? So depending on the season, ultimately you know to see figs. I will say, understand also, this is all part of the same motif as well, that halacha l'maisa, we have to go ahead and try to do whatever we can in order to exonerate. Like that's always our goal. We always try to exonerate. So as such, even such specific questions like what did the stems of the figs look like would be potentially helpful in the exoneration of the defendant. So remember again, the 7 questions that we outlined over here are what are called chakiros. So now the Gemara says, what's the distinction between chakiros and chakiros? First, why not? Chakiros, echad omer inu yodeh. So I'll say for the chakiros, which are the questions mentioned in our Mishnah. If someone responds to any of the hakiros and he says, I don't know, right? The witnesses say, I don't know, that is grounds for automatic disqualification, which makes sense, right? If you can't identify which month, what day during the month, which day, what time, where, these are very specific questions. You can't answer them. The testimony is automatically disqualified. The Gemara says, so let's say when we ask the witnesses, what color shirt was Reuven wearing? That would fall into the category of details. So that at the end of the day, the witnesses can't answer that. Even if one can't answer it, both can't answer it, that does not disqualify the witness. Okay? So the Gemara says, is mentioned Makishin Zazah, Edusam Medela. So listen to those. If halacha l'maisa, the witnesses contradict each other, automatically disqualified. That's the halacha. Echad omer b'shnayim b'chodesh, v'achar b'shloshim b'chodesh, Edusam Kairos. Let's discuss it in 2 cases. So let's say witness number 1 says, we saw you didn't go shimmering, and it was the 2nd day of the month. Right? And the second witness says, no, the second witness says it wasn't the 3rd day of the month. What's the halacha? Edusam Kairos. But let's say why? What do you attribute the error to? So let's say it could be quite simple. Remember, again, a month could have 29 or 30 days. It could be that one guy knew that it was a mullet, a complete month with 30 days, and one did not. So in other words, it should be 60 days, and let's say, remember again, what day of the month falls under the umbrella of hakilos. So those are the more severe questions. But here again, we see that we accept the fact that there definitely could be some margin of error. Is that only the social? Is that only the Hamisha? They do some good. But if witness number 1 says, we didn't get on the 3rd of the month, and witness number 2 says, no, it's on the 5th of the month, then the Avis is bottle. Echad Omer, because once again, that's what you should be able to see with dates. There can be up to a 1-day discrepancy between the agent. More than 1 day you can't have. Okay, next. Now we're going to go to time discrepancy. Echanor b'shtei shows, but Echanor b'shalosh shows reducing kindness. Meaning again, if let's say, Ruben said, right, Ruben killed Shimon, or that's the accusation. Witness number one says, we saw Ruben kill Shimon after 9 o'clock in the morning. Shimon says we saw it, second witness says we saw it at 10 o'clock in the morning. So what's the halacha? Edus and kayanas. Ultimately, again, the edus is good. Edus is good. After the shalosh, after the chamisha, edus and but again, if something that truly is really what you're saying is like this. Witness number one says, I saw Ruben kill Shimon in the 3rd hour into the day. Witness number two says, I saw Ruben kill Shimon in the 4th hour into the day. That's fine. That works. But let's say, but essentially, Rashi points out over here is what we allow for is up to a 2-hour discrepancy in time. That we accept. More than 2 hours, you cannot. So I just want to say, remember, when the Division asks the witnesses what time you see this, they're actually not asking for, in 8:15. What they're asking is a general hour of the day. So therefore, again, if there is up to a 2-hour discrepancy, the testimony can combine. More than a 2-hour discrepancy, testimony cannot combine. But Yehuda says, Yehuda says, no, halacha l'maaseh, even in a case where there is a more than 2-hour discrepancy, ultimately, again, you can still accept the testimony. And Rashi says over here, the kuli high inchi. People make mistakes. Even more than 2 hours, people make mistakes. And here's this interesting. Echad omer b'chamish ve'echad omer b'sheva, a dusa b'tela. I will say that interestingly enough, even if Yehuda would agree, that let's say if one witness says Ruben killed Shimon in the 5th hour, and the other witness says Ruben killed Shimon in the 7th hour, that ultimately again is irreconcilable. Why? Because remember again, I will say 5th hour is before noon, 7th hour is afternoon, and the sun is in 2 fundamentally different positions. So with that already again, that is considered to be an irreconcilable contradiction. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. So that's what they say. All of this is how we go out and we cross examine the witness. So that after we do all of this with the first witness, then we repeat the same process with the second witness. So it turns out now we turn our chakiros and our bedikos. So if it turns out now testimony is checked out, okay, now what do? What's the first thing you do in Beijing with the capital case? Post-it discourse. And also remember what post-it discourse means. Beijing tells the defendant, don't worry, Ruben, if you didn't kill Shimon, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. That's what post-it discourse.
It's very civilized. My cousin was a great cricket player. He was the captain of New
Listen to this. One of the witnesses says, I have the ability to go ahead and bring down something in favor of Ruben. I must say, just to give you full context over here. The way this works is, the witnesses came to the base, right? What are the witnesses there for? The witnesses are there to say that Ruben killed Shimon. After the witnesses give testimony, one of the witnesses turns around and he says, oh, you know what? I actually now have something to say in favor of the defendant. Right? Or one of the students, remember again, what this refers to the rows of students who sit in front of the nation. One of the students say, I think I find a way, I have a way to find Ruben guilty. In either of these two cases, we trust him, so we don't listen to these people. Now, we don't listen for different reasons. Remember what it says in the last paragraph. Once witnesses give testimony, and they're there to go ahead and find Ruben guilty, we don't accept them to now go ahead and say, oh, I have something positive to say here about Ruben. Because what does it look like? It looks like they're hedging their bets a little bit, right? So that doesn't look appropriate. Same idea over here. If one of the students comes along and says, oh, I have some information that could be damning for Ruben, we also don't listen to him. Again, if he has the ability to come along and say something positive for Ruben, we'll absolutely accept his testimony. Okay. Here it is. So listen to this. If one of the Talmudim says, I have something to exonerate Ruben, right? I have some information that I think would be helpful to Ruben. So what's that? So we invite him to sit on the baby. Right? So one of the students tried to stop. I have something good that could be helpful to you. Show him that. Right? And we bring him ultimately again to seated on the basement. So you guys listen to this. Hello, how you going, Nisham? Call him Pulo. And we keep him there. We keep him there till the end of deliberations. And Yesh Mamish Bidvar Shomlo. So if it turns out that the guy has something meaningful to say, then you listen to him. Bafilu Hu Omer Yesh Duvalame Al Atsi. And even if, and what's it, by the way, even if the defendant, Reuben says, I have something positive to say in my defense, so we must Yeshi Little Alat Musicals, Shovelo. We listen to Reuben. We absolutely listen to him. But again, assuming, of course, that what he's saying is meaningful and substantive. In lots of musicals, Patron, they say, Bezin finds him innocent. What happens? Patron is done. None case closed, we're done. Meaning love. So I say now, what happens if Bezin can't find ground to exonerate? What do we do under those circumstances? Ma'avir also l'machar. So we saw before, we never issue a guilty plea on the day of. Right? We'll always go ahead and wait to give a guilty plea until the day after. Till the next morning. So what do we do that? So what was written between? It's incredible. So when we start things, who goes? And these things will break up kind of couples. They break up into pairs. And they would go in and they would discuss the case. How you so they would minimize the amount that they were consuming the food intake. How you show they would not quite say this highlights just the importance of what it is that they are losing. This is literally again, this is like that. As such, there has to be a certain amount of credibility, a certain amount of seriousness with which they approach this entire situation. So they don't have to fast, but they do diminish their consumption. They won't drink wine. As the Gemara says, they no sin kalalayla, and they would go back and forth the entire night. The next morning they would wake up early, come to the Beis Din, and Mizaka Omani and Mizaka. Or Mizaka, I need to come. So the ones who moving in the sin, they said, okay, that's our position, and we stand firm in our position that Reuben is innocent. Chayiv, like one who found Reuben guilty, Omer, Ani Mechayiv, Omer Chayiv, Ani Ben Tomi. But the ones who thought that Reuben was guilty, they also have the right to say, we still find Reuben guilty and we stand in place. Hamalamid Tomi, Malamid Svos. They both say, anyone who originally wanted to find Reuben guilty, but then wants to switch teams, you can switch teams for example. However, about Hamalamid Zvos, Eino Yahal Latzo Ulalamid Chova. But ultimately, again, wants to express, once a dying expresses that he wants to find Reuben innocent, he doesn't have the right to turn around and then find Reuben guilty. Incredible. Gemara says, fine. Tell me, I just mentioned how incredible this is. Just two tremendous ideas. First of all, the idea what is to me, it's not on a general sense. You can't deliver a guilty capital according to the you have to sleep on it. Was a tremendous motion that sometimes before we pass judgment on someone or something, sleep on it. It's easy to go ahead and rush to snap judgment, quick judgment. And sometimes we're wrong, often we're wrong. If you just take a little bit more time to be deliberate before you pass judgment on another person, sleep on it. Sometimes you end up averting tremendous and terrible mistakes. Other pieces also, sometimes, once you go ahead, it's good to give you time yourself and also the formulation of opinions. Because sometimes in life, once we become rooted in an opinion, it's very difficult to back out of it. So sometimes it's good to go and give myself a little bit of time to formulate those opinions. Now here, you see that once the Dayan says innocent, that's it, no baptisms, right? You can't get out of it. Now again, that's good over here because the goal is to exonerate. So sometimes we back ourselves into certain opinionated corners, and we dug ourselves in there and we can't get out. Take a little bit more time. A little bit more time to practice our ideas, our hashkafas, our thoughts, our approaches, our opinions, they come out so much better. You know, goes like so tell the devil, good. Tell the devil. Shnei Sofer Adel Maskir said, now was let's say the judge who yesterday again said, he found Reuben guilty. Today he's saying innocent or opposite. So don't worry about it because remember there are stenographers. We spoke about this before. Remember again, 3 stenographers, right? One to go ahead and record the opinions of the judges who accelerate, one to record the opinions of the judges who find guilty, and one to go ahead and record all of the opinions of all of the judges together. So the race, again, there are all of these three applications. So one of us there makes a mistake, the stenographer will be there to remind him about his opinion. So let's say, much of those supposed patrol, the in-lab. So we'll say, so once again, if we finally go to accelerate, we accelerate and let move on his way. The in-lab is not only the meaning. So we count. Shnemas from the Zaki, that comes from the Chayim and Zakai. So 12 find innocent and 11, remember there's a division of 23 right now. And 12 find innocent and 11 find guilty is innocent. All you need to remember again for innocence is what? Simple majority. Simple majority. Majority of one. However, Shnemas from the Chayim and Zakai, one if 12 find guilty and 11 find innocent. Now have a majority of one for a guilty verdict. And remember, you need at least the majority of two. Even if there are 11 who exonerate and 11 who find guilty, the Akkad Omer Ein Yodea, right? And one says, I don't know, but we saw before. What happens when the judge says, I don't know? What is I don't know? I don't know means you don't exist. I don't know means that you don't exist. That's in the basic context, right? So we get him out of there. But even asking the shrine is that and even let's say if you have 22 judges who either find guilty or exonerate, the Akkad Omer Ein Yodea, and one judge says, I don't know, you'll see who have that on us. We'll say, remember again, we're reiterating the problem here, but when you have a judge who says, I don't know, it's as if he's not there. So for this is actually an interesting case. So let's say, for example, you have a situation of 22 judges who say Ruben is innocent, or 22 judges who say Ruben is guilty, and one judge says, I don't know. So again, essentially what happens, it's as if he doesn't exist, which is only the division of 22. You can't adjudicate capital cases with a division of 22. So it essentially disqualifies the process. So what do you do? How much do you add? So you have to add on judges. How many additional judges do you have to add on? How much? Shnayim doesn't look because we bench. So you could have sworn you should have tried. It'd be nice if until we get ultimately again to a total of 71. A total of 71. So the Gemara says, so Ad Shivim Ve'achad, Shloshim B'Shishim Azaki, Shloshim B'Chayim. See if you have 36. 36, we go ahead and find him innocent, and 35 who finds him guilty. Zakai ultimately, again, is going to go ahead and be guilty. Shloshim B'Shishim Azaki. But if you go ahead and you find 36 that find you guilty, and 35 that once you get to 71, right, once you get to 71, so that's it. You need to get to a majority of 2 in order to convict, or you need to get to a majority of 1 in order to exonerate. And at that point, interestingly enough, the group has to work it out, right? So from 23 to 71, you can keep adding on judges until you figure out what the final verdict is. Once you get to 71, that's the end. That's the end. And halacha again, they have to figure it out until they get to a photo. Incredible articles, let's analyze. And how do you so ask the where do you know? So what do you know what? So remember the Mishnah said that there are 7 chakiros. 7 chakiros. And says, how do you know that there are 7 chakiros? Whereas actually simply looking at for a scriptural allusion to this. So the Pasuk says, V'garashta v'chakarta v'sha'alta hitev. ואומר, וגד לך, ושמעת, ודרשת היטב, ואמר, ודרשו השופטים היטב. So it's actually interestingly enough, so the Gemara thing is like this. Every time the Torah uses the lashon of darashta, chakarta, and hitiv, that refers to chakiros, shishas v'chakiros. So again, you have the darashta, the chakarta, hitiv, darashta, hitiv, and the darshu hated. That gives you 7. That gives you 7. Then the Gemara, and we're going to see in just a moment that this is actually three different contexts. One is talking about the Irani Dachos, a city which worshipped idolatry. Second is talking about an individual who worships idolatry. And the third is talking about Eidim Zolid. Okay, but we put them all together because they all utilize similar Lishonos, ultimately of investigation. And that gives us 7 expressions here. Give us our applicable source for 7 Chakiras, holidays. I the Ema Chad the Chad the Kid Siba, the Kid Git Siba. Maybe not, maybe what it is was say, how do you know to go ahead and combine all of these into one discussion? Maybe at the end of the day, what it actually means is what? Maybe each section has its own Jushas V'Chakiras, and each section has its own amount of Jushas V'Chakiras corresponding to the time that Rashi V'Chatar is in their context. Which the Gemara says, because if not, if the intention over here was to go ahead and put everything together, then why not write everything in just one context? To which the Gemara says, because they are all really close to each other, therefore Allah they're not from one another. The Chayva and the Yalpi Nahad, since they can be one from one another also, but they're similar expressions. It's as if they were already in one single context. But the three says again, these 3 things that we're focusing on, some of them are not similar to each other. They're not comparable. For example, here Hanidachas Lahanat Kajilodan. For example, here Hanidachas, remember again, here Hanidachas is a city where the inhabitants worship idolatry. Everything is wiped out. So here Hanidachas is not comparable. Why? The Gemara says, Shikin, Mamona, and Pala. Remember, by here Hanidachas, everything is destroyed. People are wiped out, possessions are wiped out, everything is destroyed. So that's the thing. By a person, an individual works with Avodah Zarah, he may be executed, but his property is not destroyed. They get the reciprocal punishment, whatever that may be. Avodah Zarah, you'll see it again, Avodah Zarah. As long as he's not individual stuff Avodah Zarah, she's not comparable to the other 2 cases. Why? She can't be cited because Avodah Zarah is punishable by citing. Eidim Zolid and Lahanat Kajilodan. Eidim Zolid is not comparable to Eidim Dachas or Avodah Zarah. Why? She can't speak in Hasira because it requires a wording. Right? And ultimately, again, this is a Gzir Shalom Mufna. What is Gzir Shalom Mufna? Mufna means that the word itself is open because it's not used for any other word. So you must be Mufna because the Gzir Shalom was not Mufna, if it wasn't open. You could ask the following question: where is he coming from? There could be a miracle. We'll see the miracle in a moment. Question 1: if we didn't Mufna, the Gzir Shalom that these words are not used for anything else, and if our local might say again that they are in fact fit for the Darshan. The Havana in the Mikdash, the Darshan, the Fakru, since the Fakru could have said that just the Darshan, the Fakru, and I'm going to give you traditions, the Kachinas, the Shani Kabbalah, you go to Hativ, and the Torah goes out of his Hativ, Russian of Hativ, says, right, Tarashta, the Hakarta, Hativ, thoroughly. You don't need that word Hativ. I don't need that. So therefore, again, Shmamina Lafniyeh, that comes to show you ultimately again because the other words for use for the Gzir Shabbat. I Vakati Mufna Mitzad. But again, I will say that only tells me that the word is free on one side of the scriptural equation, when it comes ultimately again to Eidim Zolid and Avodah Zarah, Mufnu, Mishum Dahavan in the Mikdash, is ultimately again because it could have just said Sha'alta V'Chakarta, Ela Irani Dachas, my Havan in the Mikdash, but by Irani Dachas, what else should it have been? Haksiva Kulu, Hasam Nami Yitmin, it's still open for Gzir Shabbat. Why? It happened in the Mikdash, Darosh Tidrosh, O Kakar, Kakar. The Torah was use a double expression utilizing the same word, Darosh Tidrosh, or Kakar Taka, first wide line. The Shani Krab would be created, yet the Torah goes out of it, but it changes the verbiage and uses the word hated, Shmamina Lafniyeh. Extra word is there to free up the rest of the phrase to be able to make the Gzir Shabbat. Altogether, we'll say, since you have this unique Gzir Shabbat between Eidim Dachas, Avodah Zarah, and Eidim Zolid. what that halakhic triangle, right? What that triangle with the Shabbat does is allows me to pull all of those words and recognize that the expressions of Karashka, Chakarta, and Hated appear in total of 7 times. And that gives me again my biblical source for 7 chakiros. Incredible. Ba'asim Mechnokin source is Ba'asim Mechnokin, the Kavachon is discovered over the Erajim. And also, ultimately, again, those subject to Tanika could be learned out from the Kavachon from those subject to Sila. Over the Erajim, Ba'asim Mechnokin, the Kavachon is discovered. And ultimately, again, those subject to Srifa could be learned from the Kavachon. From Skila, which was Skila Hamura. Skila is more Hamur. This makes sense. What is there to say? MS Nochel, which commercial Rabbi says. The Rabbi says that the Pasuk says MS Nochel, sorry. So what's here the issue? It says, adding that MS Nochel, that gives me a total of 11. Like, if we're dashing every single time we have Darashta, Chakarta, and now by adding MS Nochel, that gives me 11, to which the Gemara says, sorry, Sheva Chakiros, so I'll use 7 of them. For 7 chakiros, Dal plus 8 Shava. Go ahead and take out 3 Shava. Partial Mukhada. They'll give me 1 left. When Shimon last week, Jacob Shimon comes to those, or those things in our subject is straightforward. Rabbanon knows that the Asik Kavachomer can't the Casa of Kra. And going to Rabbanon, even sometimes that clear from Kavachomer, kind of goes out of its way to state it in the passage. You know, we do not like these drushes. Eva last week, Shmona Hakiris. So Rabbi Yelal says maybe there are 8 Hakiris, like those who do 8 Hakiris. Tuesday says what? Shmona Hakiris in the 8 Hakiris. Wow. Potentially, there's also 7 Hakiris. Where do you get Hakiras from? I never know. Why not? Why can't there be an 8 Hakira? Or even 8 Hakira? But Ikalasi would come off the shah. So let's go again. Here's what's interesting. When Rabbi posits, sorry, Rabbi Abel posits, maybe there's an 8 Hakira. What's 8 Hakira? What time? Remember again, Mishnah's Hakira was what hour? What hour? Right? Maybe Rabbi Abel says, maybe there's an 8 Hakira. The 8 Hakira is not only the hour. What time during that hour? Time, tell me 8:37. 8:37, okay. You have a margin of error. So maybe the 8 Hakiras tell me exactly what time. I know that the Rebbe says, well, how you both, so it's Shmona Hakiras. It's actually by that sentence. The Rebbe says that there weren't 7 Hakiras like in Mishnah, so there are actually 8 Hakiras altogether. So this reminds us, Honey Kala Abaye, I'll do the Rabbi Meir. So this makes sense, correct Abaye, right? This makes sense, according to Abaye, we do Meir, the Amr, 8 Adam Torah, a local. We'll say these next few lines are absolutely fascinating. The Meir says a person has the ability to be absolutely precise. Absolutely precise. And therefore, again, because a person has the ability to be absolutely precise, therefore what? There's nothing wrong with adding in that 8 Hakira. What's the 8 Hakira? What time? Not what hour, what time. And because a person has the ability for complete precision, they first should be able to answer that question appropriately. So if you do the half-wish, when I'm Gamra Adam Slam Mashur, Shakir, and it's just even if the whole of the person isn't exactly precise. Okay, they can still get it in the ballpark. So there's one one that says, somebody goes Shimon at 8:40. Another one says, I was 9 o'clock. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. In other words, even if we were willing to accept some level of imprecision, that's fine. Allah, Baye, everybody read the Amar, Adam to a Chatzi Shah. So I say, but according to Rabbi, it's because of Yehuda, that a person can make a mistake up to a half hour. Or up to a half hour. But we love the Amar, Ta'u Shituva. People could go ahead, people could make a mistake for a long time, people could make dramatic mistakes. I just want to get over that. Just fascinating. It's fascinating to see that how people treat kindness. People treat kindness. I had one of the things that drives me crazy. Again, it is one of the most, I think, one of the most important egos a person could possess is timeliness. If you take something, if something is meaningful and important to you, then don't time for it. But if you're not on time for it, it's understanding the message that you're transmitting, so it's not important. It's not important. You leave whatever excuse, you give an excuse for anything and everything in the world. If you're not on time, whether it's for your job, whether it's for davening, whether it's for, when you're supposed to be home, whatever it is, it's true. There's never a shortage of excuses. It's an incredible result. But if you're not on time, it means that it's not, whatever it is not important enough for me to make a concerted effort to show up on time. And it's really low to ourselves, because the things that are important to us, we're always on time. We're always on time, right? The things that I really enjoy, I'm on time. But it's interesting. So it says like people treat time differently. People treat time differently. So it's interesting. So you have a Rabbi there, and there says the concept of the ability to be exact. Right? The 12 little clue. And then again, you see other opinions that say, a person, maybe there's a little bit right here and there. And then this third category, Tone Ishituba. Who's this third category? This third category of people just can't get it together. Just can't get it together, right? They're all over the place, always ready, always is. And also, it's interesting. So again, first of all, it's all about because there are people, there are different kinds of people who are wired differently when it comes to time. It's really that unless a person has some compelling reason why they can't be on time perpetually for things, it's just important for us to do a self-check for ourselves. We have all the most wonderful reasons in the world. But at the end of the day, if you're not on time for something, the message you're broadcasting about that thing, whether you intend to broadcast or don't intend to broadcast it, is this is not important enough for me to be here. Now, again, you may be saying other things are more important than this, and that's when I'm going to be linked to this. Just understand there's a lack of timeliness when a person is communicating is a hierarchy of importance in life. And it's important because sometimes these things happen. We don't realize the messages that we're kind of emoting to other people or giving off to other people. We don't even intend to give, but when I say again, I'm still giving off. But it's interesting to see this range of people when it comes to timeliness. Okay. Hakira. So what is Hakira? So you're okay. So the kind of thing to say in the Hakira is what time, giving the exact time that a person is right that the event occurred. That's fine, but not everybody holds that people have the ability or the capability of that level of precision. So what could be the Hakira? Allah see the come up to Yovel. What year during the Yovel cycle did the murder occur? Yes, and I know the so we said that. That's one of the first questions, right? What during the Shemitah cycle is going on? No. The question is once another again. Yovels, like Yovels, are numbered. Like it's interesting. It was like how it's all part of the same time motif, right? If you think about it, think about what the youth counts. We count hours, right? We count hours. We count. Well, actually, we count minutes. Right? All the God has a appreciation of minutes, right? What's the mola? I don't know, whatever, right? So whatever, 4 minutes and 2 kamakim, after this. So we count, right? We count minutes. We count hours. We count days. We count weeks. We count months. We count years. We count years in a Shemitah cycle. We count Shemitah cycles in Yovel, and we count Yovels as well. We count every single unit of time. Because the lesson, what's interesting is this same lesson that keeps appearing over and over and over again. Time is the greatest resource, and therefore time management is the most important to it. That's why, again, going back to Friday's back, we saw the accounting, every single hour was accounted for. The key to success in life is absolute complete time management. Again, always on all of that, right? Right? But maybe I'm not managing the minute to minute. That's probably good. How about I get to that level? But at least to manage the hours of life. Not to let the hours slip through our fingers into oblivion is the key to personalistic success. So maybe, again, you might listen, maybe the eighth Hakira is what number of Yovel are we up to? And what number of Yovel are we up to? The other thing is that no. You don't need to know number of Yovel. As long as the witnesses know what number of years in the Shemitah cycle it is, that's more than enough. So therefore, interestingly enough, okay, so what's the takeaway from this? Here's the takeaway. Takeaway is the Mishnah told us we have 7 Hakiras. The source for those Hakiras, not the Hakiras themselves, but the source for the concept of 7 probing questions to ensure that the witnesses really saw what they saw, at least were present to be able to see what they saw. That concept of 7 Hakiros comes from the Torah. Which is it comes from the conglomeration of Iridakos, individual works of Abizar, and Eidim Solomon. Out of those 3 contexts, we have Dalashta Hakarta Hated, Dalashta Hated, Zarshu Hated. There's an opinion that says that there's a 8th Hakira. How about I say we reject that opinion? We go with the 7 Hakiras as espoused in our Mishnah that have their biblical source. Incredible. Let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. Rabbi Yossi says the most thing I remember. Rabbi Yossi came along and said that you guys are getting too complicated. Rabbi Yossi said there are only 3 questions. What are the 3 questions? Is it Yom? What day did Reuben kill Shimon? Is it Shah? What time did Reuben kill Shimon? And then also, whenever you see Shah never means 8:45. What does Shah mean? 8th hour of the day, 9th hour of the day, something like that. And Be'ez Makom. What place? That's WOC's 3 questions. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So Yossi said to them, according to you, Misha Bava Amar Emesh Harvey. Listen to this. Let's say witnesses show up, right? And witnesses say yesterday, right? So let's say Monday. Right? So we originally just Shimon on Shabbos, right? So what happens? Witnesses show up on Monday, and they say yesterday, Reuben killed Shimon. And he says yesterday. Are we going to say, oh no, Be'ez Shavua, Be'ez Shana, Be'ez Chodesh, the time of Chodesh? And I say, here's the thing. Rabbi Yossi is like this. If witnesses show up and they say that yesterday, Sunday, Reuben killed Shimon, you're going to start asking now the witnesses all of these questions, right? But which year, which Shemitah year was it, right? Which year, which month, what day of the month? He just told you yesterday. So what this is trying to highlight is that very often all of these hakiras that you can come on espousing, they're unnecessary. Guys rolling into days and saying yesterday Reuben killed Shimon, so because of that, Rabbi Yossi says, I'm going to tell you the 3 core questions, and this is all you need. What day? Okay, you answered that yesterday. What time? And where did it happen? All of the other questions could very often just be totally unnecessary. That's what Rabbi Yossi says. So the Gemara says, so Amrul Varaka. So the Chacham said back to Yossi, according to you, Misha Bava Amar Achshav Hardu. Amar Lo Be'ez Yom Be'ez Shah Be'ez Makom. So the Yossi according to your logic, let's say witnesses show up and they say, literally, we just saw Reuven kill Shimon. We just saw it. So same comes up with Yossi. Are you going to ask them what day? You're going to ask them what time. So in other words, they'll say, so the company says, you just think because you're back on you. Ella, Afak Abdul Tzarech, Raminon Alik Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar. In other words, the company say to Rabbi Yossi like this. You're right. It could be that sometimes questions are unnecessary, but you will ask them anyway. For what purpose? We want to impose the need to share this information. And according to Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, what's her name again? Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar was one who said that we try to confuse the witnesses in capital cases in order to get them to contradict themselves, and ultimately in order to get their testimony not to stick. Remember, our goal is we want to exonerate. That's our goal. So therefore, again, in common sense, we say we fully recognize that there are times when all of these questions may be unnecessary, but we ask them anyway. We ask them anyway in an effort, first of all, to ensure that the witnesses are really telling the truth, and if it ends up that they trip over themselves with the information, then again, we're happy for that to occur as well.
Terrence Crawford.
The Gemara says, Rabbi
I
Yossi
believe he was the
says,
underdog,
Emes
even though he
Hagu,
was
Emes
undefeated,
Hagu, Shkia,
multi-division world
the
champion,
Ravegos,
one of the greatest
Akshav
of all time
Hagu,
for
the
sure.
champion Ravegos.
So he was
Rabbi Yossi
jumping
will
up
respond,
from
no.
154-pound weight
Yossi will
class where
respond
he just
that
won the
witnesses
belt.
coming
It was the
in, witnesses
147-pound
coming in
weight
and
class.
saying that
All
Allah
the way up to
Halacha
168. That's a
we
big
didn't kill
leap.
Shimon yesterday.
14 pounds.
That's a
And
commonplace.
everybody thought Canel's gonna have
Witnesses
too much
coming into
power,
Basin
it's
and
gonna be
saying,
too big.
we just saw Ruben kill Shimon. That's not common. That's not common. And if our local again, we're not worried that is going to actually. All right, then I'll say, so bottom line, halacha l'maisa, we have this fundamental reason in common. The Chachamim giving these 7 chakiras, which the Chachamim hold really have their source, midaraisa. Rabbi Yossi says 3 basic questions: what day, what time, what place. The Rambam asking is like the Chachamim, and if halacha l'maisa in capital cases, we employ these 7 questions, the 7 chakiras. Incredible. Right, doesn't know. Stop over for today. Shkoyach, okay? You have to show me the incredible week ahead of us.
I think it's a skill thing.
Yeah, sure, everyone.
Different size. Like, I don't think so.
Well, nothing.
And so that odds thing is to me exciting.
All right.
Like,
Everyone,
it
soon.
fosters
Have a
debate.
good day, everyone.
You start talking about, if it's a game, you start talking about players, and who chose the outfield, and this and that. This guy, so he's stealing bases, and I'm factoring that in, and, the odds become a part of the discussion. But yeah, it is ultimately, the problem is, first of all, kids are addicted to apps as it is. They use them. They're always on their damn phone. And they'll go from TikTok to Instagram to X to, they'll check this and then they'll check that.
All right, we'll say good morning, good tevach. Let's Baruch Hashem to be able to begin another week of Sanhedrin together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for Tafshin KA 5785. The Dozen Mishpacha for dedicating all the Shurim and Jerushos this year as a Zechus for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves, Habal living with over the Kelman family in memory of Amit Ben David Levi, from the brother of Itai Levi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, that the Shamor Hadnaviyah and his family in the Chum. And of course, we say Hodu Hashem Kitov Kiyol and Chastel for the return of 4 of our hostages. As I mentioned last week, irrespective of what one feels about the particular deal, whether it's a good idea or not a good idea, leaving everything aside, the fact that Baruch Hashem, 4 precious neshamas are back home with their families, and we hope that Emir Hashem, our hostages will continue to come home, our hostages will continue to be reunited with Emir Hashem. To see all of them come home, our holy soldiers should be successful. And indeed, it should be a lifetime of Besoros Tavos for Am Yisrael. With that, so let us begin. So we are picking up the new parak today in on Daf Men. Great Daf yesterday, incredible Daf yesterday. So let's pick up with the new parak. How you posting Oson B'Sheva Hakiros? Remember, we've spoken about this before in the past a little bit, about the Rishas V'Chakiros, the idea of the questions that we ask to the agent when they come to go ahead and give testimony. So the Mishnah now says that we check the witnesses with 7 hakiras, right? 7 different types of questions. So the Gemara says, what are the examples for hakiras? Be'ezah shavua, be'ezah shana, be'ezah chodesh. So for example, here's some examples. Now these aren't examples, these are actually specific questions that are asked. So again, for example, be'ezah shana. What's the first? Be'ezah shavua. Rashi points out that be'ezah shavua shal yovel. Right? What is, remember again, there are 7 Shemitah cycles within a Yovel cycle, right? 50 years to Yovel, so 7 Shemitah cycles. So we asked the witness, what stage of the Yovel cycle did you see this murder? These are capital cases. Did you see this particular murder occur? So Be'ezah Shavua, Be'ezah Shana, what year? Be'ezah Chodesh, what month? Bekama B'Chodesh, what day of the month was it? Be'ezah Yom, what day of the week? Be'ezah Shah, what time? Be'ezah Makom, what place? So we'll say some very specific questions, because remember again, for capital cases, so we need to be able to ascertain with absolute certainty that the witnesses are telling the truth. Rabbi Yossi says, Be'ezah Yom, Be'ezah Shah, Be'ezah Makom. Rabbi Yossi says, no, there's 3 questions. Question number 1, what day did it occur? Question number 2, what time did it occur? And question number 3, where did it occur? Now listen, obviously, this is after the witnesses have given their information about everything else. So after they've given their so we saw Reuben kill Shimon, so then again, Rabbi Yosef says 3 simple witnesses. Essentially, what day, what time, what place. Makir, this is Moses, Makir also. Sorry, Makir Matam. So then we ask the witnesses other questions. Makir Matam, do you know the defendant? Right? His face symbol, did you give him Asra? Did you warn him? Oved Avodah Zarah. For example, let's say Reuben is accused of worshiping Avodah Zarah. So, Esmi Avad, which Avodah Zarah did Reuben go ahead and worship? The Kama Avad, how much did he worship? Oh, sorry, Ubame Avad, how did he worship? As well, so there are different ways of worshiping Avodah Zarah. You could bow down, you could kiss, in case of Baal Ha'or, you could defecate, right? One size doesn't fit all, right? There's something for everyone in Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says, so what says is interesting. So what the Mishnah is outlining over here is essentially the basic application. But the more the details they do, the better you are. So it was also a lot of this, probably I would imagine, was also very subjective, right? Jason would give a testimony, and sometimes, Jason would probably feel the need to probe a little bit more. So the Mishnah essentially says over here, we're kind of giving David the general outline, but of course, feel free to go ahead and amplify and add on to this as well. Ma'aser Badak Ben Zakkai Bo'otzivim. We've actually seen this mentioned a number of different times. One time Ben Azai, so witnesses testified that they saw Reuben kill Shimon underneath the fig tree. So Ben Azai says, tell me, what did the stems of the figs look like? So depending on the season, ultimately you'll be able to see it. For example, so this is all part of the same motif as well, that halacha l'maisa, we have to go ahead and try to do whatever we can in order to exonerate. Like, that's always our goal. We always try to exonerate. So as such, even such specific questions like what did the stems of the figs look like would be potentially helpful in the exoneration of the defendant. Not in chakiros levitikos. So remember again, the 7 questions that we outlined over here are what are called chakiros. Now the Gemara says, what's the distinction between chakiros and levitikos? First, why lie? Chakiros, echad omer eni yodeh, do some beteva. So we'll say for the chakiros, which are the questions mentioned in our Mishnah. If someone responds to any of the chakiros and he says, I don't know, right? The witness to say, I don't know, that is grounds for automatic disqualification, which makes sense, right? If you can't identify which month, what day during the month, which day, what time, where, these are very specific questions. If you can't answer them, the testimony is automatically disqualified. So the Gemara says, "Chakiros echad omer eni yodeh, it is a mitela. Levitikos echad omer eni yodeh, v'afilu shnayim omer eni yodeh, it is a kayamas." But for levitikos, for example, what would be an example of levitikos? So let's say again, we ask the witnesses, what color shirt was Reuben wearing? That would fall into the category of levitikos. So if at the end of the day, the witnesses can't answer that, even if one can't answer it, both can't answer it, that does not disqualify the Eidos. Okay? So the Gemara says, echad chakiros ve'echad levitikos, is not shenachishin zazah, edusam b'tela. The one thing is clear, both with levitikos and chakiros, I should say chakiros and levitikos, if halacha l'maisa, the witnesses contradict each other, automatically disqualified. That's the halacha. Echad omer b'shnayim b'chodesh, ve'echad omer b'shlosha b'chodesh, edusam tennis. Those are some interesting cases. So let's say witness number 1 says, we saw Reuben kill Shimon, and it was the 2nd day of the month. Right? And the second witness says, no, the second witness says it was the 3rd day of the month. What's the halacha? Edusam chayamas. They will say, why? What do we attribute the error to? Shezeh yodeh be'iburo shachodesh, ve'zeh ein yodeh be'iburo shachodesh. We'll say it could be quite simple. Remember again, a month could have 29 or 30 days. It could be that one guy knew that it was a malay, a complete month with 30 days, and one did not. So in other words, what you begin to see is, and we will say, remember again, what day of the month falls under the umbrella of chakiros. Those are the more severe questions. But we see that we accept the fact that there definitely could be some margin of error. But if witness number 1 says Reuben killed Shimon on the 3rd of the month, and witness number 2 says no, he killed him on the 5th of the month, then the eidos is batal. Echad Omer, because we'll say again, that's it. So what you should be indices with dates. With dates, there can be up to a 1 day discrepancy between the ages. More than 1 day you can't have. Okay, next. Now we're going to go to time discrepancy. Echad Omer B'Shtei shows, the Echad Omer B'Shalosh shows a decent time. Assuming again, if let's say, Reuven said, right, Reuven killed Shimon, that's the accusation. Witness number 1 says, we saw Reuven kill Shimon at 9 o'clock in the morning. Shimon says we saw it, second witness says we saw it at 10 o'clock in the morning. So what's the halacha? They do some kaya. Echad Omer B'Shalosh, Echad Omer B'Chamisha, they do something. But again, if some, that truth is really what they're saying is like this. Witness number 1 says, I saw Reuven kill Shimon in the 3rd hour into the day. Witness number 2 says, I saw Reuven kill Shimon in the 4th hour into the day. That's fine. That works. I will say, but essentially, Rashi points out over here is what we allow for is up to a 2-hour discrepancy in time. That we accept. More than 2 hours, we cannot. So just understand, remember, when the basin asks the witnesses, what time did you see this? So they're actually not asking for in 8:15. What they're asking is the general hour of the day. So therefore, again, if there is up to a 2-hour discrepancy, the testimony can combine. More than a 2-hour discrepancy, testimony cannot combine. But Yehuda says, he says, no, halacha l'maaseh, even in a case where there is a more than 2-hour discrepancy, ultimately, again, you can still accept the testimony. And Rashi says over here, the kuli high tight issue. People make mistakes. Even more than 2 hours, people make mistakes. And here's what's interesting. Echad Omer b'Chamish ve'Echad Omer b'Sheva, Eidusan b'Tela. I will say that, interestingly enough, even if Yehuda would agree, let's say if one witness says, Reuven killed Shimon in the 5th hour, and another witness says Reuven killed Shimon in the 7th hour, that ultimately, again, is irreconcilable. Why? Because remember, again, I will say, 5th hour is before noon, 7th hour is afternoon, and the sun is in 2 fundamentally different positions. So with that, already again, that is considered to be an irreconcilable contradiction. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows, right? Good. So that's also, so all of this is how we go ahead and we cross-examine the witness. Both, so that after we do all of this with the first witness, then we repeat the same process with the second witness. So again, it turns out now we've done our hakiros and our bedikos with the witnesses. So it turns out now testimony is checked out. Okay, now what do we do? What's the first thing we do in Beis with the capital case? Poschit dischos. And also remember what poschit dischos means. Beis tells the defendant, don't worry, Reuven, if you didn't kill Shimon, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. That's the poschit dischos. Listen to this. One of the witnesses says, I have the ability to go ahead and bring down something in favor of Reuven. I want to just to give you full context over here. The way this worked is the witnesses kept coming to Beis, right? What are the witnesses there for? The witnesses are there to say that Reuven killed Shimon. If after the witnesses give testimony, one of the witnesses turns around and he says, oh, you know what? I actually now have something to say in favor of the defendant. Right? Oh, Echad Min HaTalmidim, Yesh Li L'Lamed Alav Kol, or one of the students. Remember again, this refers to the rows of students who would sit in front of the Beis. One of the students say, I think I have a way to find Reuven guilty. In either of these two cases, Mishaskenos, so we don't listen to either of these people. Now, we don't listen to these different reasons. Remember, Rabbi says in the last paragraph. Once witnesses give testimony, and they're there to go ahead and find Reuven guilty, we don't accept them to now go ahead and say, oh, I have something positive to say in favor of Reuven. Because what does it look like? It looks like they're hedging their bets a little bit, right? So that doesn't look appropriate. Same idea over here. If one of the students comes along and says, oh, I have some information that could be damning for Reuven, we also don't listen to him. Again, if he has the ability to come along and say something positive for Reuven, we'll absolutely accept his testimony. Okay. Amar Echad Talmidim, Yesh Li L'Lamed Alav Kol. Here it is. So let's listen to this. If one of the Talmidim says, I have something to exonerate Reuven, right? I have some information that I think could be helpful to Ruben. So what's the halacha? Ma'alin also, umoshivan also b'neiim. So we invite him to sit on the base. Interesting, right? So one of the students pipes up, I have something good that could be helpful to Ruben. I say, Shkoyach, come on down. Right? Yeah, we bring him ultimately again to seat him on the basin. So the Gemara, listen to this. And we keep him there. Keep him there till the end of deliberations. So if it turns out that the guy has something meaningful to say, then we listen to him. And even if, by the way, even if the defendant, Ruvain says, I have something positive to say in my defense. So the Gemara says, we listen to Ruvain. You absolutely listen to him. But again, assuming, of course, that what he's saying is meaningful and substantive. So say, Bezin finds him innocent. What happens? He's done. Done, case closed, we're done. So we'll say now, what happens if Bezin can't find grounds to exonerate him? What do we do under those circumstances? Ma'avirin also l'mahar. So we saw this before. We never issue a guilty plea on the day of. Right? We'll always go ahead and wait to give a guilty plea until the day after, until the next morning. So what do we do that? So what do we do in between? It's incredible. So Mizdavkin Zugos, and the Beis would break up kind of with the Chavusas. They would break up into pairs. And they would go in and they would discuss the case. So they would minimize the amount that they were consuming, their food intake. They would not drink wine. This highlights just the importance of what it is that they are rooting on. This is literally, again, this is life and death. Life and death. As such, there has to be a certain amount of kavod rosh, a certain amount of seriousness with which they approach this entire situation. So they generally don't have to fast, but they do diminish their consumption. They won't drink wine. The Gemara says, V'nosin kol halayla, and they would go back and forth the entire night. The next morning they would wake up early, come to the basin. So the ones who found Reuven innocent, they said, okay, that's our position, and we stand firm in our position that Reuven is innocent. But the one who found Reuven guilty, Omer ani mechayev, or mechayev ani bin komi. But the ones who thought that Reuven was guilty, they also had the right to say, we still find Reuven guilty, and we stand in place. Hamalamed chovim malamed skos. I will say that anyone who originally wanted to find Reuven guilty, but then wants to switch teams, you could switch teams to exonerate. However, but ultimately, again, once a dying expresses that he wants to find Reuven innocent, he doesn't have the right to turn around and then find Reuven guilty. Incredible. The Gemara says, fine. Tell me, so I'll just mention how incredible this is. Just two tremendous ideas. First of all, the idea, what do you see from here, just on a general sense? We can't deliver guilty capital verdicts there. We have to sleep on it. Was that tremendous skill that sometimes before we pass judgment on someone or something, sleep on it. It's easy to go ahead and rush to snap judgment, quick judgment. And sometimes we're wrong, often we're wrong. You can just take a little bit more time to be deliberate before you pass judgment on another person. Sleep on it. Sometimes you end up averting tremendous and terrible mistakes. Other pieces also, sometimes once you go ahead, it's good to give yourself time also in the formulation of opinions. Because sometimes in life, once we become rooted in an opinion, it's very difficult to back out of it. So sometimes it's good to go and give myself a little bit of time to formulate those opinions. You see that once the dying says innocent, that's it, no backsies, right? You can't get out of it. Now again, that's good over here because the goal is to exonerate. But sometimes we back ourselves into certain opinionated corners, and we've dug ourselves in there and we can't get out. Take a little bit more time to deliberate, a little bit more time to concretize our ideas, our hashkafas, our thoughts, our approaches, our opinions, and they come out so much better. The Gemara goes like there. So, Tal B'davar, good. Tal B'davar, Shnei Sofer Naderu Eskein also. Now, let's say you have a judge, who yesterday again said, he found Reuven guilty. Today he's saying innocent or opposite. So don't worry about it, because remember, there are stenographers. We spoke about this before. Remember, again, 3 stenographers, right? One to go ahead and record the opinions of the judges who exonerate, one to record the opinions of the judges who find guilty, and one to go ahead and record all of the opinions of all of the judges together. So the mice, again, are all of these stenographers. So if one of them makes a mistake, the stenographer will be there to remind him about his opinion. So we'll say, so once again, if we find the ability to exonerate, we exonerate and we're going to move on his way. And if not, so we count. So 12 find innocent and 11, because remember there's a basin of 23 right now. Right? 12 find innocent and 11 find guilty. Innocent. All you need to remember again for innocence is what? Simple majority. Simple majority. Majority of one. However, what if 12 find guilty and 11 find innocent? So now I have a majority of 1 for a guilty verdict, and remember, you need at least a majority of 2. Or even if there are 11 who exonerate and 11 who find guilty, right? And one says, I don't know. What happens when a judge says, I don't know? What is I don't know? I don't know means you don't exist. I don't know means that you don't exist, at least in the basic context, right? So we get him out of there. And even I will say, if you have 22 judges who either find guilty or exonerate, and one judge says, I don't know, Yosifu Hadayan. So we'll say, remember again, we're reiterating the call over here, that when you have a judge who says, I don't know, it's as if he's not there. So this is actually an interesting case. So let's say, for example, you have a situation of 22 judges who say Reuven is innocent, or 22 judges who say Reuven is guilty, and one judge says, I don't know. So again, essentially what happens, it's as if he doesn't exist, since you only have a basin of 22. You can't adjudicate capital cases with a basin of 22. So it essentially disqualifies the process. So what do you do? You must have how much do you add? So you have to add on judges. How many additional judges do you have to add on? Remember again, we add on judges. Remember, take them from the bench. From the bench, 2 at a time. Until we get ultimately again to a total of 71. A total of 71. So the Gemara says, so ad shivim ve'echad, shloshim v'shishim v'zakin, u'shloshim v'chamishim v'chayim. See, if you have 36 who go ahead and find him innocent, and 35 who find him guilty, Zakai ultimately again he's going to go ahead and be guilty. But if you go ahead and you find 36 that find him guilty and 35 that find him innocent, done in Elu connected. Elu, so this is the number again. Here's the issue. Once you get to 71, right? So that's it. Like we tapped out, and then remember, one of two things has to happen. Either you need to get to a majority of 2 in order to convict, or you need to get to a majority of 1 in order to exonerate. But at that point, interestingly enough, the group has to work it out, right? So in other words, from 23 to 71, you can keep adding on judges until we figure out what the final verdict is. Once we get to 71, that's the end. And halacha l'maisa again, they have to figure it out until they get to a verdict. Incredible. All right, so let's analyze. Where do you know this? What do you know what? So remember again, the Mishnah said that there are 7 chakiros. 7 chakiros. Gemara says, how do you know that there are 7 chakiros? Gemara is actually seems looking like for a scriptural allusion to this. Because the pasuk says, "V'darashta v'chakarta v'sha'alta hitev, hashta hitev, v'amar v'darshu hashoftim hitev." So it's interesting enough. What Gemara is doing is like this: every time the Torah uses the lashon of darashta, chakarta, and hitev, that refers to chakiros, trishas v'chakiros. So again, you have v'darashta v'chakarta hitev, v'darashta Hativ and Vidarshu Hativ. That gives you 7. Says the Gemara Bas, and we're going to see in just a moment. that this is actually three different contexts. One is talking about Iranidachos, a city which worships idolatry. Second is talking about an individual who worships idolatry. And the third is talking about Eidim Zomim. Okay, but we put them all together because they all utilize similar Lashonos, ultimately of investigation, and that gives us 7 expressions here. Give us our biblical source for 7 chakiros. How many days? I be'ima chad chad lekivik siva kid siva. Maybe not. Maybe what it means was how do you know to go ahead and combine all of these into one discussion? Maybe at the end of the day, what it actually means is what? Maybe each section has its own Jishus Chakiros, and each section has its own amount of Jishus Chakiros corresponding to the time that Rashi the Chakartos are in their context. So the Gemara says, because if not, if the intention over here was to go ahead and group everything together, then why not write everything in just one context? To which the Gemara says, because they are all written close to each other, therefore Allah reminds us to learn not from one another. The Haven, the Yalpin Yalda, since they should be learned not from one another also because they have similar expressions. In mind, to say that it's as if they were all written in one single but the three, by the way, say again, these three things, as we're going to see in just a moment, are not similar to each other. They're not comparable. For example, for example, remember again, Iranidachos is a city where the inhabitants worship idolatry. Everything is very wiped out. So Iranidachos is not comparable. Why? Look, Gemara says, Shekin, Mamona, and Palat. Because remember, by Iranidachos, everything is destroyed. People are wiped out, possessions are wiped out, everything is destroyed. So that's different. By a person, an individual worships Avodah Zarah, he may be executed, but his property is not destroyed. 18 Shomim, they get the reciprocal punishment, whatever that may be. Avodah Zarah, Avodah Zarah is also not is an individual Avodah Zarah. Is not comparable to the other two cases. Why? She came to Saif, because Avodah Zarah is controlled by Saif. Eidim Zomim and Lahanat Tartilot Damya. Eidim Zomim is not comparable to Iranidachos or Avodah Zarah. Why? She came to Tzvichin Hasra, because it requires a warning. It requires a warning. So the Hativ Yafina Me'adavi, Xer Shavah. Once you write Xer Shavah, Hativ, right? And ultimately, again, this is Xer Shavah Mufta. What is Xer Shavah Mufta? Mufta means that the word itself is open because it's not used for any other word. So you must be because if the Shabbat was not Mufta, if it wasn't open, you could ask the following question. So in fact, it could be a careful. We'll see the difference this morning. Versus, you're right, boy, if you get Mufta, the Xer Shavah is open, these words are not used for anything else, and therefore Allah again, they are that fit for the Dasha. You can have it in the Mikdash, the Darshu, the Fakul, since the Pasuk could have said that just the Darshu, the Fakul, that was giving you, goes out of his way to use Lashon of hated. It says, right, Darashta, the Chakarta, hated, thoroughly. You don't need that word here. I don't need that. So therefore, again, Shemamina Lach in the 8, that comes to show you ultimately, again, that the Torah is freeing up the other words for use for the Xer Shavah. But again, I will say that only tells me that the word is free on one side of the scriptural equation. When it comes ultimately again to Eidim Zomim and Avodah Zarah, Mufnu, Mishum Dahavin in the Mikdash. Because ultimately again, because he could have just said Sha'alta V'Chakarta. Ela Iranidachos Mehavin. But by Iranidachos, what else should he have been? Haksiva Kulu. Hasamnami Yifim. It's still open for Xer Shavah. Why? It's a Havin in the Mikdash. Darosh Tidrosh. O Chakar Tachkar. The Torah was could have used a double expression utilizing the same word. Darosh Tidrosh. Or Chakar Tachkar. First white line. The Shani Krabi Diburei. The hated. Yet the Torah goes out of its way, changes the verbiage, and uses the word hated. Shmamina Lafliye. That extra word is there to free up the rest of the phrase to be able to make the Xer Shavah. Okay, therefore, let's say, since you have this, we make Xer Shavah between Iranidachos, Avodah Zarah, and Eidim Zomim. what that halachic triangle, right? What that triangle Shava does is allows me to pull all of those words and recognize that the expressions of Tarashta, Chakarta, and Hated appear a total of 7 times. And that gives me again my biblical source for 7 chakiros. Incredible. Ba'asu nechnakin, Ba'asu nechnakin, the Kabbalah Miniskalin, Ominei Ragin. And also, ultimately, again, those who subject to Chanika could be learned out from the Kabbalah from those subject to Skila, Uminei Ragin, Ba'asu Nisrafin, the Kabbalah Miniskalin. And ultimately, again, those subject to Sreifa can be learned from the Kabbalah from Skila. Which reminds us, Hani Rabban, that is Skila Chamura. Which Rabban say that Skila is more Chamur. This makes sense. Al Rabbi Shimon Gamar Sreifa Chamura Ma'ija Neymar. But according to Rabbi Shimon, who says that Sreifa is more Chamur, what is there to say? Rabbi Yehuda, V'yinei emes nochol. V'yinei emes nochol. To which the Rabbi Yehuda says, that the pasuk says, V'yinei emes nochol, V'yinei emes nochol, hachad sari. So what's here's the issue. Yehuda says, if you add in that V'yinei emes nochol, that gives me a total of 11. Right? In other words, if we're dashing every single time you have darashta, chakarta, and now why not add an ms nochol? That gives me 11. To which the Gemara says, sorry, Sheva Hakilos. So I'll use 7 of that, 37 Hakilos. Dal plus the Xer Sheva. Go ahead and take out 3 views of the Xer Sheva. Partial Chada. That'll give me 1 left. Rabbi Shimon last year in Sratim. First, Rabbi Shimon comes to include those, or those cases that are subject to Sreifa. Rabbanon, most of the Aseh B'Kabba Homer, Karach HaKasif HaKla. The Rabbanon even subject sometimes of B'Lei from Kabba Homer, Torah goes out of its way to state it in the concept itself. Okay, the guy before Rabbi Avo. Rabbi Avo did not like any of this. Rabbi Avo did not like these brushes. Ema Lasli Shmona Chakiros. So Rabbi Avo says maybe there are 8 Chakiros. That comes with 8 Chakiros. First thing is what? Shmona Chakiros means what? If that's what we just said, as well, 7 Chakiros. We're getting 8 Chakiros from. Allah, why not? Why can't there be an 8 Chakira? Why be the 8 Chakira? Va'ika Lasli Bekama B'Shah. So also remember again, here's what's interesting. Rabbi deposits. Sorry, Rabbi Avo posits. Maybe there's an 8th Chakira. What's the 8th Chakira? What time? Remember again, Mishnah's Chakiras, the Chakira was what hour? What hour? Right, maybe Rabbi Avo, maybe there's an 8th Chakira. The 8th Chakira is not only the hour. What time during that hour? Give me a time, tell me 8:37. 8:37. Okay, you have a margin of error. And maybe the 8th Chakira is telling exactly what time. I know, the Rabbi says, how you both know, so Bishmona Chakiras. Is that your Bryce that says this? The Bryce says that there weren't 7 Chakiros like the Mishnah. There are actually 8 Chakiros altogether. To which the Gemara says, Honey, Shallah, Abaye, Alibi, Rabbi Meir. This makes sense, according to Abaye, right? This makes sense, according to Abaye, Alibi, Rabbi Meir, the Amra, in Adam, Toah, below, below. I want to say that these next 2 lines are absolutely fascinating. According to the Meir says a person has the ability to be absolutely precise. Absolutely precise. And therefore, again, because the person has the ability to be absolutely precise, therefore what? There's nothing wrong with adding in that 8th Chakira. What's the 8th Chakira? What time? Not what hour, what time. And because the person has the ability for complete precision, therefore it should be able to answer that question appropriately. So listen to this. And the truth is, even if you hold that a person isn't exactly precise, okay, they can still get it in the ballpark. So in other words, if one witness says, we saw the thing kill Shimon at 8:40, another one says, I was 9 o'clock, okay, that's fine. That's fine. In other words, even if we're willing to accept some level of precision, that's fine. Allah, so I'll say, but according to buyers, the person can make a mistake up to a half hour. Up to a half hour. So the Rabbi the Amar, Ta'u in Shituva, people could go ahead, just fascinating. Timeliness. People treat timeliness. right? One of the things that drives me a militia crazy, again, is one of the most important egos a person could possess is timeliness. If you take something is meaningful and important to you, there's no time for it. And if you're not on time for it, it's understanding the message that you're transmitting, so it's not important. It's not important. You keep whatever excuse, there's an excuse for anything and everything in the world. If you're not on time, whether it's for your job, whether it's for davening, whether it's for, when you're supposed to be home, whatever it is, sure, there's never a shortage of excuses. It's an incredible yesod. But if you're not on time, it means that it's not, whatever it is not important enough for me to make a concerted effort to show up on time. And it's a good window into ourselves, because the things that are important to us, we're always on time. We're always on time, right? The things that I really enjoy, I'm on time. But it's interesting. So the Gemara says, people treat time differently. So it's interesting. So you have Rabbi Meir, and Meir says a person has the ability to be exact, right? And then again, you see other opinions that say a person maybe he's a little bit late here and there. And then this third category, Tol in Shituva. Who's this third category? This third category of people just can't get it together. Right? They're all over the place, always late, always this. And also, it's interesting. So again, first of all, it's all about it, because there are different kinds of people who are wired differently when it comes to time. Again, unless a person has some compelling reason why they can't be on time perpetually for things, it's just important for us to do a self-check for ourselves. You can have all the most wonderful reasons in the world, but at the end of the day, if you're not on time for something, the message you're broadcasting about that thing, whether you intend to broadcast or don't intend to broadcast this is not important enough for me to be here. And that's why I'm going to be late to this. Just understand, when there's a lack of timeliness, what a person is communicating is a hierarchy of importance in life. It's important. Sometimes these things happen. We don't realize the messages that we're kind of emoting to other people or giving off to other people. We don't even intend to do it. But when I say again, I'm still giving off. But it's just interesting to see this range of people when it comes to timeliness. Okay, any event. Allah become the overflows, and so we're trying to just figure out. According to Rabbi Avo has this Chakira. So what is this Chakira? So the Gemara says, okay, so it'd be tempting to say maybe the Chakira is what time. You mean exact time that a person is dead, right, that the event occurred. That's fine, but not everybody holds that people have the ability or the capability of that level of precision. So what could be the Chakira? Allah Kama Biyodel. What year during Yovel's cycle did the murder occur? We already asked that. How is a Shavua? So we saw that, right? That's one of the first questions, right? What year in the Shemitah cycle is going on? No. The question is once and never again. Yovels, right? Yovels are numbered, right? It's interesting. I'll say how it's all part of the same time of motif, right? If you think about it, think about what the Yid counts. We count hours, right? We count minutes, right? The God has a true appreciation for this, right? What's the molot? I don't know, whatever, right? So whatever, 4 minutes and 2 chalakim, after this. So we count, right? We count minutes, we count hours, we count days, we count weeks, we count months, we count years. We count years in a Shemitah cycle. We count Shemitah cycles in a Yovel, and we count Yovlos as well. We count every single unit of time. Because what's interesting is it's this same lesson that keeps appearing over and over and over again. Time is the greatest resource, and therefore time management is the most important tool. That's why, again, going back to Friday's daf, we saw the accounting of Adam Arishon's day. Every hour was accounted for. Granted, not every hour was great, but every single hour was accounted for. The key to success in life is absolute, complete time management. Again, are we going to get down to the chalakim? Maybe find out what a chiluk was and be able to manage a little bit better, right? I don't know what the chalakim are, right? But okay, so maybe I'm not managing the minute to minute. That's probably good. Halavai should get to that level. But at least to manage the hours of life. Not to let the hours slip through our fingers into oblivion is the key to personal success. So maybe, again, the Gemara is suggesting maybe the eighth Hakira is what number Yovel are we up to? Hey, what number Yovel are we up to? Vida, even Is a Shavuot, not by the Is Yovel. The other thing is, no. We don't need to know the number of Yovel. As long as the witnesses know what number year in the Shemitah cycle it is, that's more than enough. So therefore, interestingly enough, so what's the takeaway from this? Here's the takeaway. Takeaway is the Mishnah told us we have 7 Hakiros, right? And what the Gemara taught us is, interestingly enough, the Makar, the source for those Hakiros, not the Hakiros themselves, but the source for the concept of 7 probing questions to ensure that the witnesses really saw what they saw, or at least were present to be able to see what they saw. That concept of 7 Hakiros comes from the Torah. Where does it come? It comes from the conglomeration of Iranidatas, individual words about the Torah, and Eidim Solomon. Out of those 3 contexts, we have Darashta Chakarta Hativ, Darashta Hativ, Darshu Hativ. There's an opinion that says that there's an 8th Hakira. Halacha B'Aisa, we reject that opinion. We go with the 7 Hakiras as espoused in our Mishnah that have their biblical source. Incredible. Let's go back there. Says the Gemara. Rabbi Yossi, and I remember Rabbi Yossi came along and said that the guy's getting too complicated. Rabbi Yossi says there are only 3 questions. What are the 3 questions? Eze Yom, what day did Reuven kill Shimon? Eze Shah, what time did Reuven kill Shimon? And then also, whenever you see Shah never means 8:45. What does Shah mean? 8th hour of the day, 9th hour of the day, something like that. And Be'ez Makom. What place? That's Rabbi Yossi's 3 questions. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yossi the Devrechem, so Rabbi Yossi said to them, according to you, Misha Bava Amar Emesh Harvin. Listen to this. Let's say witnesses show up, right? And witnesses say yesterday, right? So let's say Monday, right? So usually just Shimon or Shabbos, Sunday, right? So what happens? Witnesses show up on Monday, and they say yesterday, Reuven killed Shimon, and he says yesterday. Are we going to say Omar? Beis Shavuot, Beis Chodesh. So let's say, here's the thing. Rabbi Yossi's logic is like this. If witnesses show up and they say that yesterday, Sunday, Reuven killed Shimon, you're going to start asking now the witnesses all of these questions, right? But which year was it, right? Which year? Which month? What day of the month? He just told you yesterday. So in other words, what Rabbi Yossi is trying to highlight is that very often all of these hakiras that you are espousing, they're unnecessary. Guys, so because that Rabbi Yossi says, I'm going to tell you the 3 core questions, and this is all you need. What day? Okay, you answered that yesterday. What time? And where did it happen? All of the other questions could very often just be totally unnecessary. That's what Rabbi Yossi says. So the Gemara says, so the Chacham said back to Rabbi Yossi, according to you, so Rabbi Yossi, according to your logic, let's say witnesses show up and say, literally, we just saw Reuven kill Shimon. We just saw it. So I say to Rabbi Yossi, are you going to ask them what day? You're going to ask them what time? So in other words, we'll say, so the Chacham saying to Rabbi Yossi, we can't sing pressure back on you. Ella, Raminon Alei Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar. The Chacham saying to Rabbi Yossi is like this. You're right. It could be that sometimes questions are unnecessary, but we will ask them anyway. For what purpose? We want to impose the need to share this information. And according to Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, what's the name again? Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar was the one who said that we try to confuse the witnesses in capital cases in order to get them to contradict themselves, and ultimately in order to get their testimony not to stick. In other words, remember, our goal is we want to exonerate. That's our goal. So therefore, again, the Chacham essentially say we fully recognize that there are times when all of these questions may be unnecessary. But we ask them anyway. In an effort, first of all, to ensure that the witness is really telling the truth. And if it ends up that they trip over themselves with the information, then again, we're happy for that to occur as well. Gemara says Rabbi Yossi says Emesh Hargu Shia the Rav Ejos Akshav Hargu Moshiach Rav Ejos. Rabbi Yossi will respond no. Yossi will respond that witnesses coming in and saying that halacha l'maisa, Reuben killed Shimon yesterday. That's a common case. Witnesses coming into Basin and saying Reuben just saw Reuben kill Shimon. That's not common. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, again, we're not worried that is going to actually occur. All right, then we'll say. So, bottom line, halacha l'maisa, we have fundamental the Chachamim giving these 7 chakiras, which the Chachamim hold really have their source. So Rabbi Yossi says 3 basic questions: what day, what time, what place. But I'm not asking is like the Chachamim, and therefore halacha l'maisa in capital cases we employ these 7 questions, 7 chakiras. Incredible. All right, guys, you know what? Stop over for today. Shkoyach. Okay, Meretz Hashem, an incredible week ahead of us. Yeah, everywhere. Going down there. All right. Everyone, Zoom. Have a great day, everyone. Oh, yeah. So we have 75. No, I think when you say is a shot, it's more like middle of the hour, an hour. The days I know that they definitely measure hours. That's for sure. Because we want to be exact. Yeah. So I think there was still.
I wonder if that's just from the pressure of essentially being like one of the first guys to ever get canceled. He just probably lost his mind. Potentially, right? But absolutely, you would think that Citizen Kane is your passport to a lifetime of being financed for whatever.
All right, so it's like good morning. Let us begin. Leading back to the all of our sponsors for this morning should be paid. Our commentary sponsors for your touching day. It's also rough. I realize that sometimes I neglect to thank our annual commentary sponsors. You don't just sponsor that really, it's not to all the shiurim. And somehow I only end up mentioning it over the course of that. So people thank our annual commentary sponsors. The Tosin Mishpacha, we're dedicating all the shiurim to Roshos. So the Solar Snowballs and Yisrael, we hope that in Yom Hashem is going to be a Shabbos with additional hostages returned to Yom Hashem, a Shabbos in which we see additional families being united. Allah should be Zochah Yom Hashem to obey Tosin Mishpacha. Again, our commentary sponsors for the month of Teves, Haba Ali Tova, the Kelman family, in memory of Amit Ben David, and ladies of the Rafa, brother Rabbi, who was closing guys on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that in America, our commentary to the Shema HaMaria and the family in the Chama. So with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. A lot to accomplish. Today's daf is in Eretz Hashem daf Lamed Ches 38. And we are picking up on Lamed Zayin on the days. We left off Haviyodim. Right? Yeah, excellent. So in the wide lines on the bottom, 3 lines. Okay, so let's begin. Says the Gemara as follows. So,
the New York Times is forced to report
Haviyodim. Amar Yehuda, Reid Rapia, Malami, Sha'asa Kain Behadam, Tones, okay, Kaburas, Seals, Shalo Haya Yogea, Mehechan, Yeshama Yotza. So an incredibly tragic turn over here. That when Kain killed Hevel, remember again, there was never an act of bloodshed beforehand. So remember when Kain killed Hevel, so Kain had no idea how to kill Hevel. So he went ahead and he hit him, he struck him multiple times. Until he got to his neck. When he got to his neck, then he was able to strike him and kill him. the Kibanto Domo Shohadol, from the day that the earth opened up and swallowed up the blood of Hevel, Shublo Pascha. The earth never opened its mouth again. Shne'emar, Miknaf ha'aretz zililo shamanu tzvi letzadik. Miknaf ha'aretz, what only Pi ha'aretz. Eisei Hizkiah, or Eisei Hizkiah raised the cash. Is that true? That the earth never opened its mouth again after it swallowed up the blood of Hevel? The pasuk says by Kiftach ha'aretz eskilah. The pasuk says that the earth opened up its mouth. This is by Korach. It opened up its mouth to swallow up Korach and his followers. Amalei, Mela Pascha, the Tova Lo Pascha. The earth opened up its mouth for negative things, for terrible things, for punishment, for punitive things, but never went ahead and opened its mouth for something positive again. Galus has the ability to atone for half of one's sins. Bekartsit, by you see Nod and Nod, by kind originally it says, actually, for Hevel, what's the punishment? I'm going to be Nod and Nod. I'm going to be a wanderer. And the Bazor says, by Yeshe the Eretz Nod. And then again, if you notice again, it says, the kind of the Eretz Nod. So the words standing over here, that it took away half of the punishment. He was supposed to be Nod, but it turns out that it's only going to be an Eretz Nod. Douglas, exile, has the ability to atone for three things. The Gemara says, Shne'emar, Kol Amar Hashem, Hayoshev Be'il Hazos Yomos B'cheret B'Ra'av U'B'Dever. Vayotzi V'Nafa Al HaKasdim, Hatzor Malechem Yihya, V'Haiselo V'Rashon Shlal. So the idea is, the Gemara actually is that Douglas has the ability to be in the Chakar for Keret, for war, for famine, and for Dever, for Pastor. The Yochanan says, Douglas Mechaperes Al HaKol. Douglas is Mechaper on everything. Douglas is Mechaper on everything. In other words, the upheaval of Golis is so acute, right? And the upheaval is so profound that it will be mechaper on everything. Shne'emar, Kol Amar Hashem, Kisvet Sa'ish HaZa'ariri. Gever lo yitzlach b'yamav, lo yitzlach b'zara ish yoshe lakisi David, u'moshe od b'yihudo. U'basar b'David sid, u'b'nei Yechonia, asur shaltiel b'no, asur. Okay, fine, so we'll get to that just a moment. So the Gemara actually over here, based on this speaking by Yechonia, is to see over here, that you see over here, that halacha mentioned Golis is mechaper on everything. So let's say, just point out how profound and how important this is for us. You know, there's something positive in everything we experience in life. And even in Golis, which is so sad and so overwhelming and so profound, yet we find the chama in the fact that Golis is mechaper. That right there, here in this 2,000-year diaspora, the quote-unquote good news is that very Golis which has the ability to atone for all of our averos, both national as well as individual. Incredible. So the Gemara says, why does it talk about the son of Yechonia being Asir? Why is he named Asir? She'ibarto imo leveis ha'asur. His mother became pregnant with him while she was incarcerated. So Asir's parents, Yechonia and his wife, were incarcerated together. His mother became pregnant during incarceration. So the Gemara says, Shaltiel. Why is his name Shaltiel? Sheshaslu El Shaloki Derech HaMishtoah. Because his mother became pregnant with him in a way, in an unnatural way. What does it mean, unnatural way? So the Gemara says, B'miri, because we have a tradition, that a woman cannot become pregnant to the act of religion which occurs standing up. Top of verse 38. And yet again, Shaltiel's mother became pregnant when she was standing up. She actually points out over here that Shaltiel's mother, who was Yechonia's wife, Yechonia and his wife were incarcerated together in like a narrow dungeon. So they were there together, so they had relations. So she became pregnant in this particular fashion, which you might understand was a little bit miraculous. So you might say this out. Shaltiel, why is he called Shaltiel? Shemishal al Olaso. Because ultimately, again, it's like Baruch who released him from his oath. Now, not from his oath, but ultimately, again, he was a Jewish Baruch. Went ahead and made a promise that Yehuda is not going to have a child. And again, if Baruch released him from that vow and he had a child, all right, how is he Babel? Why is he called Babel? Shenisra to Babel. Because his mother became covenant with him in Babel. Umashmo, what is the actual name of Babel? It says Nechemia ben Chachal Yishmo. Nabi Nechemia. Nabi Nechemia. Yehuda is his here. So what's this great story? Yehuda is here with the sons of Rabbi. So the Martin Yossi, the Suda, becoming Rabbi. So they sat in the Suda. They had this beautiful, beautiful mother. They were sitting at a Suda in front of Rabbi. Below Habu Ka'amri. Below Miji. And they didn't say anything. There's one said they weren't sharing any different Torah at the table. Right? So again, this is a good Muslim. I guess that's someone's table. He prepared with it tonight, Torah. So what happens? Example. So Yehuda and Kiskia, the sons of Rabbi, come to the Suda, come to the table of Rabbi, and they'll give a Torah. So the Gemara says, Amar Lahu, Agadu Chamra Adaiziki, Shehechi Berem Yosa. So again, gave him the So essentially, what's the problem? You drink too much. You drink too much, you don't have the ability to say Torah. Giving him some parts, so when they did drink a little bit too much, they said it's not Torah. Now this one was a doozy. Listen to the Torah. They said, Ein ben David ba, Achiyichu Shnei Bati Abos Yisrael. Right, Mashiach won't come until literally again 2 families cease to exist within Klal Yisrael. Who are these 2 families? The Elohim, Lo Shakala, the Rishku family, Shemar Baba, the Nasi Shemar Yisrael, and the Nasi's family in Eretz Yisrael. Mashiach will only come once these 2 families cease to exist. Shene'emar. وهاي بالمقداش وأبى ناقة في الشام الشمس نبات إسرائيل. أبى ما نسيت that was the part. That was the part. There's only one problem. Rabbi was the Nasi. Right, Rabbi was the Nasi for the family of the Nasi. So Rabbi says, that Babala and Bonai, Chotz in Action Mativa Midray. Right, what are you doing? You're putting thorns in my eyes. After all, again, you're essentially telling me that the only way Mashiach comes is if my family goes ahead and institutes. And by the way, as an aside, what exactly does this mean? That Mashiach only comes when these families cease to exist. So the idea of the Pasha Pshat is to understand that these 2 families, meaning the families of the Nasi and the families of the Reish Chalusa, represent Jewish leadership. Right? At the end of the day, so remember, it's important to understand, Mashiach comes, he's going to replace those 2 families. Mashiach is going to become a leader, and again, he's going to replace previously established leadership constructs. That's what it means. It doesn't have to mean that those families are going to cease to exist. What it means is their authority is going to be usurped by the Mashiach. There's going to be a recalibration of power or authority within Klal Yisrael. So everyone's very distressed by the Bible. Everyone's had this experience where you've asked someone to give a Torah at the table, and then afterwards, like, oh, that was a very bad idea, right? So now, again, this was one of those company faux pas, right? We asked the wrong person to share a bite. Right? So then what happens? So Rabbi's obviously very distressed. I'm going to be I'll give it So the father of these boys, says to Rabbi, don't get upset. Don't be upset. After all, again, Yagin Nitan B'Shivim Osios. The same Nitan B'Shivim Osios. Right, so again, Rashi says over here, Yayin B'Shivim Osios, the gematria of Yayin is 70, right, Yod and Yod, and Sod Nitan B'Shivim Osios, and the gematria of Sod, which means secret, is also 70. What do we learn from here? Nichnas Yayin Yatsa Sod. That when the wine comes in, the secrets come out. Wine coming. So what is this mean? What does this mean? So ultimately, again, a Pasha Torah, but if he is saying is, let's say, you know, there are some people who say, like they say certain things and they say, like, I just have to say what's on my mind. Like, once you ever hear it comes, I just have to say what's on my mind. What's the response when someone says, I just have to say what's on my mind? What's the response? No, you don't. No, that because there are certain things that are on your mind that should absolutely stay in and on your mind and should not be shared with other people. That's it. Not everything needs to be said. Not everything needs to be shared. So the idea over here is what the sons of Rabbi Akiva were saying was correct. It was absolutely unequivocally correct. But it shouldn't have been said. It wasn't a need. It was only going to create a certain sense of sadness, a certain sense of despair, and therefore it's fundamentally and totally unnecessary to be said. But yet again, what ends up happening? Nichnas yayin yatsa so. So that's like the power of yayin is we all put up barriers. So sometimes again, when wine comes in, what ends up happening? The barriers come down. When the barriers come down, certain things that are normally kept a little bit closer to the chest now come flowing out. So it's another thing so beautiful. So when Rabbi's sons had a little too much to drink, what came out? Mashiach. That was like the Gemara says, you can tell a lot about a person in three ways. Koso, kiso, kaso. What does the person do when they drink? How does a person spend their money? And does a person get angry? And how do they behave when they get angry? When you look at those three things, you can tell a lot about a person. There's something really beautiful over here that when these boys, these young men, drank a little too much, what comes out? A discussion about Mashiach. Granted, yeah, a little bit of the wrong discussion about Mashiach, considering it spoke about the cessation of certain mishpachos, but again, that's what came out when we dug deep, right? When a little bit of wine came in, the desire and the want for Mashiach, for Geulah, came out again. Parts of silliness and foolishness, and there's one just singing, it's ridiculous, I love everyone, whatever it is, but the inner me really comes out with a little bit of yayin, or about yayin. I love this stuff. What's the meaning of the pasuk? What's the pasuk? From Daniel. Vayishkot Hashem al harav, vayivi'ei alinu, ki tzadik Hashem Elokim. So ultimately, I guess, literally translated, Hashem hastened evil. He brought it upon us because Hashem is a tzaddik. I said in the Gemara, Mishum tzaddik Hashem, vayishkot Hashem al harav, vayivi'ei alinu. Because Hashem is a tzaddik, He hastened the evil and brought it upon us. What does that mean? So when it says, tzedakah asah HaKadosh Baruch Hu in Yisrael, she'iktin galus tzidkiyahu. So I say, this is incredible. HaKadosh Baruch Hu did a chesed with us, in that He hastened the galus of tzidkiyahu. Remember that I was like, so Yecholia and Tzidkiyahu, just historically, you understand, the beginning of Esther, when you're introducing us to Mordechai, what is it saying? Where did Mordechai come? So again, Yecholia again is first base on the Mikdash and the first base on the Mikdash, together with Tzidkiyahu. That's why again, remember, Megillat Esther happens in between the first and the second base on the Mikdash. So the chesed that HaKadosh Baruch Hu did, the chesed that He did, is that He hastened the exile of Tzidkiyahu. So again, we'll see why that's a chesed in just a moment. Because again, at that point when Tzidkiyahu was exiled, Yecholia was still alive in Bavel. So we can read from Galus Yecholia, that's it. The city of the first line, HaChorash v'Hamasker Alaf Chalash. So what happens? Because the pasuk talks about again the craftsmen and the gatekeepers. Charash, what does it call them a charash? So this is talking about Yecholia. Keva Shaposkin Hakol Nasa Charash. Yecholia was such a big chacham that when everyone opened his mouth, everyone else almost like became mute. Masker, because he was a gatekeeper. Keva Shaposkin Bahalacha Shufin Poskin. Once they determined a particular matter in halacha, the matter was closed. There was nothing else to talk about. The Kama Harim Hamas were there. Elef, Ula Amar Shekhi Shan Wino Shantam. Ula says when the Baruch Hu exiled Tzidkiyahu 2 years before the numerical value of Yoshantam. So Pasuk talks about the idea. Pasuk we're talking about over here is Kisol Ban B'Levanim, Shantem Ba'aretz. You have children and grandchildren in Shantem, and they will go astray. So here the Pasuk is talking about when Klal Yisrael does not do the right thing. the Shchasem, V'asisem Pesach Tminas Kol V'asisem Adayni Hashem, Elgech Allah Yisrael. Finally, it talks about Gamos. So the problem is, the Lord says, so then again, this gets into like like items. So the idea is, what really fascinating is that the Baruch Hu brought about the punishment of Klal Yisrael a little bit earlier than it was supposed to happen. Because had he waited longer, that the custom would have had to have been more severe. So he expedited the exile, or I should say hastened the exile by a little bit in order to mitigate the effects of the exile. So the Gemara says, what do you see from here? That's the definition of quick, definition, right, of haste. Is 850 years. That's the numerical value of Shantan. So it's like this really a tremendous Musar skill. And sometimes the chesed of the Ribono Shel Olam manifests itself, and sometimes bringing about the punishment a little bit earlier than it actually occurs. Right? So sometimes it's hard to see, regardless of the Ribono Shel Olam, that he's able to see everything that is going to occur. Right? He's able to see that. So when he sees, if I allow things to continue on, they're going to go down an irreversible path. Whereas if I extract punishment now, then there's a chance of rehabilitation, there's a chance ultimately I can achieve. And I won't say, see, as human beings, because we're so limited, all we see is the punishment, right? All we see is the negativity, is the hurt, is the pain. We don't get to see the entire picture of it. So yeah, I'm not the nice of the Ribono Shel Olam does. Really, it's incredible in terms of how we just have to view, our circumstances and our situations. Incredible. Turn up on them. Let's here we go. Back to Adam Rishon. Adam Rishon is created as a singular being. And the thing why not create an Adam Rishon from the outset? So the Gemara says, Shaloyu Ramin and Omrim Habib Yeshua Speciamayim. In order that the heretics should not say that there are many different gods in the heavens. In other words, that, remember, had multiple human beings being created at the same time. What could people have said? People might have said this God is creating his guy, and this guy is creating his guy. So there, Baruch Hu creates one man, one human being. That's the first beginning, in order that there should be no doubt that there is only one Ribono Shel Olam. Beautiful. Because it's beginning Rishon. Shelo you at tzadikim omrim anu b'nei tzadik, or Rishon omrim anu b'nei rasha. Why? Let's say why one person? That the tzadikim shouldn't say, right? Remember, if there are two people, so tzadikim would say, we're the descendants of the tzadik, and the Rishon would say, we're the descendants of the rasha. But let's say, why does this matter? We take a quick look at Rashi. He's actually really profound. Rashi says over there, under the tzaddik, it's very interesting, those short lines in backside of Rashi. Agir tzaddik Yisrael, the pichaf anu tzadikim, ve'ein anu tzrichim nisrachek min ha'avera. Min ha'avera. So a person would say, we're the sons of tzaddikim, so inherently righteous. There's no need for us to take additional precautionary measures in life because, hey, we are already the children of tzaddikim. And again, so the children of the Shem say, Anu b'nei rasha, ve'ein anu zekukim b'tshuva with a tzaddik below yoyo. So this is incredible. So, and the children of the Rasha will say, for us, there's no point in trying to do tshuva. Since we are the children of a Rasha, there is no way for us to rehabilitate ourselves. And also, do you hear this? How did the Prophet create two human beings to start out? So one clever would say, we're the descendants of the tzaddik, we're the descendants of the Rasha. The descendants of the tzaddik would say, we're impervious to sin, we're good to go, we're going to, nothing wrong, we're not doing anything, we're fine. The children of the Rasha would say, we're showing in our DNA. And because we're showing our DNA, there's nothing that is going to help us do tshuva. Incredible. That's what Baruch Hu do. Baruch Hu makes us all the descendants of one person. So no one can say, I'm the descendant of the Rasha, I'm the descendant of the tzaddik. We're all the descendants of Adonai Rishon. So what was Adonai Rishon? Was he a tzaddik? Was he a Rasha? What was he? Was a tzaddik. The tzaddik who made mistakes. Like every single tzaddik who makes mistakes. And just like again, when a tzaddik who makes a mistake in that moment, they'll make a mistake, maybe a mistake Rasha in that moment. But then I see we rehabilitate himself afterwards. We all trace ourselves to an original ancestor who was about tshuva. Started out at tzaddik, made a mistake, and then became about tshuva. So effectively, we're all about tshuva. That's really what it comes down to. Our ancestry is that we are about tshuva. Incredible. This is great. We'll say, why does Mishpach lead us back to one ancestor? Because of fighting that goes on because of equals. So what happens is, let's imagine there are multiple original people, right? Multiple originals, right? Multiple other originals. So what happens? This mishpach would say, trace my equals to this one, and this one would say, trace my equals to this one. And what ends up happening? So let's imagine, you see all the fighting that goes on about equals, right? Those are better equals, those are right, what kind of those equals. Even though we all trace ourselves to the same exact ancestor, like we all go back to the same person, and yet there's still so much focus about people. Alachas kama v'kama, uma'achas never yakim miskalos. Zuru shmei alachas kama v'kama. Davrachar mitniakazon miakamas. It's incredible. So say what? There's what we trace us back to one central ancestor in order to go ahead and avoid the Gazbonim and Hamasim. The thieves, Rashi says, Shiyomu, Karka Zeh, Lubne Avi, Harishon, Haisabalo, Lubne Avi. If there were multiple originals, so what happened? This guy would say, this land originally belonged to my ancestor. And this one would say, this land originally belonged to my ancestor. So the Gemara says as follows: Uma Akshash in the way you see, by the way, even though now we do have one ancestor, yet you see the machlokas that exists regarding what belongs to what. Even though all of humanity could trace itself to one central ancestor, you imagine the machlokas that would exist if we had multiple original ancestors. Incredible. Okay, well, how do you do us? What is the greatness of HaKadosh? Listen to this. Adam Tovei Kama Mateos. Listen to this. A person could mint a number of different coins. And what happens? What's incredible is the Kula Domin Zelazep. Right? A person could mint a whole bunch of coins. And amazingly enough, every single coin can come out the same. I would say every single penny looks the same. Like every coin, every coin looks exactly the same. This is incredible. The Baruch Hu, so to speak, mints every human being in the image of adoration. Right? Adam is the original human being, and every human being is minted, so to speak, in that model. Yet with that Shinemat is happy to perform the first of these. That's what Molamush. And yet, interestingly enough, Omipnei Ma, Ein Pirsufei and Domin Zelazah. Yet again, at the end of the day, yet even though all man is minted in the same way, none of us look alike. Pirsufei and Domin Zelazah. Why? Listen, incredible. Shalom Adam Dirana, Yudi Shana, Yomer Shaliki. Listen, incredible. What would happen if everybody looked alike? What would happen? So therefore, if everybody looked alike, and so like Reuben saw Shimon's wife. He's like, I'd like to be that guy. Reuben saw Shimon's house and said, I'd like that. So if Reuben looked just like Shimon, then what could happen? Reuben could assume Shimon's identity. Reuben could say, hey, it's mine. How can you disprove it? Right? I don't look like the owner, but everybody looked like each other, we get into these very difficult situations. Tanya says, the social divine there are three ways in which every person is different from the other. How? The call, the voice. Right? It's interesting, right? Voice differs from person to one person to the other. The nara, appearance, the das. Now, das means can mean your intellect, but really what it means is your feelings, your emotions. So the kol of Mara is fellow with kol, with voice, and with Mara, and with appearance. Why? In order not to lead to any type of immorality. What could happen if people look the same, people sound the same? It would be easy for people to engage in immorality for each other, not knowing able to decide, okay, with that, what about again with feelings or with knowledge? What about comes listen to this? Let's say if all of us share the same knowledge, then what? You would know where I hide my gold, right? And I know where I hide my gold, right? So well, if you haven't to me, my gas, you would know where I hide my gold, and you'd be able to go ahead and take my intellect. Let's say there's also an incredible idea if you think about this. If you think about this, there's three ways in which we differ from each other, in which we distinguish ourselves. Whole could also mean in the way that we speak, the way that we talk, the way that we verbally present. So it really says a lot about who we are. Mara doesn't just mean about our appearance or how we look, but it also means how we present. How does a person present themselves? How does a person present it to others? And das, so let's say das is, what are my veils? Das doesn't just have to mean my secrets, doesn't just have to mean where my gold is. My das represents my goals, my dreams, my aspirations. What do I want to be in life? What do I want to do when I grow up? How do I want to, who do I want to be? So these are the three things you can tell a lot about a person in these three things. Kol, how does a person speak? Mara, how does a person present? This is so incredibly important. You know, I say, we like to say that externalities don't matter. Externalities mean a lot. How you present, and this is everything, how you present, how you dress, it says a lot about how you feel about yourself, and ultimately, again, the image that's important for you to project. And again, that's what are my dreams, my goals, my aspirations? Who do I want to be? Listen, isn't the greatest challenge in life that sometimes you just get on that conveyor belt? You just get on that conveyor belt and you just keep going. Like you keep trucking, right? We just go. We start like when we're 25, we wake up one day and we're 85. Last night, like South Asia, we spoke with Kasilis Kabura, which was in the lobby. It was crazy. It was Nanish. We had music like no one's business. It was just like absolutely overwhelmingly beautiful. We spoke about again that there comes a day when you have to take stock of your life. There comes a day when you have to go and really contemplate, what you've done, and how you've lived. And I both say, okay, there's no need to talk about it, right? So there comes that day, there comes that point, and once you go through life and you just kind of get into a rhythm, I will tell you, like I mentioned, in a different context. One of the most incredible things about being in a new building, one of the most incredible things is this overwhelming feeling of this conscious, of renewal. That I could do things differently. There's a newness. So sometimes you get into a little anxiety provoking when you see every single chair hitting the wall, right? Or the spillage on the this, or the this. Okay, it's okay. I can talk about all to let go. I'm working on it. I'm sure it's gonna happen after the first job. I have no choice. But the truth is, I'm saying, where does that come from, right? I'd say to myself yesterday, I don't know, I'm not mocked like that in my house. It's not like that. I even when I moved into it wasn't I don't mocked like that. So here, I literally feel like yelling at people, don't touch the walls. Right? Don't touch the walls, right? Be careful. I did do it, right? And yesterday, I usually don't make enemies. Yesterday, I made enemies with the guys in study on Kodesh, which is not finished. I literally was giving them instructions. And I'm pretty sure they cursed me in Spanish. Right? And they essentially said, loose translation, who the heck is this guy? Right? Don't tell us what to do. Right? Anyone who walks around with his top button clearly doesn't get his hands dirty in construction, right? So step away, go do your thing, right? And leave us alone. Because it's not finished. We made a number of mistakes. I'm just going to point out, they're going to come back and correct it on Monday and get such. They'll say, but what is it? It's the newness. It's the newness. And when you're surrounded by newness, there's something exciting about it. And you see yourself wow, if this could look new and beautiful and pure and pristine, I could look new and pure and pristine, right? I could bring a newness into myself as well. I don't have to be the same old personalistic building. I don't have to be the same, however old I am, structure. I could renew my own structure. I could build a new building. I could become someone new and someone different as well. My davening doesn't have to be the same. My learning doesn't have to be the same. My marriage doesn't have to be the same. My midos don't have to be the same. But just everything has the ability to become new. That's the inspiration of new surroundings. If walls could become new, which are anatomy, Allah has come up with Kamo. I could become new. That's the Das. That's the Das. So let's say, do I have the same Das that I had 20 years ago? Or is my Das new? Constantly renewing at every different stage in life. All right, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. Adam Nivra Me'er Shabbos. Wow. Adam Nivra Me'er Shabbos. Okay. How crazy is it to have an Erev Shabbos Gemara on Erev Shabbos? I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. Adam Nivra Me'er Shabbos. Man was created on Friday Erev Shabbos. Why in certain ways that man was created earlier than man, then what would happen? People can erroneously think that man was helping that Kadosh Baruch Hu in the creation. So if a man's created on Friday, the end of creation, so no one could pay that Kadosh Baruch Hu had a partner in my separation. You know what's the Rabbi? Shem Tazuach and Dai Tvallah, that if man gets carried away with himself, overload, Yitush Kadma Kavanai separation. Wasn't incredible. If man decides to become arrogant, so what happens? Because Baruch Hu say, hey, calm down, you're not so great. A gnat, like gnats were created before you in the order of creation. Okay? It's pretty humbling. So you might say, she currents the mitzvah miyad. Other possibly, why is man created on Erev Shabbos? So that he should enter into mitzvahs immediately. That was like, which mitzvah? Shabbos, which is actually quite beautiful. That the entire intention of the Bria was that when we wanted our first mitzvah to be Shabbos Kodesh. Wow. Just what a beautiful we went to Erev Shabbos. It's overwhelming. First, Hashua, because I want to feed you, and again, kind of get your bearings a little bit, and then you have to get your bearings, we're going right into Shabbos together. Next, the Achar, Kadesh, Kanis, the City getting out. Other parts of the wanted our very show to go right into the suit. And now it's also Shabbos, I mean, if we wanted the apartment to find everything set, like a set table. The world was organized. Adam came into a fully finished car. We do not have to live through construction. Much of the compared to a king who first built the palace, organized everything, did all the finishes, and then after the finishes were complete, then he invited his guests. And there's not the beautiful. So the Bono Shalom wanted to invite us into the finished world. He did not want us to have to live through construction. And I will say, this is incredibly important, right? Because, only the Quran will give you that. Okay, but it's incredibly important because at the end of the day, what it also says is like this. He's going to invite us into a perfect world, into a good world, into a complete world, which means that even when it looks imperfect, unfinished, or under construction, it's important to understand it's only because we don't see the full plan. Hashem invited us to be part of something that is complete, that is perfect. And at the end of the day, sometimes when it looks imperfect, it's only because of our inability to see the perfection and to see the wholeness inside of it. Incredible. Let's go back to it. Shneimar says as follows. Shneimar chachmas man sabeisa chacham adat sheva. Darf batifa mas hayina achpolcha shulchana. Shulchan arasa tzikra agape merome karas. Shneimar says chachma ban sabeisa. So again, there's more attachment to the pasuk. What does it mean when it says wisdom? Alcohol. Zumi don't shach HaKadosh Shebaras kala olim kulam created the entire world with Chachma. Wisdom. Chatzva Amuzah. He carved out its pillars. He was a Shiva, and the Shiva's DNA gracious. 7 is creation. Ultimately, the person sees the rivers and all the different worlds. The Kaaba. Agape Merome Teres. What does it mean? Agape, Uksiva Kise. Which one is it? Does man sit on the heights or does man sit on the chair? Ketila Agape, Ulvasofa Kise. Originally, man dwelleth in the heights of the world. And then unfortunately, after the sin, he was relegated ultimately again to a kisa. Made the soul of that who enticed man to sin. Isha ultimately again it was Chava. So much I'm no longer saying no Isha Chasami. So it's interesting that at the end of the day, there is joint responsibility for the fate of Adam. But again, the Gemara points out that at the end of the day, there's also Chava who enticed Adam to sin. But of course, again, Adam is really held responsible for reaction to the events, or ultimately again reaction after he realized that he made a mistake. Okay, so what was I telling you? How did you make over? Other Rishon Kala Chosbar Afro Shneemar, Galmi Ro'oilecha, Uksitinei Hashem Mishal Kos Mechala. So what's this incredible Gemara? Other Rishon, remember again, is made from dust, made from dirt. Remember again, where was the dirt collected from? So the Gemara says dirt was collected from all four corners of the earth. Right? Again, literally, Afro Shneemar says, Kala Olam Kulo Chosbar Afro. So literally, again, his dust that they made him up was collected from all four corners, all four parts of the world. What's the shot with that? What's the shot? It's to show you that Halacha L'Maisa, Adam comes from everywhere, which tells you that wherever Adam Harishon is, wherever he is, he can be successful. See, that's the metaphor over here. That sometimes we think I can only be successful in certain circumstances. I can only be successful in certain places, in certain situations. So the idea is that the Adam Harishon is made from the dirt of Eger. Wherever Adam finds himself geographically, he has the ability to find success. This is the Marshal. So Hussein writes in the beginning of Chumash, the Torah says that they wrote the Torah, the air they take 70 languages. 70 languages. I asked the Yitzchak, why they affect 70 languages? Like the Jews in Midbar, they only spoke 2 languages. What do they speak? Like Hebrew and Yiddish. Jews don't speak right? So why do you need 70 languages? The Rabbi Yitzchak says because Moshe Rabbeinu knew that there was going to be Golos, and he was afraid that even within the Jews would think, where could a Jew connect with Torah? Only in Eretz Yisrael. Where can a Jew connect with God? Only in Eretz Yisrael. Obviously, Eretz Yisrael presents a unique connection that cannot be replicated anywhere else. Like the strength of our people is the ability to be steeped in Torah and relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu wherever we are. So whatever land you're in, whatever language you are speaking, a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is always possible. And again, even before I believe that's the Gemara. Adam Rishon is made up from dust, collected from all over the world. Why Adam? You are from everywhere. If you're from everywhere, then you can be successful anywhere. If you're from everywhere, you can be successful anywhere. Gemara was like, Adam Rishon, who from the Baba, Rosh Eretz Yisrael. This is beautiful. Adam Rishon, his body is from Babel, his head is from Eretz Yisrael, the Ibarah Mishar Aratzos, and ultimately again, and his wings are from other lands. On both sides, his backside, Amram Acha, Me Akra the Agma. The place called Akra the Agma. I just say something amazing. So something which tells you that what Chazal thought about Akra the Agma, and obviously not high on the destination list. And I say, but something absolutely amazing to this. It's this idea. Body is from Babel, head is from Eretz Yisrael. So what does that tell you? It tells you is, you know what? There's a lot of Gashmias in Chutz. And it's nice, like the body, which represents Gashmias. Gashmias comes from Chutz. Where's the head? Right? Head. What's the name again? The head is not just. The head is not just. You feel like the head and the shell is also in the head. Where's Ruchnias from? Ruchnias? Again, can we have Ruchnias here? Absolutely. Of course we can. That's the moment that we just saw. But if you want to know ultimately again, so the body is from Babel, but the head, and what's the beauty of it is, so that means for us also, in other words, that means we're descendants of other nation, which means, even though we're here in Chutz, like, there's a piece of our head that is like a shtick Eretz Yisrael, because that's part of our DNA. Our head was fashioned from dirt of Eretz Yisrael. And therefore, by definition, embedded inside of each of us is made up of a piece of Eretz Yisrael. Our head is a piece of Eretz Yisrael. It's so beautiful. This is a wild Gemara. Wild Gemara. It was in 12 hours a day. So now I'm going to give us a digest of the first day of Adam Arishon in this world. How did Adam spend his days? Here we go. Shall you show up what's by Afro? Hour number 1, the dirt was collected to form him. Shnia Nasa Golem. A second hour day was made into a golem, a mass, a lifeless mass. Shlish is the play bar. Third hour, again, his limbs were formed. Revias is the fourth hour of the day. And the Shama was blown into his body. Chamishis Amadal Aglos, fifth hour of the day, Adam Rishon stood up. Shishis Kara Shemos, sixth hour, he started calling names to all the animals, all the different things. Shvius Nizdabgalo Chaba, seventh hour of the day, he was introduced to Chaba. Right? Shminis, remember, he's married, right? Nizdabgalo paired with Chaba. Shminis Halulita, the eighth hour they had relations. Halulita Shnayim, the yard to Arba. They went into the bed as two, and they came out as four. So it's like, obviously you understand, these hours are not regular hours, right? Because time is a human construct. And Sheish Migration 6 days of creation did not work with the human construct of time. Right? They were in a different construct of time. So the point over here is hour number 8, they had relations with Chava. Literally, like when they went into the bed as two distributions, which means they co-created kind of level. There they are about she is established in the 9th hour they were commanded not to eat from the tree. Asiris Salah, the 10th hour they eat from the tree. We'll see how crazy is that. The 9th hour they were commanded don't eat from the tree. Okay, it lasted an hour. The 10th hour they ate from the tree. The Gemara says, Achat Esrei, Nido, 11th hour they were judged. Shtem Esrei Mitzvah, the Halachah. In the 12th hour of the day, they were exiled. So what's it say? Shneemar Adam Vikar Dayomin. The man, right? Adam Vikar Dayomin. Man doesn't stay over. Right? He doesn't stay overnight. Adam Rishon never stayed overnight in Gan Eden. He was born there, spent 12 hours there, and never stayed. It was also interesting, by the way, and you wouldn't necessarily get this from the Chumash just because there's so much reading. Cain and Hevel were born in Gan Eden. And Cain and Hevel lived in Gan Eden at least for a couple of hours. They were then exiled together with their parents. You wouldn't necessarily get this from the story because the way the story in the Chumash is structured is just Adam and Chava, right? There's no mention of Cain and Hevel until after they are exiled from Gan Eden. Now let's say all of this is in one day. Well, it's one day. I'll just point out something amazing. What do you think of a Gemara like this? Someone says, first of all, there's a lot of like Musar Haskos in Gemaras. But part of it is Haskos is a person who have everything in front of them and yet throw it all away. For what appears to be really nothing. Now, it's always easy to sit back in judgment of other people and say, Adam and Chava, how could you have done this? But we do this all the time as well. It's not what's to me, is what's to come with this Gemara. I'll say, if you notice, by the way, what do you see about the first day of Adam and Rishon? What do you see about the first day of Adam and Rishon? What do you see about it? It's highly scheduled. So I'll say the secret to successful time management. And time management is the secret to life success. Is scheduling. So, like the Piaget spoke about this in the Naqshah Torah. Right? The idea is whatever you want to do in life, whatever you want to do every day, schedule it. You want to hang out with your friends? How much time? You have a dinner with your family? How much time? You relax going for a walk? How much time? You learn Torah? How much time? Everything needs to be scheduled. Because if it's scheduled, number one, you'll maximize your time, and number two, if it's scheduled, you'll act at it. Also, you know this. When it's not scheduled, time just evaporates. So I think that's part of the most hospital over here. Once more, as well, trust about the first day of the nation, every single hour, because you have time. Once you ever have a day, you try to look back a little bit like how you spent your day, and you have time that you can't account for. Like, not sure. I know I was in my office. I'm not sure exactly what happened during that time. It It's frustrating. Chances are, if you can't account for the time, chances are it was not used productively successfully. Says the Biajasta, but even before the Biajasta, says the Ribama Shalom. The key to successful time management is scheduling, and again, time management allows for productive days. It's really productive days and productive living. Incredible. All right, well, says Kavaiter. Says the Gemara. Amar Rabbi Bar Chama, in Chayel Ashor B'Adam, and in Keinim Malokidehima. A wild animal cannot go ahead and adversely attack the person unless, of course, the person himself becomes like an animal. Shemar, Yimshal, Kadehimos. Incredible. Amar Abisha, Shadikin, Shemar, Amar says to Adam. When Hashem wanted to create man, he created first a group of angels. Also, we're going to see one of the things that Baruch does is he tries to work collaboratively. Even though he does not need to work collaboratively, he tries to see created a group of malachim. And he says to them, he says, I'm alive. He says, no, nothing. Should we make man? I'm in the front of the people, so so the malachim say, okay. Tell us, what is man going to do? Like, what is this? Tell us a little about that. What are his actions? So I'm okay. He does this. He does that. Before Shabbos, he says, man can do a lot of good stuff, but he doesn't do a lot of bad stuff. That's just the nature of man. So I'm going to and they said, don't do it. Don't do it, it's not worth it. Oh shit, it's both the kind of various words that involved with you. He goes down, he extends his little finger, and he incinerated this group of angels. Right? He didn't like what they had to say, he destroyed them. In Kachshia, same thing happened with the second group of angels. What happened? Kachshia, and he approaches the third group of angels. So what happens? Comes the third group of angels. He asks the third group, what do you guys think about creating man? The third group says, God, leave on the shoulder, right? Right? Come on. You ask the first two groups that thing also. Sometimes it happens that you engage in collaborative work, but you're not actually interested in anyone else's opinion. But instead, you know what you want to do, but you have to go to the optics of asking other people their opinion. So what happens? The third group says, the previous two groups of their opinion. You didn't like it. You incinerated them. So come on. So assume what they say. They say, call the I said, so you know what? So you know the third group says, you're the boss. You're the boss. Do a better idea. Do what you want. And we support you. Right there. Now that's collaboration. Right? Do what you want. We'll support you. So it's not what happens. I'm going ahead. I would say, again, there's a lot to say on this schema also. What is happening here? But again, we'll go back a little bit. So what happened? Now, let's say, since Malachim, fine. So let's go create So what happens now when man ultimately engages in his downward spiral, right? And man goes ahead and so the Malachim will come back to the 12. When they say that listen, God, I don't want to say we told you so, right? Because we didn't say anything. The third group said nothing. But perhaps the earlier two groups had a good point. And God says, Baruch said, listen to this. Until they grow old, I am Hashem. And until they become Siva, I will tolerate them. And I will say it's the most beautiful answer in the world. So Baruch said, you're not right. You're still not right. God says, look how beautiful this is. Because even though my children are messed up so terribly, I believe them. I am patient. And I will wait until they get their act together. I will say, is this not the most beautiful and overwhelming you know? There are times in life where we act in a certain way, and if we're Baruch is looking down and so profoundly disappointed, And the Malachim are saying, I told you so, why did you create them? They're not worth it. And all the Baruch Hu said, Moshe says, just wait. Promise you, they're going to turn it around. They're going to pull it around. They're going to affect change. This is the faith that HaKadosh Baruch Hu has for us. A willingness to wait until we get our stuff together. A willingness to wait no matter how long it takes in order for us to become the best version of ourselves. That's how much Hashem loves us. I'm not even talking about Adon Rishon Sofa, although that's Sofa Hara. Adon Rishon, literally, again, I was saying, so big, so tall, so large, that he existed from one end of the world to the other end of the world. Shnei Amar, ומן היום אשר ברא אלוקים אדם על הארץ ומקצה השמיים ועד קצה השמיים. כיוון ששרה, once he made his mistake, but once he sinned, מי הקדוש ברוך הוא יודע עליו ומיעטו. Hashem placed his hand on top of Adam Rishon and literally again diminished his stature. Shnei Amar, offer the kedem tzartani, v'tashas alai kafacha. I'm not the Lord, but the Lord says, Adam Rishon min ha'aretz, Adam Kiyahaya, Adam existed again from the earth. All the way until the heavens. שנאמר, ומן היום אשר ברא אלוקים אדם על הארץ ולפי השמיים עד קצה השמיים, כיוון שסרח, once Adam Rishon made a mistake, right, once he sinned, Hashem placed his hand on him and diminished him. שנאמר, אחר בקדם סרטני, cut the crowd of these two against each other. So the Gemara says, no, it's the same measurement. It's just ultimately again illustrating it in different ways. I'll just point out something absolutely beautiful. What is this idea that Adam Rishon again was literally again from one end of the world to the other end of the world? What is he representing? Potential. When Adam Rishon was created in this world, what was his potential? His potential was limitless. Literally, again, he existed from the heavens to the earth, from one end of the world to the other end of the world. His potential literally was limitless. But then he sinned. And what happened when he sinned? He was diminished. The Lord said, what does sin do? Sin diminishes potential. Now, it's not forever, because I can always regain that potential. But that's it. Other than Rishon was beginning from heaven to earth. And then afterwards, after maybe after committing sin, his stature was diminished. Let's go back to a little bit. From Rabbi you see there, Rabbi Yishon spoke Aramaic, behind Rabbi Yishon, might זה ספר תולדות אדם רמי, שרק himself with Darvadot. There's Rabbi Yishon all the future generations. He showed him like all generations to come. So you think about David Shegia, we're going to study Akiva, Samach B'Taraso, and his Asir B'Taso. Once Adam Rishon saw the generation of Rabbi Akiva, and he saw again saw Rabbi Akiva, he rejoiced. When he saw the death and suffering of Rabbi Akiva, he was savage. Amar believe Mayikure Achael. I'm not reading that, but I was say it's fascinating that again, out of all the generations, all the suffering, what impacted Adam Rishon most was Rabbi Akiva. Like out of all the suffering that he saw was Rabbi Akiva. Okay, not enough friends here is that now. I don't even know that. Adam Rishon is Minhaya. I just now, but now you might take a very sharp turn over there, which is actually fantastic. Adam Rishon was a heretic. Now again. More explanation for this. Right? Hashem says to Adam, Ayaka, where are you? So the Lord says, where did your heart go? Where did your heart turn? So it's like, we're going to stop over here for today. But again, I'm going to go on the cliffhanger. So I say, understand, these Gemaras now are going to focus on a little bit different. They're essentially calling into doubt Adam Rishon's commitment to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, I understand those Gemaras and what it really means. And then tomorrow, so tomorrow we'll learn Daf Yomi together here in our big Medrash. First Shabbos of the Daf. We're going to do it together, man. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be incredible. Another ridiculous Haggadah Gemara tomorrow. It's going to be great. Roadside. Now I'm talking about the first week here in our new base Medrash and how the Bible should be up for many years to come. Daf Yomi is going to be here. It's going to be here, not in the main show. It's going to be here in the main show. All right, guys, have a wonderful Shabbos. Shabbos, everyone. And I'm just Florida, Baltimore, anywhere, I guess, is warmer than here. So, all right, enjoy. All right, Shabbos.
That's being ridiculous. He's a man who served his country. He's still in a uniform. He's still like a military guy. So he's it's like he doesn't seem to be carrying the weight of what's happened to him.
Orator will say good morning.
And then
Another
there's
beautiful,
darkness,
beautiful
particularly
graph.
like during the
Today,
trial.
today's daf is on the test. Rabbi American
There's
Shem Shantot
a
Mizrachis
range to this guy.
going to finish the
And
fourth
that's gotta
paragraph.
be a weird
We are
place to
up on Lamed Tes
for
on
you
page
to try to put yourself in
38D.
the mind of
And
what
specifically,
ultimately
we are
became
taking
one of the
up
terrific figures in history. That's what
Amr Hamdulillah Ulatis. Actually, Amr Abnach.
it really is.
It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines up to the bottom. Lamed Tes on page 38D. Last two words on the lines. Remember again, this we're continuing on the theme that we introduced on Aleph on yesterday's daf of the Nala Hashiv La'afikolis. That know what to respond to La'afikolis. It responds to you with some type of work, understanding, or interpretation of the Torah. So you have to know how to answer. If you have to answer it, in order to go ahead and be solid in your beliefs, you have to know how to defend your beliefs. This is discontinued stories on that same level. Anyone who knows how to answer heretics like this, then you should answer. But if you're not as proficient as this, then you shouldn't get involved. It's another interesting idea, which is, don't get involved in answering up the heretics unless you manage to know yourself. Because once you know it, doesn't have these interactions with Northern Restraint. So the one thing you have to give an incredible credit for two things. Number one, they're passionate, and number two, they know their stuff. Now, if it's wrong, it's when you believe it's wrong, you have to be able to enter into a meaningful dialogue. And if you're going to engage, you know how to engage. You don't know like business, then don't get involved. You don't know how to. I'm going to give you an example. There was a particular heretic who once had studied this Ksiv, Ve'al Moshe Amar Alei El Hashem. So, the Shpachim says, the Pasuk says, and to Moshe God said, rise to God, or ascend to God. Now what the Min was trying to do was to show them that. You see, there are two deities. There's the one who's speaking to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and it's the one who's speaking to Moshe. And the one who's speaking to Moshe says, Moshe, you should go up to God. You should go up to Hashem. As if the speaker is one deity and Hashem is one. So the Gemara says, she just said a sentence on Alei, which Rabbi said, stand in Tachon, Shishmo Kishem Rado. This refers to the Tachon, the Malach of Tachon, whose name, Tachon's name, is HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Sometimes the Malach of Tachon is literally called HaKadosh Baruch Hu or Hashem as well. But Siv, Kishni, be careful. Because when referring to the Tachon, the Pasuk says, because my name, God is saying my Hashem is saying my name is in the Tachon. If that's the case, why don't we worship the Tachon as well? Why don't we worship the Tachon as well? Siv, Akamero. But the Pasuk says we may not exchange HaKadosh Baruch Hu for any other deity, even more in Tachon. In pain. Lo Yisrael Kishechem Lama. So if that's the case, like what the Pasuk needs to say, that the Tachon will not go ahead and forgive your sins. Obviously, if you can't pray to the Tachon, you can't supplicate to the Tachon, so the Tachon is not going to forgive my sins. To which the Mercy Amalei, he responded, in the new Subi Agag, Sha'afilu the Tarvanko, Nami Lo Kabli. It will say, as great as the Tachon is, Klal Yisrael wouldn't even accept the Tachon as a messenger of HaKadosh. See, Vayomer Elov, in Ein Panef Ahokim. Remember again, is after the Chet Egel, the Rebbe Shalom says, I'm not going to lead you myself. Instead, I'm going to send you one of my messengers, one of my malach. My malach is going to, and the malach he was referring to was the Tachon, whose name, the Tachon has the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu in him. And Klal Yisrael says, no thank you. If we can't have you, then we don't want anyone, even the Tachon. Pasuk says, the Pasuk says that Hashem pointed to rain down on stone and Amorah, so Gafis Va'ish, literally fire and sulfur. Fire and sulfur. So why does it say Me'is Hashem? It should say Me'itov, But there's guys already mentioned in the pasuk. You don't think Hashem again. I'm going to listen to this. I'm going to have a kubay. Supposed to remember this is Amin, a heretic, was engaging at Yishma. So I'm going to have a kubay. So there was a particular laundry. Like marriage is not like a metaphor, like a money laundry. This means he was a little longer. It was a kubay. So there was this guy, this simple Jew, who overheard this exchange. He says that Yishmael, Shavke, I'm the Mahadral. I got this. Let me handle this guy. You see, Vayomer Asa, Amar says, this is Vayomer Melach and Hashem, Alga B'Tziva, Shma'an Choli Shei Lemach. Pasuk says, he was saying when Lemach was talking to his wives. So it says, Vayomer Lemach and Hashem, Lemach said to his wives, Alga B'Tziva, Shma'an Choli Shei Lemach. Listen to my voice, the wives of Lemach. The shy word. Why does it say wives of Rabbi? It should have just said what? Listen to me, my wives. How can I be Mishtai Krahafi? To which the Kobe said, listen, sorry, that's just how the passage speaks. Sometimes, again, the speaker, the main character of the passage, will sometimes refer to himself as third person. It's true by human being, and it's true by Hakadosh Baruch Hu as well. Amalei Menalacha, so the Rabbi Shmuel is very impressed. He says to the one where really know this one, to which the man responded, Pirkei Rabbi Meir Shmuel. I heard it in Shir. Look at the importance of paying attention in Shir. Right? I heard it in Shir, and I was able to go ahead and take it with me and listen to someone else. Listen to this. Rabbi Yochanan said, it's actually quite beautiful. When Rabbi Meir would give Shir, this is amazing. It's also amazing from just a teaching perspective. He would split Shir into three parts. He said he would do the following. Garish Pilsa Shmaita, he would do 1/3 Halacha, Pilsa Agadata, 1/3 Agadata, Pilsa Mas, 1/3 Mashal, parables. Which I will say is an incredible yesod, because it's either to be made and understood that in order to keep the attention of the individuals. Again, it's haven't changed all that much. It's hard sometimes to read when it's just straight halacha or it's just, straight, So Rabbi Meir, who's speaking to him? They're speaking to everybody. Hey, 1/3 halacha, 1/3 mashalim, 1/3 agat. Incredible. But Rabbi Yochanan, Zimul Meos Mashalos Shualim, Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Yochanan said Rabbi Meir had 300 fox parables. I will say, there's a lot of parables, a lot of mashalim in Yiddishkeit that have to deal with fox. Right? Fox represent many different things. Sometimes represent the slide in Sahara, sometimes represent the most holy nations of the world, but always representing those who are trying to undermine and overcome. Rabbi Meir had 300 fox mashalim. Va'anu ein lana ela shalosh. We only have 3. We have 3 remaining ones from Rabbi Meir. Top of the festivals, right? Those 3 mashalim, those we're going to see, 3 mashalim are really one mashal. The 3 parts of one mashal are based on the following 3 children. Number 1, top of the test. Avos yochlu bosar, v'shinei banim tegehera. The fathers will eat sour grapes, and literally the teeth of the sons will be affected. Ma'az me'tzedek ba'av me'tzedek. You should have just weighted measures. And mitzara nechlat v'yavo rash tzidik. Tzadik mitzara nechlat v'yavo rash tzidik. The tzadik will be saved ultimately against the tzar, and the rasha will keep his face. We'll say, so what's the mashal? Take a look at Rashi. This is why I wanted to start a few minutes early. So let's take a look at Rashi. Listen to this. Stop Rashi. Avos yochlu bosa. Mashal, this is the mashal. Sherima hashua l'chazev. There was once a story of a fox who convinced a wolf to enter into the Jewish courtyard on Erev Shabbos. So what did the fox tell the wolf? Listen, it's in the first Gemara. So wolf, here's what you need to do. Go into the Jewish courtyard, offer your assistance to help them prepare for Shabbos, and they will give you Shabbos. They will allow you to eat them on Shabbos. So what happens? You can show the colors. When the wolf came into the courtyard, he ran up the backlogs. So what happened? They attacked the wolf. The wolf walked in, and the resident of the courtyard attacked the wolf. The wolf, badly beaten and bruised, comes back. He comes back to kill the fox. So the fox says to the wolf, "You were only beaten up because of your father. Because one time the father offered to help the Jews set up the Shabbos, and instead of helping them set up, he ended up eating all of the food. I don't know, because of my father's action, I should be eating. On my own name, to which the fox said yes. Ultimately, again, so let's say the first part of the mashal was that sometimes the children are impacted by the deeds or the misdeeds of the father. That's lesson 1. Next, but the mashal goes on. But the fox says to the wolf, "Come with me, and I'll show you a place where you eat, satiated. So what happens? The fox brings the wolf to a well, and there's a border across the well that's supported a holy system with 2 buckets. What happens? The herald the mus halavana the mus min gavina agula. So the fox goes in. Wolf cries down to the fox, "Why did you go into the well?" To which the fox responds, "There's plenty of food here." So the wolf said, "Let me see." So the fox showed the wolf a reflection of the moon in the water, which looked like a wheel of cheese. So he tried to pretend that there's cheese down here in the well. So Amalo, hey, so to which the wolf says, "How should I get down there?" Amalo, Kanis Ata Via Elio. Nichmas the yard chili, Bashua Lava, Amalo, hey, Kani What happened? The wolf goes in, and of course, because of the police system, when the wolf goes down, the fox comes up, the wolf realizes there's no food down there. How do I get back up? Amalo, Sadik, Sarmeklas, the Yabo Russia, Taco. Obviously, again, I'm the Sadik, you're the Russia, you're a trouble. I saved from the well. So I said, so these were the leftover mashallah. We had 300 such fox mashallah. These would be incredibly profound stories. Message number 1, that we have to be careful with our actions. Because not only do they impact us, but they impact the next generation. Message number 2 is don't give away. You have to be matter what it is you're doing in life, how you're living, the decisions you make to make sure you're not just following some reflection of the moon in the water and thinking that it's cheese. And number 3, that sometimes ultimately, again, this part of the mashal, the mashal being one of the bits of issues and rations, there must be more. But the third part of the mashal is ultimately, again, that the scales of justice are always equal. And at the end of the day, the Rebbe Shalom will always write the scale to the tzaddikim and the Rishon. Good. Weiter. I'm going to go for the Gamliel. Elohim Ganafu. So there was a particular co-founder, there was a particular heretic who said to the Gamliel, "Your God is a thief, Siv." So what happens? The pasuk says, "So the Moshe made Adam fall asleep, and then he took Adam's ribs and he fashioned Adam." So the Kofar said, "Your God is a heretic, not a heretic. Your God is a thief. Your God is a thief. He steals ribs. He steals ribs from sleeping people." Amalei Barthes, listen to this, so his daughter. This is not the Gamliel's daughter. The Pashtos, this is the daughter of the heretic. So Amalei Barthes, Shaki the Anima Hadron Alei. So the daughter said, "Gamliel, I got this. Let me ask you." Amalei, Tunuli Gluchas Echad. So she said to her father, "Can you provide me with a judge?" Gluchas Echad means an upright judge. Amalei Namalei. So she said to her, "Why do you need a judge?" So listen to this, I'll say. She says, "Listen, Bo'o Alinu Halayla." Because last night the house was broken into. And what happens? The Notul Mimenu Kiton Shal Kesed, V'Nichol Aram Kiton Shal Zav. The thieves came in, they stole our silver pitcher, and they left the gold one in its place. Amar Allah, to which the father responds to her, "Ulavai sheyavo aleinu b'chol yom." Right? Halavai, we should have another we should break it like that every single night. So listen to this. Below Yachas, which the girl responds. Below Hafei, below Yacha Hayavo, the Adam Arisha Shalati Menatzala Achas. Jenashlo Shifcha L'Shamsha. So the girl responds to her father, "Was it not good ultimately again? Was it not good for Adam Arisha to have a rib taken from him The word choice over here is quite interesting. It's quite interesting. But let's say you have to understand something. This is a non-Jewish girl. This is a non-Jewish. I take that back. I take that back because the Pashas the Kofer is Jewish. Let's say, again, there are different conceptions of marriage, and there are different conceptions of relationships, and there are different conceptions as to what people are supposed to get out of marriage. Who knows? It's very telling, by the way. You want to know how your children think about marriage? You want to know what your children's conception of marriage is based on? It's based on your marriage. Right? So who knows what this girl saw in her home? And who knows how her father treated her mother? But obviously the way she viewed a wife and a husband was the shifra and the master. But whatever, we're not getting into that right now. And anyway, the point that she was making to her father was what? The point that she was making was, it's true, God took her in. But he gave Adam Harishon Chava. Amarla, Haki Kaviyah, El Mishkalei Dehedra. The father responded, I know Adam got a good deal. He gave a rib, got a wife. I got it. But why did it have to be this? Why have to come like furtively? Why does it have to come quietly, sneakily? Why can't you just take the rib from Adam while Adam is awake? Amarla, which the girl responded, I used to be unsa this way. So the girl said, "You bring me a raw slab of meat, a raw piece of meat. I saw they brought the raw piece of meat. Also to say baksha. I fix up. So the way they used to roast meat is they would put the meat, they would cover the meat with like coals and ash, and they would roast it like that. So she took the piece of meat, she roasted it, and then after it was done, she gave it to her father. She says, "Eat here." Amrullah, he said, it's disgusting. I mean, I saw that meat when it was raw, and even though now that it's cooked, it's unappetizing to me. Amrullah, va'atam harishon nati, ihava shaklis v'hadeh, habamitis. The girl responds, had Adam Harishon been away, while the rib was removed, and the rib was fashioned to a human being, it could be that Adam Harishon might have been repulsed initially by his son, in order ultimately again that Adam should only have image of attraction, feelings of connection to others. It's like a Mishmar who performed this process while Adam was asleep. Incredible. I really talked a little bit on Leo. Yadana Elokai for my copy, this Jewish was it's actually a very moving Gemara. There was a particular kofer who said to Leo, I know exactly what your God is doing. The Heichal Yosef, and where exactly he is. I know exactly what your God is doing and where he is. It's not good, it's not. Rabbi Gamliel sighed. Amalei my height, which the Governor said, why you sighed? Amalei ben Echad Yeshli the Karpe Hayam, the Yeshli Ga'aduim. Allah. Rabbi Gamliel says, I have a son who's overseas, and I have such Ga'aduim, I have such yearning to see him. I haven't seen him in a long time, and I wish I had such yearning to see him. But can you show me, or can you tell me where he is? Show me where you know everything. Show me where he is. Amar, how should I know? The Kofer says, how should I know where your son is? Amar, you're telling me you don't know where someone on the earth is. You know that he knows that he's looking celestial spirits. But Amar, Kofer, see, what's it? This is very touched by this Gemara. So that Gamliel has a son overseas. He doesn't know where he is. Such incredibly so. You never know what a person has going on in life. You're a Gamliel who's battling all of these programs, all of these heritages. And yet there's a piece of very personal pain that obviously is on the inside. That who even know that he had a son overseas. The Imam is like in this obviously he's trying to exclude the children, but in this incredible moment of vulnerability, it's incredible idea. Gemara goes like, I'm going to call Gamliel. Sid, Mona Nismala Kohan. It says that the Ribono Shel Olam counts the stars. My Rabbi said, the Kofer says, what's the big deal? I don't want to see him in the Kofer. I can also count the stars. Right? The answer is, what's the big shot that God can count the stars? So the Gemara says, so the Gamliel comes along. I see Hukshay Shadinu Ba'adiyah. So Kamahadlu, so the Gamliel built up a basket filled with quinces, and he started shaking it around. And he said, he said to the Kofer, why don't you count the quinces? If you hold the basket still, I'll be able to count them. I'm really like, yeah, Nami Haki. So So the Gemara says, the heavens are also constantly moving. So if you can't go ahead and count the pieces in the basket, when the basket's moving, chances are you can't count the stars. Talking Amalei, Manei Kotsi, which another ultimate version is that the Kofi said in Leo, I can count all of these stars. Amalei, Amalei Kofi, the Shinaya Kamaha. Which Leo said to the man, tell me, to the Kofi, tell me how many teeth and how many boulders do you have? Shada Yadei Lufulei, the Kamani Lulu. So the guy puts the Kofi, they can put his hands in his mouth and literally begins counting off his teeth. So Amalei, the Ikabit Tenefo Yadak, Dika Barakia Yadak, you don't know how many teeth you have in your mouth, right? So you're telling me now you know how many stars there are in the heavens. How many Kofi are in the Misha Bara Harit, Bara Ria. So there was another Kofi. Saying that whether all of this is like the same movement or it's multiple, how they go from Mishpa, so maybe, I don't know if it's the same guy or multiple people. So the Gemara is supposed to say, by the way, you understand that sometimes how silly all of these statements are. So the one thing that is incredibly sick, I think, from what's asked in this Gemara, is that what don't you see one time? I know that's not going to but don't you see one time? You never see what they're real using. The idea is that sometimes it happens on occasion that a person may, by chance, have to deal with difficulty. It could happen. And the most important piece, so when dealing with difficulty, is don't let them get under your skin. Because the moment you let the person get under your skin, the moment you react in an abrasive way, you're done. You've lost everybody. The greatness of this is so stupid. This is no truth. This is so stupid. Gamliel is the head of Cloud himself. He's dealing with his goodness and enthusiasm. And if you notice again, his response each and every time is measured, is polite, he responds. Careful yourself. All right, anyway, we must be following. So the Kofi said to Gamliel, you should borrow heart and no borrow real. You got to create it. Now, we didn't create the word. Shneimar, Kine Yotza Harim, the Bori Rua. Because also the Pasuk uses in Amos two different Lashonas. There's Yotzer Harim, means crack the mountains, the Bori and create Rua. So the Kofi was trying to say, see from here that since it's two different words, therefore again it must be two different creators as well. Gabi Adam Sid by Yivra by Yitzhak Hakanami, Misha Barazel Barazel. So maybe you're going to say by Adam Rishon also, since it says by Yivra and by Yitzhak. So maybe again that means that two different gods created man as well. To which the Gemara says, here's the problem. Tepach al Tepach Yishba Adam, Yishba Adam, Urshnei Nekavim Yishbo, Misha Barazel Barazel. The problem is, how would you then divide up man? Sometimes within man, you can have two orifices within the close proximity to each other. There's not a tefach that doesn't have something on the body. So you're going to say that there's one guy who created this, one guy who created that. Shneimar, the Gemara says, Shneimar, Hanota Ozra Lo Yishma, Dim Yotzra Ayin Ala Yabik, Amalein, to which the Gemara said, yes. It could be that multiple gods created man as well. Amalei, Shas Nisa, Kula Nispaisu. So tell me, how is it that when man dies, all the body in its entirety shuts down? Are you telling me then that all the divine partners in the creation of man all agree that man should die at the same time? Which Rabbi Gamliel therefore disproves the assertion of the Kofer that man was created by different gods. Amalei Avon Magusha, La Neymar. There was Amagusha. Amagusha is a sorcerer. So what happens? He said, the upper part of your body belongs to Hormuz. Hormuz, Rashi points out, was a shape. The bottom part of your body, right from the middle to the bottom, is ruled by Hormuz. Hormuz means so this sorcerer was saying the upper part of your body is ruled by a shape. The lower part of your body is ruled by God. He came. If he shavically our Hormuz, well, Hormuz la Aguri Maya Bahari. But if that's the case, then ultimately again, how does Hormuz, the ruler over the lower part of the body, allow Hormuz, the ruler of the upper part of the body, to go ahead and allow liquid to pass? In other words, everything that's ingested into the mouth, right, is excreted from the lower part of the body. So why is it that the ruler of the lower part of the body would allow that which is ingested by the upper part of the body to flow through it. So the Gemara says, Amalei case every time. So let's listen to this. This is amazing. Another amazing myself. The Caesar said every time. Let's all become one nation. Let's become one united people. So what happens? Let's become one united people. Chat, so the Gemara says, so to which Rabbi Kankum said, beautiful. Absolutely. The both say it's actually a good conversation. But the Caesar was actually alluding to it, according to the Maharsha, was listen, in the Messianic era, all the nations become united, so to speak. Let's become one united nation. Kankum says, sounds great. But here's the issue. We who are circumcised cannot become like you. You who are not circumcised could become like us. Right? The Talmud says, so listen to this. To which the Caesar responds, but there's only one problem. Anyone who bests the Caesar, anyone who outsmarts the Caesar, has to be thrown into a den of lions. So shkoya, excellent point. Right? But now, again, anyone who is considered to be an affront to best the Caesar, so you come from your right, but because you're so right, you're going to get thrown into a den of lions. So what happens? Get thrown into the den of lions, but the lions did not eat him. It was a particular heretic who was so happy to see that he had thrown into the den of lions. He says, here's the problem. The reason they didn't eat him is because of how he fed the animal. Lately, they're not hungry. So what did they do? They threw the heretic in there, and they ate the heretic. Right? So apparently the lions were hungry. Right? But again, it's just not very heretic. You Jews say that wherever there are 10 Jews assembled, the Shekhinah rests his presence there. So how much I don't understand. How many Shekhinahs are there? That the Shekhinah could be every single place where there are 10 Jews. It doesn't make sense. So which you might listen to this. So Rabbi Gamliel tied in the Shabbos. So Rabbi Gamliel called over the Shabbos of this particular kofer. He hit the Shabbos in the neck. In other words, he struck him. Why do you allow sunlight into the home of the kofer? So the kofer the Shabbos said, the Shammai said, what are you talking about? The sun shines everywhere. The sun shines everywhere. I can't prevent all of the rays of the sun from entering into the home. Which is exactly. The sun was just one of the many thousands of creations and serving for Barak with the yet shines upon the entire world. Or the most of the Shekhinah itself is able to shine, and in this case is present all over the world. So there was a particular heretic, your God is like a bad, like a gafka. Your God is a jester, meaning he makes fun of people. He makes fun of people. How so? So the Gemara says, because first he says to Navi Cheskel, sleep on your left side. And he says to Yecheskel, sleep on your right side. So he's saying, your God is saying, why are you doing that to Yecheskel? As it's correct. My time is Shiyas. So let's say, as this is doing, this time this conversation about the Avon. One of the things about the Avon comes along is Rabbi, why is it that we have Shkita? Why do we have Shkita? Or like, Hashka Aminu Lishma the shadow of the So which Rabbi Avon responds, this is amazing. I'm going to give you one answer that answers both of the questions. The Min's question as to why God is telling first Yecheskel sleep on this side, sleep on that side, as well as the answer as to what the people are doing to Shkita is. So this is Amar is probably so. I want you to work the land for 6 years. And I want you to observe a sabbatical year on the 7th. order that you should know that the land ultimately belongs to you. Okay. The Hema Asukim. Listen, one of the reasons for governance is because we do not properly observe Shema. Ela Hatu Rigov. Instead, we sinned, we didn't observe Shema, and therefore we were exiled. Minhago Shagolan, Vasa Shadam Shasar Halas Minah. So the Minag Olam is when it comes to an earthly king. If the kingdom rebelled against him, if the king is cruel, he'll wipe out the entire kingdom. If he's compassionate, he'll kill half of the kingdom. If he's truly compassionate, then then what will he do? He'll afflict his great ones. He'll afflict, meaning he'll give afflictions to the leaders, representing that by punishing the leaders, that will atone ultimately again for the rest of the populace. Because it shows the same with the Ribono Shel Olam. Ultimately, again, the Ribono Shel Olam was afflicting Yechezkel. This idea of sleep on the right, sleep on the left, making Yechezkel twist and turn, was suffering for Yechezkel. For what purpose? Ultimately, to atone for Klal Yisrael, for the fact that they did not observe the Shmiras. So there was a thing that meant that your God is a Kohen. How do your God is a Kohen? The Yichuli Truma. Because the pasuk says, the Yichuli Truma, you should take from me Truma. So see that God is a Kohen. He carried the Moshe, the Maitano. So if that's the case, Kashbaruch was a Kohen. The Ribono Shel Olam buried Moshe Rabbeinu himself. Kashbaruch was a Kohen, and that means he was coming to us. What do you think? Right? How did he purify himself? The became of Avaya. Maybe you'll say he went, he immersed himself in water. All the waters of the world is measured with the fist of God. In other words, there are no waters that could contain himself. Because there's Amalei, is Rula. So the Shbaruch immersed himself in fire. Immersed in fire. Siv, Kinei Hashem Ba'ish Yavo. Moshe comes in fire. Misalka Tfilusa Bira. Can you have tefillah in fire? Amalei Adra. Should Yavo responded, yes, of course. Adra, but Ikar Tfilusa Bira. The actually primary immersion is in fire. It's only things ultimately again that cannot be purified in fire, but ultimately are purified in water. Listen, obviously, Rabbi was just responding to the name, ultimately just to shut down his he's saying that Rabbi is not letting his king, not the Pasuk. The Yichuli Truma is not talking about, it's Parashas Truma. It's not talking about the Truma that is a Maknas Luna, that's talking about the Truma of Hamishna. Nevertheless, Rabbi Avodah says another incredible yesod, which is sometimes a person is saying something nonsensical, sometimes covered up videos demand that you respond to the person, that you just give them an answer, that you give them the proper personal character to at least close out the conversation. Incredible. Lessons in Midas. Gemara goes like, Pasuk says, who is like Klal Yisrael, the singular nation of the world? Why is Klal Yisrael better than anyone else? You're a nation like every other nation. All of the nations are like nothing against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So ultimately, again, you see Klal Yisrael is reckoned like everyone else. Amalei, to which Rabbi Avinu responded, even your own prophets testify that we are unique. A reference to Bilam, because it was in the pasuk ultimately said by Bilam that Klal Yisrael they will not be reckoned among the nations. Rabbi Elazar contrasts says on one hand, God is with everyone, it's that for the Baruch Hu is good for those who reach, for those who come. So which one is it? Is God good to everyone? Or is God good to those who reach from repentance? The Marshal associates repentance. It should be presented to a person as a Marshal. When he waters the orchard, he waters the whole thing. When he does extra yard work, extra in the parties, Bill does the extra work for the trees, for the plants that are ultimately going to go ahead and really provide real food. so too again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is good to everything. Or it's therefore the reward of the entire worship. But the extra attention that he gives are only to those trees that he are those trees who yearn for so Vayava Harina Masa. We're transitioning now a little bit. The interesting story about the death of Achab. Remember again, Achab was the messenger after the death of Shlomo HaMelech, the son of Chavam, king. The Chavam follows the advice of his young king, his 5 years, and then ultimately leads to a split in Malchus Yisrael, becoming 2 kingdoms. Malchus Yisrael, Malchus Yehuda. Malchus Yehuda is still governed by Davidic kings. Malchus Yisrael originally was governed by a man by the name of Rabbi ben Nevat, who goes off the death, started off as a tzaddik, but goes off the death in a dramatically terrible way, and then it's governed by a series of evil kings. One of the worst of them is Achab. So the Pasuk over here says, "Vayava Harina B'Machane." Is after the death of Achab, there was Rina, there was rejoicing in the camp. But Avo Yisha'im Rina, because when the wicked are those and the wicked are lost, then ultimately again there's a scene of relief. But Avo Achab and Amri Rina, when Achab and Amri was killed, there was rejoicing. Because God rejoiced over the downfall of the wicked. After all, Hasid, which says to Pharaoh, go over the Holy Hashem, O Yisrael, Rama Yonasar, Mipnei Ma'lo Ne'emar B'Hozro of Food, V'Fi She'ina Kedishbar, who selected Ma'olah. So what's the ultimate beginning of Hasid that discusses the downfall of the wicked? It says, Holy Hashem, Kili Olam Chazor, but it doesn't say Kidol. It doesn't say it's good. Why? Because God does not rejoice on the downfall of the wicked. They're saying that the Torah refers much more to the downfall of the wicked, and that is that people change, that people reform themselves, that people turn themselves back. God doesn't want anyone to fail. God doesn't want anyone to fall. So the Torah, like people try to be sure about that, but I love you. It's like, my sin, the Lokara Ze'al Kal Halam. What does it mean that Pasuk said that you did not approach each other the entire word? Was it talking about the defiance of the features? And remember again, this is right by Yamsuf. Bali getting Yamsuf, they're right at the banks of the sea. They cannot perceive any part of what happens. They usually said the fire is together this night. So they don't come put each other the entire night. But also shot, they're going to say what happens. Well, the rest of the story. Touch roughly splits the sea, Bali goes through, waters come down on the sky. But also shot, when the Egyptians are drowning in the sea. Bikshi Malachi HaSharet Roma Shiva. Ultimately, again, Malachi HaSharet wanted to secure the Hasharu over the deck of the Egyptians. So I'm going to hand up to Shparahu. Ma'as Yodai Kobin Bayam, Ba'atim Omer Shia, the problems in my creations are drowning in the sea. And you want to see the Father that incredibly so. We have a part of the market on a Shparahu. The Russian is the God of all humanity and loves all humanity. That's having a deep relationship with us. So absolutely. The fact that this relationship does not come at the expense of love for all of his creatures. The very point is so. And therefore, we might rejoice over the downfall of the shine. But the devoted one has an incredible and profound sense of humility. Because when those we shine are killed, some disappear or obliterated, those are his children. Those are his children. So the Malachim want to see Shia. The says, no. Abba Rusba Sanino, who ain't no sus? It's true. God doesn't rejoice when the wicked perish about a period of masses. But others do rejoice. Others do rejoice. Man does. Man who is a prophet does rejoice for his enemies. Get another Sid, Yossis, Lo Sid, Yossis. So we'll see if guys in the hospital that is Yossis, the reference ultimately again. The other two will rejoice, but but God knows from. So we'll say, so the Pasuk over here, this is by the death of Achab. So the Pasuk says, by Yishtot HaSalekha Avrecha Shlomo, by Eloku HaKlavet Eshemo. So as we'll see, the moment Achab was killed in battle. He was killed by actually shooting up a quote-unquote stray arrow. And this is what we're saying, the stray arrow. He was killed by a stray arrow. The pasuk here discusses that his chariot was drenched in blood. His chariot was drenched in blood, and ultimately the chariot washed it outside the fountain, and the dogs were lapping up the blood. So the lashon that the pasuk uses is Vazonos Rachus. They went ahead and the Vayokla comes from Vazonos Rachus. Literally, zonos are big or wide. What is that mean? I'm not really sure. The Marek thing has zonos. Zonos in the other side is a short form of zonos for visions. That in the death of Achot, two visions came together. Achot Shali Hayol, the Achot Shali Hayol. One is the vision of Hayol, one is the vision of Hayol. Hayol in Shol Kashol Vishalo, or Eva Hashem. So the Rabbi Michael says, if we come back from this battle, right? So you don't die in this battle, then God does the same with you. If you see, the Malcolm has the Malcolm and stuff doubles. And if you prophesies and he says, the same place where the dogs licked up the blood of doubles, remember again, the other story of doubles, Hatzaf wanted doubles his property. He has doubles, actually. Several has doubles brought up on false charges. Doubles and Rabbi prophesies the same place where the dogs licked the blood of doubles, will lick your blood as well. Rabbi Amar, Vish Marsha Keshes Tumo. Rabbi discusses how is that killed. There was just an archer, one of the enemy archers, just indiscriminately pulled back his bow. And his arrow entered up clean time. Rabbi Lazar Amar, the sheep.
It's all about, like,
Oh, thank you. Rabbi Amar, no one ever listens to Jonas Good, sorry. I can skip a whole chapter. Good, so it's like you know. So Rabbi says Zonos Mamish. Rabbi says no. The Zonos of Yevos is not as Zonos, but rather it literally means Zonos Mamish. What is this? Exactly means. Achot Ish and Solan is interesting Russian. Achot was very cool. I will say that's not that easy. No higher only passion. Apparently, I went to open customers. He didn't really have a drive for intimacy. So what happened? His father was like, but also Salon Zebo, they Sule Zora. So his wife had sleeped on his chariot to, I guess, lust for images of her. They Shira and son be his talent, in order also be the bishop with them and become a and therefore, again, the Pasuk says that we should also think about it again, just the bravery of people to kind of publicize this type of thing. So Achot's blood was killed to cover these images of the Zoras. So the man, again, referring to the enemy archer, pulled back his bow. Now, what does the Tumo mean by Achim Kildachov? The Tumo. The Tumo is literally innocently. What does that mean, innocently? What it means is he wasn't doing this for Achim. Sometimes archers, they would pull and they would just fire. They fight together. Not meaning as someone specific. So this artist just released his arrow. The Tumo, he wasn't aiming for them. He was just shooting arrows at the opposing army. And they ended up killing Achim. Rabbi Amar Mekamein Shtei Chazoros Achim Shemichael Ba'achim Shemichael. There was a rabbi says that the people will go ahead and fulfill the two prophecies of Michael. Good. Six. Vayikra Achim Elavadio. Now that we start talking about Achim, the Gemara goes through a little bit more. Achim called Elavadio. We'll say Achim is going to try to get into that, but Achim is a fashion because many times throughout Achim's story, a flicker of holiness. Achim has an incredible desire that tends to want to turn that control. One of the interesting things that happened is he had a very righteous servant who maintained his house, a man by the name of Ovadio. So listen, this exchange is amazing. Vayikra Achim Elavadio Asher Alabais. So Achim called Ovadio, and Ovadio was in charge of the house of Rachel. But Ovadio, Hayar Yori Hashem Ovadio feared God exceedingly. So you must not come across. A lot of times can say that Ovadio was exceedingly fearful of God. Achim said to Ovadio, Yaakov Sidney Kashmi Baruch Hashem Biglo Lacha. Remember again, by Yaakov by Lavan. So Lavan says, Yaakov, because you're righteous and you're in my house, I'll bless you. Therefore, God has blessed me. Yosef said, by Baruch Hashem is based on Yosef. So again, when Yosef was in the house of Potiphar, the house of Potiphar was blessed because Yosef, what do you see? You see that even evil people, when they have righteous people in their house, the house gets blessed. So Achav comes with the fight against Rabbi. Based on the Gavro, they'll have a midrash. Achav said, listen, we've got big sons in the house. We're not experiencing bracha. Shema lo yirei Elokim Achav. What's like, do you understand what just happened over here? Right? Achav says, God is not showering bracha on our house. Rabbi, tell me, we haven't come on in the house. Right? I mean, the problem is obviously you. Right? Because you are the token righteous guy. Right? And God blesses evil people and they have the token righteous guy. So obviously you are not, get it together. You're not keeping your righteous. Why are we getting bracha? That's a basketball Achav, basketball comments Obadja is just fine. About Beso Shal Achav Ina Mazul Bracha. The problem is not with your house Sadik. The problem ultimately again is with your house. This Gemara is such a profound result because so many times in life we have two things that are stated this way. The first place we look for the problems is elsewhere. Who's not doing their job? Who's not pulling their weight? Who's not doing what they're supposed to do? Instead of realizing if this is my home, chances are it's not my wife, and it's not my kids, and it's not this, and it's not this. It's not you believe you have to go on Al-Bajra. So Al-Bajra is not righteous enough. What about you?
We can see.
There's greater faith given to Rabbi. And I'm not even thinking about right? It just says, you that you fear God, but it doesn't say Ma'od. Ma'od. The Bible says that he's Yirei Hashem Ma'od. Other people, if they must some about children, listen, why did Obadja marry the prophets? What did he do? He had to marry, what did he do to marry the prophets? So they think, Shehechim Me'an Levim Abba. So they understand. Under Achav and Yisrael, Achav has, Achav is bad, his wife is 10 times worse. Yisrael made it her business to go ahead and kill out every single Rabbi Hashem. Now, she killed out all the Rabbi. Obadja hid 100 prophets. Hid 100 Rabbi. Shneimar, Vayikach Hafis Zevel Es Rabbi Hashem, Vayikach Obadja Me'an Levim, Vayachvi'im 50 Ish B'Ha'ar. So what happens? He goes ahead and Obadja takes 100 prophets and hides them 50 into two, right? 50 per page. Why did he hide them 50 per page? So what's it? Why did he hide all 100 in one cave? Why does he hide 50 in two caves? But 50 per page in two caves. So understand the one and sometimes in dire circumstances, you have to plan for somewhere else. That's a plan for somewhere else. So you have to make a contingency plan that if you going to be lost, how does the family respond? Like, that's my question. He says, if you should borrow my seconds or some mechanician, you not really couldn't find a cave that held more than 50. As it's you just you have to find 2 caves that held 50. Chazon Avajel, Kama Ashal Lakim La'adam. So remember, then the Rabbi says that the Rabbi over here is more important from the Pasuk. Some of the Rabbi Obadja, that Chazon Avajel, that Obadja has a vision. So Obadja, the Jewish prophet, becomes the mouthpiece of God's creation of Edom, telling Edom what's going to happen to them. So the Gemara says, why is Obadja the messenger to Edom? Because why is he like, sorry, Yovo Obadjo Hadar Bein Shnei HaRishonim V'lo Lama Mima'aseh. So what happens? Obadja, who was a righteous man, who lived between 2 evil people. Who were the 2 evil people? Achav and Yisrael. He lived between 2 evil people, and yet he never learned from their deeds. You know, they are Esau HaRasha. And let him deliver prophecy about the nation of Esau. Shedar ben Shnei Tzadikim V'lo Ma'amad Miraseh. Esau lived amongst 2 righteous people. Who were the 2 righteous people? His parents, Yitzchak and Rivka, and yet unfortunately he never learned from their ways. Omer Ma'im Shah, Tamidu Shemem Shemem, Obadja, Ger and Domi. In fact, Obadja was a convert from the nation of Edom. Now we understand why he was chosen ultimately again to give prophecy by Edom. That it is something very forest that comes to handle for the axe. That's the expression. From the very forest itself comes to handle from the axe. And from the very basis of Edom comes the prophet ultimately again prophesizes about their demise. Vayach es Moab, Vayigodei Techeba, Hashkin Osam Arzo. So what's the response over here? You might put the response in small page. David HaMelech, right? David HaMelech goes ahead and wipes out the nation, or delivers a crushing blow to the nation of Moab. I'm going to go to Yochanan. So why was it David HaMelech who was chosen to go ahead and wipe out the nation of Moab? This is what people say. The forest. It is from the very forest itself. Basil Bay Narada comes to handle the axe to go ahead and cut down the forest. So also ultimately again, so he gives a different interpretation. He says when you have like a piece of literally authority, when it rots from the middle. It's really smashed, actually. When we go there was ultimately meaning so that sometimes destruction comes from here. So the loving prophesies about the downfall of Edom, ultimately again is convert of Edom. David HaMelech destroys the nation of Moab, who itself is a descendant of Moab. Fine. So let's say Gemara goes by Hashem ends off with the story. Vayikach es Beno HaDavar Shenu Yochachto, Vayalehu Ola Harachu. So let's say the Rebbe over here tells a very disturbing story. Again, in the Rocky days, about Baisha the king of Moab. Baisha the king of Moab took his firstborn son and he offered him up as a burnt offering on the wall of the city. Sacrifice his firstborn son. I will say, child sacrifice, unfortunately, was very common. The king of Moab, his firstborn was represented and offered him up as a carbine. So the Gemara says, what happened? Rabbi Shmuel. So there's a focus as to what Meisha's intentions were. One says that Meisha's intentions was that obviously what he did was wrong. But the Shaila did was the motivation. Because he was trying to do something that he wasn't or was doing something more There's my focus. One says what he did, he actually did as a sign of homage to God. Flawed, highly flawed, but nevertheless as a sign of homage to God. One says, no, this is all about God, so the according to the Jesus, so what's according to the opinion who says that Meisha's intention was the Shem Shemayim, but Rebbe gets very upset about this. Why? Because he sees the dedication of Meisha, and that same level of dedication doesn't exist like Michael. Rosham doesn't want to sacrifice, but he sees an incredible Islam, incredible passion from Meisha that it doesn't seem like Tom Yisrael. And therefore, again, what the dedication of the Moabite kings ultimately sparks God's spirit against Tom Yisrael. And I don't sure of Zara my bite but according to what it says that Meisha did this for idolatry. And why does this act spark the fury of God against Tom Yisrael? They run Sid, they contrast with Sid, they had very much no assist. On one hand, it says, and in the ways of the nations who surround you, you have not conducted yourself. But they had very much but yet it says, in accordance with the ways of the nations who surround you, you have conducted yourselves. So which one is it? Have we conducted ourselves like the nations around us or not? To which we shall need to respond, Kimit to Kalim Shebahan, no assist. Kimit to Kalim Shebahan, assist. You only emulate the ways of the Goyim when they are corrupt. Do not emulate the ways of the Goyim when they are doing that which is corrupt. Look at Rashi. Kimit to Kalim Shebahan, Gonei Shemelach Moab, שיקרץ no level כבר כמה יסטורס ובאות לשנים סכמהם אבל שהיו רגילים גם עם folks שהhad the funny thing because so those things and therefore again there is what to be learned from the Umos in a positive way, yet you fail to learn those lessons in the context. All you see to take from the nations of the world is the most bankrupt negative behavior that you have. By Yisru and Allah, by the Shuvah, so ultimately again, by Yisru, by Yisru, application goes in a sin and kills the son. By Yisru and Allah, they literally ascended from a, they what they like, by Shuvah, they're saying to God, I'm going to be coming to my Papa, but also Shah, Yardu, Shem, Shem, Yisrael, and by Jega Kappa. At this point, it's telling us that Klal Yisrael ascended to such a low point of negative spirituality. Fine, once I parent is interestingly enough, totally unrelated to it. Wasn't this talking about Isha Hashim? Remember again at the end, this is at the end of the Malach Aleph, David Hamelach is old. So the kingdom hires a nurse for him, a young woman by the name of Isha Hashim. We spoke about the we spoke about earlier Safta, is the episode where she wanted to marry David Hamelach. David Hamelach did not want to marry her. So Isha Hashim is the Plus said that she was exceedingly beautiful. As beautiful as she was, she did not measure up half of the beauty of Saudi. How do we know that? This is Adma'od. So we'll say, SW says that she was Adma'od. So the original reduction is Adma'od means exceedingly beautiful. The reduction is she was beautiful Adma'od. But up until, we have Adma'od, up until, but not including the ultimately again concluded that exceedingly beautiful that really belongs to ultimately again that was the most Hajim Allah Echad Mazel Tov and Yetz Hashem tomorrow we shall go on the time to begin the parents
Casino and Resort in Kansas has their own major tax may apply in Illinois. 21 and over age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. NBA League Pass on renews until canceled. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer. So you're freaking out because you
all right, Josai, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should just take our Talmud Torah sponsors for the year of Tashlim Pei. Toast Mishbach. I realize that sometimes I regret to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors. They don't just sponsor definitely, they sponsor all this year, but somehow I only end up mentioning it over the course of Daf Yomi. But to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors, the Toast Mishbach, we're dedicating all the Shuman's Rushos in the schos of the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. We hope that Emir Hashem is going to be a Shabbos with additional hostages returned. Emir Hashem, a Shabbos in which we see additional families reunited. Hallelujah, we should be Zoch and Hashem. So we thank Toast Mishpacha and our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves. Abba Aliva Latova, the Kelman family, in memory of Amit Ben David. Ladies, of the bracha, brother of Itai Rabbi, who was killed in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that in America, that's Talmud Torah. He's the Shama have Aliyah and the family in Hanukkah. Also, with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. A lot to accomplish. Today's daf is Emeres Hashem daf Lamed Tes 38, and we are picking up on Lamed Zayin of days. We left off Habu Yodim. Right? Yeah, excellent. So in the white lines on the bottom, 3 lines. Okay, so let's begin. It says the Gemara as follows. So, how are you? I'm ready to go. Great Reb here. But Ladim Sha'asek kind of head up, pose, A'afid, Chaburos, Psios, Shelo Haya Yodea Mehechon Neshama Yotza. So an incredibly tragic turn over here. That when Cain killed Hevel, remember again, there was never an act of bloodshed beforehand. So remember when Cain killed Hevel, so Cain had no idea how to kill Hevel. So he went ahead and he hit him, he struck him multiple times. Until he got to his neck. And when he got to his neck, then he was able to strike him and kill him. From the day that the earth opened up and swallowed up the blood of Hevel, Shuvlo Pascha. The earth never opened its mouth again. Shene'emar, Miknaf ha'aretz zimilo shamanu tzvi l'tzadik. Miknaf ha'aretz, well, only pi ha'aretz. Eisvei Eisvei is the catch. Is that true? That the earth never opened its mouth again after it swallowed up the blood of Hevel? The Pasuk says that Tiftach ha'aretz v'tzpiyah. The Pasuk says that the earth opened up its mouth. This is by Korach. It opened up its mouth to swallow up Korach and his followers. Amalei l'ra'ah pascha v'tova lo pascha. The earth opened up its mouth for negative things, for terrible things, for punishment, for punitive things, but never went ahead and opened its mouth for something positive again. Galus has the ability to atone for half of one's sins. They can't sit by the seat like Cain originally. It says, after he killed Hevel, what's the punishment? I'm going to be I'm going to be a wanderer. Then again, if you notice again, it says that Cain lived in Eretz Nod, which is the Gemara's understanding over here that it took away half of the punishment. He was supposed to be not, but it turns out that he's only going to be in Eretz Nod. I'm Rabbi Yehuda. Galus, exile, has the ability to atone for three things. The Gemara says, Shene'emar, Ko Amar Hashem, Hayoshev Be'ir Hazos Yomos B'cherev B'ra'av U'B'dever. Vayotzi V'nafa Al HaKastim, Hatzar Ma'arechem Yichya, V'haiselo L'nafshel Shla. So the idea here is the Gemara Darshans that Galus has the ability to be Mechaber for Cherev, for war, for Ra'av, for famine, and for Dever, for pestilence. Yochanan says, Galus Mechaperes Ala Kol. Galus Mechaper on everything. Galus Mechaper on everything. In other words, the upheaval of Galus is so acute. Right? And the upheaval is so profound that it is literally Mechaper on everything. Shene'emar, Ko Amar Hashem, Kisva Sa'ish HaZa'ariri. Gever lo yitzvach b'yamav, lo yitzvach b'zara ish Yoshe Lakisi David, Umoshe Od B'Yehuda. Basar the Galak Siv, Ubnei Yechanya, Asr Shaltiel, Beno, Asr. Okay, fine, so we'll get to that in just a moment. So the Gemara Darshans over here, based on this speaking by Yechanya, that you see over here, that halacha mesa galus is mechaper on everything. I also just point out how profound and how important this is for us. You know, there's something positive in everything we experience in life, and even in galus, which is so sad and so overwhelming and so profound. Yet we find the chama in the fact that galus is mechaper. That right there, that here in this 2,000-year diaspora, the quote-unquote good news is that very galus which has the ability to atone for all of our averos, both national as well as individual. Incredible. So the Gemara says, why does it talk about the son of Yechanya being Asir? Why is his name Asir? His mother became pregnant with him while she was incarcerated. So Asir and his wife were incarcerated together. His mother became pregnant during incarceration. So the Gemara says Shaltiel. Why is his name Shaltiel? Sheshaslu El Shaloki Derech HaNishtalet. Because his mother became pregnant with him in a way, in an unnatural way. What does it mean, unnatural way? So the Gemara says, Kimiri, because we have a tradition, She'ein ha'isha misaberes me'umat, that a woman cannot become pregnant from an act of relations which occurs standing up. Top of Lamuchas 38a, Behinis Abram Umad, and yet again, Shaltiel's mother became pregnant when she was standing up. So he actually points out over here that Shaltiel's mother, who was Yechanya's wife, Yechanya and his wife were incarcerated together in like a narrow dungeon. Now our dungeon, so they were there together, so they had a relationship. So she became pregnant in this particular fashion, which the Gemara understands was a little bit miraculous. So the Gemara says this: Shaltiel, why was he called Shaltiel? Shenishal al olaso. Because ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu released him from his oath. Now, not from his oath, but ultimately, again, there was HaKadosh Baruch Hu went ahead and made a promise that Yechonia was not going to have a child. But again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu released him from that vow and he had a child. All right, Al Zerubabel. Why is he called Zerubabel? Shenizra Babel. Because his mother became pregnant with him in Babel. Umashmo. What is the actual name of Zerubabel? It says Nechemia ben Chachal Yishmo. It's not Nechemia. Yehuda ben Chizkiah ben Rabbi Chia. So what's his story? Chizkiah were the sons of Rabbi Chia. So they sat in a Suda. They were having this beautiful, beautiful Gemara. They were sitting at a Suda in front of Rabbi, and they didn't say anything. They weren't sharing any divrei Torah at the table. Right? So again, this is a good Muslim. You're a guest at someone's table. Be prepared with the Torah. So what happens? Incredible. So Yehuda and Chizkiah, the sons of Rabbi Chia, come to the Suda, come to the table of Rabbi, and no divrei Torah. So the Gemara says, Amar Lahu, Agablu Chamra Adardiki. So again, Kevin Davidson. So I'm sorry. So essentially, Rabbi, what's the problem? Did you drink too much? You drank too much. You don't have the ability to say Dvar Torah. Kevin Davidson. So when they did indeed drink a little bit too much, they said Dvar Torah. Now this one was a doozy. Listen to the Dvar Torah. They said, Ein ben David ba achiyichu shnei bake avos mi Yisrael. Mashiach won't come until literally again 2 families cease to exist within Klal Yisrael. Who are these 2 families? Ve'elohim, Rosh Hagala, the Reish Galusa family, Sheba Babel, the Nasi Sheba Eretz Yisrael, and the Nasi's family in Eretz Yisrael. Mashiach will only come once these 2 families cease to exist. Shena Amar, V'haya l'mikdash, u'la'avei nagav l'tzam v'sholosh ne'batis. So that was the Vart. That was the Vart. There's only one problem. Rabbi was the Nasi. Right? Rabbi was the Nasi from the family of the Nasi. So Rabbi says, right? What are you doing? You're putting thorns in my eyes? After all, again, you're essentially telling me that the only way Mashiach comes is if my family goes ahead and ceases to exist. I must say, and by the way, as an aside, what exactly does this mean that Mashiach only comes when these families cease to exist? So the ideal way the Pashat Pshat is and understand that these 2 families, meaning the families of the Nasi and the families of the Reish Galusa, represent Jewish leadership. Right? At the end of the day, so remember, it's important to understand, Mashiach comes, he's going to replace those 2 families. Mashiach is going to become the leader, and again, he's going to replace previously established leadership constructs. So that's what it means. It doesn't have to mean that those families are going to cease to exist. What it means is their authority is going to be usurped by the Mashiach. There's going to be a recalibration of power or of authority within Klal Yisrael. So Rabbi was very distressed by the Vart. Everyone has this experience. Where you ask someone to do the Dvar Torah at your table, and then afterwards, like, oh, that was a very bad idea, right? So now again, this was one of those company faux pas, right? Where you asked the wrong person to share a part. Right? So then what happens? So Rabbi's obviously very distressed. I'm going to be here. I'll hear Beinecha. So Rabbi Chia, the father of these boys, says to Rabbi, don't get upset. Don't be upset. After all, again, Yayin Nitan B'Shivim Osios. The Sod Nitan B'Shivim Osios. Right? So again, Rashi says over here, Yayin B'Shivim Osios, the gematria of Yayin is 70, right? Yud and Yud. And Sod Nitan B'Shivim Osios. And the gematria of Sod, which means secret, is also 70. What do we learn from here? Nichnas Yayin Yatsa Sod. That when the wine comes in, the secrets come out. So what does this mean? So ultimately, again, on a Pasha level, but if you're saying is, let's say, you know how like some people who say like they say certain things and it's like, I just have to say what's on my mind. Like, you ever hear a conversation like that? Someone says, I just have to say what's on my mind. What's the response when someone says, I just have to say what's on my mind? What's the response? No, you don't. You actually don't have to say what's on your mind. You do not need to share that, because there are certain things that are on your mind that should absolutely stay in and on your mind. You should not be shared with other people. That's it. Not everything needs to be said. Not everything needs to be shared. So the idea over here is what the sons of Rabbi Huda were saying was correct. It was absolutely unequivocally correct. But it shouldn't have been said. It shouldn't have been said. It wasn't a need. It was only going to create a certain sense of sadness, a certain sense of despair, and therefore it was fundamentally and totally unnecessary to be said. But yet again, what ends up happening? Nichnas yayin yatsa sod. So it was like the power of yayin is we all put up barriers. So sometimes again, when wine comes in, what ends up happening? Barriers come down. When the barriers come down, certain things that are normally kept a little bit closer to the chest now come flowing out. So it's going to be something beautiful. So when Avichia's sons had a little too much to drink, what came out? Mashiach. That was like the Gemara says, you can tell a lot about a person in three ways. Koso, Kiso, Kaso. What does a person do when they drink? How does a person spend their money? And does a person get angry? And how do they behave when they get angry? When you look at those three things, you can tell a lot about a person. So there's something really beautiful over here that when these boys, these young men, drank a little too much, what came out? A discussion about Mashiach. Granted, they had hit a little bit of the wrong discussion about Mashiach, considering we spoke about the cessation of certain mishpachos, but again, that's what came out when you dug deep, right? When a little bit of wine came in, the desire and the want for Mashiach, for Geula, came out again. Tell a lot about a person when they drink a little bit. What comes out? All types of silliness and foolishness. It's singing, it's I love everyone, whatever it is, but the inner me really comes out with a little bit of yayin, or a lot of yayin. Amrokista, Arma Okava, Armile Amrokista, Darash Mari Bartman, Mike Sib. What's the meaning of the pasuk? What's the pasuk? From Daniel. Vayishkot Hashem al harav, vayivi'ei alinu, kitzadik Hashem Elokim. So ultimately, I guess, literally translated, Hashem hastened the evil. He brought it upon us because Hashem is the tzaddik. I says the Gemara, Mishum tzaddik Hashem vayishkot Hashem al harav, vayivi'ei alinu. Because Hashem is the tzaddik, He hastened the evil and brought it upon us. What does that mean? So it says, tzedakah asar HaKadosh Baruch Hu im Yisrael shehikdim galus tzidkiyahu. So it says, this is incredible. HaKadosh Baruch Hu did a chesed with us, in that He hastened the galus of tzidkiyahu. Remember again on both sides. So Yechanya and Tzidkiyahu, just historically, you understand, the beginning of Megillah Esther, when the Megillah introduces us to Mordechai, what does it say? Where did Mordechai come? Right? So again, Yechanya again is first case on Mikdash and the first case on Mikdash, together with Tzidkiyahu. That's why again, remember, Megillah Esther happens in between the first and the second case on Mikdash. So the chesed that HaKadosh Baruch Hu did, the chesed that He did is that He hastened the exile of Tzidkiyahu. So again, we'll see why that's the chesed in just a moment. Because again, at that point when Tzidkiyahu was exiled, Yechanya was still alive in Bava. So the Gemara says, Galus Yechanya, but Yechsid, Galus Yechanya was the first white line. HaCharash, V'Hamasker, Alaf Charash. Okay, so it's our Elaf. So what happens? Because the passage talks about, again, the craftsmen and the gatekeepers. Charash, why does it call him a Charash? So this is talking about the Chanya. Keva Shepostin, Hakol Nasek Charash. Chanya was such a big Chacham that whenever he opened his mouth, everyone else almost just became mute. Masker, he was a gatekeeper. Keva Shesopin, Bahalacha, Shukim Postin. Once they determined a particular matter in Halacha, the matter was closed. There's nothing else to talk about. The Kama Hayu, how much were there? Elef. Ula Amar Sheikh Shtei Sharmul Shante. Ula says Menach Baruch Hu exiled Tzidkiyahu 2 years before the numerical value of Shante. The pasuk talks about the idea. The pasuk we're talking about over here is Kisum Banim B'Bnei Banim. Shantem Haaretz. you'll have children and grandchildren that are shantam, and they will go astray. So here the pasuk is talking about when Klal Yisrael does not do the right thing. V'yishchasem v'asisem pesach tmunas kol v'asisem b'nei Hashem elokech alach yisrael. Sorry, the touch of goes. So the problem is, we'll say, so then again, this gets into like items. So the idea is, here's what's fascinating, is that Kadosh Baruch Hu brought about the punishment of Klal Yisrael a little bit earlier than it was supposed to happen. Because had he waited longer, the repercussion would have been more severe. So he expedited the exile, or I should say hastened the exile by a little bit in order to mitigate the effects of the exile. So the Gemara says, what do you see from here? That the definition of quick, the definition, right, of haste, with that Kadosh Baruch Hu is 852 years. That's the numerical value of Shantan. So I said, this is really a tremendous Musar skill, that sometimes the chesed of the Ribono Shel Olam manifests itself, and sometimes bringing about the punishment a little bit earlier than right? So sometimes you get to see, regardless of the Ribono Shel Olam, that is able to see everything that is going to occur, right? Yeah. So when he sees, if I allow things to continue on, they're going to go down an irreversible path. Whereas if I extract punishment now, then there's a chance of rehabilitation, there's a chance ultimately I can achieve. And I've also seen human beings, because we're so limited, all we see is the punishment, right? All we see is the negativity, is the hurt, is the pain. We don't get to see the entire picture of it. But yet, halacha, and I said that Ribono Shel Olam does really an incredible Musar skill in terms of how we just have to view our circumstances and our situations. Incredible. Here we go. Back to Adam Rishon. Adam Yechid V'Nivra. Adam Rishon was created as a singular being. Why not create an Adam Chava from the outset? So the Gemara says, in order that the heretics should not say that there are many different gods in the heretics. In other words, that, remember, had multiple human beings been created at the same time, multiple people have said, this God is creating his guy, and this God is creating his guy. So there, Hashemah creates one man, one human being. That's the first human, in order that there should be no doubt that there is only one Ribono Shel Olam. And what's the bracha? Ibnei Tzadikim Rishon. Beautiful. Because Tzadikim Rishon, Shelo Yu Tzadikim Omrim Anu B'nei Tzadik, or Rishon Omrim Anu B'nei Rasha. Why? Let's say why one person? So that the Tzadikim shouldn't say, right? Remember, if there are two people, so Tzadikim would say, oh, we're the descendants of the Tzadik. And the Rishon would say, oh, we're the descendants of the Rasha. And we'll say, why does this matter? If you take a quick look at Rashi, it's actually really profound. Rashi says over here, Anu B'nei Tzadik, despite crossing those short lines, not short lines Rashi, Avinu Tzadik Nivra, B'fichach Anu Tzadikim, Ve'ein Anu Tzrichum L'Srachek Min Ha'Avera. Min Ha'Avera. So a person would say, we're the sons of tzaddikim, so we're inherently righteous. There's no need for us to take additional precautionary measures in life because, hey, we are already the children of tzaddikim. And again, what were the children of Hashem? Say, Anu b'nei Rasha, ve'ein anu zukukim b'tshuva u'litzaddik below yoyo. So this is incredible. So, and the children of the Rasha will say, for us, there's no point in trying to do tshuva. Since we are the children of a Rasha, there is no way for us to rehabilitate ourselves. And also, do you hear this? In other words, how does Kadosh Baruch Hu create two human beings to start out? So one Federal would say, we're the descendants of the tzaddik, we're the descendants of the Rasha. Descendants of the tzaddik would say, we're impervious to sin, we're good to go, we're golden. Right? Nothing wrong, we don't have to do anything, we're fine. And the children of the Rasha would say, we're a sha'im in our DNA. And because we're sha'im in our DNA, there's nothing that is going to help us to do tshuva. Incredible. Therefore, what does Kadosh Baruch Hu do? Kadosh Baruch Hu makes us all the descendants of one person. So no one can say, I'm the descendant of the Rasha, I'm the descendant of the Tzaddik. We're all the descendants of Adam Rishon. So what was Adam Rishon? Was he a Tzaddik? Was he a Rasha? What was he? He was a Tzaddik. The Tzaddik who made mistakes. like every single tzaddik who makes mistakes. And just like again, when a tzaddik makes a mistake, in that moment when I make a mistake, maybe I'm a shtik rasha in that moment. But when I see the afterwards, we all trace ourselves to an original ancestor who was about tshuva. Started out a tzaddik, made a mistake, and then became about tshuva. So I'll say, so effectively, we're all about tshuva. That's really what it comes down to. Our ancestry is that we are about tshuva. It's incredible. Isn't great. We'll say, why does Chosh Baruch Hu link us back to one ancestor? Because of fighting that goes on because of yichus. So what happens? Because what can you imagine? If there are multiple original people, right? Multiple originals, right? Multiple Adam Rishons. What would happen? This mishpacha would say, I trace my yichus to this one, and this one would say, I trace my yichus to this one. And what ends up happening? Uma achshav shenivra yochid miskaros. So what can you imagine? You see all the fighting that goes on about yichus, right? Who has a better yichus? Who has the right yichus? Even though we all trace ourselves to the same exact ancestor, right? We all go back to the same person, and yet there's still so much machlokes about yichus. Alachas kama v'kama, uma'achshav shenivra yochid miskaros. Nivru shnayim alachas kama v'kama. Davar achar, b'nei hakazon b'nei hachamasim. It's incredible. We'll say, why? Because God will trace us back to one central ancestor in order to go ahead and avoid the Gazlonim and Chamasim, the thieves. Rashi says, Shiyomru Karka Zeh Libnei Avidim Harishon Harisavalo Libnei Aschav would say this land originally belonged to my ancestor, and this one would say this land originally belonged to my ancestor. So the Gemara says as follows. You see, by the way, even though now we do have one ancestor, yet you see the machlokes that exists regarding what belongs to what. Even though all of humanity considers itself to one central ancestor, can you imagine the machlokes that would exist if we had multiple original ancestors? Incredible. Okay, well, what is the greatness of HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Listen to this. Sha'adam toveh kama mapel. So listen to this. A person could mint a number of different coins. And what happens? What's incredible is right? A person could mint a whole bunch of coins, and amazingly enough, every single coin could come out the same. Every single penny looks the same. Like every coin looks exactly the same. This is incredible. Adoration. Right? Adoration is the original human being, and every human being is minted, so to speak, in that model. Yet with that, and yet, interestingly enough, yet again, at the end of the day, even though all man is minted in the same way, none of us look alike. This is incredible. What would happen if everybody looked alike? What would happen? So therefore, again, if everybody looked alike, and so like Reuven saw Shimon's wife. He said, "Oh, I'd like to marry her." Right? Or Reuven saw Shimon's house. He said, "I'd like that." Well, if Reuven looked just like Shimon, then what could happen? Reuven could assume Shimon's identity. Reuven could say, "Hey, it's mine. How can you disprove it? Right? Don't I look like the owner?" If everybody looked like each other, we'd get into these very difficult situations. Rameir says, there are three ways in which every person is different from the other. How? The call with voice. Right? It's interesting, right? Voice differs from one person to another. Benara, appearance, ubidas. Das means can mean your intellect, but really what it means is your feelings, your emotions. So so it makes sense that a person has to be different than his fellow with call, with voice, and with mara, and with appearance. Why? In order not to lead to any type of immorality. Because what could happen if people look the same, people sounded the same, it would be easy for people to engage with immorality for each other, not knowing or being able to deceive someone else, taking it into an act of immorality. Okay? Vidas, what about again with feelings or with knowledge? Listen to this. Let's say if all of us shared the same knowledge, then what? You would know where I hide my gold, right? And I don't tell anyone where I hide my gold, right? So what can happen? If you knew my das, you would know where I hide my gold, and you'd be able to go ahead and take my intellect. I will say there's also an incredible internal idea to think about this. If you think about this, the three ways in which we differ from each other, in which we distinguish ourselves, whole could also mean in the way that we speak, the way that we talk, the way that we verbally present. So it really says a lot about who we are. Mara doesn't just mean about our appearance or how we look, but it also means like how we present. How does a person present themselves? How does a person present to others? And das, so I will say das is, what are my days? Das doesn't just have to mean my secrets, doesn't just have to mean where my gold is. My das represents my goals, my dreams, my aspirations. What do I want to be like? What do I want to do when I grow up? How do I want to? Who do I want to be? So let's say these are the three things you can tell a lot about a person in these three things. Kol, how does a person speak? Mara, how does a person present? This is so incredibly important. You know, I was saying, we like to say that externalities don't matter. Externalities mean a lot. How you present, and this is everything, how you present, how you dress, it says a lot about how you feel about yourself, and ultimately, again, the image that's important for you to project. And again, das, what are my dreams, my goals, my aspirations? Who do I want to, let's say, isn't the greatest challenge in life that sometimes you just get on that conveyor belt, you just get on that conveyor belt, and you just keep going. Like, we keep trucking, right? We just go. We start like when we're 25, we wake up one day and we're 85. Last night, like South of Zero, just hopeless. This which was in the lobby. It's crazy. It was crazy. Not much. We had music, like no one. So it was just like absolutely overwhelmingly beautiful. We spoke about again that, like, you know, there comes a day when you have to take stock of your life. There comes a day when you have to go and really contemplate, you know, what you've done, and how you've lived. And I will say, okay, there's no need to talk about it, right? So there comes that day, there comes that point, and once you go through life and just kind of get into a rhythm, I will tell you, like, I mentioned this in a different context. One of the most incredible things about being in a new building, one of the most incredible things is this overwhelming feeling of dischachus, of like renewal, that I could do things differently. Like there's a newness. So sometimes again it's a little anxiety provoking when you see every single chair hitting the wall, right? Or the spillage on the dish, or the right? Okay, so okay, I can tell to learn to let go. So I'm working on it. I'm just gonna have the first job this. I'm gonna have no choice, right? But the truth is, honestly, I will say, you know, where does that come from, right? I was thinking to myself yesterday, like, I don't know, like, I'm not good like that in my house. Like, it's not like, I even when I moved into another, it wasn't like, I'm not good like that. Like, but here, like, I literally feel like yelling at people, don't touch the walls, right? Don't touch the walls, right? Be careful. I did that, actually. I actually did do it, right? And yesterday, I usually don't make enemies. Yesterday, I made enemies with the guys installing the Iron Kodesh, which is not finished. I literally was giving them instructions, and I'm pretty sure they cursed me in Spanish, right? And they essentially said, loose translation, who the heck is this guy, right? Don't tell us what to do, right? Anyone who walks around with instruction, right? So step away, go do your Jew thing, right? And leave us alone. Leave us alone. It's not finished. And they made a number of mistakes. I'm just going to point out, whatever. They're going to come back and correct it on Monday. I'll say, but what is it? It's the newness. It's the newness. And when you're surrounded by newness, there's a hischadshus. There's just like there's something exciting about it, and you see yourself like, wow, if this could look new and beautiful and pure and pristine, I could look new and pure and pristine, right? I could bring a newness into myself as well. I don't have to be the same old personalistic building. I don't have to be the same, however old I am, structure. I could renew my own structure. I could build a new building. I could become someone new and someone different as well. My davening doesn't have to be the same. My learning doesn't have to be the same. My marriage doesn't have to be the same. My midos don't have to be the same. My direction, everything has the ability to become new. That's the inspiration of new surroundings. If walls could become new, which are inanimate, Allah has come of the kama, I could become new. That's the das. That's the das. I will say, do I have the same das that I had 20 years ago? Or is my das new, constantly renewing at every different stage of life? All right, let's go back there. Says the Gemara. Adam nivra me'erev Shabbos. Wow. Adam nivra me'erev Shabbos. I will say, how crazy is it to have an Erev Shabbos, Gemara, and Erev Shabbos? I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. Adam nivra me'erev Shabbos. Man was created on Friday, Erev Shabbos. Why? Shlo Yamim Omrim Shudav Hayalot the my civilizations. The concern was that if man was created earlier than man, then what would happen? People can erroneously think that man was helping that Kodesh Baruch Hu in the creation. But if man's created on Friday, the end of creation, so no one can know that Kodesh Baruch Hu had a partner in my civilizations. Incredible. You want to that if man gets carried away with himself, Omerlo, Yitush Kadmach Habamai separation. It was incredible. If man decides to become arrogant, so what happens? The Baruch Hu say, hey, calm down, you're not so great. A gnat, right? Gnats were created before you in the order of creation. Okay? It's pretty humbling. So Gemara says, other possibilities, why was man created on Erev Shabbos? So that he should enter into mitzvahs immediately. I will say, which mitzvah? Shabbos, which is actually quite beautiful, that the entire intention of the Bria was that Kodesh Baruch Hu wanted our first mitzvah to be Shabbos Kodesh. But just what a beautiful thing to learn Erev Shabbos. It's overwhelming. First, Kodesh Baruch Hu says, I want to create you, and again, kind of get your bearings a little bit, and then after you get your bearings, we're going right into Shabbos together. Next, the Ra'achar, Kadesh Yikanis the Suda Miyad. Other possibilities, Kodesh Baruch Hu wanted Adon Rishon to go right into the Suda. Now it's also Shabbos Suda. But then Kodesh Baruch Hu wanted Adam to find everything set, like a set table. The world was organized. Adam Rishon came into a fully finished product. He did not have to live through construction. Marshal Melech Basar Adam Sheban Apatler and this Shekula and this Shekula Kakeknis Arkin. To be compared to a king who first built the palace, organized everything, did all the furnishings, and then after his finishes were complete, then he invited his guests. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says this beautiful, but Ribono Shel Olam wanted to invite us into a finished world. He did not want us to have to live through construction. And I will say this is incredibly important, right? Only the Baruch Hu will give you that. I would say, but it's incredibly important because at the end of the day, what it also says is like this. The Baruch Hu invited us into a perfect world, into a good world, into a complete world, which means that even when it looks imperfect, unfinished, or under construction, it's important to understand that it's only because we don't see the full plan. Hashem invited us to be part of something that is complete, that is perfect. And at the end of the day, sometimes when it looks imperfect, it's only because of our inability to see the perfection and to see the wholeness inside of it. Incredible. Let's go back there. So the Gemara says as follows: Shneimar Chachmas Ban Sabesa Chatzon Ordash Shiva. Tavcha Tivcha Mas Vayina Af Orcha Shulchana Shulchan Arosel Tzikra Al Gapin Merome Karash. The Gemara says Chachma Ban Sabesa. So again, more dash into the pasuk. What does it mean when it says wisdom built the home? Zumi does a shak Kodesh Baruch Hu. Shebaras kala olam kula b'chachma. Kodesh Baruch Hu created the entire world with chachma, with wisdom. Chatzva amudah. He carved out its pillars. So when it says Shiva, Elu Shivas b'yamei Bereshis. 7 days creation. Tavcha tivcha mas chayena af archa shulchana Elu yamim v'naros chosar ke'olam. Ultimately, this refers to the seas, the rivers, and all the different things of the world. Shalfana Rasat Tikra, Ze Adam Bechava. Agape Merome Keres. What does it mean again? That they live on the heights of the city. So you might say, Rabbi Barakana Rami Ksiv. Agape, Ksiv Al Kisev. Which one is it? Does man sit on the heights? Or does man sit on the chair? Betchiva Agape, Ulubasof Al Kisev. Originally, man dwelled in the heights of the world. And then, unfortunately, after he sinned, he was relegated ultimately again to a Kisev. Mi Kasi, Yasravina Chasole Bamrado, Amra Kodesh Baruch Hu, Mi Pesao Lazeh. Who enticed man to sin? Isha. Ultimately, again, it was Chava. So Mar said, Amrlo Tichsiv Noif Isha Chasole. So it's interesting that at the end of the day, there is joint responsibility for the chayt of Adam Arisha. It was also Chava who enticed Adam to sin. But of course, again, Adam is really responsible for his reaction to the events, or ultimately, again, reaction after he realized that he made a mistake. Okay, so what was I? The Tanya, Hayat Meir Omer. Other Rishon Kala Olam Chutzbar Afro Shneemar Galmi Ro'o Einecha Uksiv Kinei Hashem Shol Klos B'Choraz. So what's it? This is an incredible Gemara. Adam Rishon, remember again, is made from dust, made from dirt. It's collected from all four corners of the earth. Right? Again, literally, Afro Shneemar says Kala Olam Kulo Chutzbar Afro. So literally, again, his dirt, his dust that made him up was collected from all four corners, all four parts of the earth. What's the pshat with that? What's the pshat? It's to show you that halach of the myself, Adam comes from everywhere, which tells you that wherever Adam Harishon is, wherever he is, he can be successful. See, that's the metaphor over here. That sometimes we think I should only be successful in certain circumstances, right? I can only be successful in certain cases, in certain situations. So the idea is that wherever Adam finds himself, geographically, he has the ability to find success. This is the Bar Kalei, Rabbi So Husayadin writes in the beginning of Chumash Devar, the Torah says that they wrote the Torah Pa'er Hetev in 70 languages. When Ezra carries on the Quran, it's only 70 languages. I asked the Rabbi Yitzchak, why have to write 70 languages? Right? The Jews in the Midbar, they only spoke 2 languages. What do they speak? Like Hebrew and Yiddish. Right? Jews always spoke Yiddish, of course, right? In the Midbar, right? Says, right? So why do you need 70 languages? Rabbi Yitzchak says because Moshe Rabbeinu knew that there was going to be galus, and he was afraid that the Yidden would bring the Jews would think, where could a Jew connect with Torah? Only in Eretz Yisrael. Where could a Jew connect with God? Only in Eretz Yisrael. Obviously, Eretz Yisrael presents a unique connection that cannot be replicated anywhere else. Like the strength of our people is the ability to be steeped in Torah and relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu wherever we are. So whatever land you're in, whatever language you are speaking, a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is always possible. And again, even before our ladies, that's the Gemara. Adam Rishon is made up from dust, collected from all over the world. Why Adam? You are from everywhere. If you're from everywhere, be successful anywhere. From everywhere, be successful anywhere. Before I was like that, Rabbi Moshe Drav, Adam Rishon, Moshe Adam Days, Adam Rishon, Gufa Mibaba, Rosh Hashanah. This is beautiful. Adam Rishon, his body is from Babel, his head is from Eretz Yisrael, the Ibarach Bishar Aratzas. And ultimately again, and his limbs are from other lands. On both sides of his backside, Amar Akar, Akra the Adma. A place called Akra the Adma. The one side is facing amazing. So something which tells you about what Chazal thought about Akra the Adma. And obviously not high on the destination list. And I was like, it's this idea. Body is from Babel, head is in Eretz Yisrael. So what does that tell you? It tells you is, you know what? There's a lot of Gashmius in Chutzlaretz. And it's nice, right? The body, which represents Gashmius. Gashmius comes from Chutzlaretz. Where's the head? Right? Here's the head. What's the number again? The head is not dead. The head is not dead. People like the head, and the Shama is also in the head. Where's Ruchnius from? Bill Ruchnius, Eretz Yisrael. Again, can we have Ruchnius here? Absolutely. Of course we can. That's the number that we just saw. But if you want to know ultimately against the body is from Babel, like the head, and what's it? The beauty of it is So that means for us also. In other words, that means we're descendants of other nations, which means even though we're here in Chutz, right, there's a piece of our head that is like a shtick Eretz Yisrael. Because that's part of our DNA. Our head was fashioned from dirt of Eretz Yisrael. And therefore, by definition, embedded inside of each of us is made up of a piece of Eretz Yisrael. Our head is a piece of Eretz Yisrael. It's so beautiful. Famous showers have all that. This is a wild enough. Famous shows. Haya. Was it 12 hours in a day? So now is going to give us a digest of the first day of Adam Arishon in this world. Adam's day. Here we go. Shah Rishona, Putzbar Afro. Hour number 1, the dirt was collected to form him. Shnia Nas and Golem. A second hour day was made into a golem, a mass, a lifeless mass. Lucius moved by God. Third hour again, his dreams were formed. The Vias is the Kabbalah. 4 hours a day. The Shama was blown into his body. Hamishis Amadar Akla, 5th hour of the day, Adam Rishon stood up. Shishis Kara Shemos, 6th hour, he started calling names to all the animals, all the different things. Shlias Nizdakul Chava, 7th hour of the day, he was introduced to Chava. Right? Shminis, married, right? Nizdakul, paired with Chava. Shminis Alulumita, the 8th hour they had relations. Alulumita Shnayim, the Yardu Arba. They went into the bed as 2, and they came out as 4. So as I said, obviously you understand, these hours are not regular hours, right? They are a human construct. And Sheish Nevish, 6 days of creation, did not work with the human construct of time. Right? They worked in a different construct of time. So the point over here is hour number 8, they had a relationship with Kabbalah. Literally again, they went into the bed at 2, they came out and have Yard the Arba, she is established all that home in that regard. In the 9th hour, they were commanded not to eat from the tree. Asiris Sarach, the 10th hour, they ate from the tree. Let's say how crazy is that? The 9th hour, they were commanded don't eat from the tree. Okay, it lasted an hour. The 10th hour, they ate from the tree. Sarah, Achat Esrei, Nidon, 11th hour, they were judged. Shin Esrei, Nidon, Bahamako. In the 12th hour of the day, they were exiled. So what's exiled? Shenemar, Adam Bikar Bayomin. The man, right? Adam Bikar Bayomin. Man doesn't stay over. Right? Doesn't stay over. He doesn't stay overnight. Adam Rishon never stayed overnight in Gan Eden. He was born there, spent 12 hours there, and it wasn't right? You wouldn't necessarily get this from the Polish, just because of the permission written. Cain and Hevel were born in Gan Eden, right? And Cain and Hevel lived in Gan Eden, at least for a whole couple of hours. They were together with their parents. We wouldn't necessarily get this from the story, because the way the story in the Polish is structured is it's just Adam and Chava, right? There's no mention of Cain and Hevel until after they are exiled from Gan Eden. Rabbi said all of this is in one day. All is one day. I just find out there's something amazing. What do you think from a Gemara like this? So let's say, first of all, there's a lot of Musar Haskas Gemaras. But part of it is sometimes a person could have everything in front of them and yet throw it all away. For what appears to be really nothing. Now, it's always easy to sit back in judgment of other people. As Adam and Chava, how could you have done this? But we do this all the time as well. Because that's what to me is most helpful to this Gemara. Let's say, if you notice, by the way, what do you see about the first day of Adoration? What do you see about the first day of Adoration? Like, what do you see about it? It's highly scheduled. I would say the secret to successful time management. And time management is the secret to life success. Is time. It is scheduling. Like the GHS spoke about this. The idea is whatever you want to do in life, whatever you want to do every day, schedule. You want to hang out with your friends? How much time? You have a dinner with your family? How much time? You relax going for a walk? How much time? You're learning Torah? How much time? Everything is scheduled. Because if it's scheduled, number one, you'll maximize your time, and number two, if it's scheduled, you'll act out. And also, we know this. When there's not a schedule, time just evaporates. I think that's part of the Musar Haskas over here. What is the trust of the first day of Adoration? Every single hour could be a count. Once you ever have a day, you try to look back a little bit, like how you spent your day, when you have time that you can't account for. Like, I know I was in my office. I'm not sure exactly what happened during that time. It's frustrating. Chances are, if you can't account for the time, chances are it was not used productively and successfully. Says the Diajet, due to successful time management is scheduling, and again, time management allows for productive days and productive living. Incredible. Says the Bible. Says the Gemara. Amar Rabbi Yitzchak HaMahim Hayda Rosh Hashanah Elaim Kiyud Malok. A wild animal cannot go ahead and invest in that unless, of course, the person himself becomes like the animal. Yimshal Havehemos. Incredible. When I Hashem wanted to create man, he created first a group of angels. So we're going to see one of the things that Baruch does is he tries to work collaboratively. Even though he does not need to work collaboratively, he tries to. So he created a group of malachim. And he says to them, he says, Amalam, with some hands, Nasa, the B'Tamino. He says, should we make man? Should we make man? I'm going to find the Rebbe Shalom man Nasa. So the malachim say, okay, so tell us, what is man going to do? Like, what is this? Tell us about man. What are his actions? Amalam, the Kaf Master responds, okay. He does this, he does that. Responds foreshadows. He says, man's going to do a lot of good stuff, or he's just going to do a lot of bad stuff. That's just the nature of man. So I'm going to find Baruch Shalom, right? So I said, I'm going to find Baruch Shalom. So they said, don't do it. Don't do it. And Baruch was not worth it. Oh shit, and Baruch, you kind of get it. So what does Baruch do? He goes and he extended his little finger, the sarfam, and he incinerated this group of angels. Right? If you don't like what they had to say, he described it. I think same thing happened with the second group of angels. What happened? Touch this, and he approaches the third group of angels. So what happens? So it comes to the third group of angels. Yeah, he asks the third group of angels, what do you guys think about creating man? Third group says, God, right? Come on. You ask the first two groups opinion also. Sometimes it happens that you engage in collaborative work, but you're not actually interested in anyone else's opinion. Right? Instead, you know what you want to do, you have to go through the optics of asking other people their opinion. So what happens? You answer the third group says, the previous two groups of their opinions. He didn't like it. You incinerated them. So come on. So listen to what they say. They say, I say, so you know what? So you know what the third group says? You're the boss. You're the boss. You have a better idea. Do what you want, and we stick with it. Right here. That's collaboration. Right? Do what you want. We'll support you. So it's not what happens. I would say, again, there's a lot to say on this Gemara also. What is happening over here? But okay, we'll go back a little bit. So what happened? Nabo says she's not like a try. So Hashmo creates man. So what happened? Now when man ultimately engages in his downward spiral, right? And man goes ahead and ends up sinning. There are mabul, there are flood, the creation of the flood, creation of the mikvah, blah, blah. So the malachim come back to the Torah. When they say to him, listen, God, I don't want to say we told you so, right? Because we didn't say anything. Third group said nothing. But perhaps the earlier two groups had a good point. And it was this beautiful Gemara. Amar lahem, v'ad sikna anihu, v'ad sevani espo. The Baruch who says, listen to this, until they grow old, I am still Hashem, and until they become Seva, I will tolerate them. And this is the most beautiful answer in the world. So the Baruch says, you're not right. You're still not right. Listen to how beautiful this is. Because even though my children are messed up so terribly, I believe in it. I am patient. And I will wait until they get their act together. I will say, this is now the most beautiful and overwhelming Gemara. There are times in life where we act in a certain way, and Hakadosh Baruch Hu is looking down and he's so profoundly disappointed. And the Malachim are saying, I told you so, why did you create them? They're not worth it. And Rosh Hashanah says, Chevra, just wait. Just wait. I promise you, they're going to turn it around. They're going to turn it around. They're going to expect. This is the faith that HaKadosh Baruch Hu has in us. A willingness to wait until we get our stuff together. A willingness to wait no matter how long it takes in order for us to become the best version of ourselves. That's how much Hashem loves us. I'm not even talking about Adam Rishon, literally again, it was so big. So tall, so large, and he existed from one end of the world to the other end of the world. Once he made a mistake, once he sinned, Hashem placed his hand on top of Adam Rishon and literally again diminished his stature. Rabbi says, Rishon existed again from the earth all the way until the heavens. Once Rishon made a mistake, right? Once you see Hashem placed his hand on him and diminished him. No, it's the same midah. It's the same measurement. It's just ultimately again illustrating it in different ways. First, I'll just point out something absolutely beautiful. What is this idea that adoration again was literally again from one end of the world to the other end of the world? What is it representing? Potential. When adoration was created in this world, what was his potential? His potential was limitless. Literally, again, he existed from the heaven to the earth, from one end of the world to the other end of the world. His potential literally was limitless. But then he sinned. And what happened when he sinned? He was diminished. And let's say, what does sin do? Sin diminishes potential. Now, it's not forever. Because I can always regain that potential. But that's it. Evolution was beginning from heaven to earth. And then afterwards, after he committed the sin, his stature was diminished. Let's go back to a little bit. Adam Rishon spoke Aramaic. Says Sefer told us Adam Lamed. All the future generations. He showed them like all generations to come. So the Gemara says, once adoration saw the generation of Rabbi Akiva, and he saw the Torah of Rabbi Akiva, he rejoiced. When he saw the pains of death and suffering of Rabbi Akiva, he was saddened. Omar Bali Mayikure Afael. I was supposed to say it's fascinating that again, out of all the generations, all the suffering, what impacted adoration both. Out of all the suffering that he saw, was Rabbi Akiva. Not enough time to explain. Adoration minhaya. I suppose now the Gemara takes a very sharp turn over here, which is actually fantastic. Adoration was a heretic. Now again, more explanation for this. Right? Minhaya shene'emar vayikra Hashem Elokim ala Adam. Vayamar lo ayeka. Hashem says to Adam, ayeka, where are you? So the Gemara says, nata lichacha. Where did your heart go? So I said, we're going to stop over here for today. But again, we're going to a little bit quicker. So I said, understand these Gemaras now are going to focus on a little bit different. They're essentially calling into doubt Adam Rishon's commitment to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, how to understand those Gemaras and what it really means, and so tomorrow we're going to learn Daf Yomi together here in our base medrash. First Shabbos of the Daf, we're going to do it together. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be incredible. Another ridiculous Agadah Gemara tomorrow. It's going to be great. Mazel tov on completing our first week here in our new base medrash, and halabai we should be for many years to come. Daf Yomi is going to be here. It's going to be here, not in the main show. It's going to be here in the next show. All right, everyone's room. Have a wonderful Shabbos. Shabbos, everyone. In Arizona, in Florida, in Baltimore, anywhere I guess is warmer than here. All right, enjoy it. It's going to be a good Shabbos.
Before I ever trained anything at all, in my mind, I was like, how do you tell tough. And I had to like go prove that I was the toughest guy. Like I was in a bar, like, dude, I can beat up anybody in this bar. I can beat up anybody. I was a fat fucking just a golf kid. But you also, as a walk the New York streets, but you kind of have to feel yourself as some kind of like, I'm not the guy. I'm not the guy.
All right, Dosai, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. We don't have a microphone for today, so I apologize. Yeah, no, the speakers are here. We just don't have the microphone for today. Yeah, so I have the microphone for tomorrow. We say it's a tremendous spot Hashem to be here. Within our base of Knesset, within our new base of Medrash, such a tremendous spot Hashem. Such a beautiful, first not the only year, it's not the only year ever in this new and beautiful and incredible space. So, as I spoke about yesterday, I know that the coming days will be filled with changes. And changes are beautiful, changes are incredible because they open the door for so many beautiful and incredible opportunities. Amongst the changes I want to just say about these expectations is, we were down in the old shul, there was a lot of extra space. So here, the next thing I'm going to be utilizing every seat. So I feel like the Southwest, please do not put your personal luggage on the middle seat for a day. So have just know, especially for gathering, the seats are going to be used. So again, for sure, I'm sure it's fine, but just also just be mindful and just look around. If you see people that we don't have enough people here for the soldiers, so you want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to be able to sit at a mat and to sit at a table to be able to learn properly. So just be mindful in terms of where you're putting your personal belongings that no one feels boxed out. And that's especially going to be true in Yetz Hashem for gathering as well. And so just, and again, for many different things, when we're building a still trying to find our way a little bit. So certain things may not be fully set up, certain things, may have to pivot a little bit. So apologize in advance for any turbulence that may occur over the course of this move. But Baruch Hashem, what a zechus it is to be able to be here in such a holy and beautiful, magnificent place. Also, as you can see, our Sfarim are not in yet. Today they're putting in the Aron Kodesh, so just that again, it was dusty and probably moved around again. So next week or so, we'll hopefully have everything set up mostly as it should be. But Baruch Hashem, what a zechus it is to be in an aesthetically beautiful place. It's in Yetz Hashem. Now the aesthetic beauty is here, and Yetz So now our Avodah is to fill it with spiritual beauty as well, which I have no doubt that we will be able to do in Yetz Hashem in the coming years. Also, like I said, we have a sound system, so beginning tomorrow Yetz Hashem will be more tapped into it in Yetz Hashem, but the acoustics in here are great. I will endeavor to speak a little bit louder. If at any point I'm not speaking loud enough, just let me know. And I will do that. Let us begin the first daf of many doctrines in this message. I begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Thank our Talmud sponsor for Tafshin Pei 5785. Rabbi Tosin for dedicating all of the shiurim and drushos this year. Tosin Mishpach of Meretz Yisrael as a zchus. We saw it for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Teidei Sabalim and the Talmud Mishpach in memory of Amit ben David Rabbi, the brother of Itai Rabbi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that in the night of our Hanukkah, his precious Neshama will have an aliyah and his family in Yom. I am Seida Sinahikim for dedicating the shir today in honor of our new Makom Kodesh. We should be Ezras Hashem. IT says we should be Ezras Hashem run out of space even faster than our old building. No. Good. In Yetz Hashem, the next rabbi will have incredible hatzlacha. In Yetz Hashem, he'll be next building. You should be with incredible mazel. I'll take the drop off, maybe running out of space in the basement and have you move into the new shul. I don't think that's okay. I think that day is coming probably sooner than we think. And in Yetz Hashem, we should be zocha that this mikdash mat should serve us for many years to come until we are zocha in Yetz Hashem to move it together with Mashiach and Yetz Hashem Paris. Also with that, let us begin with an incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Lamed Zayin 37, and we are picking up in Yetz Hashem. We are picking up. The thing is, he's sporting Trump. Two dots. Right? So remember again, not everyone is fit to adjudicate capital cases. So remember again, what was the issue with capital cases? So remember again, the halacha over here by capital cases was that you need a Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin has to not only be comprised of 23 people, but also has to be comprised of people who are genealogically fit. So the Gemara says, my time, or what's the reason? So the Gemara says, my time, there's not going to say, Kashim Shebez and you can be said that. The same that Basin has to be free from any spiritual blemishes, so too again, Basin has to be free from any other mum. Now, mum, you might understand what it means. Mum means genealogical blemish. Basin has to be free from any genealogical blemish. Amra says, my crop, what's the pasuk? Everything about you, my beloved, is beautiful, and there is no mum in you. So the Lord says, my gosh, look over here, this is a reference to the Sanhedrin, and the mum is a genealogical one. We know what mum, manish, maybe it refers to an actual mum, maybe it's not a genealogical mum, but maybe in fact it is an actual mum, and as the Torah is saying, or the Pasuk is saying, that Allah provides members of the Sanhedrin can't have a physical mum. So the Pasuk says by Moshe Rabbeinu, the Moshe Rabbeinu went ahead and Moshe Rabbeinu goes ahead and collects the 70 of the kingdom. The Pasuk says they will stand there with you, Imach. So the Gemara says Imach is means that when you assemble members of the Sanhedrin, they should be like you. In which sense? Then I'm not suggesting in which sense, but the same in Moshe Rabbeinu, you are not genealogically blemished. You are genealogically intact and whole. So too again, those who are with you, other Dayanim, should also be intact and whole. So maybe what it means over there is Moshe Rabbeinu the same way that you're there and the Shekhinah is with you. So to the other judges who stand there, the Shekhinah should be with them as well. Again, they will shoulder the responsibility with you, with those who are compared to you, meaning Moshe Rabbeinu, you are genealogically intact. So too again, those who go ahead and adjudicate with you should also be genealogically intact. Again, it's like so incredible Gemara. Good. So the place is here for your next Tadaya, that for the fascists for capital cases. Again, we have to have people who are genealogically unblemished. Beautiful. Says the Mishnah. Sanhedrin has a Hachi Goren Agula. What's really a beautiful Gemara? The Sanhedrin sat in a semicircle. So the Gemara says, Kadesh in order that they would be able to see each other. Right? You want the members of the Sanhedrin to deliberate to be able to see each other. So then there would be two scribes. Two scribes in the basement, one on the right, one on the left. The coast they did in the Chayv and they did in the Zaki. And they were right on there. They were the court. They were not just the court scribes, they were the stenographers. And as the stenographers, they recorded everything that happened in the proceedings. Again, they would write the opinion of the judges who are looking to exonerate, and the opinion of the judges who are looking to find guilty. Rabbi you don't use such shlosha. But actually be three stenographers. So one would go ahead and write the opinions of the exonerators. The Echad Kosef Jibrei HaMechayim, and one would write the words of the indictors. We'll call it Vashlishi Kosef Jibrei HaMezakim Jibrei HaMechayim. The third stenographer, interestingly enough, will record all the opinions, right? So you have one who was dedicated to the opinions of the exonerators, one to the opinion of the indictors, and then one who was kind of collecting all of the information as a whole. So we have like a backup. But it's interesting that you take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Shlosha, Habu Shenitot Torah Hatanim, Shiyar Baleim, Yitu B'davar, Ela Echad Kosef Jivrei HaMezakim, Echad Kosef Jivrei HaMechayim, V'Agima Kosef Jivrei Kulam, Umitok Shein Torah Rak Aleim, Lo Yitu B'davar, V'Im Yita Echa Mehen Yochiach B'Sav Shal Shlishi. So it's interesting. So this way again, we want to make sure that we have accurate court records. So how do you do that? So again, if you have one guy focusing on one opinion, one guy focusing on one school of opinion, the other focusing on another school of opinion, and then a third party kind of taking everything into account. So Allah again, between all of them, we will have a complete record for the basis. Top of Lamed Zion, 37a. The Shalosh Shulos. There were 3 rows of Talmidei Chachamim who were in front of David. So just to keep in mind, right? So the David is seated in a semicircle, and in front of them 3 rows of Talmidim. So where it says Kol Echad ve'echad Makir Mekomo. Now, interestingly enough, we'll see Rashi says over here Shalosh Shulos. Rashi says Kol Echad K'minin Sanhedrin Eser Mishlosh. Each row had 23 students in it. The idea over here is these rows, kind of like the Sanhedrin, by baseball, what do they keep? What is it? Bullpen, right? This was right. This is where. So this was these rows were comprised of Talmidei Chachamim, who again were the future Dayanim of Klal Yisrael. That's what was happening over here. So therefore, again, before we're going to see something very interesting. That depending on which row you were seated by station. So row one, again goes with the upper Talmidim. Row 2, there were row 2 Talmidim, and row 3 were row 3 Talmidim. So you didn't just choose to sit wherever you wanted to sit. At the end of the day, again, you were seated in accordance with your station. Everyone knew their place. So we had this theme already in yesterday's daf as well, which is this idea that sometimes in life we feel inadequate when we acknowledge what we're not. But the truth is, it's only when I acknowledge what I'm not that I'm really able to go ahead and maximize what I am. So there's nothing wrong with being a third row Talmud. There's nothing wrong with being a third row Talmud in the Sanhedrin. That's what we're holding right now. But again, also the beautiful part is there's no glass ceiling. The beautiful part is there's always the opportunity and ability to advance. So what happens? Smoke. So let's say you're going to have to pull someone out of row 1. And again, we'll discuss exactly. So let's say they have to go ahead and pull someone out of row 1. So what do you do? So the first thing you do is if they have to do a sneak up to someone in row 1. So what would they do? What would happen in that type of situation? So the Gemara says, so let's say if you have to pull, let's say Daisy now, the Sanhedrin needs another diamond. Where do you pull the other diamond from? Where do you pull the other diamond from? Row 1. That's where the diamond comes from. So the Gemara says, so what happens after a hundred of smoke? So the Gemara remember again, after all this happens, so now Sanhedrin pulls a new diamond from row 1. So what happens now? What occurs now? There's a vacancy in row 1. So what happens when there's a vacancy in row 1? There are vacancies in row 1. I just want to point out this is, right? You come find real estate, right? So when I say now, what ends up happening? When they pull someone out of row 1, so now that sets off a progression. Then someone from row 2, and not someone. Remember again, this is highly choreographed because the move to row 1 is row 1. Someone from row 2 moves up to row 1, which now also means what? Someone from row 3 moves up to row 2. And again, this is a highly choreographed process. So the mother was like that. So if I borrow and then what happens now? There's a vacancy in row 3. Now there's a vacancy in row 3. What happens? You need to borrow my hand on Echad Minaf Kal. You need to go ahead and pull someone out of the general assembly. The Kehillah. ומושיב נושא בשלישis. ולא היה יושב במקומו של הראשון, אלא יושב במקום הלא ראוי. So you would have thought, when I was opening row 1, just choose someone from the Kehillah and put him in row 1. No, that's not the way it happens. It's not the way it happens. You choose someone from the Kehillah, he goes into row 3, someone from row 3 goes into row 2, and someone from row 2 ultimately goes into row 1. That's the way it happens. So the Gemara goes right again. So where do we know this? Now, the first thing we might focus on over here is the semicircle. But where do we know that things consist in a semicircle? So I'm going to go so let's say it's actually quite beautiful. Because over here close to Shira Shira. Share Agan Hasar Ayachsar Hamasar. So literally translated. So Surare means your navel, your stomach, is like a basin of the moon. A basin of the moon. Right? Or I just say, your navel is shaped like the moon. Al Yachsar HaMazal. Do not diminish the dilution ratio. Alright, so we'll discuss this. So Share is a Sanhedrin. So let's say Shurare, the Gemara refers to as the stomach, right? The stomach, that is the Sanhedrin. So how many correct Shurare? Why is the Sanhedrin called Shurare? She Yosheves B'Chiburo Shalom. This is so beautiful. Because the Sanhedrin sits literally again in the center of the world. What does it mean that it sits in the center of the world? Rashi says B'Chiburo Shalom. Shebeis Hamikdash Be'etzah Shalom. So this Hamikdash is in the middle of the world. We'll say, to me it was so profound that we were reading this Gemara today. As much as Baruch Hashem, we build and we build and we build. It's so important to always remember that we're building in Galus. We're building in Galus. And at the end of the day, Galus is not where we are supposed to be. At the end of the day, we have one home and one home only, and that is Eretz Yisrael. And that home literally is in the center of the world. It's the centrality to it. Now again, as we said so many times, Baruch Hashem, that's why the beauty of investing in buildings of Kedusha is that in Eretz Hashem, they come with us. Right? They come with us. And it's so important to recognize that as successful and as happy and as settled and as covered as we are, this geographically, this is not where we belong. We belong in the center of the world, where the Sanhedrin is, where the Hamikdash is. So ultimately, it's called the center. Like the stomach is the center, so too the Sanhedrin is the center. So Agan, when it says at the base, the Sanhedrin protects the entire world. Hasaha. What does it mean that it's like the moon? Shehigomer Lasai, that the Sanhedrin is like comparable ultimately to the moon itself. It's just like the moon goes ahead and radiates light. So Rashi says over here, Ba'agula. So it's not the light. Rashi says over here, it's the semicircle. Like just like the moon throughout much of the month is like a semicircle or circular. So the Sanhedrin doesn't mean don't diminish the dilution. Shemputzah Echad Mehem Lotzeis, Lo Yimish Esur Ishmoshe Kineged Sanhedrin Parents. If someone from the Sanhedrin needs to leave, at least take care of the personal needs, needs the restroom, you can't leave unless there are 23 people there. Right? It's fascinating. You can't leave unless there are 23 people there. So we'll say, by the way, think about that. Right? So sorry, yes, some speak on the Yotzei. You're not on the Yotzei. So again, if you remember, let's say you remember the Sanhedrin, you need to go to the bathroom. If there are 23 people there, you can go to the bathroom. If there are 23 people there, you can't go to the bathroom. You gotta wait until someone comes in. What's the chapter will say? It's incredible. What does it take to be a member of the Sanhedrin? What's the member of the Sanhedrin? What does it take in general? What do you positions? Achrayus. What is it? Strong bladder? Strong bladder. Yeah, strong bladder. Yeah, strong bladder. True also. Not incorrect. Right? Always will say Achrayus. So listen, so often in life, right? We do stuff, and like if it doesn't get done, it doesn't get done, or someone else will do it. So listen, what does it mean to be a member of the church? What does it mean to be a person who has leadership responsibility? Achrayus. The buck stops with you. If you are a member of the Sanhedrin, you have an achrayus towards Klal Yisrael. The achrayus doesn't take a break. There's never a break. And by the way, if you need a break because you have to go to the bathroom, no problem. You can take your break as long as it's locked. There's someone else who's standing in for you for the couple of minutes that you're going to be gone. Because the achrayus, the responsibility, always has to be taken. Okay, maybe he can't be the same person who's taking that by himself all of the time. That is possible. That's absolutely possible. But Lamai said again, even if you can't do it, you have to ensure that there is someone else who can. Incredible. All right, so let's go right there. So Bitnei Arimas. So this is beautiful. So another passage that refers to the Sanhedrin. Your stomach is like a pile of meat. Now again, so this is all. This is supposed to be the love ballad between Klal Yisrael and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. See, his stomach is like a pile of wheat. What does that mean? Not everyone sleeps in a cold man in the middle. Just like a pile of wheat, everyone gets benefits from it. Sanhedrin are called men in the Sanhedrin also, everyone benefits from their reason. Right? When the Sanhedrin espouses the reasoning for the particular reasons, so everyone benefits from that. Next, Sukkah Bashoshanim. What does it mean when it says like a row of fence of roses? This is beautiful. Shafiru Kisuga Shoshoshana will be pursued by the process. Klal Yisrael wants to do the right thing. And even if there is not a strong protective barrier, even if all it is a barrier of roses, now listen, now the pashtus, a barrier of roses is a barrier of roses is in general not a very significant barrier. So halacha l'maisa, Klal Yisrael is so diligent and vigilant and loving of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's words. I don't need the whole protective wall to keep you from sin. All I need is what? All I need is a little roses to go ahead and keep you from committing averos, and I respect that. So beautiful. This is incredible. Listen to this. It's certainly me. Right? It's me. Maybe it's someone who just is a heretic, doesn't believe. So a guy is in one such a plan. Alisa, Nida, Shari, Diafuka, Bahagi Gabra. So listen to this. He said, I heard you Jews, right? That when a woman is in Nida, she's allowed to be alone with her husband. But how does the halacha allow for a woman who's in Nida to be alone with her husband? After all, extra ish benuras. The Edom have heaven, the fire take hold, and it doesn't consume. In other words, what this guy was asking from the Kahana was that aren't we concerned? Right? Aren't we concerned that halacha l'maisa, if a man is alone with his wife who is in Nida, that they're going to go ahead and come to sin? To which the Gemara says, first of all, HaTorah Idalenu Suga Bashoshan Mashafi Suga Kishoshan Mogifet Subahikwash. So the Torah says, Klal Yisrael is so respectful of halacha, so mindful of halacha, that even just a row of roses, right? Even just a very simple protective fence is enough to protect us from sin. So right, it happens to be a different reason. It happens to be a big shaila. Like there isn't a yichud. Like we learned that there is a yichud. So if there is a yichud, which means a man is not allowed to be alone with anyone who is an erechot. How is a man allowed to be alone with his wife when she is a nida? It's a good shaila. You might ask the shaila, and the answer is pas b'salo. Literally again, bread in the basket. You know, this idea that since a husband knows that his wife is going to become mutter to him, permitted to him, and not so long from that, he's able to control himself and restrain himself in the right place. Okay, incredible. This is beautiful. The passage says, like a section of the pomegranate are your temples. Like I said, these are your temples. No doubt, even though they come in Shabbat, even those who are empty, ultimately again are filled with mitzvahs like a remote. And Rabbi says from here, Pasuk says again, that the clothing of Yaakov. This is when Yaakov came in, pretending to be Esau. So he smelled the scent of his clothing. Don't read it as the God of his clothing, rather read it as Bogdav, those who rebel against it. What does anyone say? This is so beautiful. Even those who rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu have a beautiful scent. Meaning, even people who commit averos still have so much good associated with them. And incredibly profound and important to so. I know Biryonis, Mur tells a story. I also have a certain group of Biryonim. Biryonim are, when he translates it as like a real good mix. Like a group of guys who are really not doing the right thing. So the word is Biryonim, and again, reading like usually Rashi comments over here. Biryonim preaching Russian word. So often it can be immoral people, very unrefined clever. So I know Biryonim, the Habit is using it here. So let's say, there was this group of Biryonim, who lived in neighborhood Rabbi Zera. Rabbi Zera, listen to this. Rabbi Zera was Makari them so beautiful. Rabbi Zera was Makari them. Rabbi Zera felt, why should you write anyone off? So he went out of his way to Makari this Gabra. So he hated in a hard way to give them. Why? He thought if I keep them close, they'll do tshuva. Fakir and post is a better possibility that good Shuba. The rabbis felt that Rabbi Zera was doing the wrong thing. That was like Rabbi Zera, these are not the kind of people that you should be keeping close. These are the kind of people you should write off. Write them off. What happens? Do not say Rabbi Zera died. Omri, so listen to this. He's by your own truthfulness. So until now, the man with the short, skinny legs, that's how they refer to Rabbi Zera. They'll say this was a story. Remember when we first actually pointed out the story of Rabbi Zera, wanted to test his piety to see if he was holding on the right level. He went and he sat in an oven, and it turned out that his legs got singed. So he was known as the man with the singed. He wants to start now, but that's it. I just want to say again, he was known as the man with the singed legs. So when Rabbi Zera died, the Bayonim said, up until now, Rabbi Zera was always davening for us. He was always advocating for us. He was always taking care of us. The Gemara says, Hashda, man ba'i alei racham. Now, who is going to advocate for us? Who's going to daven for us? Sure enough, what happened? They went ahead and they felt in their hearts, right? They had this hero tshuva, which means they had these thoughts of tshuva, and ultimately again they came to do tshuva. So it was like, it is such a profound story with so many profound lessons. First of all, the power of believing in someone. The power of believing in someone. It's so often in life, if you believe in someone, you give them the power to believe in themselves. These other Rabbanim, they wrote off. They wrote off this Chabra. And one point is really incredible. Rabbi Zera believed in them. Now, if you notice, by the way, what did these guys do when Rabbi Zera was alive? What did they do? Nothing. Like, they didn't do anything. Like, they didn't affect any change. They didn't start coming to the Torah, putting on children, putting on Muslims. None of that stuff. Nothing happened while Rabbi Zera was alive. But he stirred something inside of them. So that when he died, they're like, this Rabbi Zera, he cared about us so much. He cared enough to believe in us. He's not here anymore to believe in us. If he's not here anymore to believe in us, then you know what? It's time for us to believe in ourselves. The power of believing in other people, giving them the ability to believe in themselves. That's lesson number one. Lesson number two, also is this last piece over here, which is so incredibly profound. Lesson number two really is sometimes we think that just because we can't see change, that we have an effect to change. But you guys, Rabbi Zera, what do you think? Did you succeed with these guys or not? I guarantee Rabbi Zera said, no, I tried, but nothing happened. Didn't move the needle at all. But he did. When he was alive, you couldn't see the movement. But as soon as he died, so often in life you have to believe, but just invest the effort. Put in the effort, put in the compost. It's like sometimes even in our own lives, we put in effort to do things and we don't actually see the results. The results are always there. Sometimes they become apparent and visible now, but sometimes only later on. So it's after we do this, only generations later. But Zera probably thought that he failed, and there's a resounding success. Lesson number three. But also the first step to tshuva. The first step to tshuva is not anything you do. The first step to tshuva is something you feel. So Rishi writes about the gifters of tshuva as a small sefer called Tehillah Tshuva. He writes right around the Rabbi Tshuva. He writes about this idea of Tehillah Tshuva. Tehillah Tshuva, let's say, is that moment in life. That moment in life, you take a step back and you say to yourself, I want to live differently. How, what, where, that I'm not sure about. But I know that I want things to be different. Did I change anything in my life? Not a thing. Did anything alter? Not at all. But here, I know that I want something to be different. I was like, thinking about this last night, I was looking at the dot. And actually, I was making a coffee, like the coffee only team over here. I was making a coffee and the dot. So I was looking at this, and I thought to myself, this is incredible. What's it, the most incredible thing about coming to a new space is, the most incredible thing, besides the aesthetics, the most incredible thing is whenever you have like something new in life, it's an opportunity for consciousness. It's an opportunity for renewal. In other words, there's something new happening over there. So now, I could do something new as well. And again, all of us have something we have to change in life. Now, it's an opportunity to say, okay, life as I knew it came to a stop. Now there's something new. So what do I want to do with this newness? And today, I think it's a profound day of healing. Maybe you want to do something different in my learning. Maybe you want to do something different in my davening. Maybe you want to do something different in my whatever it is. But here's the situation: whenever something new occurs around you, there's this opportunity for healing. I'm not doing anything new yet, but I want to think about how do I want life to be different. Incredible. Oh, let's go back. Shalosh Shuros.
She's drinking like.
Shalosh Shuros. Remember again, what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said that halal kolamayis again, there are 3 rows of students in front of the basin.
Yeah, trying to get drunk. She was just.
The Mishnah says, Rabbi, Shlamino, Naidi, Kuli Naidi. There's that one. So what do you see from here? When one person moves the first row, what happens? Someone from row number 2 goes to row number 1. Someone from row number 3 goes to row number 2. And then someone from the kilo comes through. So you see from here that whenever one person makes movement, everybody makes movement. Both sides, by the way, another tremendous Mr. Haskell. Like, Echad, Ki Naidi, Kulu Naidi. I would say you never underestimate the power of your hearer and the power of your movement on other people. When people see you move, they are inspired to do the same. People see you push yourself. People see you take on more. People see you be machadish. They want to do the same. When one moves, you all move. So one second, here's the issue. So remember again, not only did it matter which row you were in, but apparently there were also rankings on where in the row, right? On one end, right, there was a front and the back of the row. So like being in front of the row was very special. Being in back of the row was not as special. So here's the problem. So I define scenario, right? You pull someone from row 1, which means now someone from row 2 comes into row 1, and not just someone. Remember, it's like a thing about who comes from row 2 into row 1. The first guy in the row of row 2 comes to row 1. But where does he come on row 1? Where does he come on row 1? He comes to the back of the row, at the end of row 1. So row 2 guys say, listen, you know what? I think I'd rather be a big fish in a little pond. Like, in other words, but at the end of the day, I was a rowhead. Every row, you see a rowhead? Like, that's like big stuff. So I was the rowhead in row number 2. Now what am I? Now I'm a guy in row number 1. I'm the end of row number 1. I think I'd rather go back. To row number 1, to row number 2. To which he was a rabbi, he was telling, Tamile Haki, Haki Serap La'arayos, La'aki Rosh B'Shulam. It is better to be a tail to lions than it is to be a, sorry, it is better to be a tail to lions than it is to be a head of foxes. Right, so the idea of this is, you're right, essentially it's better to be a small fish in a big pond than it is to be a big fish in a small pond. So better to be in row 1, even if you're at the end of the row, and ultimately you have to be at the head of row 2. Incredible. Let's go back to Mishnah. What's that incredible Mishnah? Kate said, so how do we go ahead and now literally means intimidate. But again, understand the various sources like halacha wants witness intimidation. Yes. Right? Where is this? This is capital cases. So remember, we don't make any secret about it. By capital cases, what's the goal? The goal by capital cases is to exonerate. That's the goal. So therefore, again, we want to do anything and everything in our power to ensure that there is, in fact, exoneration. So the Gemara says, case of Ma'avin Sa'idin, Indian officials, how you Machnisin also. When Ma'avin Alayim, this is what we do, we bring in the witnesses. We say to them, Shabbat Omer, Omer, and Yishmor Igni 8, Umipi Azan Raman. So again, the excellence is tell us, where do you have your information from? Maybe again, Umad, mostly Umad means like circumstantial evidence. Maybe it's circumstantial evidence. Maybe you heard about it from someone else, or you heard someone who's trustworthy. Shama Iyata Yoga Shesafenu lived up as Stamajusha Hakira. Perhaps you didn't know, by the way, that you're going to be subject to a very rigorous cross-examination. Habiyoti, Shalomagini Maman, certainly going to see the questions. Just know monetary law, or just capital law, is not like monetary law. You know, other than saying Maman is there. So, monetary law, if you get it wrong, and you adjudicate the case incorrectly, so what's the worst case scenario? You have to pay back money. But again, if you testify wrongly in capital cases, so punishment will be exacted from you and from generations to come. From generations to come. That iniquity will hover over your family for generations to come. Ad sof ha'olam. Literally again, until the end of the world. Because again, Cain killed Abel. And what happened when Cain killed Abel? So the Pasuk says, let's say, so the Pasuk said the bloods, plural, the bloods of your brother are calling out. It doesn't say the blood of your brother, rather, the bloods of your brother. So Cain was held accountable not only for the death of Cain, but the death of what? All the future generations that Helo could have produced. So when you take a life, not only are we taking the life of that individual, but one is taking the life ultimately again of all the future generations who could have come from that individual as well. The other possibility is the Ne'achacha. What does it mean again, Ne'achacha? So again, Shahaya Dama Musha Ha'itrim Ba'avanim. So it's impossible that, remember, we're talking about this. Cain did not know how to kill Heva. As such, because we know that it took life before, as such, he struck him multiple times. So unfortunately, Heva's blood was everywhere. That's why the Torah is mention of the May. Plural. Therefore, once a person was created in a singular fashion, was a created man who created Adam as a singular being. To tell us what we're on that part, so just like the world is built from one person, so therefore taking of one life is like, you imagine if someone would have killed Adam and Rishon, the world would have ended. So to any time one person is lost, any time someone takes a life, it's as if he has destroyed the entire world. We'll talk more about this. From the kind of nefesh achas in Israel, but again, the kind of is also true. If you go and you save a life, or I will say the kind doesn't even have to be saved, but the kind also means what? Uphold or establish or sustain one life. Not it's as if a person has sustained the entire world. And I will say ultimately again, all of this is to maintain peace. Right within Klal Yisrael. So right within the Shalom Adam Mekabero, Abba Gogo Me'avicha. Why does this part of that all of humanity chases itself to one person Adam? There shouldn't be any geological conflict. All of us chase ourselves to the same first person adoration. Furthermore, if there was more than one first person, so what ended up happening? People say, oh, there must be different gods. This guy created his guy, and this guy created his guy, right? And everybody created their own god. Listen to this, and also to tell us the meanings of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Sha'adam tovea kama mateos b'chosen echad kulan domen zelazem. You know, the person wants to mint a coin, so what should happen? A person can mint a coin, and you can make it that every single coin looks exactly the same. Every coin looks the same. So yet all men are created in the image of Adam. Like Adam was the first man, the model. So we're created in the image of Adam. No two people are alike. So two people are alike. Right? So even though again we're all created, so to speak, like in the form of the image of Adam, no two people are exactly alike. This is what I can because no two of us are alike. Every person is obligated to say, the world was created for me. Let's say on the Katsuka, from the back of Katsuka said a person has two pockets. Right? In one pocket, you carry with you the phrase, the mantra, this is the world is created for me. And in the other pocket, you have to carry the mantra, I'm nothing but dust. Katsuka says, this is the two pockets of the world. On one hand, again, I know, right, the world was created for me. In other words, let's say, if I am alive, that means the world needs me. If I'm here, that means somehow humanity needs me, the world needs me. Maybe I'm not to discover a cure for illness, but I'm here for something. I mean, there is no such thing as purposeless life. So call all the midrash bishvili. The world was created for me, not to serve me. The world was created for me to do something of tremendous significance. But that can unfortunately create a tremendous sense of gaiva as well, and therefore the other possibility I've had, I don't think I come from dust, I don't think of again, I go back to dust. Incredible. The Shematon was once I said, I remember, so it's not like that, you could totally lose yourself, like in a mission like this, right? What is this about? So now, what was the point of this entire discussion? The point of this was to go ahead and intimidate witnesses. So now said, you know, the Shematon were other days. The Shematon were other days. So the witnesses, you know, once can you imagine, you're a witness in days, then what are you going to say to yourself? What are you going to say afterwards? You know what? Forget it. You're right. Good job. Right? Good job. I'm out. Right? What do I need this for at all? So let's see. So now it's not so much. Because you have testimony. Ultimately, again, you have an obligation to share it. The Shema Domer. Ma lo rocha v'damo shazak. I'll find out my Jesus with Shamina. So again, I was like, you vote for mitzvah to wipe out the wicked. In other words, if you say, if the person is guilty, the person is culpable, ultimately, again, there is reason to go ahead and wipe out the wicked as well. So again, you do such a good job at intimidation that no one wants to go ahead and participate in anything. That's what we remind them. First of all, testimony is an obligation, is a responsibility. So make sure to do the testimony. Furthermore, myself, it is a mitzvah to remove people from the church. It's a tremendous mitzvah skill. So that sometimes in life, when something becomes too difficult, we're like, what do I need this for? What do I need this for? We'll say, that's not how life works. If there's a responsibility, there's a responsibility. Just because it's difficult, it does not give me the right to center myself above that responsibility. See, right? Giving testimony, it's hard. There's a trend, you might be wrong. But again, just because it's hard and difficult, doesn't mean you're allowed to walk away. Incredible. On the line, Shabbat says, what does it mean? Right? One of the things we ask the witnesses is it possible that you didn't really see Ruvain kill Shimon, but rather, again, you're kind of basing your testimony on circumstantial evidence? In other words, what's an example of circumstantial evidence? Says the Gemara, Omer Lohan, Shema Kafri Yisem, maybe you saw the following scenario. Shiratz Echad, Shiratz Achar Chaver L'Chodam, Shiratz Ben Acharav, U'Matzah Sam Sayiv Biyado, V'Dam V'Kafei, V'Harak M'Fafer, In Kafri Yisem, this is incredible. Look at this. So I see you running after Shimon, so I run after Ruvain, and I walk in, and Ruvain and Shimon are in an isolated place. What happens? Shimon's on the floor dying because someone stabbed him. Ruvain's holding a knife with blood on it. So again, I'm connecting dots, and I say to myself, what happened over here? Ruvain killed Shimon. The Gemara says, if that's your testimony, that's circumstantial. But in order to go ahead and testify in a capital case, I have to have seen Ruvain actually plunge the knife into Shimon. If I didn't see, but again, now, that seems like pretty compelling circumstantial evidence. It is, but it's circumstantial nevertheless. So that would be an example of testimony based on circumstantial evidence. So Tanya, Amr Shimon Shatat, Erev Nechama. So Shimon Shatat says, again, Erev Nechama is like a lesson of Shua, like, I swear, Mola Isri Echad Shirat, Achad Nechama. So Shimon Shatat, this happened, right? I saw someone run. I saw someone running after Shimon, and they're going to an isolated place. But on the easy side, I saw Ruvain holding the knife, the dumb on the top cave, down top, and his blood dripping off the knife. The heart of the Mechafer, and Shimon is literally again like in the throes of death. No, and I said to Ruvain, Russia, me, our goal is someone killed Shimon. It wasn't me. Right? I'm not chance. She's done from us to be ugly. What can I do? There's no testimony against you. Shaya Torah Amra, so again, continue. So Shem and Shabbat was saying the issue of here is I'm only an 8 echad. That truth is again, Tosfos pointed out, even if he wasn't an 8 echad, and if there are 2 witnesses, it still wouldn't have been good 8. Why not? At most it's circumstantial. It's only circumstantial. But nevertheless, Hayodiyah Machshavos, Yifchara Me'osa Ish Shahara Ges Chavero. But again, Kodesh Baruch Hu, who knows the thoughts of man, should ultimately again go ahead and collect payment, should punish Ruvain if he went ahead and you killed Shimon. Amud says in Sham at Shabanachash Vikishonis. So he literally again didn't even move away until the snake came along. The snake came along and went ahead and bit Ruvain and he died. So he says about here is interesting. The high mind of Hashem, but why is he got that snake bite? Why was he got that snake bite? After all, Rabbi Yosef, the king of the king turned to the Fiskio, the young Shefara face on the brush, half of the Shabbat was on Hedge, Abamis of Slovakia. When the Hebrew Semitic was destroyed, even though again, there is no Sanhedrin, so because there's no Sanhedrin, there's no Dana Misos, right? There's no death penalties, but yet again, the death penalties, the Arba Misos, are not nullified, they still apply. Much in Lobach, it's not true, they don't apply, there's no reason to carry them out. So it's incredible. Ella, in Arba Misos Lobach, well, it's incredible enough. What it means is, that sometimes if a person is high, one of the death penalties that Sanhedrin only carry out, so the Polish Bar carries them out in different ways. For example, usually it's how schema. If somebody did something that would warrant schema, what happens to such a person? So, on Lothal Minagad, Ochaya Darsasa, he falls off a roof, or he's trampled upon by a wild animal. So this is schema-like. Schema-like. Because when schema was done, first you're thrown off a roof, and then if that can fall through, then ultimately again, they were stoned left. So which is high streifa. If somebody is high streifa, right? Streifa will normally be done again through molten lead being. We're going to talk about all of this being poured down into the individual. Oh, no problem, Leko. Oh, nachash makisha. You die in a fire. Or ultimately again a snake bite. So once you see a snake bite, what do you call it? The venom. Because the venom is equivalent to streifa. So which is says, oh no, Leko. Somebody was Chai Hariga, right? So the says, oh, this son of Malchus, they'll be given over to the Malachi, which will only be beheaded. All this thing but in Allah, or they will be killed by listing. Mishan is Chai Khanek, someone who's Chai Determination, or to Revenani drowns, or Mishan Sifri, or Yad Sifri. Once I Sifri was this disease with the airway constrictors. Once I say, what do you see from here? What do you see from here? But even though there's no Sanhedrin that comes forward, who finds ways to bring about the Dalai of slavery. Once I wonder there is, if you're going to be killed, Shimon, the punishment for that ultimately would be beheaded. So let's say, why do you have a snake bite, which is so far? Oddly, I would think that we see her there. Apparently, Reuben had a lot of problems, right? Murder wasn't his only big thing. He had other avedas that he was before, and those other avedas carried the penalty of streifa. Streifa is considered to be one of the most common forms of execution. The Amar Man this high state, he says, that in general, if somebody is hired two different forms of execution by breathing, he's given the more severe of the two. So apparently this guy was hired Sreifa and Kara, and if I want to again, he was killed by the Sreifa. Incredible. Let's go back. The beginning of the Fashion Summer says, Me'omed. The beginning of the Fashion Summer it's only by capital cases that we do not adjudicate based on circumstantial evidence. It's also good to hear that in minor cases, we would adjudicate based on circumstantial evidence. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, Kiman Kari Acha. Kari Acha. What's the matter? The cover coming in for damage. You don't think about just they take seats. There's plenty of seats by the tables. You're just uncomfortable. So the Gemara says, Kiman Kari Acha. Kisanyo. But the Acha over, Gomo Oka Binadiboli. What's this? If a camel is mating amongst the other camels. So what's the halacha? The Rim said, and now after the whole meeting takes place, so what happens? So one of the camels is found dead. So apparently again, camels get raped when they meet. So what happens? So one of them now, so we find the dead camel next to the mating camel. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara said, we know that the mating camel must have killed the other camels, right? Because again, camels could get later. So the Gemara says, so mostly now what is that? That's circumstantial evidence. On the Tane, those are going to say, hard to be about Mominus. I mean, also using that same logic, right? If one witness hears from another witness, right? So Allah makes it remember. We just said also APPA, which was one witness hears from another witness. So that doesn't work by hearing the Pashas, but the Pashas would that work by hearing Mominus. So the Gemara says, so Ba'atran, if Amar Hu Amar Shani Chayav, Lo Ish Boni Amar Shu Chayav, Lo Amar Klum. No, on the course. So the Gemara says, so yet again, if I look at this, like, right? We come and I say, you know what? Ruben told me that he's $1,000 to shimon, right? Or someone told me that Ruben's trying to shimon $1,000. What's the problem? So what's wrong with him? Such a statement is meaningless. An Shiomer de Faninu holds a Shu Chayav Lo Masayim Zud. The only kind of testimony from the full is if Ruben said in front of witnesses, I am Chayav to shimon 200 Zuz. So see from the APPA doesn't work. Alma, Abadat to see the Mominus, and remember what the Dina of Bash. What's the thing that you like to know? As if all you have to just know here is there are certain disqualifications by Dina Mominus. Sorry, certain disqualifications by Dina of Bashas that apply also by Dina Mominus. Just the derech of the Mishnah is to state certain things explicitly by Dina Nefashos and not by Dina Mominus. So, for example, APPA is explicitly stating that it doesn't work by Dina Nefashos, but it also doesn't work by Dina Mominus. Hachanami, Abagat Tzid Dina Mominus, Amina Lo Dina Nefashos. We'll say something over here that Allah said, even though, right, even though it's true that even circumstantial evidence may not work by Dina Mominus, yet the Mishnah feels compelled to explicitly stated by Dina Nefashos. We also start with today, much sorry, we're a little past the end, much more about the smell outside. Again, it's never coming in, there's plenty of room, there are seats in the tables, plenty of open spaces. Make yourself right, sit by the proper makam. Never make sure that your stuff is not taking up any other uses. One last housekeeping announcement. I apologize for this. I know it might sound a little bit bad. Just a request for Hashem, thank you for getting released for the cups. It's for the cups. Just feel free if you'd like the extra insurance policy. If you'd like to use a lid, we would love to have you use them. Again, they're in the kitchen right by the cups as well. Shkach, everyone.
Wow. She's fucking like she's not worried.
Yeah, everyone.
She was security guard. She was not my face. Her face was made in. Like, they're gonna figure it out. Is that what she said? Don't put my face in there? She said that in there. Hot no face there.
All right, Rothschild, good morning. We don't have a microphone today, so I apologize. Yeah, no, speak to her. She doesn't have the microphone for today. And so I have a microphone for tomorrow. We'll say it is a tremendous skill spot Hashem to be here within our Beis HaKnesses, within our new Beis HaMedrash. Such a tremendous skill spot Hashem. Such a beautiful first afternoon we share ever in this new and beautiful and incredible space. So, as they spoke about yesterday, I know that the coming days will be filled with changes, and changes are beautiful, changes are incredible because they open the door for so many beautiful, incredible opportunities. Amongst the changes, I want to just set everybody's expectations is, we were down in the old shul, there was a lot of extra space. Here, in Eretz we're going to be utilizing every seat. So I feel like the Southwest, please do not put your personal luggage on the middle seat, for a day. So remember, just know, especially for davening, the seats are going to be used. So again, for sure, I'm sure it's fine, but just be mindful and just look around. If you see people that, we don't have enough tables here in the Beis HaMedrash, so you want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to be able to sit at a makam, to sit at the table, to be able to learn properly. So just be mindful in terms of where you're putting your personal belongings, that no one feels boxed out, and that's especially going to be true in Yirtzeh Hashem for davening as well. And I'll say and again, for many different things in the new building, we're still trying to find our way a little bit. So certain things may not be fully set up, certain things may have to pivot a little bit. So apologize in advance for any turbulence that may occur over the course of this move, but with Baruch Hashem, what a chus it is to be able to be here. It's such a holy and beautiful, magnificent place. Also, as you can see, our Svarim are not in yet because today they're putting in the Aron Kodesh. So just everything's going to get a little bit dusty and probably moved around again. So Hashem, the next week or so, we'll hopefully have everything set up mostly as it should be. But Baruch Hashem, what a success it is to be in an aesthetically beautiful place. It's Eretz Hashem. Now the aesthetic beauty is here. And Eretz Hashem. Now our avoda is to fill it with spiritual beauty as well, which I have no doubt that we will be able to do Eretz Hashem in the coming years. Also, I guess we have a sound system. So beginning tomorrow, Eretz Hashem will be more tapped into it. Eretz Hashem, but the acoustics in here are great. I will endeavor to speak a little bit louder. If at any point I'm not speaking loud enough, just let me know. And I will say with that, let us begin the first daf of many dafs in this base medrash by beginning by thanking all of our sponsors. Thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei 5785, Rav Naftali Tilson, for dedicating all of the shiurim and drashos this year, Tilson Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, as a schus for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves Habalin with the Talmud Mishpacha, in memory of Amit ben David Levi, the brother of Itai Levi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, his precious Neshama will have an Aliyah and his family in Yechama. And Saeed and Simahakim for dedicating the shir today in honor of our new Makom Kodesh. We should be Ezras Hashem. We should be Ezras Hashem. Run out of space even faster than our old building. No. Good. In Eretz Hashem, the next rabbi will have incredible haslacha. In Eretz Hashem, the next building you should do with incredible mazel. I'll take the bracha of maybe running out of space in the base medrash and having to move into the new shul. That halabai, I don't think that's so crazy. I think that day is coming probably sooner than we think. But in Eretz Hashem, we should be zocha that this mikdash mat should serve us for many years to come until we are zocha in Eretz Hashem to move it together with the Mashiach in Eretz Hashem Tarot. So I'm here, Rabbi. So with that, let us begin. We have an incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Lamed Zayin 37, and we are picking up in Eretz Hashem. We are picking up 2 dots. Right, so remember again, not everyone is fit to adjudicate capital cases. So remember again, what was the issue with capital cases? So remember again, the halacha over here by capital cases was that you need a Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin has to not only be comprised of 23 people, but also has to be comprised of people who are genealogically fit. So the Gemara says, my time, what's the reason? The Gemara says, my time, the time of Yosef, the same way that Jason has to be free from any spiritual blemishes, so too again, Bezin has to be free from any other mum. Now, mum, the Gemara's understanding over here means genealogical blemish. Bezin has to be free from any genealogical blemish. Amar says, Mikra, what's the pasuk? Everything about you, my beloved, is beautiful, and there is no mum in you. So the Gemara says, the Gemara is over here. This is a reference to the Sanhedrin, and the mum is a genealogical word. We don't want mum manish. Maybe it refers to an actual mum. In other words, maybe it's not a genealogical mum, but maybe in fact it is an actual mum. And the Torah is saying, or the Pasuk is saying, that halacha mice. Remember, the Sanhedrin can't have a physical mum. The Gemara says, so the pasuk says by Moshe Rabbeinu, when Moshe Rabbeinu went ahead and Moshe Rabbeinu goes ahead and collects the 70 Zakinim, the pasuk says they will stand there with you. So the Gemara means that when you assemble the members of the Sanhedrin, they should be like you. In which sense? That halacha l'maisa. Well, the Gemara suggests in which sense that the same way Moshe Rabbeinu, you are not genealogically blemished. You are genealogically intact and whole. So too again, those who are with you, other dayanim, should also be intact and whole. But maybe what it means over there is Moshe Rabbeinu, the same way that you're there and the Shekhinah is with you. So to the other judges who stand there, the Shekhinah should be with them as well. They will shoulder the responsibility with you, with those who are compared to you, meaning Moshe Rabbeinu, you are genealogically intact. So too again, those who go ahead and adjudicate with you should also be genealogically intact. Again, let's say, so an incredible Incredible Gemara. Good. So the process, therefore, again, that's the raya. Definitely in the fashis for capital cases. Halacha l'maisa, again, we have to have people who are geologically unblemished. Beautiful. Says the Mishnah. Sanhedrin Haisa Kichatzi Goren Agula. This is really a beautiful Gemara. The Sanhedrin sat in a semicircle. So the Gemara says, Kadeshi Rowan Zazah, in order that they would be able to see each other. Like you want the members of the Sanhedrin when they deliberate to be able to see each other. So then there would be two scribes. Two scribes in the days, one on the right, one on the left. The Kosin giving the Chayv and the Divin the Zakin. And they would write on there, they would record. They were not supposed to be there with the court scribes, they were the stenographers. And as the stenographers, they recorded everything that happened in the proceedings. And they would, again, what they would write the opinion of the judges who were looking to exonerate, and the opinion of the judges who were looking to sign the deeds. Rabbi Yehuda really said, Shlosha, but that should be three stenographers. The one would go ahead and write the opinions of the exonerators, and one would write the words of the indictors. The third stenographer, interestingly enough, would record all of the opinions. Right? So you had one who was dedicated to the opinions of the exonerators, one to the opinion of the indictors, and then one who was kind of collecting all of the information as a whole. So we have like a backup. Because it's interesting. If you take a look at Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Shlosha, Havu Shenitoch Torah Chatanim Shiyar Baleim Yitu B'Davar, Ela Echad Kosei Divrei HaMezakim Echad Kosei Divrei HaMechayvin, Ragim Kosei Divrei Kulam, and Mitoch Shin Torah Chras Aleim Lo Yitzulu B'Davar, Dim Yite Echa Mehem Yochiach K'sav Shal Shlishi. So it's interesting. So this way, again, we want to make sure that we have accurate court records. So how do you do that? So again, if you have one guy focusing on one opinion, one guy or one school of opinion, the other focusing on the other school of opinion, and then a third party kind of taking everything into account, so again, between all of them, they will have a complete record for the days. Top of Lamed Zayin, 37a. Shalosh Shulos. There are 3 rows of Talmidei Chachamim who were in front of the Beis. So just you can imagine, right? So the Beis is seated in a semicircle, and in front of them 3 rows of Talmidim. So the Gemara says, now, interestingly enough, we'll see Rashi says over here, Shalosh Shuros. Rashi says, Sanhedrin each row had 23 students in it. The idea over here is these rows, kind of like the Sanhedrin, by baseball, what do they keep? What is it? Bullpen, right? This was right. This is where. So this was these rows were comprised of Talmidei Chachamim, who again were the future Dayanim of Klal Yisrael. That's what was happening over here. So therefore, again, we're going to see something very interesting. That depending on which row you were seated by station. So row one again goes with the upper Talmidim. Row 2 Talmidim, and row 3 row 3 Talmidim. So you didn't just choose to seat wherever you wanted to sit. At the end of the day, again, you were seated in accordance with your station. Everyone knew their place. So we had this theme already in yesterday's daf as well, which is this idea that sometimes in life we feel inadequate when we acknowledge what we're not. But the truth is, it's only when I acknowledge what I'm not that I'm really able to go ahead and maximize what I am. So there's nothing wrong with being a third row Talmud. There's nothing wrong with being a third row Talmud in the Sanhedrin. That's where you're holding right now. But again, also the beautiful part is there's no glass ceiling. The beautiful part is there's always the opportunity and ability to advance. So what happens? Push the hold the smoke. So let's say again they had to pull someone out of row 1. And again, we'll discuss exactly what the particular issue is over here. But let's say they had to go ahead and pull some smicha to someone in row 1. So what would they do? What would happen in that type of situation? So the Gemara says, so someone coming in Arishon. So we'll say, if you have to, so let's say based it now, the Sanhedrin needs another dying. Where do you pull another dying from? Row 1. That's where the dying comes from. So the Gemara says, so what happens after Hozrachol smoke? So coming in Arishon. Echam min Ashniya balo l'Rishona. Echam min Ashlishis balo l'Shniya. Now remember again, after all this happens, so now Sanhedrin pulls a new dying from row 1. So what happens now? What occurs now? There's a vacancy in row 1. So what happens when there's a vacancy in row 1? By the way, there are vacancies in row 1. I just want to point out what this is, right? It's become prime real estate, right? So it says, so Lamaisa, now what ends up happening? So when they pull someone out of row 1, so now that sets off a progression. Then someone from row 2, and not someone. Remember again, this is highly choreographed because the move to row 1 is a significant move. So that means someone from row, now that there's a vacancy in row 1, someone from row 2 moves up to row 1, which now also means what? Someone from row 3 moves up to row 2. And again, this is a highly choreographed process. So the Gemara goes weiter. So right, and then what happens? Now there's a vacancy in row 3. Now there's a vacancy in row 3. What happens? You need to we need to go ahead and pull someone out of the general assembly. The Gehila. Umoshiven also b'shlishis. V'lo haya yoshev kamo shalishon. Al yoshev kamo halo. So you would have thought, well, now there's opening in row 1. Just choose someone from the Gehila and put him in row 1. No, that's not the way it happens. It's not the way it happens. You choose someone from the Gehila, he goes into row 3. Someone from row 3 goes into row 2, and someone from row 2 ultimately goes into row 1. That's the way it happens. So the Gemara goes like that. So now, so let's say, from where do we know this? Now, the person the Gemara is focusing on over here is the semicircle. From where do we know that Bezdin sits in a semicircle? So I'm going to go so we'll say it's actually quite beautiful. The pasuk over here calls from Shir Hashirim. Sharech Agan Hasar Al Yachsar Hamazal. So literally translated, so means your navel, your stomach is like a basin of the moon. A basin of the moon, right? Or I should say, your navel is shaped like the moon. Al Yachsar Hamazal. Do not diminish the dilution ratio. All right, so we'll discuss what this means. So Shirarech is the Sanhedrin. So Shirarech, which Gemara refers to as the stomach, right? The stomach, that is the Sanhedrin. Lamanik Rosh Shirarech. So why is the Sanhedrin called Shirarech? Shiyosheves B'Kiburo Shalom. So beautiful. Because the Sanhedrin sits literally again in the center of the world. What does it mean that it sits in the center of the world? Rashi says B'Kiburo Shalom. Shebeis Hamikdash Be'emtza Shalom. So Beis Hamikdash is in the middle of the world. We'll say, to me it was so profound that we were doing this Gemara today. As much as Baruch Hashem, we build. It's so important to always remember that we're building in Galus. And at the end of the day, right, Galus is not where we are supposed to be. At the end of the day, we have one home and one home only, and that is Eretz Yisrael. And that home literally is in the center of the world. Now again, like we've said so many times, Baruch Hashem, that's why the beauty of investing in buildings of Kedusha is that in Eretz Hashem, they come with us. Right? They come with us. And it's so important to recognize that as successful and as happy and as settled and as Kaddish as we are, this geographically, this is not where we belong. We belong in the center of the world, where the Sanhedrin is, where the Beis Hamikdash is. So ultimately, it's called the stomach, just like the stomach is the center, so too the Beis Hamikdash is the center. So Agan, so what does it mean Agan when it says like a basin? The Sanhedrin protects the entire world. Has-Sahar, what does it mean that it's like the moon? That the Sanhedrin is like comparable ultimately to the moon itself. They're just like the moon. goes ahead and radiates light. So Rashi says over here, Ba'agula. So it's not the light, actually. Rashi says over here, it's the semicircle, right? Just like the moon throughout much of the month is like a semicircle or a circular. So the Sanhedrin sits in this circular fashion as well. Beautiful. Al Yaksar HaMazal. What does it mean? Don't diminish the dilution. Shem Putzrach Echa Mehem Lotzeis. Loed Inish Esun Ushloshe Kineged Sanhedrin Gitanis. Interesting. If someone from the Sanhedrin needs to leave, he's take care of his personal needs, use the restroom, you can't leave unless there are 23 people there. Right? Fascinating. You can't leave unless there are 23 people there. So we'll say, by the way, think about that. Like, right? So I'm sorry. Yes, Kitani Yotze. They're not any Yotze. So again, can you imagine someone say you're a member of the Sanhedrin? You need to go to the bathroom. If there are 23 people there, you can go to the bathroom. If there are 23 people there, you can't go to the bathroom. You gotta wait until someone comes in. What's the shot we're saying? It's incredible. What does it take to be a member of the Sanhedrin? What does it mean, member of the Sanhedrin? What does it take in general when we have leadership positions? Achrayus. What are you going to say? Strong bladder? Strong bladder. Yeah, strong bladder. Yeah, strong bladder. True also. Not incorrect. Right? Well, I was going to say achrayus. So I was going to say, so often in life, right, we do stuff, and like if it doesn't get done, or someone else will do it. Listen, what if you're a member of the church? What are you going to do? Person who has leadership responsibility. Achrayus. The buck stops with you. If you are a member of the Sanhedrin, you have an achrayus towards Klal Yisrael. The achrayus doesn't take a break. There's never a break. And by the way, if you need a break because you have to go to the bathroom, no problem. You can take a break as long as what? There's someone else who's standing in for you for the couple of minutes that you're going to be gone. Because the achrayus, the responsibility, always has to be taken. Okay, maybe it can't be the same person who's taking that advice himself all of the time. That is possible. That's absolutely possible. But Lamaisa, again, even if you can't do it, you have to ensure that there is someone else who can. Incredible. All right, so let's go weiter. So Bitnech Aremas Chitim. So this is beautiful. So another passage that refers to the Sanhedrin. Your stomach is like a pile of wheat. Now, again, I'll say, so this is all Shlomo Melech and Shira Shirim, which is supposed to be this love ballad between Klal Yisrael and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So your stomach is like a pile of wheat. What does that mean? Just like a pile of wheat, everyone gets benefit from it. Sanhedrin also, everyone benefits from their reasoning, right? When the Sanhedrin espouses the reasoning for their particular rulings, so everyone benefits from that. Next, Suga Bashoshanim. What does it mean when it says like a row of or like a fence of roses? This is beautiful. Shafilu kisuga shel shoshanim lo yifrutu behind process. Klal Yisrael wants to do the right thing, and even if there is not a strong protective barrier, even if all there is a barrier of roses. Now we'll say that the Pashtos, a barrier of roses is in general not a very significant barrier. So halacha l'maisa, Klal Yisrael is so diligent and vigilant and loving of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's words. I don't need a whole protective wall to keep me from sinning. All I need is what? All I need is a little row of roses to go ahead and keep me from committing averos, and I'll respect that. So beautiful. This is beautiful, incredible. Listen to this. This certain min, right? This min means someone who just is a heretic, doesn't believe. So a guy who's a min once said to Rav Kahana, Amisa, Nida, Shari Diasuda Bahade Gabra, is a Nida, she's allowed to be alone with her husband. But how does the halacha allow for a woman who's in Nida to be alone with her husband? After all, Afshar Eish bin Uras, the Enom have Hebes, if fire take hold and it doesn't consume, meaning in other words, what this guy was asking from Rav Kahana was that aren't we concerned, right? Aren't we concerned that halacha l'maisa, if a man is alone with his wife who is in Nida, that they're going to go ahead and come to sin? To which the Gemara says, Amrlei HaTorah, first white line, I'll say, end of the first white line, HaTorah idalenu, suga b'shoshanim, mashafilu suga k'shoshanim, lo yifritzu b'hadrach. So someone says, Klal Yisrael is so respectful to halacha, so mindful of halacha, that even just a row of roses, like even just a very simple protective fence is enough to protect us from sin. But there have to be a different reason. Obviously, it's a good shayla. Like there isn't Isra Yichud. Like we learned that Isra Yichud. So if there's an Isra Yichud, which means a man is not allowed to be alone with any woman who is an erfa to him. How is a man allowed to be alone with his wife when she is a nida? It's a good shaila. Gemara asks the shaila, and the answer is pas b'salo. Literally, again, bread in the basket. This idea that since a husband knows that his wife is going to become mutter to him, permitted to him, and not so long from now, he's able to control himself and restrain himself in the right way. Okay, incredible. Reish Lakish says from here, this is beautiful. The pasuk says, like a section of the pomegranate are your temples. Rakaseh means your temples. The Gemara directions it, afilu reikanim shabath v'lei misas kurimo. Ruba play on words, even the reikanim. Even those who are empty, ultimately again are filled with mitzvos like a rimon. Rabbi Zera says from here, "Vayarach esriach begadav." Pasuk says again, said that literally Yitzchak Avinu smelled the clothing of Yaakov. This is when Yaakov came in, pretending to be Esau. So he smelled the scent of his clothing. Al tikri begadav ela bogdav. Don't read it as begadav his clothing, rather read it as bogdav, those who rebel against him. What does it mean about that? This is so beautiful. Even those who rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu have a beautiful scent. Meaning, even people who commit averis still have so much good and incredibly profound and important yisod. I know Beryoni. Someone tells a story. I don't say I have a story of Beryonim. Beryonim are, we translate them as like no good mix. That's not exact translation, you understand. Like a group of guys who are really not doing the right thing. So there were these Beryonim, and again, really like usually Rashi comments over here. Beryoni Fritzim. So often it can mean immoral people, very unrefined fedra. So Hana Beryoni, the Habib Bishimu said Rabbi Zera. So what says there was this group of Baryonim who lived in the neighborhood of Rabbi Zera. Listen to this. Rabbi Zera was Makarev them. So beautiful. Rabbi Zera was Makarev them. Rabbi Zera felt, why should you write anyone off? So he went out of his way to Makarev Discavra. So Kihechid bin Ahajulu B'Tiyufta. Why? He thought if I keep them close, they'll do tshuva. If I keep them close, there's a better possibility that they're tshuva. The rabbis felt that Rabbi Zera was doing the wrong thing. The rabbis felt Rabbi Zera, these are not the kind of people that you should be keeping close. These are the kind of people you should write off. Write them off. What happens? Rabbi Zera died. Amri, so listen to this. These Bayonim, listen to this one. So these Bayonim said, so until now, the man with the short singed legs, that's how they refer to Rabbi Zera. So I say this was a story. Remember again, we saw Rashi pointed out the story of Rabbi Zera wanted to test his piety to see if he was holding on the right level. He went and he sat in an oven, and it turned out that his legs got singed. So he was known as the man with the singed, more to start, not the Proverbs say that's it. And so again, he was known as the man with the singed legs. So when Rabbi Zera died, these Bayonim said, up until now, Rabbi Zera was always davening for us. He was always advocating for us. He was always taking care of us. So the Gemara says, Hashta man ba'i alei rachmi. Now, who is going to advocate for us? Who's going to daven for us? Sure enough, what happened? They went ahead and they thought in their hearts, right? They had this hero tshuva, which means they had these thoughts of tshuva, and ultimately, again, they came to do tshuva. So it was like, it is such a profound story with so many profound lessons. First of all, the power of believing in someone. And so often in life, if you believe in someone, you give them the power to believe in themselves. These other Rabbanim, they wrote off the Seba. And I want to point out something incredible. Rabbi Zera believed in them. Now, if you notice, by the way, what did these guys do when Rabbi Zera was alive? What did they do? Nothing, right? They didn't do anything. Right? They didn't affect any change. They didn't start coming to Torah, putting on mitzvahs. None of that stuff. Nothing happened while Rabbi Zera was alive. But he stood something inside of him. So that when he died, they're like, this Rabbi Zera, he cared about us so much. He cared enough to believe in us. He's not here anymore to believe in us. If he's not here anymore to believe in us, then you know what? It's time for us to believe in ourselves. The power of believing in other people, giving them the ability to believe in themselves. That's lesson number one. Lesson number two, I will say, is this last piece over here, which is so incredibly profound. Lesson number two really is, sometimes we think that just because we can't see change, that we haven't affected change. Right? He asked Rabbi Zera, what do you think? Did you succeed with these guys or not? I guarantee Rabbi Zera would have said, no, I tried, but nothing happened. Didn't move the needle at all. But he did. When he was alive, he couldn't see the movement. But as soon as he started, so often in life you have to believe, but just invest the effort. Just put in the effort, put in the co-post. We'll say, sometimes even in our own lives, we put in effort to do things and we don't necessarily see the results. The results are always there. Sometimes they become apparent and visible now. Sometimes only later on, sometimes after you do this, sometimes only generations later. But Zero probably thought that he failed, but he was resounding success. Lesson number 3. Noah said the first step to tshuva. The first step to tshuva is not anything you do. The first step to tshuva is something you feel. Rabbi Salvation writes about this gift as a small sefer called Hirure Tshuva. He writes right around the Rabbi Tshuva. He writes about this idea of Hirure Tshuva. Hirure Tshuva is that moment in life. That moment in life where you take a step back and you say to yourself, I want to live differently. How, what, where, that I'm not sure about. But I know that I want things to be different. Did I change anything in my life? Not a thing. Did anything alter? Not at all. But here, I know that I want something to be different. I was like, thinking about this last night. I was looking at the daf. And actually, I was making the coffee. We had like the coffee team over here late at night. I was making the coffee. I was praying the daf. I was looking at this. I thought to myself, this is incredible. Do you know what the most incredible thing about coming to a new space is? The most incredible thing, besides the aesthetics, the most incredible thing is whenever you have like something new in life, it's an opportunity for hischachus. It's an opportunity for renewal. In other words, there's something new happening. So now, I could do something new as well. And again, all of us have something we have to change in life. But I was thinking, it's an opportunity to say, okay, life as I knew it came to a stop. Now there's something new. So what do I want to do with this newness? And today, I think it's a profound day of hearing. Maybe I want to do something different in my learning. Maybe I want to do something different in my davening. Maybe I want to do something different in my benam from the chavir. I don't know, whatever it is. But whenever something new occurs around you, there's this opportunity for hearing. I'm not doing anything new yet, but I want to think about how do I want life to be different. Incredible. Now let's go back there. Shalosh Shuros. Remember again, what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said that halacha l'maisa again, there are 3 rows of students in front of the basement. The Mishnah says, I'm Rabbi, Shmamino, Naidi, Kulu Naidi. This guy will say, what do you see from here? When one person moves, everyone moves. Right? Why? Because what ends up happening? When they pull a student out of the first row, what happens? Someone from row number 2 goes to row number 1. Someone from row number 3 goes from the kilo, comes through. So you see from here that whenever one person makes movement, everybody makes movement. Both sides, by the way, another tremendous Musar Haskell. Right? They'll say, never underestimate the power of your hearer and the power of your movement on other people. When people see you move, they are inspired to do the same. People see you push yourself. People see you take on more. People see you be mechadish. They want to do the same. When one moves, we all move. So one second, here's the issue. So remember again, not only did it matter which row you were in, but apparently there were also rankings on where in the row, right? On one end, right, there was a front and the back of the row. So being in front of the row was very chashuv. Being in back of the row was not as chashuv. So here's the problem. So that's the following scenario, right? They pull someone from row 1, which means now someone from row 2 comes into row 1, and not just someone. Remember, it's like a conveyor belt. Who comes from row 2 into row 1? The first guy in the row of row 2 comes to row 1. So where does he come on row 1? Where does he come on row 1? He comes to the back of the row, at the end of the row 1. So row 2 guy says, listen, you know what? I think I'd rather be a big fish in a little pond. In other words, that at the end of the day, I was a row head. You know what a row head? That's big stuff. So I was the row head in row number 2. Now what am I? Now I'm the guy in row number 1. I'm the end of the row number 1. I think I'd rather go back to row number 1, to row number 2. To which the Rabbi, we tell him, Havisarav la'arayos la'ati rosh l'shual. It is better to be a tail to lions than it is to be a. Sorry, it is better to be. It is better to be a tail to lions than it is to be a head of foxes. Right. So the idea over here is, you're right. Essentially, it's better to be a small fish in a big pond than it is to be a big fish in a small pond. So better to be in row one, even if you're at the end of the row, than ultimately you're going to be at the head of row two. Incredible. So let's go back to Mishnah. What's that incredible Mishnah? So how do we go ahead and now literally means intimidate. But again, understand over here, what is this like? Halacha wants to witness intimidation. The answer is yes. Right? Where is this? This is capital cases. Because remember, again, we don't make any secret about it. By capital cases, what's the goal? The goal by capital cases is to challenge. That's the goal. So therefore, again, we want to do anything and everything in our power to ensure that there is, in fact, exoneration. So the Gemara says, how you machnisin also. This is what we do. We bring in the witnesses. We say to them, right? So again, we ask the witnesses, tell us, where do you have your information from? Maybe again, umad. We'll say umad means like circumstantial evidence. Maybe you have circumstantial evidence. Maybe you heard about it from someone else, or even from someone who's trustworthy. Perhaps you didn't know, by the way, that you're going to be subject to a very rigorous cross-examination. Just know monetary law, or capital law, is not like monetary law. So, monetary law, if you get it wrong, and you adjudicate the case incorrectly, so what's the worst case scenario? You have to pay back money. But again, if you testify wrongly in capital cases, so punishment will be exacted from you and from generations to come. That iniquity will hover over your family for generations to come. Literally again, until the end of the world. Because again, Cain killed Hevel. And what happens when Cain killed Hevel? So the pasuk says, so the pasuk said the bloods, plural, the bloods of your brother are calling out. It doesn't say the blood of your brother, rather, the bloods of your brother. So Cain is held accountable not only for the death of Cain, not for the death of Hevel, but what? All the future generations that Hevel could have produced. So in other words, when you take a life, not only are you taking the life of that individual, but one is taking the life ultimately again of all the future generations who could have come from that individual as well. The other possibility is the me'achacha. What does it mean again, the me'achacha? So again, shahaya dama mushtaf al izim ba'abonis. It's also possible that, remember, we're talking about this, Cain did not know how to kill Hevel. As such, because no one ever took life before, as such, he struck him multiple times. So unfortunately, Hevel's blood was everywhere. That's why the Torah uses Lashon of B'nai, plural. So Ticha, Nivra Adam Yechidi. Therefore, I will say a person was created in a singular fashion. Whereas the first created man, he created Adam as a singular being. To tell us what Lamdecha, Shekala Ma'adi Nefesh Achas Yisrael, Ma'ala Alav HaKasav Ki Ilu Ibeit Olam Momed. We'll say, so just like the world was built from one person, so therefore, taking of one life is like, imagine if someone would have killed Adam and Rishon, the world would have ended. So to any time one person is lost, any time someone takes a life, it's as if he has destroyed an entire world. So we'll talk more about this. But again, the converse is also true. If you go out and you save a life, or as well say, Mekayim doesn't have to be saved. But Mekayim also means what? Uphold, or establish, or sustain one life. It's as if a person has sustained an entire world. When you play Shalom Abrios, I will say ultimately again, all of this is to maintain peace, right within Klal Yisrael, right within the Shalom Yomar Adam Bechadero, Abba Gadol Me'avicha. This is another reason why did Baruch Hu make it that all of humanity traces itself to one person to Adam. So there shouldn't be any theological context. Right? All of us trace ourselves to the same first person Adam Rishon. Furthermore, if there was more than one person, so what would end up happening? People would say, "Oh, there must be different gods. This God created his God, and this guy created his God, right? And everybody created their own God." Listen to this, and also to tell us the greatness of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You know, when a person wants to mint a coin, so what could happen? A person can mint a coin, and you can make it that every single coin looks exactly the same. Every coin looks the same. Yet all men are created in the image of Adam. Right? Adam is the person as the model. Someone created in the image of Adam. They will say, no two people are alike. No two people are alike, right? So even though again we're all created, so to speak, like in the form and the image of Adam, no two people are exactly alike. Therefore, we'll say again, because no two of us are alike, every person is obligated to say, "Bishvili nivra ha'olam." The world was created for me. And what's the other Katzke, a famous fact of the Katzke? Katzke said a person has two pockets. Right? In one pocket, you carry with you the phrase, the mantra, Bishvili nivra ha'olam. The world was created for me. And in the other pocket, you have to carry the mantra, Va'anochi afar ve'efer. I am nothing but dust. Katzke says, this is the two pockets of the year. On one hand, again, I know, right? The world was created for me. In other words, we'll say, if I am alive, that means the world needs me. If I'm here, that means somehow humanity needs me. The world needs me. Maybe I have to discover a cure for ailment, but I'm here for something. I mean, there is no such thing as purposeless life. So, Kol Olam Nivra Bishvili. The world was created for me, not to serve me. The world was created for me to do something of tremendous significance. But that can unfortunately create a tremendous sense of gaiva as well. And therefore, the other pocket, what do you have to have? Anochi afar ve'efer. I come from dust, and ultimately, again, I go back to dust. Incredible. The Shematom was supposed to say, now remember, there's one point out, you could totally lose yourself, like in a Mishnah like this, right? What is this about? So now, what was the point of this entire discussion? The point of this was to go ahead and intimidate the witnesses. So now it says the Gemara, so the witnesses, can you imagine? You're a witness in Beis Din. What are you going to say to yourself? What are you going to say afterwards? You know what? Forget it. You're right. Good job. Right? Good job. I'm out. Right? In other words, what do I need this for at all? So now it's not so much it. Because if you have testimony, ultimately, again, you have an obligation to share it. There's also a mitzvah to wipe out the wicked. So in other words, he said, if a person is guilty, a person is culpable, ultimately, again, there is reason to go ahead and wipe out the wicked as well. So again, you could do such a good job at intimidation that no one wants to go ahead and participate in anything. That's why we remind them, first of all, testimony is an obligation, is a responsibility. So make sure to do your testimony. Furthermore, Allah it is a mitzvah to remove people from this world. It's a tremendous mitzvah. Sometimes in life when something becomes too difficult, we're like, what do I need this for? We'll say, that's not how life works. If there's a responsibility, there's a responsibility. Just because it's difficult does not give me the right to absent myself from that dramatic responsibility. See, right, giving testimony, it's hard. There's a chance you might be wrong. But again, just because it's rather difficult doesn't mean you're allowed to walk away. Incredible. Let's go. What does it mean? Right? One of the things we ask the witnesses is it possible that you didn't really see Ruvain kill Shimon, but rather, again, you're kind of basing your testimony on circumstantial evidence? The Gemara says, what's an example of circumstantial evidence? Says the Gemara, maybe you saw the following scenario. ומצא סייף בידו, ודל מקפתי, בהרות מקרקר, he said, Lord, this is incredible. Listen to this. Imagine this scenario. I see Reuben running after Shimon, right? So I see Reuben running after Shimon. So I run after Reuben, and I walk in, and Reuben and Shimon are in an isolated place. What happens? Shimon's on the floor dying because someone stabbed him. Reuben's holding a knife with blood on it. So again, I connect the dots and I say to myself, what happened over here? Reuben killed Shimon. The Gemara says, if that's your testimony, that's circumstantial. Or in order to go ahead and testify in a capital case, I have to have seen Reuben actually plunge the knife into Shimon. If I didn't see, but again, now that seems like pretty compelling circumstantial evidence. It is, but it's circumstantial nevertheless. So that would be an example of testimony based on circumstantial evidence. So Tanya, Rabbi Shimon Shetach, Erev Nechama. So Rabbi Shimon Shetach says, again, Erev Nechama is like a lotion of shvua, like I swear in Lo Ra'isi Echad Shelash Ashkamer Nechama. That's the episode. So Rabbi Shimon Shetach, this happened to me. Exactly, right? I saw someone run. I saw Reuben running after Shimon, and they went into an isolated place. And I ran after him. I saw Reuben holding the knife, and his blood dripping off the knife. And Shimon is literally again like in the throes of death. And I said to Reuben, Russia, me hardball is that. Oh, and Ata. Listen to this. That was when Shimon Shetach says, I said to Reuben, someone killed Shimon. And it's either me or you, because we're going to people here. I'll tell you one thing, it wasn't me. Right? About my answer, what can I do? There's no testimony against you. So again, it's easy. So Shimon Shetach was saying the issue over here is I'm only in 8 echad. That is again, Tosfos point out, even if he wasn't 8 echad, even if there are 2 witnesses, it still wouldn't have been good. Why not? At most it's circumstantial. It's only circumstantial. But nevertheless, Hayodea Machshavos, but again, Kadosh Baruch Hu, who knows the thoughts of man, should ultimately again go ahead and collect payments, should punish Reuven if you went ahead and you killed Shimon. They literally again, they didn't even move away until the snake came along. The snake came along and went ahead and bit Reuven, and he died. So he says, and here it's interesting. But why would he die by snake bite? Why would he die by snake bite? After all, Bamar Yosef, the Tani did it. Yom Shekara Beis Hamikdash, Afal Shabbat Sanhedrin Arba Misas Lomaku. So the day the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, even though again there is no Sanhedrin. So because there's no Sanhedrin, there's no Dalet Misos, right? There are no death penalties. But yet again, the death penalties, the Arba Misos, are not nullified. They still apply. It's not true. They don't apply. There's no basis to carry them out. Those are incredible. Ella, Din Arba Misas Lomaku. Those are incredible Gemara. What it means is that sometimes if a person is chayiv, one of the death penalties that Sanhedrin normally carry out, so the Kadosh Baruch Hu carries them out in different ways. For example, Misha is chayiv skila. If somebody did something that would warrant skila, so what happens to such a person? So, O nofal min agad, O chayav darsasa. He falls off a roof, or he's trampled upon by a wild animal. So this is skila-like. This way skila was done is first you're thrown off a roof, and then if that thing falls and kill you, then ultimately again, they would stone you afterwards. So Mishnah is chayiv streifa. If somebody is chayiv streifa, right, streifa would normally be done again through molten lead. We're going to talk about all of this. We pour down the blood of the individual. Oh, nofal b'tuleka. Oh, nafash matisha. Either you die in a fire, or ultimately again a snake bites you. Supposed to say, so we see that a snake bite, the venom. Thank you. The venom is equivalent to streifa. So Mishnah says, oh no, Mishnah is chayv hariga. Somebody was chayv hariga, right? So the Gemara says, oh nimson malchus. They'll be given over to the Malachim, which are normally beheading. Or listing in Allah, or they will be killed by listing. Mishnah is chayv karek. Someone who's chayiv for strangulation, or to have an eye drowns, or means or he dies of syphilis. We'll say syphilis was this disease where the airway constricted. So we'll say, so what do you see from here? That even though there's no Sanhedrin, Kadosh Baruch Hu finds ways to bring about the Dalet Misos basis. We'll say that point of here is if Reuben indeed killed Shimon, the punishment for that ultimately would be beheaded. So So let me see, why did he die by snake bite, which is straightforward? Apparently, Reuven had a lot of problems, right? Murder wasn't his only big thing. He had other averos that he was chayiv for, and those other averos carried a penalty of streifa. Streifa is considered to be one of the more chomer forms of execution. The Amar Mar Rishon is chayiv shtei misos based in midah b'chamura. Because also we learned that in general, if somebody is chayiv two different forms of execution by Beis Din, he's given the more severe of the two. So apparently, this guy was chayiv streifa and charev, and therefore Allah again he was killed by the streifa. Incredible. Let's go back there. The din in the fashion says me'omed. The din in the fashion is lo amdina. Now it's easier to say. It's only by capital cases that we cannot adjudicate based on circumstantial evidence. Ha, the din in mominus amdina. But it sounds like over here that in monetary cases we would adjudicate based on circumstantial evidence. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, Kiman Krabi Acha. Take Krabi Acha. Let's say, by the way, if you're coming in for davening, you don't have to sit in that, feel free to take seats. Plenty of seats by the tables. Make yourself comfortable. So the Gemara says, Kiman Krabi Acha. Disanyo. Rabbi Acha Omer. Gomo Oka Ben Admol. What's this? If a camel is mating amongst the other camels. So what's the halacha? And now after the whole mating zach takes place, so what happens? So one of the camels is found dead. So apparently again, the camels get lazy when they mate. So what happens? So one of them now. So we find the dead camel next to the mating camel. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara should be adua. We know that the mating camel must have killed the other camels, right? Because again, camels could get lazy. So the Gemara says. So go say now, what is that? That's circumstantial evidence. Also, according to the same reason, also using that same logic, right? If one witness hears from another witness, right? So Allah again, remember, we just said also, aid me P8, which means one witness hears from another witness. So that doesn't work by Dina the Pashas, but perhaps would that work by Dina the So the Gemara says, so Ba'atnan, in Amar Hu Amar Li Shani Chayev Lo, Ish Foni Amar Li Shu Chayev Lo Amar Klom. Lo Amar Klom. So the Gemara says, so yet again, if halacha right, right? We come and I say, you know what? Reuben told me that he's chayiv $1,000 for shit, right? Or someone told me that Reuben's chayiv $1,000. What's the halacha? So he wants Lo Amar Klom. Such a statement is meaningless. Ash Yomer Befanenu Chodelo Shu Chayiv Lo Masayim. The only time the testimony is going to be needed full is if Reuben says in front of witnesses, I am chayiv for shit 200 jewels. So you see from there that EBP8 doesn't work. Alma, Afagab the Sili beginning Mamanis, Amina will begin in the function. So we'll say, you're right. The only one suggesting over here is there are certain disqualifications by Dine Mamanis. Certain disqualifications by Dine Nefashas that apply also by Dine Mamanis. Just the derech of the Mishnah is to state certain things explicitly by Dine Nefashas and not by Dine Mamanis. So, for example, Aid is explicitly stated, and it doesn't work by Dine Nefashas, but it also doesn't work by Dine Mamanis. Hachanami, Afagab the Dine Mamanis, Aminu. So we'll say so to over here that Allah said, even though it's true that even circumstantial evidence may not work by Dinei Mamonis, but yet the Mishnah feels compelled to explicitly state it by Dinei. About this now, let's say, again, ever coming in, there's plenty of room, there are seats in the tables, plenty of open spaces. Make yourself better, sit by the proper makam. Never make sure that the stuff is not taking up any dishes. One last housekeeping announcement. And I apologize for this. I know it might sound a little bit petty. Just a request. Or Hashem, take Shkek to Ari Lerner for getting lids for the cups. Lids for the cups. Just feel free if you'd like an extra insurance policy. If you'd like to use a lid, we would love to have you use them. Again, they're in the kitchen right by the cups as well. Shkek, everyone. Yeah, we're going to get you on the side. All right. Everyone, Zoom. Shkek, everyone.
It's like, once meets on technical difficulties, it seems like that's a very rapid change of minds. It's very weird, especially
Straight out of a movie. Right out of a movie, but right out of a movie is real sometimes. Yeah, right. Exactly. It's a little weird that I think they should do a participation. Like, what's the?
All right, so it's like good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning cheer. To thank our commutatory sponsors for the year of touching training. The Kotzin Papa for dedicating all the Shurim and Drashos as a Zechus. From Soros Kavos to Ami Shadi from Zilcha and Session continue to see.
Social thing, like maybe it's just odd with confrontation.
This is great, by the way. Everybody's closer together, so there's like a lot more so we should continue to see. All right, now it's really enough. Now it's enough. And now it's enough. So quiet down. All right, so it is a school sponsorship to continue to see those Soros Kavos upholding for Tom Research and Zilcha and Session to see them continue in the days ahead. Our commutatory sponsors for the month of pages, the coming of Mustafa, in memory of Amit Ben Rabbi, brother of Ita Rabbi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We have the merits of our commutatory professors, Shlomo Havnaliyah, and the family of Heaven. But with that, let us begin with a lot to do today, so we need the tomorrow today as we embark. Yeah, upon Baruch Hashem, another incredible day. Those are his books. So today's not the Baruch. Very interesting. The capital punishment is not over Shabbos. That says what they put, but this will go ahead. All right, we will have one person who someone else. Let's see if we got any of this. But the idea here is that the person is causing that capital punishment is both the apple. Now, if I want to say capital punishment does not set aside avodah. The capital now, the general again, avodah sets aside Shabbos. Not Shabbos, even though Shabbos is built to avodah, we have capital punishment does not go to Shabbos. Sacrifice, a personal sacrifice, and that kind of case, so it's capital punishment will be built as the carbon. But in another general sense, it is involved in other carbonos, they're not personal carbonos. Ultimately, again, so it's capital punishment will not be built at that avodah. And the value to that is because that type of carbon, a personal carbon, is not Doka Shabbos. So this is very important to know this. When we say that Avoda is Doka Shabbos, right? That Avoda sets aside a Trump Shabbos. So remember again, what does that mean? What does that mean? That's animal sacrifices. Like you can't offer up your personal kabbalas and chatas and asham and regarding the Davis, like you can't do those things on Shabbos. So maybe the Bechitika Lamos is talking about a carbon yachid. If a Kohen is high for a capital punishment, we'll go ahead and it's doing a personal cover, then it's the secret of that's not what Shabbos either. Which the Gemara says. Rabbi says, no. The truth is, capital punishment shouldn't even be built on carbon dioxide from a carbon punishment. Now, what does this mean? The Rabbi wants to suggest that even if a Kohen is offering up a private carbon, capital punishment should not override his ability to do so. What's the capital punishment? Top of on the butt, 36a. My Yom Tiv should make something like carbon dioxide. So we will say now, Yom Tiv is set aside by even personal carbonas. Now, we're going to talk about this is a raging debate. The Rabbi is espousing it as fact, which is that on Yom Tiv you could even offer up private carbonas. For example, again, we'll say this is actually a very important halacha because the person comes to the base and makes for Rabbi that Yom So what happens? So I have all of my personal carbonas that I have to bring, right? Majara and Davis, different things like that. So Rabbi says on Yom Tiv you're allowed to bring personal carbonas. So yet, also, but yet, but capital punishment cannot be carried out on Yom Tiv. So capital punishment can't be built on Yom Tiv. So the Gemara says, Carbon Yaakov should build as a Yom Tiv. In addition, also. So essentially like this: if Carbon Yaakov to be built on Yom Tiv, right, and capital punishment is not built on Yom Tiv, so the capital punishment shouldn't even be built on Carbon Yaakov. So the south. So that's fine, but so again, the previous understanding works well if you hold that personal kabbalas cannot be offered up on Yom Tiv. But if you hold that they can be offered up on Yom Tiv, then what do you do with Rabbi's kalvachomer? Rabbi says, let me buy you the cloud. So let's say, so Rabbi says like this, it goes without saying that according to the opinion that says that Nidar and Nadavis can be offered up on Yom Tiv. So then again, you have a problem with understanding the pasuk of but according to the opinion, it says that you can't offer up karbanos, private karbanos on Yom Tiv. The Sid says what do you do with that pasuk? To which the Gemara answers, it means that if a Kohen is going ahead and doing the avodah, which avodah? If you notice the Bible say, it doesn't say Ne'im HaMizbeach Tika Chanu Lamos. But if a Kohen is involved in avodah, you should even take him from the Mizbeach to be executed. Rather, what does it say? Ne'im Mizbechi Tika Chanu Lamos. Ultimately, again, taking from my Mizbeach. What's my Mizbeach? The Gemara says, Tomid. In my neighbor, Tomid. So let's say, so what is it exactly that the Torah is referring to? It seems like it's even if the Kohen is involved in my Mizbeach. What's the example of my Mizbeach? To carbon tumid, communal offerings. Even if he's involved in communal offerings, then even with that, we go ahead and take him from the Mizbeach ultimately again to be executed. Okay, so I'll say, so a takeaway from all of it is that halacha l'maisa execution is not the docha Shabbos and it's not the docha Yom Tiv. It is docha avoda that even if you have a Kohen who's active involved in avoda, a sacrificial service, and he's high the capital punishment, we will take him from the base and execute it. But that's presupposing, that is kind of what we're seeing now, he has not yet started the avodah. If he's started and in the middle, seems to be that we will let him finish, then pull him out to execute him. If he is engaged, but has not yet actually begun, then ultimately we'll pull him out to execute him like that. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. Didn't even this. That's in this Rataros. I'm a Rav. So let's just remember again. If you remember, the Mishnah said like this: when it comes to Dina Mamonis monetary law, so when you start counting the judges for their opinions, you start with the greatest judge first. The most right, the most heavy judge first. Get his opinion, then you work your way to the we'll call it the regular tabla. In Dina Mamonis, in capital cases, we start with called Yin Hatzad. And that means from the side. From the side means the lesser known judges, right? The lesser. I'm using the word lesser. Junior, thank you. Excellent, good. The junior judges, right? Sounds very condescending, right? The junior judges, we start tracking them from being the fun. Okay, so says pretty much, let's analyze. So we're I'm not have like in the yard of the day ready. So Rav says like this: I was part of the basin of Rabbi. I was part of the basin of Rabbi. Sorry. Anna have I been younger than Rabbi. So listen to this. Rav said I was part of the basin of Rabbi, and in Dina Mamonis, they always started with me. They always started like they always asked my opinion first. The Gemara says, wow, but that doesn't make any sense. It says in the Mishnah that by Dina Mamonis, we always start with the greatest of the judges, bless you. And Rav was not the greatest of the judges in Rabbi's court. So on the Rav of Great Rav, we'll say, if you want to point out something absolutely amazing what's happening over here. Right? So understand like what just occurred over here? So the Mishnah says, when it comes to Dina Mamonis, we always start with the greatest judge on the decision. Rav says, I sat on Rabbi's Bezdin, and they always started with me with Dina Mamonis. What is Rav essentially saying? What is Rav essentially saying? Right? That's the Mishnah. I guess the Mishnah is not always going to follow the Mishnah. Because I am not the greatest judge on Rabbi's court. Yet by Dina Mamonis, by Mount Torah, they always ask me my opinion first. But there's a tremendous Musar skill in life. In life, it is important to know what I am and what I'm not. And there is no shame in knowing what you're not. You know, some you're not. Because it feels like it's like shameful. I should be everything. I should be this. I should be not. No person is everything. No person has Allah Milas. No person has all the qualities. No person has all the necessary skill sets. No person is everything. It's sometimes the most incredible thing in the path to self-actualization is not only to know what you are, but it's also to know what you're not. Because when I know what I'm not, I know what my deficiencies are, I know what my weaknesses are, and I know exactly where I need other people. Sometimes we have to put on the image that we're like full service. I'm a full service human being. Anything and everything that is needed, I can provide. But I can't. And none of us can. So there's such a profundity in this, right? God is saying, hey, I'm a good guy. I'm a good guy. But I also know that to a certainty, I am not the greatest person on Rabbi's Bezdin. And that's okay. And that's okay. I don't have to be the greatest person on Rabbi's Bezdin. I just have to be the greatest Rav. Rav wants to be the greatest Rav. That's why we spend so much time trying to pretend that we are everything to everyone. But I can't be. Instead, know what I am, know what I'm not, and maximize my personalistic identity. So profound. I'm a Rabbi. So what's going on over here? But the Shai, how do we reconcile this? So I'm a Rabbi, very good. He came up, Rabbi Valas, shining in the Rabbi, the cooler in the Rabbi, and Sat Halamaski. The Dictation of Rabbi was different. Why was the Dictation of Rabbi different? The Dictation of Rabbi was different because Rabbi was incredibly humble. So, Rabbi, obviously, this was the Dictation of Rabbi, which means, who is the ranking sage on the Dictation of Rabbi? Well, yes. Like Rabbi. Yet, in all of the cases of Rabbi always started from the junior judges. That's what he did. That was an exercise in Rabbi's humility. It actually says over here, Rabbi was exceedingly humble, so therefore he always started in every case, even monetary cases, with the junior judges. That's why God says, again, I sat on Rabbi's beis din, and Halacha when I saw it, he always started with me. Incredible. V'ala Rabbi Brei Rabbi Vitim Rabbi Hillel Brei Rabbalis. I mean, most incredible Gemara. So now he starts talking about Rebbe a little bit, and Rebbe's beis din. So the Gemara says as follows: Mimos Moshe v'ad Rebbe Yamatzim Torah u'Gedula b'Makom Echad. Listen to this. From the days of Moshe Rabbeinu until the days of Rabbi Yudanasi, we never found individuals who had both Torah and Gedula in one place. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is right across the Makom Echad. Rashi says, Torah and Gedula Shayis. So Torah, I understand. Torah, what does Gedula mean? So Rashi says, everywhere She'en Kamoso B'Kol Yisrael, the Torah and the Gedula, to go Moshe Shaya Gadol Al Kol Yisrael, the Malchus of the Torah. So what it means is like this: Gedula means authority. He means authority, like Malchus. So what you might point out like this: let's talk Moshe Rabbeinu. What do you mean about Moshe Rabbeinu? Moshe Rabbeinu had this. We've seen this before. Moshe Rabbeinu had the status not only of a Navi, but he had the status of a Melech. So the status of a king. That's why Moshe Rabbeinu, interestingly enough, used chatzot. So when one gathered a nation, he used trumpets, like they used for a king. And Moshe Rabbeinu died. He put away the chatzot. Yoshua did not use the chatzot. So the Moshe Rabbeinu was a Melech. See, on one hand he was a Rebbe, and he was a Melech, right? See, he was the Torah authority, but he was also the authority figure. So generally, you don't have those two things consolidated in the same person. By the way, this is often by design. You can see this with the show, right? Who's authority? Who's authority?
It was called hot staging. Where we light the
Right.
sugar engines while
Right.
the smoke catches the
Right.
fire.
Right. The Buddha is Malchus. Right. Who's spiritual? Who's Torah? Right. Right. So it's interesting. And by the way, this is by design. That mind points this out. That by design, there's often a split in what we call religious leadership and what we call I guess like authority or political leadership. Right. There's a split that's there. But nevertheless, you find, and the Ramban points out how this is what was unique about the Hanukkah story, that the Hashmonaim, who were the Kohanim, also became the king. So whether or not that was a good thing or bad thing is an interesting historical metaphor. But was the first time they tried the monarchy in the hands of spiritual leadership as well. So the Gemara just points out over here that rarely do you find an individual who has both Torah and Gedula, ranking Torah authority and also again the final authority on everything else. So the Gemara says between these, so there were two people. Moshe Rabbeinu had it, and Rabbi Yudanasi had it. And in between the two of them, listen to this: there was never another person who consolidated like these two seats of authority in one identity. It's got we must really below. How Yoshua ben Nun. Right, Yoshua ben Nun was the ranking Torah sage, and the Pashtas, he was also like the Melech, he was also the king. So she went to Hava Elazar. There was Elazar was the Kohen Gadol. So again, Yoshua had a lot of authority, but it wasn't singular authority. Hava Pinchas. What about Pinchas? How was the king of the elders? Hava Shaul. What about Shaul? Shaul was the first king. He was also great Talmid Chacham. So he must have Shmuel. Shmuel Rabbi. Hava Nafshayu. But Shmuel died. Right, Shmuel died. Which the Gemara says, Kula Shani Kami. It means all the days of one's authority that they had consolidated authority. In other words, all of the days that Moshe Rabbeinu was an authority figure, he had both Torah authority and what we call absolute authority. All of these is ready. He had Torah authority he never shared during any point of his lifetime. Quite incredible. David Malki Mashiach, Hava Ira Hayiri. There was Ira Hayiri. Who's Ira Hayiri? So what's the Rashi? Ira Hayiri. The more you cut it, I mean, the Havi Masnu Rabbanon Agabi Karmi Kistos. The David Haya Manhigo Alav Rosh. So he was one of David's rebellion. Ira Hayiri. So it was very incredible that even David HaMelech did not have this idea of consolidated authority, of Torah authority, political authority, or absolute authority all in one, which is incredible. So most but Ira Hayiri died. So there was a point in time, there was some time that David HaMelech had both the Torah and Gedula, Kulu Shani Kamina. It means all of the years. What's unique about Moshe Rabbeinu and Rabbi is that all of the years in which they were in a leadership capacity, they had this absolute Torah and what we'll call political authority. No one else had it all of the years of their leadership. I Bahava Shlomo HaMelech, Hava Shimon Ben Gera. Shimon Ben Gera, the hard right? But yeah, the Shlomo had Shimon Ben Gera executed. Once again, Kula Shani Kamina. It means ultimately, again, all of the days of leadership. Again, we're looking at the unique part of here that Moshe and Rabbi, all the days in which they were leaders, they had this absolute authority. I have a Chizkiah. We're still not Chizkiah, so we don't have Chizkiah. Hava, Shebna. Remember, again, we just had this story just a little while ago. The season in Yerushalayim. Shebna, remember, again, had even a bigger share. 120,000 people running with him. So there was Shebna. I, Baha, it thought that Shebna was killed. Right? Shebna was killed. To which the Gemara says, no. Once again, Kula Shanya Kamina. We're talking about people who enjoyed absolute authority all of the days of their leadership. Hava Ezra. But again, there was Ezra. So the Gemara says, all right, Ezra also had Nehemiah. So it's just a fascinating insight over here. That generally, again, you don't really have one person who has all of the tools of leadership at his disposal. But what was unique is so between Moshe and Rabbi, again, there were no two other people, right? Moshe and Rabbi were unique. There were no two other people who had all of the tools of leadership at their disposal during all of the years, both Torah as well as Gibura. Between Moshe and Rabbi, no one else had it. Which I will say tells you something very important. We ask you something. Okay, this is it's historically fascinating. Like, what does it matter to us? What exactly is the impact of this? So I think that there is an incredible profundity in this, which is what it shows you is from a leadership capacity, a person doesn't have to have all of the tools at their disposal in order to be successful, right? So if you notice again, so if you look at Moshe, right, Moshe has all the tools, right? To have that level of absolute leadership means you can control all of the pieces on the board, right? You can control all the pieces on the board. What you begin to see is in life, you don't have to control all of the pieces on the board to be successful. There's an ability to exercise your influence in the areas in which your influence can be felt and be profoundly successful in all of these other personalities. David HaMelech. So apparently, David HaMelech did not have absolute authority. He had Torah authority and he had absolute authority during certain stages of his life, but not during all stages. So apparently, you could be the founder of a dynastic monarchy and the father of the messianic line, even if you don't have all of the tools of life at your disposal. So often we think, or we excuse non-accomplishment and non-self-actualization because we think, I don't have all of the necessary ingredients, I don't have all the necessary tools, and we give ourselves a pass, right? Or we don't push ourselves as much. And here the Gemara comes along and says, you can accomplish a lot with whatever tools you have at your disposal. You have a lot, you have a little, take the toolbox that Hashem has given you and do something great with it. Incredible. So the Gemara says, I'm about to Rabbi says, I want to get in on this. I also want to add something over here. The most Rabbi and Ravashi, between the days of Rabbi and Ravashi, Lomatzini Torah and Gidula B'Machomecha. So now what we're going through is the generations over here. So between Moshe Rabbeinu and Rabbi, we've never found two other people other than those two who had both Torah and Gidula in one place. So the Gemara says, Rashi says, by the way, Rabbi says, in the days of Levi and Torah of Ashi, we also we never find again two other individuals who both have Torah and Gedula concentrating one personality below. To which the Gemara says, Huna Bar Nasan make up Habakayif Rashi. Huna Bar Nasan ultimately again was subservient to Ravashi, so he did not have Torah to do in one place. So we'll say, so again, just fascinating Gemara, takeaway lesson from both of these Gemaras, from the Moshe to Rebbe Gemara, as well as from the Rav Gemara on the basin of Rebbe, is that Halacha said, no person is everything. There are certain people maybe who are everything, who have the full package. Most of us are not. But take the tools that the Baruch has given you, know what you have, know what you don't, take what you've been given and accomplish something Great. Incredible. Let's go back there. So on the other hand, remember again, in capital cases, we got to start from the junior judges. Now, again, there's a good logic for that. What's the logic for that? In a capital case, what's going to happen if you start with the senior judge? What's going to happen? If you're a junior judge and you see the senior judge prosecuting in a certain way, I'm not going against that. Not in a capital case. Not in a capital case. The stakes are too high. So the problem just is you'll never really end up getting the actual opinions of the junior judges. So instead, what we do is by capital cases, we start from the junior judges and make our way to the senior judges. So we know how to make. Where do we know this? The pasuk says, "Lo sa'ane al riv, lo sa'ane al rav." What it means is like this: Lo sa'ane al. Now, what does lo sa'ane al riv mean? So literally again, so the lashon of the pasuk is lo siach al rav, lo sa'ane al riv. Linkos, literally again, do not get involved in a fight. Linkos, to slander. Now we'll see exactly what it means. But for our purposes over here, the Gemara is darshaning lo sa'ane al rav. Be careful about contradicting someone who is greater than you. Rashi says over there lo sa'ane al rav, because remember, riv is written cross without the yod. Lo sa'ane al rav, ksiv below yod, mashma lo tachlok al mufla shel beis din. It may not be the best idea to get into an argument with the senior judge. So ultimately again, so therefore the Gemara don't put a person in an uncomfortable position where they are arguing ultimately again with the senior judge. Okay, so what's the Rabbi this is bearable. But so David said to his guys, said to his men, so David says literally again, my favorite biblical words. Good. I think it's usable in so many different contexts, right? Children, gird yourselves, we're getting in the car, right? Whatever you could. So again, gird yourselves with your sword. Now again, what's like? So this is where doctrine over here. It sounds like this is getting ready for battle. In fact, the Gemara points out they're actually getting ready for judgment. So David is getting ready to adjudicate the case. So he says, go ahead and gird yourself with your swords. And then it says, Vayach gird David games charbo. David HaMelech also went ahead and girded himself with the sword. What do you see from here? Girding yourself is a reference to judgment. David essentially says to the other guys, go ahead and judge first, and then I'll judge afterwards. It's incredible. Okay, so the man goes back there. Good. That's the first halakha, right? So now we've established, we've just wrote a biblical source for this concept that when it comes to capital cases, we go ahead and we start what we call minat sad. And literally again starting the side, but of course from the side being from the junior judges. So a very interesting case here. So that says a person could teach something to his student and then adjudicate with him even in the capital case. Now what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Before it gets wide. Listen to this. So it says, let's say you have a basin, and on the basin is a Rabbi and his Talmud. The Rabbi can help the Talmud understand certain concepts, but yes, the Talmud then is empowered to go ahead and put forward an opinion, and his opinion is counted. What's the novelty here? I would have thought that if Rabbi and the Talmud are on the basin, which is fine by itself, but if the Rebbe is like educating the Talmud in the course of this process, doesn't that sound like the Rebbe is potentially slanting the opinion of the Talmud? Right? Because obviously the Rebbe said, I'm going to tell you our reading is really chayiv to show you So again, it's fantastic. He's Rebbe teaching the Talmud, but I don't know that teaching the Talmud that should take place in the context of the Great Torah for dealing with questions or dealing with this. Yeah, the Gemara says it's okay. Even if the Rabbi is teaching the Talmud how to go out and adjudicate this particular case, the Talmud's opinion is still counted. So what he really makes so when it comes to Paskin on Taurus and Timaeus, so a father and a son, or Rebbe and his Talmud are counted like two opinions. They both say, now the truth is, that's not a novelty. Remember again, what do you need to pass in on Taurus and Timaeus? What do you need? You don't need a basement. You just need a Rav or Tom Chacham. You just need someone who knows what they're talking about. So the Gemara says, of course, the father and the son Rabbi, they tell me to pass on too much paragraph because the Mishar doesn't need a basement. So the Mishar can be passing by one. He wants, on the other hand, Dinei Mamanis and Dinei Nefashis, the Dinei Makas, but again, monetary law, capital law, Malchus, any cases involving Rashes, Kiddush HaChol, sanctification of the new month, V'hi B'Shana, intercalation of the year, right, leap year, Avu B'no, Harav B'Tamido, a Morin Lahed Ela Echad. In those cases, if a father and a son are together, or Rebbe and the Talmud are together, their opinion is only counted as one. Right? They are counted as one. They cannot count as two distinct opinions. This contradicts what Rab just said before. Right? Rab said that if you have a Rebbe and a Talmud together on a Beis Din, even if the Rebbe is not teaching the Talmud as they're going through the Din Torah, their opinions count as two opinions. The Brisa clearly indicates us that if a Rebbe and a Talmud are sitting on a Beis Din, whether it's monetary law or capital law, their opinions only count as one. So what's going on here? I'm a Beis Din both sides. He come around when Rav said that a Rebbe and a Talmud, their opinions are counted as two. He come around, he go Rav Kahano, Rav Asi, the Lidmerei the Rav Habotzrichi, or the Savrei the Rav Lo Habotzrichi. So ultimately, again, so the Lord says, you're right. What are we talking about? What was Rav talking about? He's talking about the Rav Kahano Rav Asi. Rav Kahano Rav Asi didn't need the Rebbe. Now, why did they need their Rebbe? Because the Rebbe gave them information, but they did not need their Rebbe for analysis. So in this kind of case, where the Rebbe provides information, but not analysis, right? Analysis is not necessary. Then ultimately, again, that's where halacha l'maisa, the Rebbe and the Talmud can count as two, right? It makes sense because here, all the Rebbe is giving information, but the processing, the analyzing of that information is not coming from the Rebbe. That's coming from the Talmud. That's where the Rebbe and Talmud can count as two distinct opinions. When the Rebbe is providing information and analysis, that's halacha l'maisa again, where the Rebbe and Talmud count as one opinion. Fascinating. So the Gemara says again, the Lidmerei the Rav Habotzrichi, they needed the information from the Rebbe, or the Savrei the Rav Lo Habotzrichi, but they did not need analysis. Analysis came from on their own. I'm going to have on. The Lord says like this: Asar Devarim, yesh ben Gimel Otzei Nefashos. So again, Rabbi also like this. Based on Mishnah, we saw the Mishnah really espouse 10 distinctions, 10 differences between Dinei Mamanis and Dinei Nefashos, right? 10 differences between monetary law and capital law. Alright, so the Gemara says, V'kulan ein noagin b'shahar niskal, chutz me'esu mishlosha. But interesting enough, I will say, none of these distinctions do not apply to a shar niskal. Again, what's a shar niskal? Shar niskal is a shar that killed someone, and therefore itself is going to be executed. So again, halacha l'maisa, even though shar niskal would seem to fit into the Dinei Nefashos category, but all of the distinctions between Dinei Mamanis and Dinei Nefashos don't apply to shar niskal, except to Esu Mishlosha, except for the fact that a shar niskal is also adjudicated by a basin of 23. That's halacha, by a basin of 23. So the Gemara says, from where do we know this? If you look at Rashi, by the way, Rashi says that Kulam Inogin B'Din Sharnis Galbios Shavla Dinei Nefashos Apapi Shawana Barakamon Le'inyan Esu Mishlosha Kimisas Bailam Kach Misas Hashot. So we'll say, here's what's interesting. We start first this back on Beis and Dalet. We've got to go. So when we get back on Beis and Dalet, what did we see? That halacha l'maisa shar niskal is treated like a capital case. In other words, we treat the shar like we would treat its owner. So just like if its owner was liable for a death penalty to be tried by a basin of 23, so to the shar niskal is judged by a basin of 23. But halacha l'maisa, that's kind of where the comparisons end. That's where the comparisons end. So the Gemara says, so where do we know this? So the pasuk says, do not go ahead and literally alter or of the avion of the impoverished person during his fight. Mishpat avion klati atamata. So you can't go ahead and be mati. You can't go ahead and slant the mishpat of an avion. Aval atamata mishpat shel shar haniskal. Ultimately, again, but you can slant the judgment of a shar haniskal. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi again. Rashi says lo satan. The raw api edachad. So it's again, what it means is lo satan is like this. We've seen this before. When adjudicating a capital case, remember again, capital cases cannot be decided based on a majority of one. You need a minimum majority of 2 in order to convict someone in a capital case. So that's what of lo satan. Do not slant the judgment of the yon ribo. In other words, you cannot convict someone in a capital case on a majority of 1. But you can go ahead and do that for Shahar Nisko. So in other words, but what's funny out of here is that even though Shahar Nisko, right, the ox that's going to be killed because he killed someone, is treated like a capital case in certain respects. Namely, that it's adjudicated by days of 23. It's not treated like a capital case in other respects. So, for example, whereas normally you need a majority of 2 in order to go ahead and convict someone in a capital case, by Shahar Nisko, you only need a majority of 1. Okay, so Rashi finishes up over. Rashi says, right, so let's go back here. So one second. You just pointed out that there are 10 distinctions ultimately again between Dinei Mamonos and Dinei Nefashos. Is that so? Is that so that there are 10? So the Gemara says, there are only 9. There are only 9 distinctions, to which the Gemara says, no, it's not true. It indicates 10. So why is saying 9? You shouldn't get in a cult sharing the Esser Mishlosh Chadi. Because we're going to see the notion that not everyone is fit to adjudicate a capital case, right? Which, by the way, we're going to see really excludes a mamzer, right? That a mamzer is not fit to go ahead and adjudicate a capital case, and the obligation to have a basin of 23 are really laid out from the same source. So because those 2 are laid out from the same source, on one hand, they're reckoned as 2, right? But they really also looked at as 1 because they derive from the same source. So the Gemara says as follows. If you take a look, good, fine. So,
I really don't understand.
Good. Chadi, you have to go to Rashi. Hatishava, so what's the Hadar Parkinu at the Kitan of the Hard Yitzna, and the Amra Heidi Kashi Lankas, I mean, say the Inya called Sharon, that's in the Shosha Chadi, the night time of Mamzer passing in the Vasho. So what's that saying? We say that not everyone is fit to adjudicate a capital case. Who are we referring to? We're excluding a Mamzer. Why is a Mamzer not fit to adjudicate a capital case? You shouldn't be like, Gimel, the Hainu Sanhedrin. When the Sanhedrin sit, so we're going to see, because again, the capital case is only 23. 23 is called the Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin must be made up of people who are genealogically fit. We'll see this again. We see that we saw it already. We'll do this again. So therefore, I'm going to say it's the same passage. The same passage that teaches me that I need 23 for a capital case is also the same passage that I need someone who's genealogically fit, and therefore it's good to non-zerd. So because you have 2 out of the 10 that are effectively learned out from the same source, it's tempting to say that the 2 are really 1. That's why some will say the Mishnah lists 10 distinctions, others say that the Mishnah lists 9 distinctions. Okay. So the Gemara says as follows. So when it says, but one second, there is another distinction, right? The other situation is that another person, or another distinction between Din and Nefashos and Yonos, right? The Mishnah said that there are 10 distinctions between monetary law and capital law. The Gemara wants to suggest there's really 11. What's the 11th? There's another person, another person fit for monetary law, but not fit for capital cases. Who are those individuals? The Gemara says, the Sanhedrin, there we go, is fascinating. Ain't Moshivim Sanhedrin. You cannot, you follow the people, can't adjudicate capital cases. That's what we need a Sanhedrin for. We need a Sanhedrin for other things. Following people can't send a Sanhedrin. Who? Zakein, someone who's old. Swiss, right? Someone who's sterile. Risha'im or Barnim, someone who doesn't have children. So we'll say, so what's the pshat over here? What's wrong with these individuals? So we take a look at Rashi. This is incredible. Rashi says, Zakein, Sheshachach, Kivar, Sar, Gigul, Barnim, Ve'eno Rachmani. So let's say someone who's old has forgotten what it's like to have young children. Now, we'll say, what is the key quality one must possess when they have young children? The key quality. Right, speak that right. You don't live it out. So, the key quality you need is forgiveness. It's forgiveness. Because children do stuff all of the time. And a parent has to learn to be forgiving. It's not patience. We're supposed to get that patience all the time in life. So don't just be little kid. Because that's the people like to say patience is a virtue. Patience is not a virtue. Patience is a necessity. Forgiveness is the dominant quality because kids are doing stuff, breaking stuff. Happens. Lucas Abais, again, what a beautiful. So this little kid come into the shore from the social hall with a plate pile. It must have been like 6 inches high. 6 inches high. I'm so happy, so this, and I'm watching it. And it was like, one of those like slow motion moments. But first, the piece of chicken falls on the carpet, right? And again, it was like one of those moments where like the slow motion, like things like bounce up and down and up and down, and then the first item falls off, and it's like the leaning tower of the shop. It was like, then the next and this and that. And the kids are going, he's like, and literally, I'm ready to run over. What are these kids' parents? What is it? And the truth is, it's managed just a kid having a good time. It's the Rabbi child in the Rabbi Shalom's new home, which was clean until about 3 years beforehand, right? And again, you know what? So it's like, so with little children, the most important quality is forgiveness. If the judge doesn't possess the ability to have this need of forgiveness instilled within him, then again, and it's forgiveness. It's really forgiveness. Maybe it's even the wrong word, forgiveness. It's really understanding. If you don't have that need of understanding, you can't be a judge. You can't be a judge, right? In other words, you see what's the problem? After sometimes when a person doesn't have that need of understanding, everything has to be their way. Right? Everything has to go their way. I need it the way I want it. I need it the way it has to be like this. So if you don't have that need of understanding, if you're rigid and everything just has to be the way that you want, don't be a judge. Really, don't be anything, right? Right, that level of rigidity, it's not good. We can't have that. We need people to be understanding. We need people to be forgiving. We need people to be a little bit knowledgeable and understand different circumstances in different ways. So therefore, again, you haven't had young kids in your house for a long time, don't be a judge, because you're probably going to be too rigid, too set in your ways. It's probably not a good idea to have you on the basis. Same idea. Doesn't have actions of one time. You should nobody. But you need the most together. You can also add over here. Someone who's cruel, right? Or just cruel is a strong word. Just someone who has just like a very cold and a different temperament. And that's right? Someone again who just is very almost stoic, emotionless. Again, so I say it's an incredible thing. On one hand, judgment needs to be dispassionate. This is very important. Judgment needs to be dispassionate. But at the end of the day, a youth can never be dispassionate. I have that ability to look at things in analytical, look at facts. But facts divorced from emotion, that's not the way of the Jew. Nothing is divorced from emotion. Emotion has to be there for everything. So for judge, is a shtickle zari, right? He's a little bit passionate, he's emotionless. So don't be a judge. There are other places for you. But don't be a judge. But interesting, if you play in the Maces, those are the exact opposite of children's the Maces. Remember, again, we always see this. Right? What's the Maces? Maces is the guy who tries to get other people to be ordered out of the Zara. So that person will throw the book in him. So for him, we have the most cruel and different judges. Let's understand. For him, we don't need the other judges because remember, again, the whole system is in capital cases, the system is rigged, not rigged, but the system is positioned to exonerate the defendant. That's our goal. If we can get them off, that's our goal. When it comes to Maces, like when it comes to someone who incites by Bodhisattva, it's just the opposite. The system is there in order to indict him. Okay, incredible. We'll say. Everyone is fit to adjudicate monetary cases. That was it. What is Hakol? What is everyone? Who is that coming to us? Review the last scene, Mamzer. Look at the Mamzer. Let's say this is not a descriptive mamzer, this is a genealogical mamzer, right? So the idea over here is, so the idea is somebody who's a genealogical mamzer, so even he's not fit for capital cases, right? Because remember again, capital cases require Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin requires genealogically fit people, but for monetary cases, he's absolutely fit. So let's say, okay, you know this already. How to make the kadazin no? Anyone who is fit for capital cases is fit for monetary cases. But there are some people who are fit for monetary cases, but they're not fit to adjudicate capital cases. We said, who is that? Who's the person who is fit for monetary cases but not fit for a capital case? Last year, ultimately again to go ahead and include a mamzer. So the says, you're right, Chada last year, Ger, the Chada last year mamzer. In reality, again, one teaching was to include a Ger, the other was to include a mamzer. And I will say, why do I need both? It's tricky, I'll tell you. I will say, so this is to say both the Ger and the mamzer are both fit for monetary law, but not fit for capital cases. Now, why not? It's tricky. Yes, you know, Ger, if you would have just told me that a Ger ultimately is fit for monetary cases, do I love a Bakal? Because a Ger has no marriage restrictions. So he's a full-fledged Jew in terms of his marriage abilities. About mamzer, in law, but a mamzer can't marry into the General Assembly, so maybe a mamzer is unfit even for monetary cases. Yes, you know, a mamzer, if we just said mamzer, we'll probably keep a chair. We'll say a mamzer comes from an illicit relationship. But as much as an illicit relationship, who are his parents? For his parents, two Jews. Right? So it's Yiddish blood. It's incredible. Two Jews. It's an illicit relationship, but his parents are Jewish. She comes really from a kosher drop. About Ger, the Lord doesn't keep it share, right? You know, but a Ger who doesn't come from a non-Jewish parents. I would have thought that perhaps he's not even fit for monetary law. Therefore, again, it's Sricha. So let's say one comes to teach me that I love when I say Ger, the other part comes to Allah, and you can teach me that. The mamzer, both are fit for monetary law, but neither are fit for capital cases. So let's say, stop over today, just to go at the end of that, and just ask if you could take your chair and just put it to whatever chair you're using, or next you just put it against the wall, and you're coming to pick up the chairs. Let's say, so today is our last shiur in this base of Nesses. Hopefully, we will be in the usual stay tuned in Yetz Hashem for that. So let's say, just setting expectations. Change is always difficult, and especially again after you settle into a certain schedule, a certain atmosphere, a certain framework for a number of years. Any change, even if it's a better change, always comes with some level of turbulence. I don't necessarily have the seat that I wanted. I don't necessarily have the stender that I wanted, right? The perfect setup that I had for myself, is now no longer. And it's tempting sometimes when that happens to feel like the sky is falling. But change always has turbulence. That's the way that it is. So you have a choice in life. The choice in life is don't change, never have any turbulence, and just stay where you are. Or embrace the change, lean into the change. Recognize that, at the beginning it's a little rocky and maybe even a little bit uncomfortable, but it's going to open the doors for incredibly beautiful, magnificent things. It's going to take everyone a little bit of time to find their makom, to find their place. And at first, you may not be happy with the makom that you get, and the good news is, just come earlier the next morning, right? And there's no set seats, so whoever called them Zachava, whatever you get, and it's good, and it doesn't even if somebody else has their stuff in the shelf there, because we'll have to do again, it's open seating, it's like Southwest, right? It's easy, right? So again, and I will say again, I know. A lot of this gender policy. I got it. I understand when people like it, people don't like it. So let's say we have such a source ahead of us that tonight we're going to be davening in a brand new base medrash, that is beautiful, that is magnificent, that is incredible. But I'm also going to get to message. You have your attention just for 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I would say it is so important for us to be able to take a step back and say, Holy Hashem ki tov tilu chasdom. We literally have a mini paintbrush waiting over there for us. Does it check every single box? Does it give every single person every single thing they need? And I know everyone's going to have comments and critiques and suggestions and this and that, and it's all welcome. It's all welcome. Menachem cannot wait to hear them from you in your session. Right? All welcome. But listen, sometimes what you just need to say is Zachim. Uzmizilcha Tabar Hashem be housed in this Mikdash Ma'at, this kiva, for close to 70 years. And the walls and the roof and the units, everything is surplus to the best out there built. I sometimes I think that like when you complain about this is not working, he's not working, everything's not working, I feel like if the building had a voice, if this Mikdash had a voice, you know what she would say? She said, I promise you I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. I'm giving you 150%. But 150% of a 70-year-old building is only going to get you so far. She has given us her best years. Her best years for close to 7 decades. And Baruch Hashem, we're about to go to a new mother. We're about to go to a new Mikdash Ma'at. So let's treat her well. Let's love her. Let's embrace her. Let's enjoy our time with her. And even if again in the beginning, it's a little bit, it's a little effort. And maybe it is maybe keeps me just, Chadish and together. I said, just go back to what was. That's Yitzhahara talking. Because there's only one direction for a youth, and that's forward. So something beautiful is waiting for us. How did I answer by me come out of tonight? I apologize in advance for any of the inconveniences that may occur. I know that the inconveniences are only temporary, they're only episodic, they're short-lived, and they will pave the way for something incredibly great. It has been a source to be able to go through Shas 2.5 times here in this big Saknesas. 2.5 times in this big Saknesas in this Hashem. And we should be so glad when we come tomorrow morning we continue our DAF journey. Next door, we should be so glad Hashem to complete the cycle many times to the end of the side. Shivayach.
Yeah, so I think one of the people might have died too, that he shot. So, like, one of the people I think that.
All right, everyone's in the.
But either way, it's like getting shot doesn't come back. It says the victim told police he confronted the suspect who started to eat.
All right, good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the year of Tavshin Pehei, the Tosim Mishpacha, for dedicating all the shiurim and drashos as a zechus. For the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael, we should be zocheh and to continue to see. This is great, by the way. Everybody's closer together, so there's like a lot more. So we should continue to see. All right, now it's really enough. Now it's enough. Okay, quiet down. Right, so it is a schos bar for Hashem to continue to see those Soros Tavos unfolding for Klal Yisrael. We should be zocheh and to see them continue in the days ahead. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves, the Talmud Mishpacha, in memory of Amit ben David Levi, brother of Itai Levi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We know that the merit of our Talmud Torah is the presence of Shem will have an aliyah and the family of Chava. Also, with that, let us, with a lot to do today, some really great Gemara today as we embark. Upon Baruch Hashem, another incredible journey. Let's go. So today's chapter is Lamed Vav 36. We're picking up in Meretz Hashem on Lamed Hey on the days 35b. And I believe we left off with Omer Abchayim, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up in the bottom. So Abai says this also. Abai, Hashda Amrit in Ritzicha Doches Hashabes. So remember again, very interesting. And we had a discussion yesterday's daf about the concept that Ritzicha, capital punishment, is not Doches Shabbos. So Beis Din cannot execute someone on Shabbos. Now that we've established that, remember again, that was the last drasha of yesterday's daf of Moshe Seichon. So the Gemara says, now that we've established that, so the Gemara says, I'm sorry, so Abai says we should be able to make an additional limud that tells us that capital punishment is not docha avoda either. Now again, Rabbi said, what does that mean? That capital punishment is not docha avoda. So we saw this case, there's an explicit passage that says that if a person will go ahead, if the person will intentionally kill someone else, which really means from my altar you shall take them to die. Now what is that referring to? So you know, it says that that's referring to a calling to kill someone. And even if a kohen kills someone who's doing the avodah, we go ahead and we take him from the base of Mikdash, we take him from the Mizbeach, and we go ahead and we execute him. Now, we saw that it's not exactly like that. That more is as if he's about to do the avodah, we stop him from doing the avodah. If he's engaged in the avodah, we'll discuss in a certain sense where we let him finish the avodah. But the idea over here is that the Gemara is going to explain that with Sicha, capital punishment is docha avodas. Now, Rabbi wants to say, now we've established that capital punishment is not docha Shabbos. We should also be able to learn that capital punishment does not set aside avodah. The Kal Vachomer, what's Kal Vachomer? Now, in general, again, avodah sets aside Shabbos, right? You do sacrificial service. You do service on Shabbos. Shemash Shabbos, so on one hand, even though Shabbos is docha avodah, but yet capital punishment is not docha Shabbos. So the Gemara says, therefore, avodah should docha Shabbos, ain't no difference to hate with sikha docha also. So that's the case again. Avodah, which is docha Shabbos, so capital punishment should not be docha avodah. That's the Kal Vachomer. Elo hasiksiv me'im is b'chiti kachan alamos. So here's the problem. So what do you, I hear the Kal Vachomer. I definitely hear the Kal Vachomer. But what do you do with the pasuk? Because the pasuk definitely indicates that capital punishment is docha avodah. So what do you do with that? Halula carbon yochid the lo docha Shabbos. Also, what is that talking about? It's very interesting. When do we say me'im is b'chiti kachan alamos? If a kohen was involved in offering up a private sacrifice, a personal sacrifice, in that kind of case, so Ritzicha, capital punishment will be docha the carbon. But in another general sense, if he's involved in other karbanos, they're not personal karbanos, ultimately again, so Ritzicha, capital punishment will not be docha that avodah. And the riot to that is because that type of carbon, a personal carbon, is not docha Shabbos. This is very important to notice. When we say that avodah is docha Shabbos, right? That avodah sets aside from Shabbos. So remember again, what does that mean? What does that mean? That's communal sacrifices. Like you can't offer up your personal carbonos and chatas and asham, regarding the Davos, like you can't do those things on Shabbos. So maybe in this Lamos is talking about a carbon yachi. If we're calling these high for a capital punishment, we'll go ahead and try to include a personal carbon, then it's equal to that. That's not Docha Shabbos either. To which the Gemara says, Rabbi says, no. The truth is, capital punishment shouldn't even be docha carbon yochid from a Kal Vachomer. Now, what does this mean? Rabbi wants to suggest that even if a kohen is offering up a private carbon, capital punishment should not override his ability to do so. What's the Kal Vachomer? Capital punishment above 36a. My yomtiv shouldn't carbon yochid. So you go say now yomtiv is set aside by even personal karbanos. Now, we're going to talk about this is a raging debate. The Rabbi is espousing it as fact, which is that on Yom Tov you can even offer up private karbanos. For example, again, we'll say this is actually a very important halacha because a person comes to the base of English for a leader, right? On Pesach, so what happens? So I have all of my personal karbanos that I have to bring, right? Dara and Zavis, things like that. So Rabbi says on Yom Tov you're allowed to bring personal karbanos. So yet, ein ritzicha docha also. But yet, Yom Tov, but capital punishment cannot be carried out on Yom Tov. So capital punishment can't be docha Yom Tov. So the Gemara says, carbon yochid should docha say Yom Tov. Ino din shlotei ritzicha docha also. So I'll say, so essentially like this. If carbon yochid can be docha Yom Tov, right, and capital punishment is not docha Yom Tov, then capital punishment shouldn't even be docha carbon yochid. Salad people. First says that's fine, but so again, the previous understanding works well if you hold that personal karbanos cannot be offered up by Yom Tov. But if you hold that they can be offered up by Yom Tov, what do you do with Rabbi's Kal Vachomer? Rabbi says, let me buy the man the Amr the Davos can be Yom Tov. The Halam is kind of in his Bechi Klal. So I'll say, so Rabbi says like this. He goes without saying that according to the opinion that says that Nidarim and Nidavas can be offered up on Yom Tov. So then again, you have a problem with understanding the pasuk of Mechinis Bechiti Kachar Alamos. Alafilam Nidarim and Nidavas including Yom Tov. So according to the opinion that says that you can't offer up karbanos on Yom Tov. The Sid says, Hot Sid Me'im Mizbechi. What do you do
with that pasuk, to which the Gemara answers, "Memizbechi hamiyuchad." It means that if a Kohen is going ahead and doing the avoda, which avoda? If you notice, Bible say it doesn't say he's involved in avoda. You should even take it from his back. Yes, rather, what does it say? Me'im mizbechi tigachen alamos. Ultimately, again, taken from my mizbeach. What's my mizbeach? The Gemara says tamid. My nidhu tamid. V'amrachmano me'im mizbechi tigachen alamos. So let's say, so what is exactly what the Torah is referring to? It seems like this, even if the Kohen is involved in my mizbeach. What's the example of my mizbeach? The carbon trumpets, communal offerings. Even if he's involved in communal offerings, then halach l'maisa. Even with that, we go ahead and take him from the mizbeach, ultimately again to be executed. Okay, so let's say, so takeaway from all of this is that halach l'maisa execution is not docha Shabbos and it's not docha Yom Tov. It is docha avoda, so that even if you have a Kohen who's actively involved in avoda and sacrificial service, and he's high the capital punishment, we will take him from the Beis Hamikdash and execute. But that's presupposing, as what we're seeing now, he has not yet started the avoda. If he's started in the middle, it seems to be that we will let him finish, then pull him out to execute. If he is engaged but has not yet actually begun, meaning it's just for the occasion, he's ready to go, but he has not yet actually begun, then ultimately we'll pull him out to execute him like that. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. So let's remember again. If you remember, the Mishnah said like this: when it comes to eating mamonis, monetary law, so when we start counting the judges for their opinions, we start with the greatest judge first, the most highly regarded judge first. Get his opinion, then work your way to the we'll call it the regular chapter. That's sad. And that sad means from the side. From the side means the lesser known judges, right? The lesser. Junior. Excellent, good. The junior judges, right? Sounds very condescending, right? The junior judges. We start from there from DA to Fashes. Okay, so says the Gemara. Let's analyze. Samarad, Ana Havai b'minyana debei Rebbe. So Rav says like this: I was part of the basin of Rebbe. Sorry. Ana Havai b'minyana debei Rebbe. Uminoi didi havemas liberation. So listen to this. Rav said, I was part of the basin of Rebbe. And in Dinei Mamonis, they always started with me. They always started right. They always asked my opinion first. The Gemara says, "Wow, but that doesn't make any sense." It says in the Mishnah that by Dinei Mamonis, we always start with the greatest of the judges. Bless you. And Rav was not the greatest of the judges in Rebbe's court. So Rav will say, "It's going to point out something absolutely amazing what's happening over here." Right? Do you understand like what just occurred over here? So the Mishnah says, when it comes to Dinei Mamonis, we always start with the greatest judge when we're making a decision. Rav says, I sat on Rebbe's basin, and they always started with me for Dinei Mamonis. What is Rav essentially saying? Right? That the Mishnah, I guess the Mishnah is not, we don't follow the Mishnah, because I am not the greatest judge on Rebbe's court. Yet by Dinei Mamonis, my monetary law, they always ask me my opinion first. Because there's a tremendous Musar Haskell in life. In life, it is important to know what I am and what I'm not. And there is no shame in knowing what you're not. You know, sometimes we feel very inadequate when we acknowledge what we're not. Because we think like, it's like shameful. I should be everything. I should be this. I should be not. No person is everything. No person has Allah Milas. No person has all the qualities. No person has all the necessary skill sets. No person is everything. And sometimes the most incredible thing in the path to self-actualization is not only to know what you are, but it's also to know what you're not. Because when I know what I'm not, I know where my deficiencies are, I know what my weaknesses are, and I know exactly where I need other people. Sometimes we like to put on the image that we're like full service. I'm a full service human being. Anything and everything that is needed, I can provide, but I can't. And none of us can. So there's such a profundity in this, right? Rabbi is saying, And I'm a good guy. I'm a good guy. But I also know with absolute certainty I am not the greatest person on Rebbe's Beis Din. And that's okay. And that's okay. I don't have to be the greatest person on Rebbe's Beis Din. I just have to be the greatest Rav. Rav has to be the greatest Rav. That's all I do. Such an we spend so much time trying to pretend that we are everything to everyone. But I can't be. Instead, know what I am, know what I'm not, and maximize my personalistic identity. So profound. I'm a rabbi. So what's going on over here? But the Shiloh, how do we reconcile this? So I'm a rabbi, Rabbi came up, Rabbi Hillel, Rabbi Valis, shiny minyanat Rabbi, the kulu minyanayim min atzad halamasri. The basin of Rabbi was different. Why was the basin of Rabbi different? The basin of Rabbi was different because Rabbi was incredibly humble. So even though Rabbi, obviously, was the basin of Rabbi, which means, like, who is the ranking sage on the basin of Rabbi? Well, yes. Right, Rabbi. Yet, in all of the cases of Rabbi always started from the junior judges. Exercising Rebbe's humility, Rashi says over here, Rebbe was exceedingly humble, so therefore he always started in every case, even monetary cases, with the junior judges. That's why Rav says, again, I sat on Rebbe's Beis Din, and halacha l'maisa, and he always started with me. Incredible. But Amar Rabbi Brei Rabbi became Rabbi Hillel Brei Ravalis. I mean, most of us incredible Gemara. So now we start talking about Rebbe a little bit and Rebbe's Beis Din. So the Gemara says as follows: Moshe va'ad Rebbe lo matzinu Torah u'kedula b'makom echad. Listen to this. From the days of Moshe Rabbeinu until the days of Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi, we never found individuals that both Torah and Kedula in one place. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is right across the makom echad. Rashi says, Torasan u'gdulasan sh'la Yisrael makom echad. So Torah, I understand. Torah, what does Kedula mean? So Rashi says over here, She'ein kamoso b'chol Yisrael, the Torah u'gdula, kigon Moshe, Shaya Gadol al kol Yisrael, b'malchus u'b'Torah. So what it means is like this. Kedula means authority. Kedula means authority, like malchus. So what we must point out like this. Let's talk about Moshe Rabbeinu. What do we mean by Moshe Rabbeinu? Moshe Rabbeinu has this, we've seen this before. Moshe Rabbeinu had the status not only of a Navi, right? He had the status of a Melech. He had the status of a king. That's why Moshe Rabbeinu, interestingly enough, used chatzot. Right? When he wanted to gather the nation, they used trumpets like they would use for a king. When Moshe Rabbeinu died, they put away the chatzot. Yoshua did not use the chatzot. So again, Moshe Rabbeinu was a Melech. See, on one hand, he was a Rebbe and he was a Melech, right? See, he was the Torah authority, but he was also the authority figure. So generally, you don't have those two things consolidated in the same person. By the way, this is often by design. You even see it with the Shah, right? Who's authority? Yehuda, right? Right? He's Yehuda, right? Yehuda is Malchus, right? Who's spiritual? Who's Torah? Levi, right? So it's interesting. And by the way, this is by design. The Ramban points this out. That by design, there's often a split in what we'll call religious leadership and what we'll call like authority or political leadership, right? There's a split that's there. But nevertheless, you find the Ramban points out that this is what was unique about the Hanukkah story, that the Hashmonaim, who were the Kohanim, also became the kings. So whether or not that was a good thing or a bad thing is an interesting historical look. Yes, well, the person looks like a monarchy in the hands of spiritual leadership as well. So the Gemara just points out over here that rarely do you find an individual who has both Torah and Gedula, ranking Torah authority and also, again, final authority on everything else. So the Gemara says from the days, so there were two people. Moshe Rabbeinu had it, and Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi had it. And in between the two of them, listen to this, there was never another person who consolidated like these two seats of authority in one identity. It's called the Gemara says below. Yoshua ben Nun. Right, Yoshua ben Nun was the ranking Torah sage, and the Pashtas he was also like the Melech, he was also the king. So the Gemara says, no, Hava Elazar. There was Elazar was the Kohen Gadol. So again, Yoshua had a lot of authority, but it wasn't singular authority. Pinchas. What about Pinchas? Hava was the king of the elders. Hava Shaul. What about Shaul? Shaul was the first king. He was also become Chacham. So the Gemara says, Shmuel Rabbi, Abaha Nach Shaihu, but Shmuel died. Right, Shmuel died, which the Gemara says, Kula Shani Kamina, which means all the days of one's authority that he had consolidated authority. In other words, all of the days that Moshe Rabbeinu was an authority figure, he had both Torah authority and what we'll call absolute authority. All the days of Rabbi, he had Torah authority, he was never shared during any point of his lifetime. Quite incredible. Hava David Hava Ira Hayiri. It was Ira Hayiri. He's Ira Hayiri. So, if you look at Rashi, Ira Hayiri, the more the having master who Abanon Agavi Karmi Kistos, David Haya Manhigo Alav the Rosh. So he was one of David's Rebbeim. One of David's Rebbeim, Ira Hayiri. So isn't that incredible? That even David HaMelech did not have this idea of consolidated authority, of Torah authority, political authority, or absolute authority all in one, which is incredible. So much but Ira Hayiri died. So there was a point in time, there were some times that David HaMelech had both the Torah and Gidullah. Kulu Shanye Kamina. It means all of the years. What's unique about Moshe Rabbeinu and Rabbi is that all of the years in which they were in a leadership capacity, they had this absolute Torah and what we'll call political authority. No one else had it all of the years of their leadership. Haba Shlomo HaMelech, Haba Shimi Ben Gera. There was Shimon Ben Gera, Vaha Kadle, but yeah, but Shlomo had Shimon Ben Gera executed. Once again, Kula Shanye Kamina. It means ultimately, again, all of the days of leadership. Again, we're looking at the unique part over here that Moshe and Rabbi, all the days in which they were leaders, they had this absolute authority. Hava Chizkiah, we're talking about Chizkiah. So we learn about Chizkiah. Hava Shevna. Remember again, once we just had this story just a little while ago with the siege on Yerushalayim. Shevna, remember again, had even a bigger share. 120,000 people learning with him. So there was Shavna. But Shavna was killed. Right? Shavna was killed. Which the one says, no. Once again, Kula Shanya Kamina. We're talking about people who enjoyed absolute authority all of the days of their leadership. Baha Hava Ezra. But again, there was Ezra. So the Gemara says, Havanechemia ben Chakaria. All right, Ezra also had Nechemia. So we'll say, just a fascinating insight over here. That generally, again, you don't really have one person who has all of the tools of leadership at his disposal. But what was unique is between Moshe and Rabbi, again, there were no two other people, right? Moshe and Rabbi were unique. There were no two other people who had all of the tools of leadership at their disposal during all of the years, both Torah as well as Gidullah. Between Moshe and Rabbi, no one else had it. Which I will say, tells you something very important. He asked himself, okay, it's historically fascinating. Like, what does it matter to us? What exactly is the impact of this? So there is I think that there is an incredible profundity in this, which is what it shows you is from a leadership capacity, a person doesn't have to have all of the tools at their disposal in order to be successful. Right, so if you notice again, so if you look at Moshe Rabbeinu, right, Moshe Rabbeinu has all the tools, right? To have that level of absolute leadership means you could control all of the pieces on the board, right? Rabbi, you can control all the pieces on the board. What you begin to see is in life, you don't have to control all of the pieces on the board to be successful. There's an ability to exercise your influence in the areas in which your influence can be felt and be profoundly successful in all of these other personalities. David HaMelech. So apparently, David HaMelech did not have absolute authority. He had Torah authority and he had absolute authority during certain stages of his life, but not during all stages. So apparently, you could be the founder of a dynastic monarchy and the father of the messianic line, even if you don't have all of the tools of life at your disposal. So often we think, or we excuse non-accomplishment and non-self-actualization because we think, I don't have all of the necessary ingredients, I don't have all the necessary tools, and we give ourselves a pass, right? Or we don't push ourselves as much. And here the Gemara comes along and says, you can accomplish a lot with whatever tools you have at your disposal. You have a lot, you have a little, take the toolbox that the Shmuel was giving you and do something great with it. Incredible. So the Gemara says, I also want to add something over here. Afani Omer, most Rabbi, Ad Ravashi, between the days of Rabbi and Ravashi,
Lomatzinu Torah Ugidula b'makom echad. So Moshe, so now what we're going through is the generations over here. So between Moshe Rabbeinu and Rabbi, we never found two other people other than those two, but both Torah and Gidula in one place. So the Gemara says, and now comes on Rashi. Rashi says, by the way, Rabbi Bar Abba says, in the days of Rabbi and Torah of Ashi, we also we never find again two other individuals who both have Torah and Gedula concentrated in one personality. Below, really? Vaha Hava Huna Bar Nasan. What about Huna Bar Nasan? To which the Gemara says, Huna Bar Nasan make of Hava Kayif for Rashi. Huna Bar Nasan ultimately again was subservient to Rav Ashi, so he did not have Torah Gedula in one place. So again, just fascinating Gemara. Takeaway lesson from both of these Gemaras, on the Moshe to Rebbe Gemara, as well as from the Rav Gemara on the basin of Rebbe, is that halacha l'maisa, no person is everything. There are certain people maybe who are everything, who have the full package. Most of us are not. But take the tools that Baruch was giving you, know what you have, know what you don't, take what you've been given and accomplish something great. Incredible. Let's go right there. So on the other hand, remember again, in capital cases, we have to start from the junior judges. Now again, there's a good logic for that. What's the logic for that? In a capital case, what's going to happen if you start with the senior judge? What's going to happen? Like, if you're a junior judge and you see the senior judge asking you in a certain way, you're like, I'm not going against that. Not in a capital case. Not in a capital case. The stakes are too high. So the problem just is you'll never really end up getting the actual opinions of the junior judges. So instead, what we do is, by capital cases, we start from the junior judges and make our way to the senior judges. Says the Gemara. So where do we know this? Amar Rav Acha bar Papa, Amar Kra. The pasuk says, Lo sa'ane al riv, lo sa'ane al rav. What it means is like this. Lo sa'ane al rav. What does lo sa'ane al riv mean? So literally again, so the lashon of the pasuk is lashon of the pasuk is lo sa'ane al riv. Literally again, do not get involved in a fight. Linko. The Gemara is darshaning lo sa'ane al rav. Be careful about contradicting someone who is greater than you. Rashi says over there lo sa'ane al rav, because remember riv mashma lo tachlok al mufla shel bezdin. In general, so ultimately, again, don't put a person in an uncomfortable position where they are arguing ultimately again with the senior judge. Okay, so Rabbi Bar David said to his guys, said to his men, so David says literally again, my favorite difficult words. Gird. It's useful in so many different contexts, right? Children, gird yourselves. We're getting in the car, right? Whatever you could. So again, gird yourselves with your sword. Now, again, let's say the Gemara doctrines over here. It sounds like this is getting ready for battle. In fact, the Gemara points out they're actually getting ready for judgment. So David is getting ready to adjudicate the case. So he says, go ahead and gird yourself with your swords. And then it says, Vayach gird David games charbo. David HaMelech also went ahead and girded himself with the sword. Meaning, so what do you see from here? Girding yourself is a reference to judgment. David essentially says to the other guys, go ahead and judge first, and then I'll judge afterwards. Incredible. Okay, so the Gemara goes right there. Good. Amarav. Shona will tell me this was that's the first halakha. Right? So now we've established we just brought a biblical source for this concept that when it comes to capital cases, we go ahead and we start what we call minat sad. Literally again from the side, but of course from the side meaning from the junior judges. Amarav. Shona will tell me though, it's done in the question. So very interesting case. So Rav says a person could teach something to his student and then adjudicate with him even in the capital case. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Shona Adon Tamid. Those 3 lines up from before it gets why. Umar lo panim l'schus l'chova v'sochadin. V'don imo. V'nimna imo. All the zechus l'chova. Umatin hadin al piyat amr kacham v'nagas. Listen to this. So it says, let's say you have a beis din, and on the beis din is a Rabbi and his Talmud. The Rabbi can help the Talmud understand certain concepts, but yet the Talmud then is empowered to go ahead and put forward an opinion, and his opinion is counted. Whereas, what's the novelty here? I would have thought that if Rabbi and Talmud are on the base, it's fine by itself. But if the Rebbe is like educating the Talmud in the course of this process, doesn't that sound like the Rebbe is potentially slanting the opinion of the Talmud, right? Because obviously the Rebbe is saying, "Oh, I'm going to tell you, everything is really chayiv." So again, it's fantastic the Rebbe teaching Talmud, but I don't know that teaching the Talmud is that should take place in the context of a din Torah for dealing the pashas or dealing the mamas. Yeah, the Gemara says it's okay. Even if the Rebbe is teaching his Talmud how to go ahead and adjudicate this particular case, the Talmud's opinion is still counted. So the Gemara says, really? Meisvei hataros v'atmeos ha'avu b'no harav v'tamid ha'modul and shnayim. So also when it comes to paskin and taros and tmeos, so a father and a son, or Rebbe and his Talmud are counted like two opinions. They both say. Now the truth is, that's not a novelty. Remember again, what do you need to paskin on taros and tmeos? What do you need? You don't need basically. You just need a Rav or a Talmud Chacham. You just need someone who knows what they're talking about. So the Gemara says, so of course, a father and a son, Rabbi and a Talmud, to pass on Tuman Tara, the Tuman Tara doesn't need a base. Tuman Tara can be passed by one. On the other hand, Dinei Mamanis, Dinei Nefashis, if Dinei Makas, but again, monetary law, capital law, Malchus, any cases involving lashes, Kiddush HaChol, sanctification of the new month, V'Iber Shana, intercalation of the year, right, leap year, Avu B'no, Harav V'Talmido, in those cases, if a father and son are together, or Rebbe and the Talmud are together, their opinion is only counted as one. Right? They are counted as one. They cannot count as two distinct opinions. This contradicts what Rav just said before, right? Rav said that if you have a Rebbe and a Talmud together on a Beis Din, even if the Rebbe is mamish teaching the Talmud as they're going through the Din Torah, their opinions count as two opinions. The Raisa clearly indicates to us that if the Rebbe and the Talmud are sitting on a Beis Din, whether it's monetary law or capital law, their opinions only count as one. So what's going on here? I'm a Beis will say, you come around when Rav said that a Rebbe and the Talmud, their opinions are counted as two. He come around, he go Rav Kahana, the Rav Asi, the Ligmarei, the Rav Habutzrichi, or the Safrei, the Rav Lo Habutzrichi. So ultimately, again, so the Gemara says, you're right. What are we talking about? What was Rav talking about? He's talking about like Rav Kahana Rav Asi. Rav Kahana Rav Asi, they needed a Rebbe. Now, why do they need their Rebbe? Because the Rebbe gave them information. But they did not need their Rebbe for analysis. So in this kind of case, where the Rebbe provides information, but not analysis, right? Analysis is not necessary. Then ultimately, again, that's where halacha l'maisa, the Rebbe and the Talmud can count as two, right? It makes sense because here, all the Rebbe is giving information, but the processing, the analyzing of that information is not coming from the Rebbe. That's coming from the Talmud. That's where the Rebbe and Talmud can count as two distinct opinions. When the Rebbe is providing information and analysis, that's halacha l'maisa again, where the Rebbe and Talmud count as one opinion. That's the meaning. So the Gemara says again, the Ligmarei Rav Habutzrichi, they needed the information from the Rebbe, but they did not need analysis. Analysis came on their own. I'm Rabbi Abel. It also says like this: remember again, Rabbi also like this. Based on our Mishnah, we saw the Mishnah really espouse 10 distinctions, 10 differences between Dinei Mamanis and Dinei Nefashis, right? 10 differences between monetary law and capital law. Alright, so the Gemara says, but interesting enough, I will say, none of these distinctions do not apply to a shar niskal. Again, what's a shar niskal? Shar niskal is a shar that kills someone, and therefore itself is going to be so again, halacha l'maisa. So even though shar niskal would seem to fit into the dinei nefashis category, but all of the distinctions between dinei mamanis and dinei nefashis don't apply to shar niskal, except from Esem Mishlosh, except for the fact that a shar niskal is also adjudicated by a Beis Din of 23. That's the halacha by Beis Din of 23. So the Gemara says, from where do we know this? If you look at Rashi, by the way, Rashi says, "Kulan einogin within shar niskal lios shavla dinei nefashos afa pi shamanu parakamon le'inyan esem mishlosha kinisas bailim kach nisas ashar." So we'll say, here's what's interesting. You said first this back on Beis Din Daleth, incredible. So again, back on Beis Din Daleth, what did we see?
that halacha l'maisa shor haniskal is treated like a capital case. In other words, we treat the shar like we would treat its owner. So just like if its owner was liable to a death penalty, tried by a basin of 23, so to the shar haniskal is judged by a basin of 23. But halacha l'maisa, that's kind of where the comparisons end. That's where the comparisons end. So from where do we know this? The pasuk says, do not go ahead and literally alter or slant the judgment of the Evion, of the impoverished person, during his fight. Mishpat Evyoncha Iachamata, so you can't go ahead and be mad, you can't go ahead and slant the mishpat of an Evyon. Mishpat shel shor haniskal. Ultimately, again, but you can slant the judgment of a shor haniskal. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi again. Rashi says lo sata v'ra'a api eidechad. So it says here again. What it means is lo sata means like this. We've seen this before. When adjudicating a capital case, remember again, capital cases cannot be decided based on a majority of one. You need a minimum majority of 2 in order to convict someone in a capital case. So that's the question of lo sata. Do not slant the judgment of the Evyon Ribo. In other words, you cannot convict someone in a capital case on a majority of 1. But you can go ahead and do that for shor haniskal. So in other words, what the Gemara is pointing out here is that even though shor haniskal, right, the ox that's going to be killed because it killed someone, is treated like a capital case in certain respects. Namely, that it's adjudicated by a basin of 23. It's not treated like a capital case in other respects. So, for example, whereas normally you need a majority of 2 in order to go ahead and convict someone in a capital case, by shor haniskal, you only need a majority of 1. Okay, so Rashi finishes up over here. Rashi says, right, fine. So let's go back there. So listen, 1 second. Sarah, you just pointed out that there are 10 distinctions ultimately again between Dine Mamanis and Dine Nefashis. Is that so? Is that so that there are 10? So the Gemara says, Ha tes havu. There are only 9. There are only 9 distinctions to which the Gemara says, Ha sarkadam. It's not the Mishnah, but the Mishnah, it's not true. The Mishnah indicates 10. So why is it saying 9? Mishum de'ina kol she'er de'eshem mishlosha chadi. Because we're going to see the notion that not everyone is fit to adjudicate a capital case, right? And which, by the way, we're going to see really excludes a mamzer, right? That a mamzer is not fit to go ahead and adjudicate a capital case. And the obligation to have a basin of 23 are really learned out from the same source. So because those 2 are learned out from the same source, on one hand, they're reckoned as 2, right? But they really also looked at as 1 because they derived from the same source. Chadi. So the Gemara says as follows. If you take a look, good, fine. Good. Chadi. I take a look at Rashi. Chadi Shava. The Gemara says, "V'hadar parkinon as a people v'had yutinanu afisim v'amar haydi kanti on tes amishum de'ina kol sherin v'esim v'shlosha chadihi the night time of mamzer possibly giving the pashas." So when we say that not everyone is fit to adjudicate a capital case, who we refer to, we're excluding a mamzer. Why is a mamzer not fit to adjudicate a capital case? We shouldn't divide in on Chav Gimel, the Hainu Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin said, "V'nasu itcha v'dom lecha." So we're going to see, because again, the capital case is only 23. 23 is called the Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin must be made up of people who are genealogically fit. We'll see this. We see that we saw this already. We'll do this again. So therefore, I'm going to say it's the same person. The same person that teaches me that I need 23 for a capital case is also the same person that I need someone who's genealogically fit, and therefore it's even mamzer. So because you have 2 out of the 10 that are effectively learned out from the same source, it's tempting to say that the 2 are really 1. That's why some will say the Mishnah lists 10 distinctions. Others say that the Mishnah lists 9 distinctions. Okay. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, but one second, there is another distinction, right? The other situation is that another person, or another distinction between Dina and the Fashas and Yinomas, right? The Mishnah said that there are 10 distinctions between monetary law and capital law. The Gemara wants to suggest there's really 11. What's the 11? There's another person, or another group who are fit for monetary law, but not fit for capital cases. Who are those individuals? The Gemara says, "Design here we go is fascinating. Ain Moshivim B'Sanhedrin. You cannot, the following people cannot serve on a Sanhedrin." Which means when we say can't serve on a Sanhedrin, what does that mean? What does that mean? Can't adjudicate capital cases. That's what we need a Sanhedrin for. I mean, in this sense, there's other things. Following people can't sit on a Sanhedrin. Rule, Zakein, someone who's old. Swiss, right? Someone who's sterile. Mish'in or Banim, someone who doesn't have children. So we'll say, so what's the pshat over here? What's wrong with these individuals? Take a look at Rashi. This is incredible. Rashi says, Zakein, Sheshachach, Kivar, Sar, Gibul Banim, Ve'eno Rach money. So let's say someone who's old has forgotten what it's like to have young children. Now let's say, what is the key quality one must possess when they have young children? The key quality? Right, speak that right. You don't do live without stuff. Let's say, no, the key quality you need is forgiveness. It's forgiveness. Because children do stuff all of the time. And a parent has to learn to be forgiving. It's not patience. You must get that patience all of the time. People like to say patience is a virtue. Patience is not a virtue. Patience is a necessity. Forgiveness is the dominant quality because kids are doing stuff, breaking stuff at this time. And you guys have ice. There's ice. Again, that's beautiful. See this little kid coming into this world in the social world. Is a plate child. It must have been like 6 inches high. 6 inches high. And he's so happy, so good. And I'm watching it. And it was like, one of those like slow motion moments. But first, the piece of chicken falls on the carpet, right? And again, it was like one of those ones also like, like the slow motion, like things like bounce up and down and up and down. And then the first item falls off. It was like the looming tower of like Misha. It was like, then the next thing, and this, and that. And it keeps like going, like it's like, and literally I'm ready to run over. Where are these kids' parents? To this, it's mamish just a kid having a good time. It's the Ribbon Shalom's child. In the Ribbon Shalom's newborn, it was clean until about 3 minutes before, right? And again, you know what? So with little children, the most important quality is forgiveness. If the judge doesn't possess the ability to have this need of forgiveness instilled within him, then again, and it's forgiveness. It's really, maybe it's even the wrong word, forgiveness. It's really understanding. If you don't have that need of understanding, you can't be a judge. Can't be a judge, right? In other words, she'll say, what's the problem? Sometimes when a person doesn't have that need of understanding, everything has to be their way, right? Everything has to go their way. I need it the way I want it. I need it the way it has to be like this. So if you don't have that need of understanding, you're rigid, and everything just has to be the way that you want. Don't be judged. Really, but don't be anything, right? Right, Balamaisa, that level of rigidity, it's not good. We can't have that. We need people who could be understanding. We need people who could be forgiving. We need people who could be a little bit malleable and understand different circumstances in different ways. So therefore, again, the zakeh, you haven't had young kids in your house for a long time, don't be a judge, because you're probably going to be too rigid, too set in your ways. It's probably not a good idea to have you on the base. Same idea. Person never had children. Well, it's like Misha Ilavan. Rabbi Yehuda most in general. Rabbi Yehuda also adds in over here. Someone who's cruel, right? Or just cruel is even a strong word. Just someone who has just like a very cold and a different temperament. Right? In other words, someone again who just is very almost stoic, emotionless. Again, let's say it's an incredible thing. On one hand, judgment needs to be dispassionate. This is very important. Judgment needs to be dispassionate. But at the end of the day, a yid can never be dispassionate. I have to have the ability to look at things in an analytical. I have to look at facts. But facts divorced from emotion, that's not the way of the Jew. Nothing is divorced from emotion. Emotion has to be there for everything. So if a judge is a shtickle achzori, right? He's a little bit indifferent, a little bit passionate, emotionless. So don't be a judge.
There are other places for you. Don't be a judge. But interestingly enough, the chilufei and the maces. Also, the exact opposite is true when it comes to maces. Remember, we always see this. Right? What's a maces? Maces is the guy who tries to get other people to be Ovid Avodah Zarah.